Ahoy mateys! My name is DJ Brian Freerobot and I'm here to welcome you to this first ever Self-Defense Saturday transmission here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Here on our Self-Defense Saturday transmissions, we will explore the many ways in which you can defend your person, property, or family in the physical or digital realms. So, we'll cover physical items, like home hardening, digital privacy solutions, like Monero or cryptography, legal interstices, like South Dakota residency, Mexico driver's licenses, and much, much more. You can view our full schedule of shows, show notes, ways to listen, the future roadmap, and ways to support/donate by visiting PAZNIA.com/radio. There, you can make a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. You can become a stakeholder and reap the benefits of this burgeoning parallel network, and you can also find embedded video players to stream directly from the website. I would also recommend checking out the large selection of PAZNIA merchandise now available: shirts, hats, mugs, beach towels, flags, pens, and more. Just visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Again, PAZNIA.com/shop. At present, the PAZNIA Radio Network is live on YouTube, Odyssey, Telegram, and Rumble. We've secured our first 2 exclusive shows on the network, hopefully releasing next month, one promo of which you will hear today. After last night's successful 6+ hour transmission, Coordinator Rayo and I got together and put the final few pieces together for this first ever Self-Defense Saturday broadcast, wherein we'll enjoy the first season of the Vonu Podcast in its entirety. If you're new here, or if you're new to Vonu, this is a terrific place to start. Vonu is also a foundational aspect of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, too. The first season of the Vonu Podcast is on the philosophy of Vonu, and released nearly 7 years ago in January 2018. And even though this freedom strategy was created a long time ago in the late 1960s, the philosophy and practice of Vonu are still highly unique and valuable in the modern day and age. Scattered throughout, you'll hear some messages from our friends at Liberty Under Attack Publications, some advertisements and comedy items from Dick and Rod at the Bitcoin Bugle, and truly, we hope an enjoyable experience, something to accompany you through your servile society job, homestead work, lounging in the live aboard van, or wherever else you happen to find yourself in the present moment. Grab a glass of wine, roll up a dab-laced joint, or dose up on some pregnenolone or DHEA. Please enjoy Season 1 of the Vonu Podcast. DJ Brian Freerobot. Out.
All right. In the early 1960s, a ferment began among some people who were interested in expanding personal freedom and possibly creating a truly free society, one much freer than any that exists at the present time. This ferment, heavily influenced by the writings of Ayn Rand, grew to become the modern libertarian movement. One of the earliest libertarian projects was Free Isles, which was an effort by some Southern California freedom seekers to explore the possibility of founding a libertarian new country, perhaps on an island somewhere. One of the participants in the Free Isles project was a unique man who called himself El Rey, later changed to Rayo. The Free Isles project never got beyond the talking stage. When it petered out, Rayo began looking elsewhere for ways to expand freedom, especially his own personal freedom. He decided that land mobility was a promising idea, so he moved out of his apartment into a camper mounted on a pickup truck. For several years, he lived in his camper and later at campsites deep in the mountains and forests, up and down the west coast of North America. That will be the focus of this podcast, Rayo's ideas and the freedom strategy that he brought to the forefront. Vonu. Music. And welcome to the inaugural episode of the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle.
The website is vonupodcast.com. And for some of you who may not have heard of this concept, Vonu is spelled V as in Victory, O, N as in Nancy, U, vonupodcast.com. Thanks so much for tuning in. What you heard in the beginning was a portion of the introductory chapter of Rayo's book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. So before we get started, I think it's best to begin with short introductions of who we are. So my name is Shane, and my main website is libertyunderattack.com. I do a podcast over there and write articles on a wide range of subjects, mostly focused on anti-political solutions. First and foremost, I'm an anarchist, but also classify myself as a voluntarist. Hopefully, after Kyle and I update this freedom strategy to modern times, I will be able to call myself a Vonuan as well. So Kyle, why don't you go ahead with your introduction?
Sure. I'm commonly known as Kyle Reardon within the alternative media. I'm a blogger, podcaster, and even a videographer back in the day. I started the Last Bastille blog back in 2011. And before that, I even going far back as 2009, I used to have a YouTube channel that had amassed well in excess of 127,000 total upload views. So I like to think I've been around the block a little bit with regards to the alternative media. And at the conclusion of Liberty Under Attack as the Direct Action series, I was on there as a guest co-host, and I had mentioned that I had changed my political ideology recently. And I had announced there for the very first time publicly, and I'll just remind everybody this go around, that I do consider myself a Vonuan. And we'll get to a little bit here what exactly that term means.
Indeed, yes, we definitely will. And you probably are at this point. You probably are like one of the only self-identified Vonuans out there. So I guess we're kind of paving the path, though. With trying to get Vonu back into some people's ears, and hopefully some more freedom strategies that people can adopt to find to increase their own personal freedom. So, Kyle, I've been really excited to get this launched ever since I had the idea. Now, obviously, for those who came here from Liberty Under Attack, you know that I've done a lot of work on solutions to the problem of tyranny, and Kyle has too. And speaking for myself, none have been as appealing as Vonu. Additionally, Vonu was never all that popular of a strategy, but what little popularity it had has kind of been lost, and it is our hope that this podcast will bring it back to the forefront and create more Vonuists. Now, obviously, I'm most looking forward to discussing the action part of Vonu, and I'm sure you are too, Kyle, but we do have at least a few episodes of groundwork to lay first, or else this won't really make a whole lot of sense, right?
Yeah, something like that. And I guess we'll also do a little bit of comparing, contrasting, and a little bit here, maybe in some future episodes regarding other libertarian strategies like agorism. But unfortunately, in some ways we have to start right from the ground level and really revive Vonu as a libertarian strategy. So with this inaugural episode, we're starting from the very, very beginning.
Exactly. This isn't something like, voluntarism or, I don't know, like
The
Yeah,
syndicalists?
or syndicalists, yeah, or agorism, where you don't really have to, like, if you start talking about that subject, most people in like the anarchist media are pretty familiar with those. But with Vonu, yeah, it is kind of necessary to kind of build, start from the ground floor and work up to the action, because yeah, like I said, it won't make a whole lot of sense, and you won't get the full Vonu experience without this background. There's also some interesting history here that we'll cover in these first few episodes. And so for those of you who like libertarian history, oh boy, you're in for it here. So let's go ahead and provide that background. So Rayo became disgusted with reformism, or the political means, and was seeking what direct action he could do in order to become as invulnerable to coercion as he possibly could be. His formulation of Vonu was his answer. His early experiments in wilderness Vonu were what he focused on, but he also realized that city Vonu was possible. But his own personal preferences, yeah, he preferred country mouse to city rat, as it were. He shared his experiences through a variety of libertarian newsletters through the 1960s and 70s, until he chose to disappear in 1974. Some of those articles were made into his book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. No one within any libertarian circles know for certain what has become of him since he... No one within any libertarian circles know for certain what has become of him since his infamous disappearance. So I'm going to read, this is page 107 of his book. You can find that PDF out there. I'll put that in the show notes, but let me get this open real quick like.
And for the listeners can also follow along, you can get Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, for free at tinyurl.com/VonuRayo, tinyurl.com/VonuRayo, and follow along with us here.
Thank you. I didn't have that handy, so that's why you're here, Kyle. One of the many reasons you're here. So, so this, yeah, again, page 107 is titled Epilogue, The Disappearance. Quote, "If you want to get in touch with Rayo after reading the preceding chapters, I'm sorry to say that I can't help you. Rayo disappeared in 1974. I don't even know whether he is now dead or alive. We can only speculate about what might have happened to him. Perhaps one of his underground constructions fell in on him, or maybe he was eaten by a bear. Or he could have abandoned Vonu and returned to a conventional lifestyle. Or maybe he moved overseas. Or perhaps he just decided that he would be freer if he broke off communication and he is still out there in the mountains, living free. If it were anyone else, I would guess that this complete silence over so many years must mean that he is dead. But Rayo is different, because his goal always was to become invisible to coercers, meaning mainly government. He might have come to believe that this required that he become invisible to everyone. I know of only one tantalizing clue that has a bearing on this mystery, Rayo's last known letter. This is dated February 14, 1974. In it, he writes to his correspondent, quote, "My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economics, or interrelations in general. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all Libertarian Club involvements. We do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates," end quote. Since that time, from or concerning Rayo, no one I know has heard one word or the least rumor. He has completely disappeared. So, yeah, there you have it. And Kyle was actually, I was kind of curious. And one of the articles we'll cover here in a moment, it actually mentions Rayo's age at the time where this guy met him. And if my math is correct, and this is some pretty simple math, so I'd say it is, he'd be about 82 years old today. So, I mean, it's honestly not impossible that he's still around and kicking out there, somewhere in the world. Sure, it's probably unlikely, but stranger things have happened, and as was mentioned in that epilogue that I just read, Rayo was quite a formidable individual. So I guess it's possible he may be alive. What do you think, Kyle?
Well, I like to be optimistic when it comes to certain things like these. And so, unless some sort of emergency happened to him or his heart gave out or what some people have speculated in some of their articles regarding what happened to Rayo, unless there was an emergency of some kind, my own personal subjective preference would be that he very well might be alive today, and that's what I prefer to go with in terms of speculation.
Yeah, same here. I hope like it, I mean, he talked about he wasn't, and we'll get more into this. He wasn't like an indigenous or primitivist and just disregard technology altogether. So who knows? Maybe he'll come across this podcast. Probably not. But anyways, we can hope, right?
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, maybe he would be willing to go public again. I mean, you never know. Miracles do happen every once in a while, and that would just tickle me pink something
Oh
fierce
God, yeah.
because I changed my political ideology, or shall I say, anti-political ideology from being a polyarchist to being of the new one because of his book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom. That's how much of a significant impact it had on my life. And, one of the things I'm well known for in the alternative media, as my readers and others tell me, is I do book reports. And it's well in excess of like 150 some odd books I've written about, books that I've read from cover to cover. So when I say that after reading Rayo's book, where he is birthing the concept of Vonu, that I changed my anti-political ideology based on this one book where he birthed this concept. Yeah, I hope that kind of gets across to the listeners that that's how powerful I think his content is.
Yeah, definitely. And you're not, and I would say I haven't read all of them, but I would say probably for the most part, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at the most, it's kind of an indifferent. Like, okay, there's some valuable things in this book that I read, but I think probably for the most part, your articles or your book reports are kind of harsh. So you would, so if this one came out with a good review, I think that really does say something.
Well, it's not just a good review. I changed my anti-political
Oh, yeah.
ideology because of it. So it's even going beyond just this book is actually mostly okay, which I do for a handful for a bunch of books. Even the library page on my blog are all books I do recommend, and there's like well over, what was it, 20, 30 of them at least, just on different topics of one kind or another. But I didn't change my ideology based on those books. I just thought, oh, okay, subject matter, single issue, okay, whatever. But Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, I changed my outlook on things in a pretty drastic way because I think Rayo had something very unique to offer that, as much as I love Sam Konkin, I think can actually help out a lot more people out than even Agorism quite possibly could. I
Yeah.
mean, that's how much I'm getting behind this.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree. I would definitely tend to agree. So the legacy, I mean, as this conversation has kind of gone, I mean, the legacy he has left is rather quite impressive, for it suggests that lifestyle changes are amongst the most potent and efficacious forms of direct action available to you, largely because they are voluntary to begin with. So, and you mentioned agorism, and I suppose, I mean, I could, listen, like name Derek Bros, for example, but I suppose this could be similar to someone adopting, purely agorist lifestyle. That major lifestyle change where everything is, in the black and gray markets. So I guess that might be one example of something similar. Or like someone you're pretty close to, Kyle, Alex Ansary, who he changed his lifestyle, and now he's doing the off-grid living thing. But what's unique about Vonu, we'll get more into this as we go on. Vonu kind of incorporates both of those things into this overarching strategy, this cohesive, this cohesive as well as adaptable strategy, for finding freedom now. So, any thoughts on that before I move forward?
Yeah, I would just say that in many ways, and later on and in some future podcasts, we'll go into more detail on this. But I do think that for those people who are familiar with agorism, if you're at least familiar with that in some ways, the one critique I would make of it is that it is very strict. And in a lot of ways, that can be very beneficial for some people, and then for others, not so much. What I think is particularly valuable about Vonu is that it is quite flexible, but in a good way. It's flexible in such a way where it doesn't violate your principles, because unfortunately, most political and some, even a few anti-political activities where they veer off into being flexible, like reformism plus, then the flexibility actually leads to a violation of principle. What is very unique about Vonu, and I can't stress this enough for the listeners, what is uniquely valuable by Vonu that I have never seen anywhere else is that you can be flexible in terms of tactics, methodology, etc., but without violating your principles. I have never seen that everywhere, and that I think is what's uniquely valuable about Vonu.
Indeed, indeed. So we're about 50 minutes into the podcast, and you know, I'm sure, I'm sure that this discussion so far has been intriguing for a lot of folks. But you know, we really haven't defined, you know, what Vonu actually is. So I'd like to do that right now. So Vonu, it's a contraction of voluntary, not vulnerable. So simply put, Vonu is about becoming as invulnerable to coercion as humanly possible, and it is distinctly different from liberty and freedom. Now, this term was suggested by Roberta and Tom of Preform. And one note on that, as an aside, a number of folks and publications are mentioned in this book, whether it be in the footnotes or just, you know, in the actual articles that you know, I've not been able to locate on the internet at all. So that said, if you found this podcast, you know, doing a Google search or something, I mean, it's likely that you're kind of familiar with the subject. So if any of you listening have any editions of these publications, any at all, I mean, you know, just kind of, you know, a wide grab here, Innovator, Free Trade, Libertarian Connection, or Vonu Life, we would be extremely interested in acquiring a digital or physical copy of those. You know, since the subject of this podcast, I mean, a lot of discussions were had in those publications, so it could be highly valuable for us here.
Right, and just for the listeners to keep in mind, those publications you listed off, please keep in mind, everybody, those publications, those different issues that came out were all throughout the 1960s and early 70s. So when Shane here is making the request that if any of you who are old enough happen to have any hard copies of that so we can digitize it and get those originals, even though we still have the content in another way, that would be awesome. But unfortunately, they're not on the internet because these publications were part of the original alternative media before the internet. So actually, there's also a little bit of a history here regarding the technological end of the alternative media as well.
Oh yeah, definitely, and yeah, we would certainly digitize these and make them available for everyone else. So yeah, we definitely appreciate that. If that does, you know, if that's something that you can do, we certainly appreciate it. So freedom. And freedom is the absence of or invulnerability to coercion. Liberty is the general exemption to coercion. So that's just a little bit of a difference there between liberty, freedom, and Vonu. He goes a little more in depth in his book. But Kyle, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, just for people to keep in mind that Rayo did define the terms freedom, liberty, and Vonu kind of noticeably different, right? So you have, and just to reiterate, because this is important, we're defining our terms here just like any good philosophers and just even scientists do. Yes, you have your absence of coercion. Then you have your general exemption from coercion. And a lot of that is more legalistic in some ways. And then finally, you have your, as is the whole point of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. And these differences are rather important.
Indeed they are, and I guess they're you know, this is such a pioneering, you know, book to begin with, because he's kind of like, you know, generating this new word Vonu, and there's a chart in the book, which there's a chart in the book, and there's also a list that you put together, Kyle, which I think is pretty valuable. I'll put images of both of those in the show notes. But Kyle, you put together a list on, you know, grammatical variations. So why don't you go ahead and cover that for us?
Sure. This is basically my attempt to work off that chart that Rayo himself put together and present it more in the form of a sentence for each term. So please keep in mind, this is an issue of grammatical variations of both the word Vonu and its grammatical variations. So Vonu can be variously defined as Vonu, the condition of invulnerability to coercion; Vonu, the action of achieving an invulnerability to coercion; Vonu, the quality of an invulnerability to coercion; Vonu-er, having comparatively more invulnerability to coercion; Vonuense, in the process of achieving an invulnerability to coercion; Vonuan, one who has an invulnerability to coercion; Vonuist, one who advocates for an invulnerability to coercion, such as what I'm doing tonight; Vonuism, the advocacy of an invulnerability to coercion, which is the whole point of this podcast series. Vonum, V-O-N-U-U-M, there's actually two U's in there. Vonuum, the place or situation of an invulnerability to coercion. Vonumi, V-O-N-U-M-Y, Vonumi, or me, the art of achieving an invulnerability to coercion. And lastly, but not least, Vonumer, V-O-N-U-M-E-R, Vonumer, one skilled at an invulnerability to coercion. So those are the grammatical variations of Vonu.
Yes, they definitely are. And you mentioned just a moment ago, as far as the I guess the variations, the ones that Rayo kind of pioneered, and I shouldn't have closed this page in the book. Okay, yeah. So there's invulnerability to coercion, general exemption from coercion, and absence of coercion, and he kind of lays out like condition of, action of achieving, quality of, comparatively more, et cetera, and he kind of compares Vonu with the terms that exist for liberty and freedom in those same contexts. So like I said, I'll definitely put that in the show notes for this production. And next, Kyle, you do a lot with legal definitions and things. So why don't you? So what Vonu is not is also important. So we know what Vonu is, but what Vonu is not is also important. So why don't you break down sovereignty, liberty, and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, this is important to get our, to define our terms and all that. And sometimes what's good is not just, as you said, not just what something is, but also kind of almost trying to tell people what it's not, because sometimes people will confuse things, especially when they're being introduced to it for the first time. So here's what Vonu is not. So if we're going to look at sovereignty, I know a lot of anarchists and libertarians like to say, well, we're exercising our individual sovereignty. Ooh, that's not good. Here's why I say that. Let's look at 3 19th century legal dictionaries, and this is very short, but it'll get the point across. First one up is Ballantyne's Law Dictionary. Sovereign is legally defined as, quote, a ruler, a king, the supreme power in a government, close quote. Oh, but one legal definition is not good enough, so let's go look at Bouvier's Law Dictionary. Quote, a chief ruler with supreme power, one possessing sovereignty. It is also applied to a king or a magistrate with limited powers, close quote. But of course, as these things go, maybe 2 is not enough, even though in some ways it is consistent with some other legal precedents regarding if you have like 2 witnesses or whatever. So let's do 3 just to cover our bases, shall we, everybody? Black's Law Dictionary. Quote, a chief, wait for it, a chief ruler with supreme power, a king or other ruler with limited power, close quote. So as you folks can probably kind of tell, between Ballantyne's, Bouvier's, and Black's Law Dictionaries, every single legal definition, without exception, without equivocation, says that if you declare yourself to be a sovereign, you are saying, literally and legally, that you consider yourself to be a ruler. And that's significant because obviously, as anarchists are well known, and maybe you can kind of carry this a little further, but it basically means that you imagine yourself having the right to rule over others. And the significance of that, I think, is maybe better explained by you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just taking, and we'll get into this next week as well. But the etymology of just anarchy without rulers. So automatically, when you have philosophy, ideology, anarchy without rulers, the term sovereignty doesn't really work. You can't say I'm an anarchist and I'm exercising my sovereignty. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, etymologically, and also just realistically, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So yeah, I think you're definitely right there to point out that there's some issues there with the term sovereignty, and that's something I know Rayo definitely kind of looked at. He examined all of these terms and kind of explained why he chose Vonu and not, liberty, freedom, sovereignty, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, and so sovereignty or sovereign, those two words, which are basically virtually similar, they're loaded political terms. Let's just be really, really honest about what's going on here. Mainly because, as I just read for everybody, each and every single, even 19th century legal definitions, each one, ruler, 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 every time, no exceptions. So, yeah, for all you guys who may have meant well, maybe instead of saying sovereign, maybe just as a suggestion, you might want to consider another word like what I think you guys mean, like autonomy. That would be one type of word. Or you could join with the rest of us and promote Vonu. But hey, that's just me. Let's see, what else is Vonu not?
Let me step in real quick because it's not like what I obviously removed myself. Like I wrote an article on the subject of why I'm not a libertarian anymore, and the reason sovereignty is different is it's a political term. It's this isn't something you can reappropriate for use like as part of like a freedom strategy or a freedom label, so to speak. It's just not. So I wanted to kind of toss that in there real quick.
Right, of course. And yes, so when we're starting off the ground floor here by defining our terms like any good philosophers or scientists would, unfortunately, we do need to get, at least to some degree, into semantics, because otherwise, in later episodes of this series, when we get into more specific tactics and methods and talking shop and getting to like nitty-gritty nuts and bolts type stuff, unfortunately, folks, if you don't understand this arguably more philosophical foundation, then everything else in terms of particular methods, everything ranging from country shopping to van nomadism and much more, really won't matter if you don't understand this first. There are actually some basic things you need to understand first. So what else is Vonu not? Well, Vonu is actually not liberty, and there are some segments I guess maybe I should read from Rayo's book. So let's just kind of take this one by one. This is Rayo talking. Quote, "Liberty depends upon laws and their interpretations, and so is easily destroyed. Vonu, while not necessarily illegal, depends upon reality, not legality, and so is more durable," close quote. And so let me just kind of explicate that a little bit. I think what Rayo is trying to kind of get across here is that it's not that it's that sometimes people, and we'll do a future episode on this regarding what Rayo himself called legal interstices. But what I'll say here, just because this is an introductory episode, is that there are many political activists of various kinds who just simply rely on, as Rayo himself called it, a general exemption from coercion. And that general exemption would be depending on, as Rayo put it, the interpretations of laws and so forth. And so, yeah, if you want to depend on the monolithic state for your freedom, if you will, then yeah, it's. I think the listeners can probably kind of see where this is going. We're relying upon lawyers and legalese to secure your freedom or liberty, either way, is really not desirable, and I think that's what Rayo was kind of getting at. Let's look at another quote that further explains this. Quote, "Vonu and liberty interact in various ways. Achievement of Vonu tends to increase liberty also. Vonu also fosters other Vonu. Large-scale use of liberty, on the other hand, tends to reduce liberty. A large degree of liberty, long continued, reduces Vonu," close quote.
And if I could step in for just a moment here, what he's kind of explaining is in the context of what he's describing liberty as, it's these legal loopholes that people use, and yeah, they may find more personal freedom and all that good stuff. But what happens when the state figures out that there's a way around that? Well, they create more laws. So that's what he's saying when he says large scale use of liberty, on the other hand, tends to reduce liberty, which I would guess what he's saying is that it increases the number of laws.
Or maybe perhaps, maybe a slightly more accurate way of putting it is maybe the law of unintended consequences. So when you do
Yep.
have things, and maybe this is a new concept for some people too, but maybe perhaps when you have legal interstices like a Bill of Rights, for example, when you have something like like a Bill of Rights, that is arguably a type of legal interstice. And unfortunately, as even people who are advocates of a hypothetically limited government very well can appreciate, even if they may be in denial in some ways, is that over time, even if you set up a government that does have a Bill of Rights, over time that Bill of Rights gets eroded and eroded and eroded and eroded to the point where any sort of expected legal protections or interstices and so forth really become subject to, there's even a Wikipedia article on this, but legal abuse. And thus it just gets eroded and eroded and eroded. Sometimes it'll be done very quickly with like a particular court decision or something, but other times it'll just slowly erode over time through little tiny central planning tweaks where they're endlessly tweaking everything to death. And then next thing you know, in any functional, real way, which is what Rayo's talking about, because he's more of an engineer. I think that was a little bit of his background.
Yep.
What actually happens in reality is that, yeah, on paper, you may have, according to any Bill of Rights, things like free speech and the right to keep and bear arms, and a protection against unreasonable search and seizure, and to not be tortured, cruel and unusual punishment, etc., etc. On paper, that would be your legal interstice. But in reality, if there are things such as being subjected to various infringements ranging from censorship of one kind or another, to gun confiscation, to warrantless searches, to being extraordinarily renditioned and tortured, those are realities, even though the piece of paper says something different, completely different. And I think that what Rayo was trying to very succinctly explain the relationship between Vonu and liberty is that liberty is you're relying on the pieces of paper, laws, constitutions, bills of rights, etc., as opposed to Vonu, which is about practically exercising your freedom in the real world using a variety of methods.
Exactly, and well said. Yeah, you definitely explained that a lot better than I did. So I think there's one more quote, and I think I actually dropped this one in here for show prep. So I'll go ahead and read this one because I have some interesting comments on this one. So quote: "I suspect that any kind of liberated society is inherently unstable. In the general absence of institutionalized coercion, people will lose self-protection capabilities and become very vulnerable to institutional coercion, providing fertile ground for growth of new and, for a while, especially vicious states." End quote. Now, we'll get to this in future episodes, but he had some choice things to say about anarcho-capitalism back whenever he was around. And obviously this would apply. I would say if you consider like the tyrannical growth of even the United States government, once the Constitution, the 1787 Federal Constitution, was kind of in place, and people were a lot better off than they were in England and all of that. I feel like there's just this complacency, and I think that's kind of what Ray is explaining here. People lose self-protection capabilities and become very vulnerable to institutionalized coercion. So when that happens, I mean, it's very, very easy for states to continue to grow. This could even, this could even kind of relate to anarcho-capitalism too. And obviously, I consider myself a voluntarist and an anarcho-capitalist. But I'm not against critiques of the ideology that I adhere to. But maybe the same thing could apply there. Just kind of raising the maybe potential concern. I know this has been quelled by some folks, or attempted to be quelled by some folks, but I don't know. Maybe this could happen in Ancapistan too. When the protection agencies that are so often referred to, Kyle. Maybe this same sort of situation would come to fruition in an anarcho-capitalist society too. I don't know. I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Well, to keep this as brief as possible, because this is an introductory episode, all I will say here for now in passing is simply this. You're right in saying that Rayo is primarily concerned with complacency of one kind or another, whether it comes from people who advocate a limited government position, as well just as equally the people who advocate a no government position. So Rayo wasn't in that sense so ideologically concerned. He was more concerned practically in the real world. And just to be clear, Rayo was no utilitarian. He did care about natural liberty, our rights, pre-existing government, and so forth. I mean, that was also kind of very clear. But he didn't really, if I'm interpreting this right, he didn't come across to me anyway as seeming to care very much about a lot of these, like some, and Shane, maybe you've seen this too. A lot of people will have like the pseudo debates of one kind or another, where they go over so much nuance and minutia that would even make mainstream academic philosophy teachers kind of roll their eyes in terms of, okay, I think you're splitting the fine hair of the fine hair of the fine hair, ultimately leading to a distinction without a difference. And I think the distinction without a difference, I think, is what Rayo was kind of concerned about when he was pointing out that the limited government advocates, the minarchists, as well as some of the no government advocates, the anarchists, were committing some types of forms of complacency that were actually more similar than not. And that, I think, is what he was concerned about.
Indeed, indeed. And one thing, kind of just to move forward here. One thing that will come up, especially in the action part, when we kind of look at what Rayo was doing, is something that's more commonly known as survivalism. And even back in his day, there's a back and forth conversations, debates between publications, and all of that good stuff. But he had some interesting things to say about survivalism and how it kind of applies, to Vonu and how others are practicing it back in those days. So do you want to read that, Kyle, or do you want me to?
I'll take a swing at it. Okay, so this is Rayo talking. Quote, "The retreat concept, as set forth by Harry Brown and Don and Barbara Stevens, means disaster insurance, preparations to survive an expected future politico-economic disaster without substantially altering one's pre-disaster lifestyle. This is not the same as self-liberation. A change in lifestyle is not predicated on coming catastrophe. While a retreater and self-liberator may use some of the same techniques, their attitudes and general approaches are different. I am here concerned mainly with self-liberation." Close quote.
Yeah, and I think that's a very, very good point. And even today, I mean, you look at some folks. I mean, there's some listeners of a certain guy, pretty huge, InfoHorse, and he has people buy a lot of survival foods and like various other survivalist material, so to speak. And get
your radiation. Get your nuclear radiation detector today. Just get it for $19.95 plus shipping and handling.
Yeah, but I would say probably 95% of those folks there's no change of lifestyle. It's just habits. And I think that's what Rayo's definitely emphasizing here is the just kind of some of these things do overlap. But what Rayo was really promoting is the change in lifestyle, not just taking some of these precautions and continue to live within the state of survival society, which we'll get into later on in various podcasts.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think it's very important for people to keep in mind that although it is true, much like Rayo said, the techniques will be similar, so more specific techniques. And many of the people who identify as preppers, the original term is survivalist actually, but it's arguably the same thing. But even the self-described preppers would do things like the food storage, water storage, a firearms battery, having a bug-out location, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All Rayo was saying is that, yeah, we'll do a lot of that stuff too. And, plus off-grid homesteading, there's that whole kind of thing too, right? We'll do a lot of that stuff too, but our motives and our attitudes are completely different. One concern I've always had with the preppers, not so much the old-time survivalists who seem to be actually pretty okay for the most part, but the more newer like preppers, like within the past 5 years or so, a lot of them, Shane, have been really fear-driven and was actually the inspiration for why I wrote my article on rebutting the concept of doom porn, because unfortunately a lot of the prepping circles have kind of devolved into that, where it is really, as Rayo kind of explained it, the disaster insurance type thing with, the whatcha-who's it's going to collapse, It's like, oh, the economic non-collapse that never actually occurs, right? Because remember, the dollar was supposed to die in 2010, and I think we're recording this in what year? 2017, I think.
I think it's hard to find that out nowadays.
Yeah, so the predicted disasters either don't happen, or when they do happen, it's usually some small local thing like some sort of storm somewhere, or a Hurricane Katrina. Oh, there's a dated reference. Or Hurricane Katrina, or something like that. But generally speaking, it's not like the apocalyptic end of the world is on fire, either literally or metaphorically. Generally speaking, the grid is still up. The Federal Reserve notes, colloquially known as the American dollar, is still functional. You can go pay your bills and be paid in it and so forth, buy groceries, for example, gasoline and necessities. And the internet is still up. That's what we're doing right now, right? Network computing. So all of this basic infrastructure is still working. So the predicted disasters of some preppers and all that have, the time frames have come and gone. And now what? And I think what is valuable is that regardless of whether certain disasters either occur or not occur, the more important issue is, even if, let's say, it never happens and everything trudges along as it always has been, the status quo, let me put it that way, basically it doesn't really matter in the sense, because what really matters is not some distant future hypothetical thing, but what really matters is the here and the now. Today, even tomorrow and next week is what matters, not some future Mad Max scenario that probably will never actually end up happening, in all honesty. And I think that's what Rhea was getting at.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I meant to get to this earlier, kind of skipped over it here, but I think it'll work really well here as well. Kind of what you've just mentioned, towards the end of what I'm going to read, that will kind of tie in just a little bit. But also, now that you've gotten kind of like a basic understanding, a tenuous grasp per se on what Vonu is and what it isn't, I think kind of taking a look at Rayo himself. I think this article by Benjamin Best, titled "Tom Marshall, Innovator: A Week in the Wilderness," I think that'll give you a little better of an idea of who this individual was that was formulating and pioneering this freedom strategy. But Kyle, when we were talking about this in prep, you mentioned that there were a couple of potential concerns that we should bring to the listeners' attention before we read this article. Why don't you go ahead and mention those?
Sure. Now, Benjamin Best was in a position to know certain things because he claimed to have contact with Rayo directly and personally and such. My concerns are mainly this. His narrative does kind of jump around a bit, and I guess that's perhaps understandable because he's acting as a firsthand eyewitness. So I guess in that sense, it would be like arguably akin to maybe like people's eyewitness statements and with other things, and maybe that makes sense. But Benjamin Best did admit that he was distracted by a particular woman who was also there at that, I guess you could say, an informal seminar or workshop of sorts that Rayo was conducting. Mm-hmm. And he was getting really distracted, as a man would uniquely be distracted by a woman. And I do want to keep this PG-13. But suffice it to say, he was distracted as a man would be by a woman. And he went into some detail, even in the almost like R-rated, maybe not XXX, but he was. Let me just say, he was very, very honest about how distracted he was getting, and I think that plus some other things he mentioned in his article, I think may have colored his view of Rayo when he was describing certain idiosyncrasies that may very well have been true, but he was portraying it in very pejorative language, and certainly not anything neutral, or certainly not anything favorable, much less neutral.
Yeah, and I'm not going to read this entire article. I'll put the link to this in the show notes as well, so if you guys are interested, I think I pulled the most important parts out of here. But if you want to, read the entire thing, you can definitely do that. But for the purposes of time, this is a 7-page article in a PDF. So I do respect your time and want to, give you the information that you kind of need at this point in the Vonu Podcast. So again, Benjamin Best, this was published in the August 1987 edition of Liberty Magazine. I think this is all something to bring up too, Kyle. This was published in the 1987 edition. Rayo disappeared in 74, was it?
Yes.
So obviously the time frame, I don't know when this was originally written, but I would imagine if it was published in that in Liberty Magazine, it was probably around the time of publication. So the time factor might actually be at play here. You might not be remembering things exactly correctly.
Right.
But again, there's no way to verify that. But I maybe he wrote this, the week he came back and just submitted it there randomly because he saw an article in there about Rayo, because there are other articles. I don't know. There's that factor as well.
I absolutely agree with you that it is suspicious as all hell. And I think that also casts a doubt of credibility. So you have the time delay of, I think, well in excess of a decade, right? Between the time Rayo disappeared
13
and
years.
So what was Benjamin Best doing in the meantime? Was he getting distracted by other women? I mean, I don't want to get too much into conjecture, but it's an open question. And also, I was kind of scrolling through here really quickly, but even some descriptors of Rayo's character that Benjamin Best was using, for example, quote, an acutely fear-filled individual who lived in constant expectation of nuclear war, economic collapse, social chaos, and a totalitarian state. Elsewhere, he says, Rayo had, quote, political paranoia and inhibitions in social situations. Now, I don't know about you, but even if that was true, why the pejorative language, almost like corporate media in a lot of ways? I've seen this kind of thing before.
Yeah, why put it in a negative light? Like, if you're describing a person, and like in situations like, and I wanted to mention this too. I mean, obviously, we've raised some concerns about this. We've raised some concerns about this article in particular, but there's just not a whole lot on Rayo. And this is one of the only ones where you actually may be able to get some sort of idea. I'm sure there are some grains of truth in there. So we just want to make sure that it's that. I mean, just hear it out, as Kyle and I both have done. And I think it's an interesting read, and maybe some sort of an insight into Rayo himself.
But Benjamin Best so colored it with his own opinion too, which is kind of a problem as well, which is what you don't want firsthand eyewitnesses to something to actually do, or if they are, keep it really minimal and preferably go for not even necessarily like friendly, but neutral is kind of the baseline here, and he didn't even do that. So it's kind of questioning. I mean, are there ulterior motives here? I mean, one of my articles was basically on, chilling dissent, how the government demonizes Americans. And I'm sorry to say, but, I think Benjamin Best is 1 or 2 steps away from calling Rayo anti-government or radical or extremist or domestic terrorist or some of these extreme, unfair, unjust, pejorative, and outright demonizing, really slander, libel, defamation, assails on his character. I mean, Benjamin Best is sounding more like the corporate media, or shall I say de facto state-run media, than he is sounding more like a libertarian or even somebody who's just neutral.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's definitely accurate to say. I guess one other thing before getting started, and I found this out tonight, and we'll get more into this later on. But I mentioned that Sam Konkin, the founder of Agorism, might have been influenced by Rayo, and it's definitely possible now. Konkin's mentioned in publications, and also he's mentioned Rayo specifically in publications as well as Vonu. And when I start reading this article and it kind of goes through the history, he was out there in California, where a lot of the libertarians at that time were kind of congregated. I think George H. Smith spent some time out there, and a bunch of other folks. Like, that was kind of the rustling, bustling libertarian community, so to speak. So you'll get an idea of Rayo's background here. But again, I want to keep this short and just kind of highlight the most important parts. And I think Rayo's background, or Tom Marshall, as is mentioned in the article, I think that will be beneficial for you guys. So, quote, I first met Tom Marshall in Los Angeles in 1967. A tall, slender, and bespectacled electrical engineer, he was in many ways a picture of what is commonly recognized as a nerd. He was what you might call inhibited and at a loss for small talk. He had an element of formality about him, even in casual social situations, but it wasn't severe. He was much more at ease exchanging information or making plans for action. He spoke in what sounded like a dialect he made up himself. Every word was carefully articulated, but spoken with unusual inflection and variation in rate of speech. It was contagious. I have occasionally found myself, Benjamin Best is here speaking, obviously, speaking the dialect without intending to. I remember he once used the phrase sort of somewhat inappropriately in a way I thought was an effort to conform to what he saw as my hip orientation. Imprecision was not a part of Tom's natural self-expression. He lived in a rundown part of the city in a shack that looked as if it were about to be condemned. The furnishing was sparse, and the grass was long, yet he was not poor. A more pleasing aesthetic environment would have been a waste of money in his view. Tom was born and reared in New England. He once told me that one of the great resentments of his youth was that his father, whom he held in high esteem, spent years trying to establish a local public school rather than expending his time and energy on giving Tom a private education. After working as an engineer in the Bahamas, Tom arrived in the ideologically seminal atmosphere of Los Angeles in the early 1960s. Harry Brown was at the Henry George School. Joseph Galambos was promoting concepts of competing governments with an emphasis on deference to intellectual property, and the Nathaniel Branden Institute was teaching Ayn Rand's objectivist philosophy to a wide audience. Tom enrolled in an MBI course, Nathaniel Branden Institute, but his prime interest was applying ideas and achieving personal freedom through experimentation and direct action outside of the political process. His initial effort, Preform, was the first instance of someone attempting to form a new libertarian country. He attracted many intelligent, capable, and creative people to the project. To expand his base of human resources, Tom established the Institute for Social Progress and began to publish Liberal Innovator, which was intended to document instances of people achieving economic, social, political, and sexual freedom. Although the word liberal was soon dropped from the title, Innovator continued monthly publication from 1964 until 1968. It was fresh, exciting, and creative. But Tom's urgent desire for freedom was drawing him away from Los Angeles. He published Preform Inform to document his gypsy lifestyle as a camper nomad. Then he published Vonu Life when he and his freemate moved off the roads and into the wilderness of Oregon. In the spring of 1972, I visited Tom again, this time attending his Vonu Week program in Oregon. What follows is an attempt to reconstruct my memories of that week. I must admit that personal and psychological factors stand out in my mind more strongly than technical details. So I'll pause there for a second. Obviously, Kyle, do you have any thoughts on, his background growing up, or, just right there, and kind of what we were discussing before, quote, what follows is an attempt to reconstruct my memories of that week. So I think that kind of verifies.
Yeah,
may have been a little
biased.
Little in the past too. But and any thoughts on Ray Rayo's background growing up? I mean, it's interesting to see him placed like around the same time as some other folks who have kind of pioneered some things like honking with agorism.
Yeah, I think Benjamin Best is kind of not so subtly trying to say here that he's biased.
Yeah, I would definitely.
So I automatically view this as a credibility problem. So although some of his observations might have a grain of truth to them, like you were explaining to the listeners a moment ago, the problem is that he right here, more or less in the beginning is like, hey, this isn't 100%. It's like, oh, crap. And it's also kind of like, again, the time frame, which you brought up. Why did he wait a decade? I mean, that's just suspicious as all hell.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. So, just a little bit to give you an idea of what Vonu Week was, at least in as best can recollect it. So, quote, Tom mailed a list of code names corresponding to actual names of creeks, roads, and other geographical features of the area where I was to meet him. He later sent out a description of how to find his rendezvous spot, which made reference to code names. I had some trouble finding the initial turnoff and considered inquiring at a local store. Len, who was his freemate that Kyle was mentioning before, suggested that would not be a very Vonu thing to do. So we ended up driving around a bit more until we convinced ourselves of the correct turn. Later, when I mentioned my difficulty to Tom, he made reference to the store where I could have inquired. I also had trouble driving 1.6 miles down the road with a car whose odometer had no tenths of miles. I ended up driving in circles to zero the thing in and then trying to estimate. By following a treasure map type series of pacings and turns at various codenamed landmarks, we managed to be at the rendezvous spot at the prearranged time. Tom whistled a prearranged tune from the bushes, and I whistled a prearranged tune in reply. So Kyle, like, that's a very, I mean, even at that time, I would say that was kind of, like a revolution, like I don't know if that's the right term, but definitely, pioneering security culture back, in the 60s and 70s.
Yes, those specific techniques would fall under the more modern term of security culture. Yes, absolutely. But I also want to keep in mind, and since this is the introductory podcast, that although security culture is definitely part of Vonu, Vonu is much broader than just security culture. So just please, listeners, just keep that in mind, at least until we get to the episode where we get more into detail on those kinds of things.
Indeed. And I'm gonna skip day one. You can go and check that out at the at the show notes in the. You guys can go check that out in the show notes. But anyways, on day two, Roberta, Tom's freemate, came to tell us about foods. Tom and Roberta used a division of labor to some extent in the cultivation of their Vonu skills. Tom worked on the construction of the shelters, while Roberta worked on nutrition and the preparation of foods. Although they recognized that this was in keeping with stereotypical social roles, it was nonetheless quite satisfactory for both of them. And skipping ahead just a little bit, on day 4, Tom came to tell us about camouflage. This involved a lengthy and insufferably boring lecture demonstration of camouflaging our polyethylene tent by covering it with a tarry substance and then sprinkling pine needles, leaves, small sticks, etc. on top of it. I have a sense of Tom lusting. I'm just going to skip that part. That's not relevant. That's
nope.
That's in regards to Mr.
Mr. Best being right, to himself being distracted by a woman, like only how a man can be distracted by a woman. Yeah, let's just skip over that.
Yep. Okay. Quote: Our campsite was on the borderline between public and private land. Tom suggested that in the event of being discovered by park rangers or private owners, one could say she had intended to camp on the opposite side of the border. Tom also had a very sharp eye for planes. When one passed overhead, he would tell us to hit the cover. He suggested that we go for nude walks to help develop Vonu self-consciousness about planes and possible confrontations with people from that society. Len, again, best freemate, seemed to like the idea. Now I curse myself. Okay, I'll skip that part too. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, that's why we had the disclaimer a little bit ago. Like, Benjamin Best, he keeps getting distracted. I don't know what else to say.
Indeed. Back to the article. Quote, Tom also gave us a few cock and bull stories which we could give to park rangers if they came upon us. They seemed so ridiculous I didn't bother to remember them. I don't think he had much ability to identify with the psychology of park rangers. And skipping forward just a little bit, I asked Tom many theoretical questions. These were matters he dealt with only in print, he said. Meeting with libertarians almost always dealt with questions of nuts and bolts. I remember asking him about the problem of the vanishing wilderness. I also asked him why a person who avoids human contact should have such ideals for social relations. He replied that in a big city, people can move from one person to another until all of these persons get wise to his or her game, but Vonuans value their relationships, which are necessarily few. He said the ultimate basis for his libertarian morality was his desire for the best possible relationship with Roberta. I asked about him and Roberta having children. He said it would be too dangerous in a community of only 2. But in a community of 4, one person could safely be pregnant. So, Kyle, before I move forward, is there anything you want to mention so far?
Well, I think the comment about Vonuans value their relationships, which are necessarily few, I think that kind of runs in the face of the whole fascist book experience where somebody can have 20 million different so-called, quote, friends, which really are just at most contacts or very loose acquaintances most of the time, or just people that they just clicked the confirm button on, but they've never actually like shaken their hand or otherwise know them in any real way, even if it's just like phone calls or something.
Yep.
So I think there is that. But yes, I think I would agree with Benjamin Best that the desire of preferring quality over quantity, I think, is a very key and true, accurate descriptor of the relationships that Vonuans have.
Yeah, definitely. So, quote, we went for a swim in the local swimming hole. We all stripped naked. Roberta was the first in the water. Tom bragged about the high durability, and again, Tom is Rayo. Rayo bragged about the high durability and comfort of his shirt, which he had found in a public dump. He also made remarks about libertarians and hippies being alike in their practice of nudism. Tom had practiced social nudism prior to meeting Roberto or breaking with that society. So I think that's an interesting note, too, and that'll that'll be something we'll discuss in later podcasts, I'm sure. But bragging about the high durability and comfort of a shirt he found in the local dump.
Well, hey, that's freeganism, which, of course, I'm also the same guy that wrote a primer on freeganism. So as people can kind of start understanding, there's all that Vonu can have a lot of overlap with certain types of techniques or other things like dumpster diving, as is the case here, and such, without betraying like the hard and fast principles of liberty and so forth. And that, I think, I love that example about him, bragging about the shirt he got from the dumpster dive or whatever, and which I think is accurate. Regarding the nudism, I do want to make an aside on this. Everyone, just please keep in mind, Rayo was developing and birthing and practicing Vonu during the 1960s and 70s. So it's not so much that nudism is part of Vonu. I don't think that's quite an accurate way of putting it. It's more that nudism was just kind of like a countercultural thing at the time, more broadly. And Rayo was just simply trying to see if he could kind of experimentally make it part of Vonu. And again, maybe that itself should be its own episode, perhaps, at some point in the future. But just in passing for now in this introduction, please keep in mind that it was probably more of a countercultural social norm.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought too. So yeah, I'm glad you said that. Back to the article. We're almost there. Just a couple more segments, excerpts to read here. Quote: "We were allowed to visit Tom and Roberta's base camp, something definitely not in the schedule. It was a large polyethylene tent on flat ground. I only vaguely recall their famous foam bed. Roberta outdid herself by the preparation of a variety of tasty Vonu foods, including forms of candy. Tom conceded that one of the hardships of wilderness Vonu is the absence of ice cream. Considering they ate a great deal of stored food, I asked Tom if he had enough money to live in the woods indefinitely. It's getting to be that way, was his reply. So just two things there. And this is obviously Vonu is far more expansive than just going out and moving out in the middle of the woods and then just disappearing like Vonu did. But if that's something that interests you, just something basic, that Rayo admitted, I miss ice cream. Those things. Those things, I guess they could kind of get to your sanity and out in the middle of the woods, wouldn't you say, Kyle?
I guess there's always a risk of getting cabin fever, and again, that would be more appropriate for a future episode. But I do want to point out something here rather important that we'll get into again in future episodes, given that this is an introduction, which is quite simply this: that portion where I asked Tom if they had enough money to live in the woods indefinitely. If anything, that's almost sounding like what has now become known, and I believe this was part of your direct action series, what could be called financially independent early retirement. So as you can see, and I hope the listeners can really appreciate this even more, Rayo was a pioneer in many different directions, which a lot of people today in the alternative media might be familiar with one particular component or a different other technique, but Rayo uniquely was comprehensively combining all of these different things in such a way so that he could enjoy an invulnerability to coercion, or at least as close to invulnerability as possible, which had never, ever, ever, at least in terms of the literature, ever been done before.
Indeed, he was definitely a pioneer, and that was the second thing I was going to mention. But yeah, you handled that one better than I probably would have. So good deal. Yeah, just a little bit left. Quote, and this kind of gets into more of what you were mentioning before I started reading, and especially in terms of like the survivalism and the retreaters that we covered just a moment ago. Quote, Tom's intense rationality and integrity are what inspired those who knew him. Even his seemingly irrational fears had substance in the later 1960s when nearly everyone had a sense the world was changing radically and quickly in unpredictable ways. America was at war, and the hostility of China and the USSR made nuclear holocaust a real possibility. Many were looking for a way out. Tom stopped publishing Vonu Life in 1972, evidently, in part, because he was tired of, quote, libertarian bullshitters who were all talk and no action. I continued to correspond with him until early 1974. So that's all I have from that article. And again, we've already mentioned the disclaimer, so there's no reason to go over that again. But with a lack of literature, I mean, obviously we've got the book Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, but obviously he doesn't talk about himself. So it's nice, even if some of it's false, or maybe even most of it's incorrect. It's I don't know, Kyle. It's still nice to maybe like get a peek into who Rhea was as an individual.
Well, and considering the sheer lack of literature, just cumulatively, the fact that you and I have been able to revive and save what literature could be saved is kind of, well, in some ways is in many ways a miracle all into itself. And I hope the listeners can really kind of appreciate that in essence we're trying to revive something that I think has efficacy if people would only give it a chance.
Oh, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. So let's begin to wrap this up here, and I want to, and I've mentioned this very briefly there in the introduction, but what is the goal and the purpose of the Vonu Podcast? What Kyle and I are doing here? Well, I guess first and foremost, a revival of Vonu as an ends, a means, and an insight. Additionally, Vonu shares the same baseline as voluntarism, the ideology that I'm completely okay with, anti-political libertarianism and strategic withdrawal, but it goes much farther. One of, I guess, not necessarily a critique, but just something that voluntarism is lacking that I know I've discussed, and also you have too, Kyle. But it's kind of a prescription of what you can't do, not necessarily what you should do. So Vonu goes definitely a lot further than that. But Kyle, any thoughts there?
Yeah, let me make a note here about voluntarism briefly, just a little bit of a compare and contrast so people can understand what we're distinguishing out here. I would say that voluntarism, your ideology mainly, is the real libertarianism. It's the real one because it's inherently anti-political. It's anti-state. It's against the notion of statism and so forth. And so therefore, and we'll cover this in a future episode, but things like political crusading, reformism, working inside of the system in order to change it from within, all of that stuff is automatically excluded for reasons we'll discuss in the future. For very good reasons, as matters of tactics and strategy. But there's also the principles behind voluntarism, where it's hey, we don't need to ask people permission for our freedom or liberty, if you will. It's ours for the taking, always was, always will be. The only question is to what extent are we willing to tolerate infringements, and that perceptive change, which kind of captures the spirit, maybe not exactly, but at least the spirit of like the old classical liberals from centuries and centuries and centuries ago, like John Locke and so forth. And what I like about voluntarism is that it kind of crystallizes a lot of what could be some of the classical liberal failings in some places, and tries to crystallize it in a very simple, easy to understand way. But as far when it comes to action, though, and performing or direct action and real or as the Austrians would say, human action in the real world, the voluntarists do, or at least the consistent ones anyway, it's all about strategic withdrawal, right? And that's a whole other topic unto itself. But unfortunately, they just promote strategic withdrawal, but then that's it. And I personally, I don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. On the other hand, I don't think that my concern is I don't think strategic withdrawal is going to be enough because of how things are, because of what much like even a 16th century jurist like Etienne de la Boétie said, people, voluntarily subject themselves to authority, to the state and so forth because it works for them, or they falsely believe that it does, superstitiously and such. So when it comes to the rest of us who actually do truly know better, because we actually understand human nature, we understand property rights and many things related to those kinds of things, yes, there is strategic withdrawal, but I, as a Vonuan, honestly view strategic withdrawal as like the baseline, that is the very minimum that ought to be done by any of us who care about freedom or liberty in any sense of those words.
Indeed, indeed. And I was going to mention Etienne de la Boétie too. Now, like I guess on the flip side of this, so to speak, if the majority of individuals just refused authority, I mean that would be one thing, but that's not the world that we live in today. And again, Vonu is about reality and what can be done now. So, properly understood, Vonu is more of a libertarian strategy and less of an ideological philosophy unto itself. It is more concerned with doing rather than just philosophizing, which is something that you kind of just mentioned there, Kyle. So the Vonu Podcast seeks to build off of the foundation that Rayo left and then advance it further. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's happened since 1974, so there is more than plenty of material for us to cover over the course of this podcast. So I guess let's move forward to concluding thoughts. What do you want to, leave the listeners with, Kyle?
Well, there was one notion, and this comes straight from Rayo. He would often say, function determines form, means determine ends. And so going into these future episodes that we'll make here for this series, that is something that I want to kind of stress to everybody, is that Vonu does share with other libertarian strategies like agorism a firm insistence on integrity, that it's not just the ends you want to achieve of actually experiencing something resembling freedom, but it's also the way in which you go about achieving it. Because not all paths, in the normal libertarian parlance, not all paths to liberty are equally valuable, or shall I say equally efficacious, in the sense of them working practically in the real world. So that's something very important. Function determines form, means determine ends.
Yeah, and unlike, unfortunately, something that I've seen within, and hell, even Rayo talked about this, at length in his in the first section of the book. There is such a thing as like an anarchist politician. Obviously, that's in quotes because it's a contradictory of terms and all of that. But anyways, there are such things as like anarchist politicians and anarchist voters. But there's literally if you look at and we'll get more into this later on, or if you read the book in the meantime, he's completely against all of the political crusading, the bullshit libertarianism, the political version. So there can be no such thing as a Vonuan voter or a Vonuan politician. Like that is. Anarchist politician is bad enough, but Vonuan politician, it's essentially like just
and
not
similarly
possible.
And similarly, there is no such thing as an agorist politician. There is no such thing as an agorist voter. And to be perfectly straight here with the terminology and such, there is also no such thing as a voluntarist politician or a voluntarist voter. I mean, I'm sorry. Again, function determines form, means determine ends. Say what you mean what you say.
Indeed. So I guess anything else, Kyle?
I would just simply say that I hope people will seriously consider learning about Vonu and see if it's something that they want to implement in their own lives.
Indeed, and there's so much more. There's so much more. We've got the first couple of months, actually just the first month, Kyle, of podcast kind of planned out, and again, there'll be a handful, maybe less of the groundwork for this strategy, but once we get into the action, it's going to get real interesting. But you gotta get the groundwork. You gotta get your introduction to it first before you can begin actually putting it into practice. So, thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. We'll be back next week for number 2, where we'll be discussing the compatibility of Vonu with various anarchic schools of thought, and we'll also compare and contrast the direct action between Vonu and other various schools of thought. So, thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll talk to you next week. Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast. And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle.
Certainly glad you've decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is now covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org. The title of this episode is Anarchic Vonu, Part 1, and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/2. Again, that's vonupodcast.com/2. In regards to that, we did finally get the website launched, and as most of you are probably aware, the first episode, Foundations of Vonu, was released. If you haven't caught that yet, you definitely need to listen to that first, or what we will discuss tonight may be a little confusing, and this is a series after all. So we laid out the calendar of future episodes, and we've got the next 8 or so months of releases planned out. Although it does look like it'll be March until we get to the action portion. We are both dying to get to that, but there's a lot of groundwork to be laid since we are attempting to breathe life back into Vonu. Again, the website is vonupodcast.com, and there's a lot of valuable material on there already. Obviously, Rayo's book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, is available for free download, but there's other stuff there as well. For example, there's an FAQ with what we believe to be the most common questions that could arise when someone is first introduced to this freedom strategy. Kyle was also gracious enough to put together a definitions list of terms that we'll use often. I've also congregated all of the articles we've been able to find on Rayo or Vonu in one place. There are some very interesting reads there, some I'm sure we'll get more into in later podcasts and such. And as you would expect, there are also About Us and Contact Us tabs. If you got a question for the show, comment, or whatever, utilize that latter tab. We've also included our public PGP keys if you would rather communicate using encryption. That's our preference anyways, right, Kyle?
Yep, amen.
So, Kyle, where are my manners? How the hell are you doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad. Yourself?
Oh, yeah, can't complain. Can't complain. Although I never really complain on podcasts because who cares anyways, right? So, Kyle, anything to add to those housekeeping notes, or are you ready to rock and roll?
I'll just take a moment and brag here about something. I just put up another book report on my blog regarding how the War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, the American one, was fought regarding, the Saratoga and Philadelphia campaigns. Things more of a historical, or shall I say, historical revisionist flavor of sorts. But otherwise, no, not really on housekeeping much.
All right, good deal, good deal. So today we'll be comparing and contrasting various anarchic schools of thoughts. I definitely think this is important, as Vonu has some similarities with a few, but vast differences with others. So let's get into it by first defining our terms. Again, Vonu is about becoming as invulnerable to coercion as possible, and is distinctly different from liberty and freedom, as we explained in the introductory podcast. So anarchy defined. Well, the etymology is pretty simple. A, without, or no, and then archy, rulers. Without rulers, no rulers, whatever you prefer. It all means the same thing anyways. So this would be, your black flag anarchism, but it is the foundation for hyphenated anarchism, or the various anarchic schools of thought. So I guess some of these would be the one that I adhere to, the label that I choose, voluntarism or anarcho-capitalism. Now, voluntarism, just simply explained, all interaction should be voluntary. It's essentially, the golden rule only applied to the state as well. And anarcho-capitalism, privatize everything. 2 words can explain anarcho-capitalism pretty simply, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I'd say so. A big thing being the respect for property rights and such.
True,
and
yeah.
so I guess you could say being able to secure property rights without the state.
Indeed. And mutualism is also another anarchist school of thought. Why don't you cover that one, Kyle?
Briefly put, mutualism would be an anarchic school that essentially says that some people would also call it market socialism, which is kind of an odd way of putting it. The long and short of it is essentially this. Kind of instead of like public property and the problems associated with that, there would be a communal property or otherwise some kind of collective property in that sense among individuals who voluntarily consent to those arrangements. And most particularly, it would be in the form of like cooperatives of one kind or another for various different purposes, whether food production or other types of manufacturing, all that. It would all be like cooperatives and such. Even something like mutual banking, for instance, would be a type of cooperative. Financial services would in the form of a cooperative. Even the notion of mutual aid, which is basically favor trading. I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and money does not have to enter into it. So that's the very abbreviated version of mutualism.
Okay, very good, very good. And you want to tackle syndicalism too?
Oh, what the hell? Yeah, syndicalism is not quite as nice as mutualism, in my not so humble opinion. Basically, this is the position that says that in order to essentially get away from the state or whatever, the workers need to run the factory. So you can kind of already see there's a 19th century flavor here. But basically, they call it worker self-management, where the workers have councils. Yeah, you can see it's already getting bureaucratic, even if they don't mean to. The workers have councils, and the workers decide how to run the damn factories because we don't need bosses, as they kind of explain. And the main idea is radical trade unions. The radical part really only emphasizing that there can't or shouldn't be any so-called union bosses. And then, of course, the union bosses in the real world do things like screw over their own memberships and then make deals with the government, right? The syndicalists are different in that they say there should be no union bosses and the workers need to control the means of production and so forth.
Okay. Very good, very good. And anarcho-primitivism, or indigeneing, which I think is the modern label that's used, although it's kind of like voluntarism and anarcho-capitalism, kind of, one kind of means the same thing, maybe just a different focus. But yeah, these are the folks that they kind of disregard technology altogether, and they go out and live in the woods, as if it were hundreds and hundreds of years ago, Kyle.
Yeah, something like that. Basically, to put it one way. The assumption is that because the state uses former free market technology as a way to oppress people and rob them of their liberty, therefore, as the indigeneing would see it, essentially, if we got away from technology therefore, and get back to Mother Gaia or nature or whatever the term is, then therefore we have our liberty if we're living in the dirt, basically. And again, I mean, maybe that's slightly disparaging, but I don't know how else to put it, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, very good, very good. And the anarcho-transhumanists. So these guys are an interesting bunch. So essentially, it's a stateless society with humans merged with robots. Is probably the best way to put that. And I actually read their manifesto. And it's kind of contradictory, much like syndicalism. But yeah, I'll put a link to their manifesto in the show notes. But yeah, they essentially beg the state for money for research into the technologies that they want to come into fruition. So ponder that for a moment. An ideology that doesn't believe in governments, no rulers, no government. And then they're going to beg that institution to help them in their cause. Seems like a little bit of a problem, right, Kyle?
Yeah, as Stephen Kinsella would put it, I think they're dialogically stopped. So let's just keep going.
Okay. Anarcho-feminists. Well, essentially, I think, Kyle, that's probably the best way to put it. They view the state as the worst patriarch and therefore abolish it.
Yeah, I mean that is their view. I mean, I've also heard, as a comparison, I've heard like the so-called men's rights activists or MRAs kind of describe the state as like the worst matriarch ever. But honestly, man, I just don't see the state as being gendered or as being biased in favor of one gender over the other. It seems to let me put it this way. The state really, as far as best as I can figure it, just uses men and women and pits them against each other. It balkanizes men and women against each other so that it can rule over us all. So I think the anarcho-feminists mean well, but I think they're off base by saying it's a patriarchy because, I mean, look at how the state victimizes men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to put it. And the next one, we're not gonna cover all of these. There are obviously some fringe ones, but yeah, we're not gonna concern ourselves with all of these. But anarcho-pacifism. So essentially, they want the state abolished, but they view self-defense as a violation of the non-aggression principle. They view self-defense as immoral, which I have a major problem with, and I know you do too, Kyle.
Yeah, again, to get back to argumentation ethics and such, I think they're dialogically stopped. Like they're contradicting themselves without me even having to say anything.
Yep. Okay, and agorism, which is something it'll come up a lot in future podcasts, and we'll get more into that even in this one. But yeah, agorism, was founded by Samuel Konkin, and essentially trading in the black and gray markets, starve the state and then smash it. So anything, it's also called counter economics. But anything else to add there on agorism, Kyle?
I would just say, just more as an observation, that in many ways it shares an assumption with voluntarism regarding private property, the propertarian view and so forth. But I would say it goes it goes, in some sense, it goes much farther. But I would also say that it also has a different focus, right? The voluntarists basically were originally and should still be about strategic withdrawal, getting people out of the state and so forth. And agorism is more focused on fighting the state in some way. So there is just, I would say, a different emphasis.
Yeah, definitely. And national anarchism, which is something I'm going to read their manifesto here soon, so I'm not an expert on this or anything like that. So Kyle, I'll turn that over to you.
Just to not spend too much time on this, I'll just say very much in transitory passing is that the main intellectual on this is a fellow by the name of Troy Southgate. What he was trying to do here was that he was trying to appeal to people that very much care about having homogenous communities based on superficial characteristics of one kind or another. Because there are people who do care about that kind of thing. Just this is a facet of the human experience. People do. There are individuals who do prefer to exercise their right of association voluntarily in such a manner where a lot of the physical characteristics of the people around them look very similar, whether that be skin color or things along those lines. And that's just a reality that people just really kind of need to come to terms with one way or another. So all Troy Southgate was saying was that of those people who want to voluntarily associate with others homogenously in one sense or another, they should be able to do so without being subjected to the state, forcing them to integrate with others. So, kind of like that slogan that they have goes, for the community against the state. So, they care about their folk, and they mean that very literally. And so I'll just say that it challenges people's notions of the right of association, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And I'll give credit where credit is due, but yeah, me personally, I don't care about that kind of thing. But then again, that's a market preference on my part. Other people, it's something very serious for them that they take as serious as a heart attack, and for them, the national anarchist school of thought might be right for them.
Definitely. And just one more question on them. Like, I haven't read the manifesto, but like, are they for the free market, or I guess what's their economic system that they want in place, or unsystem if it's free market capitalism?
I'm not entirely sure from what little I've been able to piece together, and maybe you'll get an answer on this, but from what I can piece together, they seem to either be neutral, kind of like how the black flag anarchists are on property issues, or they tend to veer more in the direction of mutualism. But again, I'm not entirely certain. So when you go and study that and reveal your findings and such, I think you'll get a firm answer as far as that goes. But again, the emphasis is not on issues of economics and property rights. The issue is about that voluntary association does include the right of individuals to voluntarily associate with people who look like themselves, even if it is only superficially in terms of demographic characteristics and such. And really, all they're saying is that we are against forced integration. That's all the national anarchists are really saying, as far as I can tell.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's get into, the compatibility of Vonu with these various anarchic schools of thought. And I think the first one we'll start with is voluntarism or anarcho-capitalism. Now, it is kind of interesting because I don't know when, the non-aggression principle was like first, kind of came into as like, something like crucial to an ideology, but yeah, Rayo actually mentioned something called the case for non-coercion, which was his version of the non-aggression principle. You can find that chapter in his book Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom. We're not going to cover that much here. We're going to stick more to Rayo's issues with anarcho-capitalism. Now, I'd like to read a little bit from his book. It's page 29, and the chapter is Thoughts on Freedom Strategy, Utopias. Quote, this is partly in response to the ongoing debate between advocates of limited government and anarcho-capitalism. Both limited government libertarians, LG, and anarcho-capitalists, AC, believe in a deus machina, which will help keep their idealized open market capitalism pure. For LG, the deus machina is a constitutional government which has powerful military police forces to discourage foreign and domestic aggressors, yet which somehow abstains from harassing the peaceful. For the AC, the Deus Machina consists of various protection agencies and insurance companies which remain peacefully competitive and cooperative on the whole, rather than fighting each other, forcing people to do business with them, staking out territories, and becoming states. Both hypothetical systems are contrary to historical experience. Power corrupts sooner or later. State functionaries do what they can physically get away with, regardless of what is written into a constitution. A constitution can be amended, suspended, reinterpreted, or simply ignored. And on the rare occasions when sovereignly independent military forces have occupied the same territory, the result was not competition and protection, but civil war terminating in one or more territorial states. Many AC seem to believe in word magic. If independent forces are called protection agencies and insurance companies, they will somehow abstain from doing the dastardly things which states will do. How insurance companies, for example, behave in that society as organizations subordinate to the state is not necessarily how they would develop if independent of the state. And let me see. I'll read just one more paragraph here, and then we can discuss. But quote: "Achieving freedom and preserving freedom are really the same thing. States can be thought of as bad protection agencies or whatever. But most LG and AC try to separate the problem of achieving utopia from that of preserving utopia once achieved. Few LG are seriously running for legislatures other than for publicity or testing the constitutionality of laws. Even fewer AC are attempting to organize protection agencies capable of defying existing states. Instead, to achieve their utopias, both LG and AC invoke another higher-order Deus Machina, a cultural revolution, a fundamental change in the worldviews, ethical values, political attitudes of most people. Certainly popular attitudes can and do change, and can and do affect political systems. But LG and AC err in thinking of popular attitudes as something independent of and antecedent to a political economic system. A person's worldviews depend in large part on the opportunities and problems he perceives for himself. So long as he feels subject to the state and powerless to change it, he will rationalize that the state is really necessary, if not good, and will reject out of hand any arguments to the contrary." End quote. So yeah, Rayo had some concerns with anarcho-capitalism, and maybe, Kyle, with some of the I was talking to somebody about this, but maybe, with some of the and yeah, it is theoretical because these protection agencies still don't exist unless possibly if you consider like Threat Management Center, but they aren't their goal isn't against the state. Their goal is protecting person and property, which that's a valiant effort, and they're doing a great job. But that's not the same thing as what the theoreticians of anarcho-capitalism say it is. So yeah, maybe some of these theoreticals that he's bringing up have been kind of quelled by Austrian economists and philosophers and things, but yeah, still none of that's really come into fruition yet, and that was written back in the 60s or 70s. So I don't know, Kyle, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, if the voluntarists and ANCAPs were really serious in the sense of like long range success in terms of abolishing the state, at least in some degree, yeah, the DROs, the Dispute Resolution Organization, should be a concrete reality. But much like Cal Molinet was intellectually honest. Actually, there was that episode I think you did with him on LUA Radio. Mm-hmm. Where there was a question posed about, hey, where is is there a DRO I can sign up with because I don't like government or whatever. I think that was the question, and he answered like there aren't any. Mm-hmm. And it was interesting, like in the old ANCAP literature, they would mention about there's a personal defense agencies, which would be more akin to the what the minarchists would call the executive branch of government, the police and such. And then there would be the judicial branch and all that, and all of that kind of stuff. The DRO, the Dispute Resolution Organization, would arguably be more of like a judicial function, adjudication, arbitration, things along those lines, albeit a private sector version of that. But as far as I'm aware of, there isn't anything like that. You mentioned Detroit Management Center a moment ago. They're more like a PDA. That's closer more to an executive function where they're just more concerned about life and death issues and and use of force and things like that, right? But as far as I'm aware of, there's no DRO type organizations in existence on this continent at all. Again, I mean, Shane, if you and let's say another voluntarist have a dispute over something and you demand, again, you can provide a market demand by yourself, right? Individual customers and all that. If both of you want to try and find an adjudicator that both of you consent to, him basically judging your case, and then both of you agree ahead of time contractually to abide by his judgment, who do you go to, honestly?
Yeah.
There's also the old ancient, I'll mention this just in passing, but there's the old ancient Celtic Irish notion of and just excuse me if I mispronounce it, but Bremen. Essentially, they were essentially a private sector type jurist, respected, often, not always, but often the elders of their various communities that people would go to resolve their disputes. He would hear, and there would be, they would have their own type of due process and such. They both sides get to be heard and all that. And then when Bremen basically is finished, hearing the case or whatever, he hands down his judgment, and they both obeyed, and because they contractually agreed to. And as far as I'm aware of, the ANCAPs have not done anything like that. In fact, actually, I keep hearing and seeing quite a bit of the voluntarists, Shane, the other ones, constantly mention about going to government court all the damn time to sue the government, or ironically even for such things like copyright infringement on occasion. So in terms of being consistent with one's principles and such, you would think that the ANCAPs would move heaven and earth. And it doesn't have to be the ancient Celtic Irish Bremen juris system. It could be something else, as long as it's a private sector adjudication. That's what a DRO is supposed to do, and they're not doing it. That's the problem, and I think that's what Rayo was really pointing out, is that there has to be ends means consistency here. If you're demanding, or I shouldn't say demanding, but if you're insisting that people say what they mean what you say, what you mean what you say, right? And that means not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. And so in terms of walking the walk, where the hell are the DROs? I can't find one to save my life. And so when Rayo is talking about, notice also the implicit shared assumption between the ANCAPs and even the minarchists, constitutionalist American patriots in particular, regarding the God out of the machine, the cultural revolution, so-called. That, I can absolutely testify to that. I mean, hell, I'm probably one of the only few handful of people in the content producers in the alternative media who actually move between both social circles of the anarchists and the patriots. And it's noticeably different, but my God, I keep seeing, even in private conversations even, we need to, wake people up, which is that's your cultural revolution, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's that problem as well. I hope the listeners can kind of appreciate that, I'd like to imagine that I wasn't born yesterday, that I've been around the block and I kind of know what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, Rayo was mentioning this in the 60s. Okay, and all I'm saying is, has anything really fundamentally changed in that sense regarding the specific topic?
Yeah. So two things. First off, I think maybe one reason why people adopt voluntarism rather than anarcho-capitalism is, voluntarism, the action involved with that is, strategic withdrawal for the most part, and spreading the good word of voluntarism, voluntary interactions and free markets. But so I think that might be one thing. But yeah, you're exactly right. There's no DROs or private defense organizations or anything like that. But I think for the most part, and maybe. If I'm wrong here, you can correct me. But I think obviously Rio critiqued, as I just read, the idea of these insurance companies and DROs and things. But I think probably from kind of getting to understand Rayo better, I think probably what turned him off to the idea of anarcho-capitalism the most was, the idea that it has to rely on a cultural revolution. It's not something it's not something that you can pick up and you get up tomorrow and you just say, okay, free market anarchism, here we are. It's not really something you can. It's not really like that at all. Which is why I think that's probably the main reason. Anarcho-capitalist society in Capizane doesn't exist yet, and it probably won't in our lifetime. Some people even think that it'll never happen. So I think that's probably his biggest critique.
Yeah, I'd say so. And just in the terms of, equal opportunity criticism here before we, get on to other things, I'll just say this. like the Patriots are also equally culpable as well, right? Because they're supposed to be setting up, as I've mentioned for years, and I'll just mention it only here in passing, they're supposed to be setting up local committees of safety, which is what the founders did, because without committees of safety, historically speaking, there would have been no America, period. So between committees of safety for the minarchists and the DROs for the ANCAPs, you would think there would be like a parallel two-pronged race here to see, if it, like a little bit of free market competition, shall we say. Can the Patriots set up more committees of safety than the ANCAPs can set up DROs? And depending on that, we can either have restored, quote unquote, restored limited government, or we can abolish the state, right? But you would think it would be a little bit of, hey, let's people who care about freedom in any sense, let's have them, friendlyly compete in some sense, and both of them can take on the state in that way. You would think people who are serious about freedom would be doing that, but actually, no, they're not. Because the similarity, and this is the capstone, this is what Rayo is getting at, the similarity is they're promoting this mythical, almost virtually superstitious notion, ephemeral fluff, I think James Corbett once described it as, that of this cultural revolution. And that's what's, we need to wake people up. I mean, this is silly language. It's silly. You cannot wake people up. There is no collective awakening at all. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. Kind of like how the state is, that great fiction, as Frederick Bastiat pointed out. The state is that great fiction by which everyone tries to live at the expense of everyone else. And he believed in limited government, being a Frenchman at that time and such. So, if the state is a fiction, and we also, let me put it this way, the state is not the only fiction around. Another fiction would be the Cultural Revolution, so-called, to try and encourage people to get away from the other fiction, that is the state. So in other words, if you want freedom, you can't try and generate another fiction to fight another fiction, right? I mean, what do you think corporations are? That's just another fiction created by the state with limited liability protection, right? So the problem here is, just to kind of sum up, Rayo, I think, was pointing out that the Cultural Revolution is itself a fiction, and the reason why the minarchists and the ANCAPs both are not really accomplishing their goals of either approach, limited government or no government, is because they're both sharing the same assumption of promoting this fiction called the Cultural Revolution that doesn't go anywhere, because you cannot wake up people collectively. There is no collective awakening. It doesn't exist. So this is why it's been such a failure for all these decades, unfortunately.
Yeah. Very good points. Very good points. So let's move forward to primitivism and indigening. Obviously, Rayo, moved out into the woods and, lived in a polyethylene tent at one time and, wrote extensively and drew diagrams on it and all that fun stuff. So obviously, yeah, he kind of, I guess you could say, adopted, his application of Vonu was primitivist, but I'll say that loosely. But he was also in favor of technology. He talked about secure communicators, 3D printers. He didn't use the term 3D printers, but he kind of explained something similar to that, etc. And I'd like to give you an insight into, this was written in July 1973. And this is his kind of idea of secure communicators. Quote, in the future, I expect more and more automatization of word and mouth communication and middlemen functions, greatly increasing speed and security and reducing costs. The newer electronic technology, integrated circuits, is greatly reducing the time cost of coding and interpreting data. It is also increasing the ability of snoopers to snoop and correlate their findings, but not in proportion. For example, a relatively small cheap device can encipher data beyond the ability of any conceivable computer to break in 1,000 years, or even to identify as a cipher. And soon there will be inexpensive radio systems capable of relaying data in ways not traceable by 100 FCCs. And this is the important part here. And keep in mind that Rayo was, I think, Benjamin Best in that initial article we read in the introductory podcast. I think he mentioned that he was an engineer or something. So you can kind of get it, like, this kind of gives you even more insight into his mind. Quote, here is how one such system might operate. To buy or sell something, I type or speak an inquiry, order or offer into my secure communicator. My SC enciphers my message and transmits it to SCs of a few individuals I know and trust, which in turn they automatically re-encipher and relay it in microseconds to SCs of people they trust, etc. In this way, my message can quickly reach the SCs of a very large number of people. Someone who is selling what I'm buying has keyed his SC to watch for messages concerning that product. When my message reaches it, it deciphers and notifies its owner. He and I then converse almost as easily as by telephone, telefax, but without having any idea who or where the other person is. At this time, we may change our cipher so that our message is no longer intelligible to intermediate SCs which relay it. We come to terms and arrange delivery. If it's a physical product, delivery may be made through a drop, but most products will be information in one form or another and can be delivered through the SC net. An example might be a program for my automatic microshaper, which enables it to machine a replacement part for our home flour mill, or even parts for a newer, more capable automatic microshaper, end quote. And he goes on to kind of, quell a concern, like if someone bad, let's say a bludgy, a police extortionist, somehow gotten one of those secure communicators through one of those trusted sources. There's a weeding out process that he explains, but for the purposes of this, I just want to let you know that he's definitely in favor of technology, and the primitivists and the indigenous are not. They definitely are not. So, any thoughts there, Kyle?
Well, just very briefly, is that, some people might accuse Rayo or just Vonuans in general of being contradictory regarding, the use of technology. No, I don't think so, because, it's one thing to, it's one thing to be a Luddite, but when you look at some types of activists, and I think probably the best example for what we're talking about here would be like the off-grid homesteaders. Can anybody really accuse the off-grid homesteaders as being primitivists? I mean, if you think about it, a lot of them use solar panels, and that requires batteries. But in a lot of ways, they are very close to nature, about as, maybe not to the degree that Henry Thoreau was at Walden, but a lot closer than a lot of us, and unfortunately, this includes me too, at least for the present, in the cities, being city rats and all that. So, I don't know. When it comes to issues of technology versus nature, I think in some ways it's a false dichotomy, or it's more of a spectrum, where you could say that people who are off-grid homesteaders are closer to nature but still using technology, versus people in a more urban area where it swings the other way, where it's more technology and the only nature they see may be like at a park or something, right, with a couple of trees or something, right? But yeah, I mean, whether it's a false dichotomy or whether it's a spectrum, I think either of those explanations would be a little bit more accurate, at least in some sense, because remember too, issues of technology, I mean, that's all personal choice, isn't it? We're not talking about issues of right and wrong here, are we?
Yeah, and also too, I mean, Rayo chose he made his he chose his market preference, and his market preference was to go move out in the woods and live in a polyethylene tent. But and we'll obviously discuss this later on too. But like Vonuing in cities, there are a lot of ways you can Vonu, and some of those may include technology, some of them may not, depending upon your application of Vonu. He also mentioned in his book that being able to avoid something requires some knowledge of it. You want to speak to that, Kyle?
Sure. The idea here is that the one problem with the primitivists is that as time goes on, they would become more and more ignorant of the, I guess you could call it the servile society, mainstream culture, if you will, as time goes on, right? And certain things are developed, or if not necessarily developed, definitely noticeably changed in a way that kind of alters how the game is being played in a sense. So being able to avoid something requires some knowledge of it. Yeah. Those import-export activities, as Rayo would call it, would expose the Vonuans on a somewhat regular basis to what the servile society is doing at any particular time period. So like for example, if you think, let me just use one concrete example, like the drones, right, Shane? I know the Patriot.
That was exactly the one I was going to bring up. Yeah, go for it. It's all you.
So even the Patriot movement is worried about like the drones and such, and they're right on this one. They are definitely right for being concerned because of the privacy issues and some other things. But yeah, like if you've got a bunch of Vonuans who say, let's say hypothetically they disappeared, like a gaggle of them in like the 80s or something. Or even the 90s, right? And if they've been in seclusion and not really doing a lot of import-export activity since, let's say, hypothetically the 90s, then by the time we roll around to now-ish, and the drones are a reality, they would be facing a very uncomfortable element of the servile society they now have to deal with, but now they don't have any knowledge of it. So,
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
excuse me, I meant primitivists. I'm sorry. I meant if a gaggle of primitivists went out into the woods, not Vonuans. I'm sorry.
yeah, and
So if they had,
to defeat your enemy, you have to know your enemy, and you got to know their tactics, and that's one disadvantage to the primitivists and indigenine. Yeah, I mean, imagine them like I don't know, they see a drone, like they're out there in the middle of the woods and they see a drone, they're not going to know what the hell it is, what it does. They're going to be very outmatched, so to speak.
yes, and so yeah, let me. I didn't mean to confuse anybody. Let me just correct what I was saying. The primitivists, if the primitivists, a gaggle of them disappeared, let's say in the 80s or 90s, and then they just kind of came across a drone now, they would be pretty freaked out and not knowing what to do, as opposed to if there was a parallel group of Vonuans who disappeared, let's say hypothetically at about the same time in the 80s and or 90s, they would be, due to their import-export activities, they would then realize, oh, that's right, they're developing these drones. Let's learn something about it and how the drones work so we can avoid it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, that's kind of the distinction I'm trying to draw here.
Yep, and you kind of mentioned this, but I'll lay it out this way. But yeah, the adherents to primitivism generally don't associate with the state of servile society, kind of what we were just mentioning. Whereas one application of Vonu presented includes import export. So Rayo's application of Vonu, yeah, import export. Obviously, I'm sure there could be some Vonuans who decided to withdraw completely, and not have any association with the state of servile society, but I don't think that would be very wise, and I think Ray would probably discourage that.
Yeah, probably. And again, it's not even that the Vonuans have to have a lot of contact with the servile society. It's just that again, the key difference with the indigenine or the primitivists is that they still have to retain or gain some knowledge about what the servile society is doing, especially if, say, in the example of the drones, the servile society and especially the military-industrial complex in particular, develops a technology that can then impinge upon their Vonuums.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's kind of the bottom line here.
Okay, so the next one we didn't. So crypto-anarchy and libertarian transhumanism, or anarcho-transhumanism, rather. Now we didn't really define crypto-anarchy, but the best way to put this is using technology to make the state obsolete. In some way. You think that'd be a good explanation of it?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Cool. Okay, so we'll move forward with that then, because the crypto-anarchy aspect, as I had a note here earlier today, and I think that's it's pretty interesting. But yeah, again, Rayo was in favor of technology and privacy, and he recognized both of their importance in freedom, or as he would put it, becoming as invulnerable to coercion, as humanly possible. Now, in another chapter of his book, he mentioned something about underground banks operating with their own currency or credits. Now, I don't know, Kyle, but I think he would be. Well, hopefully he's out there still kicking. He gives us a call sometime. But I would think that he'd be really in favor of cryptocurrencies and the deep web and all of those sorts of things. What do you think?
I think at the very least he would be willing to experiment with it if nothing else. I mean, technically, when he talked about underground banks, I mean, the modern equivalent of that now would be the blockchain, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, that is your underground bank, quote unquote, is the blockchain. Whether for good or for ill, that's what it is. Obviously, there are attempts by certain vested special interests to try and sabotage the blockchain, which, of course, discussion for another time. But suffice it to say for here that, yeah, the point is that Rayo back in the 60s foresaw stuff like that. And the reality of things like cryptocurrencies, and in particular the blockchain, is rather impressive. So it's this is I'll just say that Rayo was a pioneer and ahead of his time, and this is just one more feather in the cap, as it were, that he was such.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm thinking about this more, and I obviously I think using cryptocurrencies, he talked a lot about gold and silver and alternative investments to get it out of like the Federal Reserve notes and the status money and shit. But I don't know. Maybe like the deep web and things. Maybe that would actually make someone more vulnerable to coercion, especially after Silk Road. I'm sure there's some sites on there ran by governments. Trying to entrap people as they're committing crimes. But I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I think the problem with the specific example of the Silk Road was that not very many people were practicing, any sort of even minimal security culture.
True. Yeah.
And so it's, I mean, there's the technological question of actually making this stuff happen at all. And then there's more the privacy angle of it, which is where security culture comes in. And you really have to do both. There's not really a way to get around it, because if you have a security culture, whether in your own life, regardless of whether you use the internet in any capacity or not, if you have good security culture, you are essentially creating a second realm that is independent of the state, or a Vanuum, if you will. And that's just the bottom line. And so, yeah, there are people who try to practice crypto anarchy, but the problem is, and this is what we've noticed from real world activities, ladies and gentlemen, is that the crypto anarchists, at least some of them, won't practice good security culture, and those are the ones that usually get in trouble with the state, such as, including but not limited to the Silk Road experience, as it were. But yeah, I mean, if you combine crypto anarchy with security culture, you should be okay for the most part. Again, to be clear, not a 100% guarantee, but in terms of lowering your risk, absolutely. But that would entail that you use encryption and just good security practices in general. You vet and ostracize, your contacts as appropriate and so forth. A different discussion for another time. But security culture is the point here.
Yes, yes. And again, we're using some, Vanuum and other terms like that. Vanuum is a place or situation of an invulnerability to coercion. I would recommend, while you're listening to this podcast, at least until you get the hang of some of these terms, go to VonuPodcast.com and pull up the definitions page and have those handy as you're listening, so that you can, understand the grammatical variations and such. But yeah, you kind of already mentioned encryption, but yeah, he mentioned the secure. Rayo mentioned secure communicators, and I think he would have definitely utilized things such as PGP, which you can definitely send Kyle and I an email through PGP. Pretty good privacy. I think OTR and ZRTP, if he had to, I'm sure obviously his first choice would be to communicate with individuals in person, but obviously that's not always possible. So I think he would have probably utilized such things as encryption.
Yeah, I think you really would have. And also keep in mind too that even as recently as the 90s and a little bit into the 2000s, the technology definitely existed, but it wasn't user friendly. Now it's pretty much safe to say that it largely is user friendly. I've written my tutorials on PGP. Shane, I think you wrote the tutorial on Jitsi, which
Correct,
uses
yeah.
both OTR and ZRTP. So this is a reality. And so really, those of us in the alternative media as content producers, and I would say particularly the bloggers specifically, yeah, one thing they can definitely do is serve as kind of like, I don't know, a pro bono technical writers, and basically try to explain in a very, using vernacular, plain English manner, how to go about installing in their readerships, to go about installing and configuring a lot of this free and open source software that does use this digital encryption, whether it's PGP for email, OTR for instant messaging, or ZRTP for VoIP calls, much like what we're doing now. I mean, when Rayo wrote about secure communicators in the 60s and such, I think he was pretty much envisioning things like those things I just listed, which are thankfully now a reality today.
Yeah, yeah. And another note on the secure communicators is, as I read, this was for like making sales and stuff. And I mean, it's really, really neat. And I think we're still kind of in the infancy, even though Bitcoin's been around since 2009, I think. But we're seeing things like Open Bazaar, which is like a marketplace, a Bitcoin marketplace, which, yeah, there's obviously some privacy issues with Bitcoin. But, I mean, obviously this technology is always developing. Like recently, the deep web adopted Monero as a cryptocurrency on there. It's dark by default. So I think for those who are going to utilize, cryptocurrencies, encryption, and exchange, I think a good thing to keep in mind is that technologies change, and yes, I mean, it might take the government a few years to catch up with the technology, but there always has to be improvements and developments, because yeah, the government's going to figure out, and you don't want to be that individual that's is becomes vulnerable to coercion and gets tossed in a cage.
Yeah, exactly. And so the idea behind using encryption again is to increase said invulnerability to coercion. That's the bottom line.
Good deal. Okay. And I think one note here, all throughout his book and in the articles I've found written by Rayo, transhumanism doesn't come up even once. Never really mentioned, except his critique of what we kind of mentioned with if the primitivists went out in the middle of the woods and didn't have any association, they would be outmatched with when it comes to technology. But Kyle, when we were preparing for this, you mentioned something interesting about the nature versus nurture, and kind of how it relates to transhumanism. Would you speak to that?
Sure. It's kind of interesting, right? So you've got people who would tend to focus on nature versus nurture questions with all sorts of things. And I think what's rather interesting is that Rayo very uniquely addressed it, but he didn't see it as being important. And I suspect that the reason he didn't consider it important was that he noticed back in his day and age, and I don't think anything has really changed since then, that there would be the self-appointed intelligentsia endlessly debating and debating and debating, and not debating in a productive way, like, for example, with a moderator and mutually agreed upon rules where the listeners can hear both sides of the story and then make up their own damn minds. But people just more bickering, let me put it that way. People just endlessly bickering about this kind of thing. And there's like no results, and then, cult of personality, and then it kind of devolves in there. And of course, maybe a little bit of political crusading and reformism on top of it, right? Souffle and all that. So, Vonu being the answer, yeah, I think the reason why Rayo kind of leaned in that direction was people. I mean, some people have some utopian dreams. Okay, they're fearful of mortality. They have what some philosophers would call death denial. They want to merge with technology and become cyborgs, quite literally, because they don't want to die. And the desire to live is certainly understandable. I've got that myself. I've got a very healthy survival instinct, by the way. But I also realize I'm mortal, and that at the end, my time will come. And I just, and the big issue there for a lot of people, as well as myself, is making peace with that in some sense. Not fatalism necessarily, but just being okay with it. And also not only that, but being grateful for whatever time you have left. The transhumanists really are rebelling against that. They're rebelling against human nature. They're rebelling, and I mean in a bad way. Let's just say delusional. They're just kind of all over the map, right? And so, as was mentioned earlier, when the transhumanists do things like they beg government, oh yeah, we're anarchist transhumanists, but then in the same manifesto, oh, we're begging government to do research into cybernetics or something, or they want government grants or something like that, Shane.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, and no. Look, the idea here, again, is to gain an invulnerability to coercion. And so some use of technology, which actually is beneficial to the individual, particularly, I think is something that is an indispensable facet and can't really be ignored. And at the same time, some degree of, if not necessarily isolation or becoming a recluse, but let's just say geographic distance, which you don't get in a city too much, because obviously it's very dense. People are piled on top of each other to greater or lesser degrees. The problem with such close proximity with people is that there's a greater probability for coercion, right? Your neighbors could call the cops on you, even if you did nothing wrong, right? I'm sure many of the listeners are familiar with stuff like that. So if you have geographic distance plus you have technology on top of it, I don't see a contradiction there at all. But unfortunately, people like to bicker more often than not. And what else can I say? That is the servile society at its core. It's just bickering about all sorts of things, and even bickering about market preferences, including, like was mentioned earlier, like, can we associate with people or should we not associate with people based on superficial characteristics and all this other garbage that has nothing to do with whether you are living freely or, being invulnerable to coercion, which is what, frankly, I think a lot of political activists are honestly concerned about, but they don't think of it that way. They don't conceive of it that way, which is why, in part, we're making this series such as it is.
Yeah. And Rayo would have definitely been against, I guess the modern version of transhumanism with the manifesto I mentioned, simply because you don't beg the institution that's coercing you. Like begging the institution that's coercing you for your own ends or whatever, it definitely makes you more vulnerable to coercion. So,
Well, they also, well, yeah, hold on, one other thing too. People have a lot of Stockholm syndrome with the state. That is something, and that's starting to get to the area of controlled schizophrenia, which we'll talk about another time. But just to mention in passing here, that Stockholm syndrome with the state, you can't ignore that. And I think what Rayo was getting at is just quite simply that. How do I say this nicely? Okay, on second thought, I won't say it nicely. People are brainwashed into basically enslaving themselves. And one way of doing that is focusing on counterproductive discussions, bickering, where they try to get the answer, look for a false answer, if you will, regarding stuff like nature and nurture, when Rayo's observation, I think, was probably the closest to the truth, which was just quite simply that, oh, this is going to be fun. Basically, that the environment shapes people, right? So if you look like a child in utero, well, yeah, the child has the nurture coming from his mother, but if like the mom is like, I don't know, getting beat up by somebody, that doesn't have to be an abusive husband, for example, that nurture, if you will, does affect nature, at least in some way, right? As a child is developing in utero. And so similarly, I think the statist servile society works kind of similarly, right? You can tell people about more general concepts of liberty and freedom, but if all they've ever known is the public school system, so-called public education, government indoctrination, then telling them about just other things like free software or pick something, even off-grid homesteading, is so foreign to them. Because if you think, again, function determines form, means determine ends. If the way that somebody grew up was incredibly authoritarian, then telling them of arguably a better way to live, that's bipolar opposite, quite libertarian, is you might as well be an extraterrestrial from another planet at that point. I mean the distinction is that bad because again, function determines form, means determine ends.
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of, and I'm rewatching Parks and Rec, and it reminds me of the Aziz Ansari, the Indian guy, when they went camping, and he bought everything from Sky Mall. He couldn't just go on a camping trip. He had to have all of his amenities with him. And I think that's kind of evocative of mainstream individuals' reactions to some of these foreign ideas off-grid living. Okay, the next one, mutualism. Okay, so obviously, Rayo discussed. Getting with a group of 6-8 people or something like that, creating networks and cooperatives and things. That's fine, but it doesn't have to be a close togetherness. It can be just exchanging value for value. If I know Jim Bob over there, a colleague, and he needs his boat fixed. I'm really good at I'm really good at fixing boats, and he's got a lot of cigarettes, and I want cigarettes, so we kind of help each other out. It doesn't have to be a friend relationship or anything like that. Would you think that's accurate?
Yeah, I think just as a working concept, yeah, I think that the way you've explained it is accurate. Yep.
Okay, good deals. And I don't know, Kyle. Mutualism kind of reminds me of a commune, and that would certainly be anti-Vonu. It'd be hard to relocate, and it'll definitely make the inhabitants more vulnerable. If they're on this 50 or 100 acre commune, and obviously they're probably growing their own food and trying to be self-sufficient and all that. But it'd be really hard if they were to relocate. They'd lose all that they put into it, and they'd probably struggle to survive after that. I don't know.
Well, I know Rayo mentioned somewhere about that when Vonuans associate with each other, it doesn't have to be, I think the phrase he used was, I'm just doing this off the top of my head, but it doesn't have to be a close togetherness type of thing, I think were the words he used, or something to that effect. And that's something to kind of keep in mind too. When you look at the other anarchic schools of thought, and the syndicalists kind of come to mind too as well, just as a parallel, some of those other ones do require, that close togetherness type of thing. And because, well, remember, they're collectivists too, at least many of them are. So that does, but again, different strokes for different folks. Not everybody wants to be, living on top of each other in metaphor, literally or metaphorically, right? So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. So I guess I kind of guess what we're getting at regarding mutualism, is it consistent with Vonu? To be perfectly fair, Shane, and maybe I'll disagree with you at least to some degree. Maybe it could be in some circumstances if it's like in the form of like mutual aid, like favor trading, or it's without money, or in the sense of like a cooperative, like a food co-op would be the most easily understood version of that. If that was the extent of it, then and it's like making bulk purchases, right? Like from wholesalers and stuff. That could work absolutely, I think. And try to have like even the whole notion of a farmer's market in some sense, right? But aside from very specific techniques, I just honestly don't see how it could otherwise work in terms of like these worldwide free societies or whatever that Rayo is definitely not in favor of. This is supposed to be about our Vonuans and Vonuist mini cultures, I think was what he was getting at. And
Yeah.
I think that's just the bottom line there. So mutual aid, cooperatives, sure, I'll agree with the mutualists about that. I would add this proviso, though. You still need good security culture, right? You don't want to be trading or otherwise getting in bed with people, whether metaphorically or literally, right? With people who are just going to sell you out and just hand you over to the bludgies just because they get paid. Apparently, as a side note, apparently the going rate for informants these days is now in the what is it, $3,000 to $4,000?
Oh yeah, and you
Thereabouts in
can
some of the case
and you
studies.
can and you can get you can get return you can get some good you can get some like continuing employment through that too. Yeah, so yeah.
Right, there's that too. So, without getting too deeply into security culture issues and, cost benefit analysis of whether, it's worth it for the informants to take the money and run or and risk, ending up with a severe case of lead poisoning, is just simply that, if you do decide, if any Vonuans do decide to engage in some form of like cooperative of any kind, just be very, very careful about the people you're associating with. And for goodness sakes, please vet them. I mean, that's not asking a lot. And again, it's not 100%, effective, but it will weed out a lot of people who otherwise would have gotten you in trouble. And that's just a reality of the world we live in.
Indeed, indeed. And I remember this and I actually went and found it, but this is in the chapter, this is Self-Seeking Green Revolution is the chapter, and this is on page 41 of the PDF. Maybe it'll be right around that, actually, no, you guys will be looking at the PDF. I'm the only one with the copy of the book, so, so yeah, page 41 of the PDF. Quote, the total sharing community such as Robert Owen's New Harmony and other disastrous experiments with voluntary communism during the 19th century is discussed and gently but firmly rejected. There is, quote, the need for persons to individualize their interests rather than combine them. Persons who share goals can cooperate for certain specific purposes. This is voluntary association, and with it goes the right to disassociate. So I think that's really all that he kind of mentioned. He was just, kind of writing a book review for the book Go Ahead and Live, which I'd try to get a copy of. But anyways, that's pretty much all he says about it, as far as I understand it, Kyle.
Yeah, one more thing I just want to kind of add on to this, just draw a finer distinction. I think the difference between a commune, which is a more of a syndicalist notion, versus the mutualists with their cooperatives and so forth, is that with a commune or the worker cooperative, where you're living in the factory, as it were, at least as best as I can understand it, is that it is a close togetherness type of thing where you are sharing a life like 24 hours, 24/7, a life with these people. Whether for good or for ill, that's just what it is, right? It's a very tight, almost in some ways militant in some ways.
That was the picture, the mental picture that came up for me. It reminded me of like on like a I don't know, some military submarine. You're down there with like the same like 25 people for like
right.
a month at it, like for extended periods of time. Yeah.
Right, exactly, and that's more the syndicalist, and the difference between that, at least, or maybe I should say it's more of a shade of gray in some sense, would be with the mutualist. It's more of a cooperative where, so let's say you leave your Vonu shelter for the day and you go to another location, which is where the cooperative is, and you do your business, you're transacting, at least in some sense, and then you go back to your Vonu shelter, right? So there is a degree of removal, whether that be geographic or in some other sense. And it's more focused on economic activity, right? Trading and
Exactly,
such, or
yes.
whatever the function is. Even if the cooperative was something like involving automobiles or van dwelling and maybe repairing, like a Vonuist type auto repair cooperative type thing, right? Again, it doesn't have to be in somebody's home where you have, like, as you said, 20, 25, 30 people living on top of each other. It could just be a common, okay, I'll go on a limb here. It could be like a commonly owned or commonly used, but for Vonuans only, type of Vonuum, where that's for a specific function. Again, a food co-op, automobile repair, for your vans, right, and such, where you're basically, let me put it this way, you have your own infrastructure independent of the servile society.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I think that's the distinction being drawn here. And if I'm understanding this correctly and interpreting it right, then yeah, that is something I personally would be absolutely in favor for.
Definitely.
We need to have a second realm. I'm sorry, there is no other way of getting around it. We need to have the Nuums. We need to have our own stuff where we're not dependent on going into, say, a government-certified auto mechanic to basically get our emission safety inspection stickers and whatever the hell else, travel regulations from the bludgies.
Yeah.
We need our own stuff, basically, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so you mentioned it. We're going to define this later on, but you mentioned it twice, and I want to make sure this gets defined. Can you, I guess, provide a little definition of what the second realm is?
Yeah, sure. And this is on the definitions page that I'll just momentarily pull up here, because it is important to define terms, because that's what good philosophers and scientists do. But yeah, in many ways, it is very similar to a Vonuum. So the second realm is essentially an updated version of the older anarchist term, which is temporary autonomous zones, or TAZ. Essentially, the ability to conduct trade and other activities, including vices, in certain areas at particular times without a threat of reprisal from the state. TAZ were originally conceived of as geographically mobile, much like Vonu shelters, yet now it may also include cyberspace, and in particular the deep web. So that's kind of the second realm, and all I'm saying is that if we were to have like cooperatives that were for specific functions, like a food co-op, automobile repair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then cumulatively that would be kind of like a second realm of sorts, where we have our own infrastructure separate from and preferably invulnerable to the state. That's the kind of distinction I'm trying to draw here, and it wouldn't require us to live on top of each other like we're a bunch of commune type situation. We could have our own Vonu shelters and live apart from each other as we see fit and all that, but then we come together for certain specific limited functions, and then we go back to our shelters again.
Yep. That's very good, very good. So this next one, I've wanted to discuss, agorism in the Vonu podcast ever since I kind of thought of. Actually, I'll preface it with this first. So Rayo's idea of ethical enclaves actually predates that of agorism, again founded by Samuel Konkin, but they're extremely, extremely similar. And I mentioned, if you've seen the promo video for the Vonu podcast, if you're already listening, it's not really necessary. You're getting a lot more from this than a minute and a half promo video. But I mentioned in there that it's very likely that, or it's at least very possible that Konkin drew inspiration from Rayo when developing the actionable strategy known as agorism. Actually, I've since making that. Konkin did mention Rayo and Vonu by name in at least a handful of articles that I've been able to locate. So it's even more likely than it was before that Konkin drew inspiration from him when he was formulating this idea. So Rayo described the black and gray markets specifically. This is the top of page 48. I'll start on page 47 so you can hear his definition of an ethical enclave. I think that'd be the best place to start. You think, Kyle?
Yes, absolutely. Definitions are always good.
Okay, so again, middle of page 47, quote, the chapter is titled Self-Seeking Ethical Enclave Black Markets. What is and is defined here as voluntary transactions between individuals who are living under a collectivist government when such transactions are conducted independent of that government. Ethical denotes the distinguishing characteristic of participating individuals, an adherence to the ethical principle of voluntarism, the principle that no one should initiate violence or threat of violence against another, and there's a little connection to voluntarism there. Quote, and enclave denotes physical immersion within a philosophically alien society. An ethical enclave is not necessarily a separate geographical entity. An ethical enclave, by existing within the territorial domain of a coercive government, is either legal, utilizing interstices in the taxes and regulations of that government, or illegal, operating despite threats of violence. So I'll skip forward through this next paragraph. He's just explaining an example of, a black or gray market trade. So, quote, an ethical enclave may have similarities to a traditional black market, but the differences are significant. The mixed premise black market operator, while violating socialist laws, still holds at least subconsciously some of the premises embodied in the laws. He may experience a depressing sense of guilt. He may act with the handicap of psychological conflicts. The enclave entrepreneur, however, disavows not only the particular instance of initiated violence, but the collectivist morality as well. He experiences an exhilarating sense of righteousness. He acts with the confidence and certitude of psychological consistency. The enclave entrepreneur, furthermore, is dealing not only with immoral, by their own definition, criminals, but with producers, with moral individuals who are committed on principle to hold confidences and honor contracts. His costs of doing business, therefore, tend to be less. I'll read this next short couple sentences. An ethical enclave potentially embraces many more products than black markets, which deal only in illegal goods and services. In a nation where taxes and regulations are oppressive, a profit potential exists for trading in legal goods and services as well. So again, agorism, trading in the black and gray markets, ethical enclaves just seem, more expansive than that of agorism. But I don't know, Kyle. You mentioned that agorism is more of a closed system, whereas Vonu is an open system. Would you mind speaking to that?
Yeah, sure. The notion of like an open or closed like ideology of one kind or another, or even a strategy, as is the case with Vonu, is something that originally came up with the objectivists, and they had their own schism regarding whether objectivism was an open or closed system. So let me explain what I mean by that. If you have an ideology or strategy that is closed, what that usually means is that it's very strict, it's to the point, and it's not really, shall we say, open to further development, right? It is a closed ideology or strategy it is complete. It really is complete. There is no adding to or quote unquote completing it because it's already done. It's been formulated from start to finish for what it's supposed to do. It's there, right? Obviously, by contrast, an open ideology or strategy is able to be further developed by other people coming along later who actually understand the foundation for that ideology or strategy, and they appreciate it. They take it upon themselves that this is something they want to either believe in or do, but they do think it needs like further refinement and all that, and those refinements, those add-ons, if you will, to further, now if not necessarily complete it, but shall we say, making it more well-rounded. Okay, they're adding to make it more well-rounded, and that's kind of a feature of something that's an open system, if you will. So, regarding the, I guess you could say the relationship between agorism and Vonu, agorism is it's a closed system. And for what it is, it has to be. And personally, I think it's a good thing because it does insist on integrity by opposing hypocrisy, much like argumentation ethics does. And by focusing strictly on gray and black market trade, as Konkin put it, those counter economics, if you will, as in running counter to the state and so forth. The idea there is to focus people on fighting the state in that way. Or as I think you said it earlier, starve the state and then smash it later, right?
And it also adds a profit incentive too, which is Rayo explains in his book. That's liberty for a profit, essentially. I mean, so I think that's another good like you can act on your own rational self-interest while promoting liberty or promoting Vonu, whatever. Again, we already defined those terms, and you can spread liberty and you can benefit yourself.
Right. So as black market entrepreneurs or gray market entrepreneurs, the agorists are pretty much singularly focused on that kind of stuff. And that's good because it gives them something very precise to deal with. And it's a very narrow road they're walking in terms of maintaining their integrity and all that. And there actually is I hope at some point it's an achievable goal in terms of abolishing the state, which is what they're trying to do. I would say this, though. Vonu, by contrast, at least in this sense, is a very open system. And I believe Rayo said something to the effect, correct me if I'm wrong, and especially if you can find the reference, but Rayo said something to the effect of, Vonu is a spectrum. It's I don't know if he said the term shades of gray, but basically it's going, other people are going to have to come along later, or this is the impression I got. People are going to have to come along later and, appreciate what it is as a concept and how Rayo laid it out, but then further develop it beyond what he did, or at least that was my understanding when I read his book and such. And in many ways, that's what this podcast series is doing, is bringing all this to the forefront, and then at the same time, in the spirit of Vonu as Rayo lay it out, further develop it. And that itself is very much evocative of an open system where the strategy, the ideology in question can be held consistent, of course, with its foundation, but then further developed and preferably grown in a positive direction in order to accomplish its stated ends.
Indeed. And to kind of add on to that, so agorism or ethical enclaves, agorism or ethical enclaves, whatever term you like. I mean, they're pretty similar, except agorism, they're two. Agorism is a closed system, and Vonu is an open system. But either whatever term, agorism or ethical enclaves, are simply an option for individuals looking to integrate Vonu into their own lives. So, would you say that's accurate?
Well, I'll just say this. The ethical enclaves, that Vonuan concept, would basically be approximately equivalent to what some would call the counter economy, or better, the agora, meaning the Greek for open marketplace, which was actually the root word Sam Konkin used to kind of develop his close system of agorism. So I would say the ethical enclaves and the agora are pretty much synonyms at this point, right? Because we're still talking about, even though we're using different terms from two different ideologies and two different strategies, libertarian ones obviously, we're still in the real world describing the same types of human activities, right? Gray market activity and even black market activity, even at times, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously sometimes some of that gray market activity can slide into black market because those entrepreneurs intentionally want to do so, although some of them do, but because the legalese, the government's use of lawfare, which is what my next book is all about, the government's use of lawfare can be so ambiguous at times. It's not just loopholes, ladies and gentlemen. It's also something else called lacunae. That term basically meaning ambiguously vague laws that can kind of go either way, depending on, what the government prosecutor feels like it should mean that day, right? Or even a judge or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the thing. So what may be gray today may be black tomorrow, or sometimes what when the political crusaders do, they're political crusading. Sometimes the black market activity can go all the way into what the agorists would call the white market, which is that legalized, pay your income taxes, social security taxes, and obey regulations and OSHA and all the rest of that stuff type of activity. So I mean, sometimes certain types of human action can be moved from one type of market activity to another.
So I guess we've pretty much compared and contrasted Vonu with the anarchic schools of thought pretty well, I would say. Do you have any other closing thoughts on that?
I would just say this, and this is something kind of to take away. And if there's any one thing for the listeners to kind of comprehend, it would basically be this: it's not that Vonu is necessarily anarchic; it's that what is anarchic can very well be Vonu. And I think the distinction is actually rather important because, remember, go back to what Rayo said about the ANCAPs versus the minarchists. He didn't really see the distinction in some ways as being that important, primarily because of their shared fallacy regarding the so-called cultural revolution, as was mentioned earlier, and so forth. So, I mean, look, me personally, I would wish the anarchists to be more invulnerable to coercion. And I would say the same thing for the limited government people. Because the fact of the matter is that the state is hurting all of us because, at least in part, too many people are vulnerable to coercion. And I think it's time to start getting practical about certain realities of life, such as they are today in early 21st century America.
Yeah, that's very true. And yes, in this podcast specifically, we are kind of discussing anarchism and anarchic schools of thought. But no matter what your political ideology is, you can implement Vonu into your own life. I mean, you could be a limited government constitutionalist, and you go out and do off-grid living. You could use cryptocurrency. You could use encryption. Hell, you could even be. I guess actually no. It'd be kind of difficult for a socialist or a communist to reconcile. Going like with some of these things. We've already kind of talked about that. But yeah, whether you're a limited government, libertarian, constitutionalist, voluntarist, agorist, whatever. I mean, yeah, you can definitely begin to implement Vonu in your life today. Make sure to go check out the website, VonuPodcast.com, and please consider leaving us a positive review on iTunes if you enjoyed the show. Thanks again, and we'll talk to you next week.
VonuPodcast.com.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast. And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle.
Certainly glad you've decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is now covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org. The title of this episode is Anarchic Vonu Part 2, and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/3. Again, the website is vonupodcast.com, and there's a lot of valuable material on there already. Obviously, Rayo's book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, is available for free download, but there's other stuff as well. For example, there's an FAQ with what we believe to be the most common questions that could arise when someone is first introduced to this freedom strategy. Kyle was also gracious enough to put together a definitions list of terms that we will use often, and I'd highly recommend you have that open for every podcast, at least until you get used to the terminology. I've also congregated all of the articles we've been able to find on Rayo and Vonu in one place. Definitely some interesting reads there. So today, we'll be comparing and contrasting the direct action between various anarchic schools of thought with Vonu. Let's get started. We've already done this a little bit, but there's going to be some new stuff added in here. But yeah, we've got a list of collectivist direct action and individualist direct action. So and we'll start. We want to end on a good note, so we're going to end with the individualist ones. So collectivist, obviously, like your mutualism, syndicalism, which we've kind of already hammered home pretty well, I would think, but there's a couple of new ones here that I think we should probably address, and one of those would be affinity groups. So would you mind providing a definition for that, Kyle, if you have one handy?
Yeah, affinity groups are essentially like these amorphous gatherings of us of individuals who basically perform some sort of limited function. And again, the group is not, it's a little bit of a misnomer to even call it an affinity group, because it's not really a group. It's really just more of a gaggle of people. The closest modern version of this would be like a freedom cell, actually. But again, it's more amorphous. It's in a lot of ways temporary, kind of like a temporary autonomous zone, right? But just for people to associate with each other for limited objectives and so forth. So that's basically it.
Okay.
It's just you and a bunch of buddies doing something to for limited range goals.
Okay. So I think partially that could coincide with Vonu. I mean, we discussed like the close togetherness, and obviously, I don't know actually, because if you're going to get in one of these groups with people, with some individuals, you're gonna want to be able to trust them. You know, you're probably gonna be pretty close. So I don't know if this would. I don't know. I don't know. I would say I would lean more towards no, but I guess in some circumstances, I mean, he mentioned like the small community on the water. So I don't know if that necessarily be like an affinity group. He also mentioned, or this was actually Benjamin Best. He mentioned that like it was the question of whether Rayo and what was her name, Roberta, would consider having children, and he said not with a group of two, but if we had a group of four, two couples. And I was like, okay, so I guess maybe the idea of affinity groups could be applicable, but I don't know. What do you think?
Well, let me make this just concrete for people. For anyone who ever watched that television series called The Walking Dead, it's been referred to that the main cast of characters that at least have survived thus far are referred to as the group with like a capital G. That would be arguably an affinity group. I mean, it's not really a group. They're not like an official activist organization with like a name on it, right? It's more just a gaggle of folks who just have kind of known each other. It's explaining a set of relationships is what an affinity group really is. And a freedom cell arguably works pretty much the same way, although I think the term freedom cell is a little bit more accurate. Hell, even in that one book report I did the other month on James Wesley Rawls's, Patriots, Novel of Survival and the Coming Collapse. I mean, that follows, they did the same thing there too with the group with a capital G. That cast of main characters weathering out some sort of socioeconomic collapse or whatever they called the crunch. And the group, well, technically those people, those limited government folks, because they were really insistent upon the Constitution, as you can imagine, they too were a freedom cell. So, yeah, it is kind of this groupy, in some ways it can be, doesn't have to be, but it can be a close togetherness type of thing. But it's like small numbers. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, but I think freedom cells are supposed to be what, 7
like,
to 8?
7 to 10. Like it's under 10 people for sure. Under
Right.
10 people for sure. Yeah.
Right. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be a close togetherness commune type situation, but, don't surprise if it goes that way, either.
Yeah. Yeah, so and I'm thinking about The Walking Dead. I haven't watched that in a while, but yeah, I guess there were some members, like there were obviously few people in that group that were like really close, and the other ones they were just like, okay, like we're surviving. That's kind of that's like that they're here. We're here to survive, without that close relationship. So I guess it is possible.
And also keep in mind, sorry to interrupt, but also keep in mind too the amorphousness of the relationships. Because remember, because in that fictional TV show, there were main characters that do occasionally die off. And so that kind of shifts dynamics depending on what their relationships were, whether stronger or weaker with the other people that they were affiniated with, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's go ahead and move forward to, I guess the answer for affinity groups, is it compatible with Vonu? Possibly. I would say probably it depends upon the affinity group or the freedom cell. Would you say that's accurate?
I would say I hate to talk about lines in the sand, but if there were a line in the sand on this one, Shane, I would say it's security culture. Like, is the freedom cell in question practicing good security culture? And if it is, then then that gets you closer to an invulnerability to coercion. And if it's not, I would actually say it does the complete opposite. It would actually make you more vulnerable to coercion because remember, the police state informants and undercover agents and agent provocateurs and et cetera like to get to raise trouble and sow distrust between people who are affiliated with each other, as it were. So actually, it can go either way. And I think what makes the difference is security culture.
Very good. So, this one, I haven't heard this term before, and I'm sure some of the listeners haven't either. Illegalism. Would you mind defining that?
Yeah, illegalism is this old, really 19th century idea of basically committing crimes, even with victims, actual real crimes, because that's what the state does. And so, well, if there can be such a thing as public crime, then I guess that would mean, this would be the illegalist saying it, then I guess that would mean private sector crime, bank robberies even was what the illegalists were doing in France particularly. Then, that's acceptable now, burglaries and such, right? So they were very nihilistic. That's kind of the bottom line. So if the state can do all this tyranny, then us as just private individuals should be able to do the same things the state does, right? And in many ways, it reminds me of that one court case I wrote about Justice Brandeis when he said that the government is the present, omnipresent teacher, and it teaches the citizens by its example. And what the illegalists do is that they take what Brandeis, at least in the spirit of what Brandeis said, quite literally, in terms of going and committing crimes, right? So if the state, for example, through the Federal Reserve System can commit counterfeiting, then why can't the illegalists also engage in counterfeiting in somebody's basement, right? That's kind of how they view it, right? Tit for tat and all of that. The problem with illegalism, as you can imagine, is that they are very blatantly and very pridefully and proudly, as they would say it, violating property rights. These would be the guys who would, for example, do the black bloc technique and smash store windows.
So when I interviewed Matt Pataglioli, we discussed the fact that most individuals live with two sets of morality. So when they have interactions with individuals, most people would say that it's immoral to steal, rob, or kill them. But when it comes to the states, the morality they kind of place on the states, the state can steal, rob, and kill. And that's apparently moral. So that kind of ties in with illegalism here, as far as, I guess the illegalists are, they're trying to find a solution to a problem, and they're wrong. They're wrong as hell, in my opinion. But I guess they're kind of taking that to heart and saying, well, two sets of morality. No, screw it. We'll do the same evil things the state does.
Yeah, and so, in other words, actually, to get back to some of Rayo's writings, there was that other essay. It's not in the Vonu book, but I think it's on the articles page on VonuPodcast.com. I believe it was called Libertarians and Coercivists. Mm-hmm. In that article, Rayo mentioned that you've got he made the distinction between felons or real criminals, like with victims and such, people who privately coerce others, and then you have statists. So he used the term coercivists to kind of describe basically everybody violating property rights, right? And then there's two types of coercivists. You have your felons or real criminals, and then you have your statists, which is what libertarians usually deal with most of the time, right? So you have your private crimes and your public crimes. And all the illegalists were saying is that, well, because of statism, therefore we get to be felons or real criminals, if you will. And so that kind of moralistic nihilism is kind of where they're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, is it compatible with Vonu? First off, Rayo did discuss, voluntary interactions, voluntarism. He kind of explained the non-aggression principle, and he talked about ethics and morality. So I would say no on that, like the moral and ethical stance. But also, you consider like these crimes like bank robberies and stuff. That makes you more vulnerable to coercion. If you get an armed standoff with the police, you face going to prison. That definitely makes you more vulnerable to coercion.
Yeah, anybody watch Reservoir Dogs? Like that now cult film by Quentin Tarantino is all about, a bunch of criminals basically doing a bank robbery that actually was not a bank robbery, it was a jewel heist. And it was a batched robbery too. So the fact that it was so botched as much as it was, and oh, by the way, for people who, at the risk of spoiling the plot, there actually was an undercover cop as part of that crew of jewel thieves and all that. And then that's in part why it got botched, was because he, of course, let the cops know that they would be on that. So you see, there are themes even in fiction where a lot of this kind of police state stuff kind of comes in one more time. But yeah, illegalism, I don't think it's consistent with anything, even Black Flag or anarchists. Perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Like it's basically you know what it really is? It's an excuse to basically give some sort of moral cover for private criminality. That's what it is. Even if you don't believe in property rights, even the most anti-propertarian of anarchists still say you cannot harm another person's body. They've always said that. Even the syndicalists say that. But the illegalists are saying like, hey, even that's up for grabs. So
Yeah.
I mean, nihilism is a very dangerous thing when you start actually directly applying it, and the illegalists directly apply that moral nihilism to such an extent that, I mean, sorry, the enemy of my enemy is not always my friend. Sometimes they're just another enemy, and that's exactly what the illegalists are. They're just private criminals. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So let's see, insurrectionary anarchism. So I take it this would be, I mean, you're the attempted or even successful, radical leftist overthrows of governments, like maybe the Bolshevik Revolution. Would that be considered, an example of this?
Yeah, I'd say so. But also remember what happened to the Russian anarchists. They got betrayed by the Bolsheviks, who, of course, became the Communist Party there in Russia and elsewhere. So, I think it would be fair to say that the insurrectionaries or insurrectionists would be revolutionaries. I think that is fair to say. But then again, not all revolutions are libertarian. In fact, most revolutions actually are very anti-libertarian. They're very authoritarian and so forth, right? Because by definition, a revolution is, generally speaking, with very few exceptions, and I would like to mention one exception in a moment, revolutions, generally speaking, are just violent overthrows, not to abolish the state, but rather to just simply have a changing of the guard through use of force. So, in other words, ousting the ruler from his throne in order to put another ruler on that same throne, right? A lot of the violent conflicts between the monarchy and the various aristocratic families in medieval Europe and England in particular were just like mini revolutions or sometimes full-scale revolutions in that sense, right? Or on the random occasion when you would have a genuine people's war. I don't want to get too deeply in history, but I am drawing a distinction here. Whenever you would have a genuine people's war, or what I would like to think of as a real revolution or closer to one, where people were basically seeking to overthrow a despotic government. But then the problem was that those people's wars or people's revolutions would usually get hijacked at some point to then not abolish the state, but in fact put in another ruler, sometimes some sort of sycophant who was from the peasant class instead of the patrician or aristocratic families and such. But if there was any real revolution that was to really make a difference, it would have to be the goal is abolishing the state. And so if the insurrectionary anarchists were actually genuine, their revolution would have to be what could arguably be the final revolution, which of course would be abolishing the state through use of force, through violently overthrowing government, not to just replace one ruler or another, but rather to end government permanently, in much the same way as one would put down a sick dog or even a violently aggressive dog. And that would kind of be the attitude there if they were sincere. But in terms of like whether insurrectionary anarchism is consistent with Vonu,
Nope.
No, not really, because remember, Vonu in many ways is about coexisting with the state, such as is today and for the foreseeable future, but like still maintaining an invulnerability to coercion. So in a lot of ways, Vonu is much more defensive and all that. One of the
and plus attempting to overthrow the government, that exposes you to a lot of potential for coercion. So that, and then Rayo also spoke of. Revolutions. Typically, 99.9% of the time, actually maybe 100%, they lead to the creation of new states. And if the people are still living in that controlled schizophrenia, if they're still if they're raised in these government schools, they're going to see a necessity for government. So even if one government was taken down, the belief is still in an individual's mind. So it's not really going to do anything positive for Vonuans.
No, it's not. And actually, just two things, at least quickly in passing. One is the notion about the propaganda of the deed, which essentially is this idea of doing certain acts, sometimes violent, sometimes not, where you gain a lot of attention. And now you have media attention. The media is looking at you and you're raising awareness about an issue and all this like political rhetoric about raising awareness or whatever. And then that like itself is supposed to be like an ends and a means simultaneously, when in fact it is neither. Propaganda of the deed has been done time and time again. And last time I checked, statism is still around. Like people still believe in government, the legitimacy of government, despite all these propaganda of the deeds. throughout the 19th century and at other times. So the insurrectionary anarchists do use the propaganda of the deed, but it doesn't do much. At least I don't think so. And the other thing I want to mention, at least quickly in passing here, is that what's interesting about agorism is that it's still revolutionary in the sense of abolishing the state through first starving it and then smashing it. The insurrectionary anarchists are solely focused on smashing the state, usually without starving it at all, which is largely problematic, right?
Yeah.
So the agorists, what's interesting about agorism is that it's still revolutionary in terms of like fighting against the state and going on the offensive, at least in that sense. But it's different from the insurrectionary anarchists because the agorists are about as close to being insurrectionary without actually being technically insurrectionary, right? If we're talking, for example, about like gunning down law enforcement or the cops, bludgies, the King's Guards, as it were, the blue coats, the insurrectionary anarchists would be doing stuff like that right out of the gate, versus the agorists who would be trying to do other things like avoiding the police or thereabouts, and only if there's something like a raid or whatever, then would the agorists try to match force with force or something to that effect. But the insurrectionary anarchists, I don't know, man, they seem to be like borderline martyrs, if you will, or wannabe martyrs.
Mm-hmm.
They basically want to go and fall on their swords all day. So is it consistent with Vonu? I don't see it. It's not defensive at all. And in fact, and unlike agorism, it doesn't even address how would you finance such a revolutionary effort. The insurrectionary
wars
have no answer to that.
Wars and revolutions are expensive. You got to get guns. You got to get. If you're going to use explosives or anything, you got to have some money to actually like fund that. So yeah, that's a good point.
Don't forget your underground railroads, your safe houses, your alternate identification for both operatives and VIPs you're supposed to be protecting. I mean, revolutions are very, very expensive. And remember, if this was a genuine like People's War type thing to abolish the state, we got to do this shit on the cheap. And quite frankly, that's not happening, right? I mean, normal people can't rely on central banking in order to fund their wars, right?
or taxation. Yeah. It's got to be privately funded. Yeah.
Right. And so, unless the insurrectionary anarchists were doing something like an assassination market, which actually is arguably cost effective, unless they're doing something like that, this stuff isn't going to be done cheaply at all, and it can't be. And it's not like they have these long trains of logistical supply lines like the state does with its militaries that are backing them with food and tents and like all that kind of stuff you need to actually make a war happen. So they don't have any of this stuff. So is it consistent with the Vonu? No. It's not about invulnerability. It's not about being invulnerable to coercion as possible. They just don't do that. No.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a couple more, but they're very closely related to what we've already discussed. So I'm just going to jump forward to the individualist portion of this section. And the first one on there is free love. And is it compatible with Vonu? I mean, Rayo had a free mate. So yeah, it's definitely compatible with Vonu. 100%. There's no reason it wouldn't be. Right of association and disassociation, and choosing a lover, a free mate, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's definitely compatible with Vonu.
Yeah, I mean, the original conception of free love was it's true that it was happening right about the same time. There was kind of the vague hippie notion of it, but suffice it to say, free love was originally a libertarian effort to basically rebut the assumptions that marriage had to be essentially monopolized by the state through a license. So it's not even the marriage part of it that's necessarily the problem, because remember, marriages are a type of contract that pre-existed the state. And a lot of it was actually about property transfers, without getting too historically specific. But it was about about maintaining the stability of property and so forth, and transferring title ownership and all that, whether it's lands or cattle, if we're going really far back and so forth. Marriages pre-existed the state. The main issue was about licensure and other things related to that, like you can't perform certain sex acts, you can't do this. Basically, the criminalization of, at worst, what would be vices like prostitution, for example. So yeah, free love was definitely a way to push back against all that and say, like, look, I mean, much like we can voluntarily associate with each other, well, one form of voluntary association is, quite frankly, romance. And to kind of ignore that, or otherwise make these assumptions that, oh, well, of course we must get the marriage license and get permission from bureaucrats to basically do those types of things with our lovers that we were doing already beforehand, you see the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And because romance, or even just, well, I want to keep this PG-13, but even sexuality does deal with issues of hearth and home. And that is very much, and protecting that, making that as invulnerable to coercion as possible, the stability of all, and remember, sex created the family too. So making sure that issues related to hearth and home is very much a concern and a goal and a focus of Vonu, very much so.
Definitely.
So yeah, when Rayo talked about his free mate, I think he talked about Dr. G, right?
In the book, and then the name came out by Benjamin Best Roberta. Yep.
Right, yeah, his free mate. So yeah, the notion about free love of and all that. Now I know some people can get into the weeds, and some people can do this, and maybe perhaps we should address this later. But like monogamy versus polyamory, right? And at that point, as best as I can tell, that's all personal choice type of stuff, right? Just because hypothetically, just because I drink whiskey doesn't therefore mean you must drive a pickup truck, right? That's not issues of ethics and morality, of right and wrong and so forth. That's just individual market preferences. And regarding something like monogamy and polyamory, that I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's just individual market preferences too, isn't it? Whether you have one lover or two lovers plus, right? The issue is not really about that. The issue is, should the state dictate to people whom they're going to love, whether it's a chaste romance type situation or if indeed sexuality is involved, at least to one extent or another, right? That's the issue, and that's what the original free love advocates were about, not about breaking up the family like many of these disgusting conservatives like to insist upon, that free love broke up the family. We were trying to preserve the family, numbnuts, not go to a bunch of bureaucrats and legitimize the state through marriage licenses.
Yep, exactly. I think that pretty much covers that. What do you think?
Yep.
Okay, this next one, do-it-yourself ethic. Recommend all of you open up that copy of the PDF of Rayo's book and just look at some of those diagrams in there, especially regarding the polyurethane tent. I think the DIY ethic. I mean, he was figuring these things out as he was doing them. He found out some things failed, some things worked. He improved upon his creations, his innovations, and it was completely do it yourself. And hell, Vonu, like as this cohesive strategy, it was pretty much all do it yourself by Rayo. So this one is certainly compatible with Vonu. Without it, Vonu wouldn't even be a thing.
No, it wouldn't. And honestly, like, I'm having a tough time finding any sort of quote unquote experts or gurus or self-appointed guardians of the status quo of various flavors. Basically anywhere, anything involving Vonu or even other related libertarian strategies like agorism or just other things. I mean, generally speaking, I mean, even libertarianism itself is basically one big DIY ethic type thing, right? It's or actually I should say more precisely, direct action, actually, that like that Freeman umbrella of direct action that you and I have put out. Like that is like pretty much, I'm having a tough time seeing how it could be otherwise, but I think it's either 100% or pretty close to maybe like 90 some odd percent like DIY ethic type stuff, right? Where
Definitely.
You take upon your own personal responsibility to secure your own liberty and property rights and so forth through any of these methods we list in our directory and so forth. And yeah, Vonu is basically very much part of that direct action, where you're not relying upon experts and just other people saying, well, we are authority and we have shown in our grand scientific pseudo-studies funded by government, which is, they don't say that last part, funded by government, that you should eat 2 eggs a day. And then, of course, they change their mind. And then you shouldn't eat eggs. And then 5 years later, they say you should eat eggs again. But then, but then it's the egg whites, but then it's the yolk. And they keep flip-flopping all the damn time because, well, it's the winds of political expediency, ladies and gentlemen. They can't be consistent with anything. And so it's better to just, be as rational as you can, follow your own conscience, and really take that DIY ethic pretty seriously.
Indeed, indeed. Moving forward here, jurisdictional arbitrage, which I think would be something similar to like, country shopping. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Basically using the legal interstices or the laws as they are today, not changing them with political crusading, but as they are today to basically make yourself as invulnerable to coercion as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I mean that's definitely yeah, that's definitely Vonu. I mean some folks, I mean especially some of Rayo's suggestions or possibilities of making your money in one country and then living in another, that would definitely be making yourself more invulnerable to coercion. Living on the water or having multiple places of residence, or just outright moving from I don't know, a really terrible, a really tyrannical government to one that's won't be as infringing. I mean, yeah, that's definitely Vonu, even if it's just like a small decrease in the possibility of coercion.
Yeah, that's pretty much kind of the long and short of it. I think when we do get around to actually doing that podcast, getting into more detail about country shopping, we can definitely explore more about jurisdictional arbitrage. I think Rayo had some things to say about it too, in terms of like leveraging, being a resident versus being a tourist, and getting into more nuts and bolts on that. But just here in transitory passing, yeah, it is a very individualist way of dealing things, right? It's like, what are the legal interstices for you if you're in, say, the Bahamas versus, let's say, hypothetically, Brazil, right?
Mm-hmm.
The laws in different nation states are differently, and if you're smart and you can figure out what the laws are, you can use it to your own advantage to make yourself, again, as invulnerable to coercion as possible.
Indeed, indeed. So you mentioned temporary autonomous zones when we were reading. There's a definition for, I don't remember what it was off the. Oh, it was Second Realm. Second Realm was the definition that you were reading. But yeah, temporary autonomous zones and permanent autonomous zones. Let's go ahead and define those terms real quick, and then we'll discuss whether they're Vonu or not.
Right. So the idea here is that, I guess you could basically say that when people gather together to engage in certain activities, they need to be able to do so in a way that doesn't have a lot of risk of being interfered with by the state, or even put under even surveillance, the surveillance police state apparatus in particular, right? So the temporary autonomous zones are essentially mobile ones. So much like the affinity groups and freedom cells would be very amorphous in how their relationships work, the TAZ are very similar in that it's very mobile, right? So just because a bunch of people, for example, got together and performed some sort of activity of one kind or another in a certain location does not therefore mean that particular geographic location should always be used for that particular activity that they like engaging in, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it may need to be done like 5 miles away next week, or maybe 200 miles away, in a couple days or whatever, right? I mean, regardless of those specific details, the main idea behind a TAZ is that due to mobility, which I think Rayo mentioned earlier on in the Vonu book.
Crucial to him. Mobility was crucial.
That's kind of the main idea with TAZ. So, like, for example, if we get together tonight with like 50 people and we have a rave, and let's just say some people prefer to be more psychedelic than others, and I'll just leave it at that, then fine. But as long as, the event was put on and there was and presumably it was kept within good security culture was practiced, and there was a minimum amount of outsider people who were not invited to the party. And it's also the specific location, right? Obviously, you don't want to do it in a suburban area, right? Because, some old fuddy-duddy might call the cops, right? And make you vulnerable to coercion, right? That's kind of the problem there. But if you were to, say, do it in an industrial park or some sort of abandoned garage or some other location where, you could pretty much pull it off, as long as your communications were good and you didn't, invite anybody you shouldn't have. And of course, preferably you would also have some people not necessarily engaging in the certain activities that evening, but perhaps were themselves performing the function of bouncers or otherwise on-site security personnel to make sure that everything was pretty okay, then you're good. And then, of course, when you do your next rave party or whatever, don't do it at the same spot you did it before, right? Because the state relies upon stuff like that. So, for example, a good example of what's not a TAZ would be something like a nightclub, right? Because a nightclub has to be at a specific location, right? And they have to be licensed by the state and so forth with the business licenses and such and liquor licenses, right?
Yep.
So the idea is that these zones, these TAZs specifically, have to be mobile. And then, yeah, even if they put on a one-time event, it wouldn't always be in the same place because, again, the mobility is important, as well as secure communications and some degree of vetting and, bouncers even. So, I mean, if you do it right and, market cooperation works, you can put on, and do all sorts of things that you would never get away with in a nightclub, which is obviously something I'm not going to repeat here because I want to keep this family friendly as much as possible. But suffice it to say, I mean, you can get away with a lot if there's good security involved.
Be a very profitable venture as well. But interesting example there. But yeah, you're right. You're definitely right.
Mosh pits even in some circumstances, right? But yeah, the idea is that it's whether it's an event or it's some other specific function or whatever, as long as it's mobile, it's, well, as the T in TAZ says, it's temporary. You can do quite a bit. And so by comparison, that PAZ or permanent autonomous zone is just a more stable version of it. But again, that's getting into more what Rayo called like free ports and stuff more along those lines, which of course introduce other factors and I personally think are a lot harder to pull off. And I think Rayo even recognized that.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why he, went off in his camper on his pickup truck. Was initially because of those failed Free Isles projects. It really never came to fruition. He said, "Screw it, I'm not waiting around. I'm going to take my life and my freedom into my own hands." And that was kind of the result was Vonu. Now, do they have potential? Nowadays, we'll definitely get into that in more podcasts, and you're going to want to continue listening every single week. But I guess one other temporary, I guess it could be temporary or permanent, really, right? When it comes to the Vonu shelters, I think you call them Vonums, or home base. I think you call them that too. But I guess those would probably be more. Well, actually, yeah, they definitely be temporary because he wrote in that book that they changed locations every whatever the frequency was, but you don't want to bring so much stuff into your home base that it'll be really hard or take a long time to relocate. So I think Vonums, the home bases, the home shelters, really the place where you're most secure. I think those really would have to be temporary, don't you think?
Well, at least in the way that Rayo is experimenting with, yeah. I mean, what he was essentially describing was the establishment and of course the use of the TAZs, the temporary autonomous zones, like that polypropylene tent, wall tent type thing with the branches, and he mentioned like one time the snow fell on it or something. That was a TAZ. The foam hut thing that he was experimenting with too. That was a TAZ, and so was the den, I think he called it. That was a TAZ too. And so those types of shelters or Vonu shelters, of the ones he experimented with, were TAZs. I mean, even before when he was a he called it van nomadism, but now the modern term is van dweller. And there's all sorts of people up on YouTube who, if you type in van dweller, you can see videos of people who say, yes, I'm living in my van full time. I mean, those guys, those are all temporary autonomous zones too, with wherever they end up parking the van for that evening. I mean, that's a TAZ too, technically, because they're mobile. So, that's kind of another version of it. The question though, and in some sense, this is debatable and perhaps better for when we do the episode on van nomadism, is does actually having a TAZ make you less or more vulnerable to coercion? Because there's also been some evidence coming out, at least in the sense of the van specifically, that you might be making yourself more vulnerable to coercion. But again, we'll kind of table that for now for that later episode. But it's definitely something to consider.
Yeah. So I guess for the TAZs and PAZs, the temporary and permanent autonomous zones, for right now, I I guess we'll kind of just leave it as there's a lot more to get into. So, are they Vonu? I mean, they probably could be Vonu, but there are a lot of factors that have to be taken into consideration. And for the purposes of this podcast, it's not really applicable. Anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up, Kyle. What are your closing thoughts?
My closing thoughts are that I think that anarchism and the anarchist schools of thought, by and large, can be Vonu'd, at least in some way, right? I think those folks who really do care about freedom and liberty, at least in some sense, really ought to consider pursuing an invulnerability to coercion rather than either engage in endless bickering and sometimes debate, but really just more bickering about nuance and minutia, like what the limited government people do, and instead get very practical about what it would actually mean to live freely, in early 21st century North America. I mean, what would that actually look like? And I think that if they were to take invulnerability seriously, they would start to realize a couple things. One would be that DIY ethic being an important element of it, that they need to take personal responsibility for their own security. Remember, the state likes to trick people, and the neoconservatives in particular, they like to trick people into saying that, well, we must have national security, and it's time for you to give up your liberty in order to have security, right? And the truth of the matter is that, in fact, in order to have any real security, you need your liberty. It's just like survival. If you want to have good survivability, you need to be free. You need your liberty. And security works exactly the same way. In reality, to have good security, you need to be free. You need liberty, period. I personally think it's a one-to-one correlation. So if you want good survivability, you want good security, you need your liberty. You need to not be constrained by the government's use of lawfare, the government's use of democide and other methods of tyranny that basically threaten to put the population under more subjugation than they already are. So is Vonu anarchic? Not necessarily. I guess maybe in one sense, but then again, what does the word mean? I mean, without rulers, right? And so if we're pursuing invulnerability to coercion, to be perfectly frank with you, Shane, I don't see a ruler anywhere.
Yeah.
As I'm pursuing invulnerability. So I guess maybe more by happenstance or accident, I guess it would be more arguably closer to being anarchic, or what John Locke in Second Treatise of Government called a state of nature. I would say that's accurate. That if you're pursuing, you aren't, even if you're doing Vonu in the cities, and you have some sort of Vonu shelter like an anonymous apartment rented under a pseudonym, or you're living. Rayo pointed this out too. Like even some areas of certain like enclaves of people in certain like inner city areas that, interestingly enough, actually have some degree of invulnerability. Although there's also a lot of private crime too, to be perfectly frank. But again, those people have to take security very seriously, right? Because the state, the police, the blue coats are not going to defend those innocent residents there against gangbangers and private criminals. They actually have to have guns, for example, to defend themselves from drive-by shootings and other similar types of things, right? So that's something to kind of consider, is that life could be a little bit more complicated in some ways. But I honestly do think, man, that I think Vonuists and Vonuans are closer to being anarchic rather than not, because there are no rulers that are going to make us invulnerable to coercion. And statists, unfortunately, do think, and some of the minarchists, unfortunately, at least to some degree, think that having rulers makes them invulnerable.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a very serious delusion to take into consideration here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think comparing, contrasting, Vonu with these various anarchic schools of thought really does show you. I mean, there are a couple. I think syndicalism and anarcho-transhumanism really have no place. That really just aren't applicable to Vonu, really at all. But for these other ones like mutualism and voluntarism, I think it really takes it takes the good from those into this again this cohesive. Like adaptable strategy to your lifestyle. So yeah, I really think this podcast should really show you the potential that Vonu has, but we haven't even really gotten to the action yet. So if going through these initial episodes and you're thinking, man, this is sounding pretty good, well, yeah, you're in for a ride. But anything else, Kyle, before I close out the show?
Yeah, I would just say this again. I wouldn't really kind of going forward into the future from this point onward. Although at times it might be useful for people to compare and contrast the limited government position with the no government position, and I still do think it is the great debate of our time because it largely kind of incentivizes people to pursue certain means rather than others. I would just say this, like Vonu itself is an ends, a means, and an insight. And I think part of that insight that Rayo was trying to teach people was that whether we have rulers, a few rulers, or limited rulers, which kind of doesn't make any sense, or no rulers, the point is let's be invulnerable to coercion, right? Because the private criminal element we will have with us always, simply because people have free will, and for whatever their reasons are, they will choose to violate property rights. And so even if we were living in Ancapistan, we would still need to have an invulnerability to coercion from private criminals and real felons and so forth. So I think Vonu is very practical for libertarians in that sense.
And that is a good point as well. If Ancapistan comes around tomorrow, you'll still need Vonu. Very good, very good. Well, thanks, Kyle, so much for your time, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, same here.
Okay, so thank you all so much for joining us today. We certainly hope you enjoyed it and found it valuable. And again, we're getting closer and closer to the action, but we've got to lay this groundwork first before we actually get into that. Next week, we'll cover a term Rayo used called legal interstices, or otherwise known as legal loopholes within the law that can be exploited. We'll discuss the benefits, potential ramifications, which Rayo went very deeply into, and much, much more. Make sure you'll check out the website, VonuPodcast.com. And again, if this is the first time you're hearing this term, Vonu is spelled V as in victory, O, N as in Nancy, U, VonuPodcast.com. Go take a look at the definitions page, the frequently asked questions, and the articles about Vonu tabs there at the top if you're looking for some homework to do to keep you occupied until next week's release. Lastly, please consider leaving us a positive review on iTunes to help us get a good boost early on. We would certainly appreciate it. Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon.
VonuPodcast.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
In a world where conversations often feel like battles, where talking past each other is the norm, there's a new show changing the way we argue. Welcome to Good Faith Actor, a groundbreaking debate show where the stakes are higher than just winning an argument. Your challenge? Restate your opponent's position without misrepresenting or distorting it. Can you do that? Here, the true test isn't just what you believe, it's how you engage with others who think differently. Each contestant must restate their opponent's position with clarity, respect, and without distortion, misrepresentation, or any pesky logical fallacies. Misunderstand or misrepresent, and you risk losing the trust of the audience. It's not just about winning, it's about winning with integrity. Each episode, you'll witness fiery debates on the issues that matter most: Topics that are timely, compelling, and relevant to us all. But the twist? The real winner isn't the loudest voice. It's the one who acts in the clearest good faith. From freedom of speech to the future of AI, from healthcare to immigration, the participant who demonstrates the most respect, clarity, and honesty will take home the prize. But there's only one way to win: by acting in good faith. It's time to take debates to the next level. Will you argue with integrity? Will you show the world that we can disagree without disrespecting one another? Tune in to Good Faith Actor, where the real debate isn't about winning, it's about understanding. Good Faith Actor. Real debates, real integrity, real change.
The newest from Liberty Under Attack Publications, The Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. The First Realm, mainstream society, which does not respect self-ownership or individual liberty, but rather heralds the supremacy of government and authority, upholds the collective over the individual. The Second Realm, a parallel network, founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism, rebuilding all necessary human institutions upon these frameworks. The Second Realm Anthology is a collection of short stories originally published in The Road to Autonomy magazine from a vast selection of authors across a diverse range of topics in the area of freedom, the building of the parallel society known as the Second Realm. The goal is to inspire and educate, to motivate and self-liberate. Authors: Todd Borho, Graham Smith, Jackie Kerouac, Patrick Henry, and Josiah Warren. Order your copy of Second Realm Anthology today by visiting libertyundertack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyundertack.com/sranthology. Bitcoin and Monero accepted and preferred. Want to pay with Bitcoin Lightning? Email Shane at libertyundertack.com.
Greetings, fellow self-liberators. My name is Richard Greaser, and you are listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. So, Kaylee Welch came and visited me last week in New York City at the Secretive Beagle headquarters. We're working on integrating her back into the organization in some way, and we'll get her up to speed with producing the shows here pretty soon. But one of the things she did when she got back to visit me was insisted that we go buy Coke from this guy that was a Monero user. And so I was like, sure, whatever, sounds good. So we're ripping. She got a little drunk, and she's driving a rental car with me in it through the streets of New York City. You know, we're chain smoking cigarettes. And we get to the drug dealer's house. And so what he did was he was messaging on her on Signal, right? And he said that as form of payment, as partial payment for the drugs, we had to turn the radio on the car to a certain station where he was broadcasting a Bitcoin podcast. And so we sat there, we listened to a 2-hour Bitcoin podcast. And finally, you know, it was kind of interesting. Like, it was fine. I had plenty of cigarettes, so that wasn't a problem. But we're getting in our 40 hours. I feel like that's good bonding time after her time away. And so we get to the end, and then he messages her on Signal to send XMR to a certain address. So she does. And then he asked her to get out of the car and go stand at the base of this like really tall apartment building. And so what he proceeds to do is he's got like 200 shoelaces tied together. And it's like 8 floors up. So he's just like stringing the string, it's blowing around in the wind, going back and forth. I'm looking around because I'm like, somebody's going to see this shit, right? And yeah, finally she gets it. And there's like a little note in the baggie that says, "Thanks for practicing good OPSEC. My mom would kill me if she found out I was doing this."
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast. And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and
I'm Cal.
Certainly glad you decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except, it's a big except too, except for governments and the agents thereof. And if you do access this material and we know about it, we will publicly shame you and put you on blast. So yeah, you just don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. But yeah, you can learn more at bipcot.org. The title of this episode is Legal Interstices, Exempted from Tyranny, and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/4. First off, if you haven't gone and checked out the website, please do. There's a lot of valuable information on there already, and more will be added in time. If you're going there now, just go ahead and pull open the definitions and terms list that Kyle so graciously put together. Some terms that we'll use may be relatively new, so at least consider having it open for a few episodes until you kind of get used to it. That said, in this episode, we'll be discussing Rayo's concept of legal interstices. In more detail, we'll figure out what the hell they are, what Rayo said about them, their benefits, and there are some, and their drawbacks as well. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. And since, Kyle, you wrote an article on this subject, so, hell, I'll just let you define it. So, what are legal interstices?
Well, I guess you could say that legal interstices, briefly defined, are gray areas within the law that can be used to violate the spirit of the law while simultaneously keeping the letter of the law. In other words, legal loopholes can be utilized to increase personal freedom, to put it in more simple terms.
Okay, very good, very good. And as people who have read your Right to Travel series, they're aware of a term called extra-constitutional, and I think this is kind of good to address. I think it's good to address, but I guess let's compare and contrast, extra-constitutional versus legal interstices, because I think, I don't know, in my opinion, I think extra-constitutional, like the extra-constitutional acts by government could be, essentially the use of legal interstices, not to advance personal freedom, but actually to, use lawfare against the American citizen. So could you speak to that? Sure.
Well, as I wrote in that other series about the right to travel, yeah, that which is extra constitutional is that which does not violate the letter of a body of constitutional law, but which would in fact violate the spirit of it, or what originalists would call original intent, particularly. So when we look at something like an action which is extra-constitutional versus a legal interstice, well, that kind of gets very interesting, right, in terms of what the end game is. If the end game is to, say, wage lawfare, that is using the law, the government's laws, as a weapon of war against the citizenry and violating their rights and liberties and so forth, then that would be more evocative of being extra-constitutional, versus legal interstices is when us peon citizens are using and exploiting legal loopholes in order to protect our freedom. So I think either way you're looking at it, whether it's the government exploiting loopholes or things along those lines, or us exploiting loopholes, I think these are just two different terms to describe the exploitation of loopholes for very different ends. So for one, it's the government exploiting the loopholes in order to infringe on our freedom, and then the interstices are when we exploit the loopholes in order to protect our freedom. To simplify this a little bit more, one could think of the interstices as a form of self-defense, in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, I think that's definitely definitely a good way to put it. And I think that the next thing to kind of distinguish here is that using legal interstices, and we'll get more into examples and things here in just a moment. So if you're still a little confused, then that's okay. And also the term I'm going to use right now will be discussed at length in the next episode of the Vonu Podcast. So just kind of all you kind of need is I don't know, just a tenuous grasp of kind of what we're discussing here, just to kind of describe what legal interstices are and what they are not. So legal interstices are not political crusading at all. They just aren't. Using legal interstices or exploiting the loopholes as they are today, and there's no effort to change or repeal them. It's just I realize that there's a loophole here and I can benefit from it, and I'm going to use it. I'm not going out and trying to make those laws less strict. I'm not trying to, if I'm an outright statist, try to make those penalties more harsh or close that loophole. There's no reformism or political crusading here at all.
I think that's probably accurate. So, as we'll get into in that other episode in a little bit later, the political crusading is all about changing the laws, right? Whether you want more tyranny or you prefer liberty, the crusading is all about changing the laws. Interstices are basically the polar opposite of that, where it's the laws as they are today. So today, if you were to use, say, a legal remedy or file a motion in court or file a lawsuit or pick any one of 10,000 different types of interstices, the point is it's usable today, or at least it has the potential to be useful. Again, to keep in mind, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an attorney, I don't play one on TV, but in the attempt to not be ignorant of the law, as that infamous legal maxim goes, ignorantia juris non excusat, part of that entails basically understanding interstices, that there are certain things that and loopholes that can be exploited for various different ends, whether for good ends or bad ends. And I think that's pretty much what we're getting at here.
Indeed. So, and this is something you brought up when we were preparing for this, and I think it was definitely an important point. Now the point here is that the legal interstices available to someone greatly depend upon, their citizenship status. They have to, have standing. I guess maybe that's not the best way to put it, but they actually have to be like a citizen, to actually exploit these laws. So, I guess, do you want to speak to that?
Well, sure. If people look at certain things like, what I've written about previously, especially concerning the National Security Agency, the NSA, when there were attempts by people to counteract the dragnet wiretapping done by that particular administrative agency, fourth branch of government and all that, where they would try and sue in court, and it turns out that they failed in doing that because they didn't have standing to sue, because they couldn't prove, the plaintiffs, the citizens, couldn't prove that they individually were being harmed by the NSA. So there was a little bit of an assumption they were making that the judge basically struck down and said, "Oh yeah, you're wrong about that," which was quite simply that that no, there was no interstice there at all. They were, as far as the judge put it, they were flat wrong, and that wasn't just one case; that was two different cases. One of them being NSA versus Jewel, I believe it was, and then there was another one I don't quite recall right offhand. The point, though, is that there's legal precedent that you can't sue the government for dragnet wiretapping, at least not the NSA anyway, because you can't prove that you yourself were harmed. Now, an example of something that would be a legal interstice that is usable today would, of course, be things like tax havens. And so learning and relying on the laws is an interesting approach, isn't it? Some people even go so far as to study and, yes, even rely on the laws of foreign countries in order to avoid property thefts, in a manner of speaking. Some people would call this jurisdictional arbitrage. And so obviously I think you can kind of see where the government would not exactly be happy that the citizenry are exploiting these loopholes in order to protect their property rights. And so therefore the state itself would in some ways engage in its own version of political crusading by trying to outlaw things like cash. I believe there's some articles at the Mises Institute, LVMI, where they've got, they call it the war on cash now, I think is what they call it, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously it's been kind of known for a while that the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, has been on and off over the years trying to shut down offshore tax havens. So that it's kind of interesting, right? So, interstices are not exactly always universally 100% certain. It really does matter what types of interstices we're talking about, and that therefore the specificity is definitely significant. But as far as like the general concept goes, which is what we're mainly focusing here tonight, is that, yeah, you can totally, Americans can totally exploit interstices, legal loopholes in the law in order to protect their own freedom. And every once in a while, it can actually work.
Indeed it can. So, what we've kind of done with these initial episodes, we take a look at what Rayo actually had to say about some of these things. So, I guess in short, I'll just kind of mention this, and then I'll read a couple of excerpts, from his book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom. But, in short, legal interstices are not Vonu. They are two different things. Remember, in the introductory podcast, Rayo defined liberty as a general exemption from coercion. So, legal interstices are how liberty's general exemptions from coercion are achieved. So do you want to speak to that before I read these quotes, Kyle, or you think that's well enough said?
I would just simply add that, remember, and obviously in these beginning podcasts, there'll be a little bit of repetition, but it's more just to familiarize everybody with kind of what this entire series is about. Remember, Vonu is about achieving an invulnerability to coercion. Now, the legal interstices are not themselves an invulnerability. They are a liberty, right? A general exemption from coercion. So what we're focusing on tonight are, what are those general exemptions? How does all of that work? And also, what did Rayo have to say about those general exemptions from coercion? And how did he distinguish between that and Vonu, which is about invulnerability? And that's what we're focusing on here tonight.
Well, let's find out. So on page 28 of his book, he says, quote, "To some, deception, concealment seems so difficult or unpleasant that they opt instead for liberance, playing legal interstices while remaining otherwise conventional and visible. For myself, I'm not especially interested in liberance, partly because millions of people are already playing those games for all they are worth. I don't believe I could come up with gimmicks much better than what thousands of tax lawyers, accountants, draft advisors, etc. are doing. And legal interstices are transitory. As quickly as many people discover a dodge, the bludge, that's obviously, that's what Rayo calls, government agents, bludgies. The bludge move in to close it. Of course, a particular Vonu way may not offer permanent security either. There will be new detection and counter-detection techniques. But once Vonuans get below the noise level of environmental change caused by animals, weather, and or non-Vonuans, the bludge and their detectives will be at the point of diminishing returns. In the short term," and this is the important part, guys, "in the short term, certain forms of liberance have their attractions and are worth using, but I believe Vonu has a greater long-range potential," end quote. So I think that's pretty pretty cut and dry, Kyle?
Yeah, I think what Rayo was trying to get at here was that the interstices at best are something that one would rely on, or shall I say fall back on, more as like a rearguard action. For example, if you get picked up by the bludgies, the blue coats, the government police, the pigs, if you get picked up by them and they slap the cuffs on, throw you in the paddy wagon, and now you're in a government dungeon for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months or longer, depending on what they're trying to persecute you over, then at that juncture, in a situation like that where you are a political prisoner, it's a little late to be invulnerable to coercion, right?
Yeah.
So the only thing that can really help you at that point are the interstices and things like due process, things like
not incriminating yourself.
The protection against self-incrimination, right? I mean, pretty much if you look at any Constitution's Bill of Rights, those bills of rights for any of the 51 American governments are really just a list of legal interstices, right? So the alleged protections about everything ranging from RBKA, right to keep and bear arms, self-defense, if you will, RBKA, free speech, religious liberty, search and seizure warrants, cruel and unusual punishment, et cetera, et cetera. All of that stuff are basically a type of legal interstice, I think. So
Yeah, and I think that's a good point to make because they aren't to be relied upon. People rely on, like the Fourth Amendment, like the cops can't search my car without a search warrant, or I guess without a search warrant. But lo and behold, some people have found out firsthand that they don't need a damn search warrant. So relying upon that specific legal interstice has not benefited, or it's actually hurt quite a few people who, kind of relied upon. I have Fourth Amendment rights. Okay, you keep thinking that, bud. Let's just tear apart your car and, break shit and not have to pay for it. So yeah, that's. I think you make a very good point there.
Well, let me just follow up on something. You said something interesting. When Rayo mentioned about laws and their interpretations often change, I think you said that elsewhere in the book. In much of my research, I've kind of discovered something similar. So like when my last book came out about security culture, 2 of the chapters in there, or they're actually also standalone articles on my blog, one was about the issue regarding cellular telephones, and the other was about like your own like personal records more generally, whether paper records, computer files on your hard drive, like on your computer, and so forth. And one thing I kept seeing over and over again, and this is particularly true with the cell phones, is that you don't enjoy any Fourth Amendment or Fourth Amendment equivalent protections, like ever. And if it's a cell phone, that goes double and triple, where they can just warrantlessly search whatever. And so those legal interstices regarding those specific things are basically now worthless, even though in the past there used to be at least a thin veneer of legality.
Yeah, definitely. Let me read this last quote here real quick, and then we can discuss further. This is from page 81. Quote, "We have some experience with bicycles and don't think they're an answer. A bike means more time in bludgeoning per trip, more red lighters and other dangerous drivers whizzing by. As for bikes not needing licenses, that is just a liberty, legal interstice, not a Vonu, relative physical invulnerability, and probably a short-lived one. Already tax-hungry bludge in California are proposing state licensing of bikes just like automobiles. The fees will supposedly go for maintenance of bikeways. Big deal," end quote. Now, I actually thought about this right before. I don't know why I didn't think of this yet, but right before we started recording this, I actually kind of have an example of kind of why Rayo is kind of right here. So back in high school, there was and obviously there's a little racial profiling here, but there was only one black kid in the school. Like, it was a smaller school, and he actually got pulled over and fined on his bicycle for not having reflectors on it. Because he was on a public road. So I think that's something to also kind of consider too. If you're on public roads, you still have to follow the bludgies laws. So so yeah, I think Rayo's right here insofar. I mean, is it a potential? Is it a potential alternative? Sure, but is it any better? I mean, there's still that risk there.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Rayo about much, but on this one, I will just simply offer a counterpoint. Rayo mentions about bikes not needing licenses. That's just a liberty or legal interstice. Well, hell, I could say the same thing when you're traveling in your privately owned automobile on the public roads, which was pretty much a large chunk of what my extra constitutional series was about. So, the question of how can you achieve Vonu while traveling on the roads, public or private, is rather kind of a, at least currently, unsolvable question, at least at present, unless somebody comes up with a good idea. Lord knows I've tried, right? That last article in my extra constitutional series, I actually tried to see if there was any sort of real Vonu way of dealing with that, and the closest thing I came up with was, well, maybe if you get a sailboat instead, go on the bright blue waters and just avoid the roads altogether. I mean, that's the closest thing, I guess, unless you, I mean, think about this. I mean, how many people get harassed by the Coast Guard as opposed to the bludgies on the land?
I don't think it's even close.
Right. So, I mean, if we're going to talk about Vonu specifically, that invulnerability to coercion, I mean, at this point, it would seem a little bit more, I know you like the sailboats and all that, which is going to be its own episode, but that seems to me to be kind of where it's going, that anything on land is just so tightly controlled that the only time where you can even have a little bit of breathing space, and I personally would be in favor of something like using a bicycle for some types of trips under some circumstances, particularly if the weather is kinder, right? I wouldn't recommend anybody going on a bicycle in a blizzard, okay? But I would just simply say that we're kind of all stuck with legal interstices, at least for the time being, because too many of our fellow human beings are authoritarians who essentially think that public roads are like an immutable law of the universe, as if public roads are gravity. And the fact that even the minarchists, people who believe in limited government, really don't go as far as I do in saying that, hey, maybe we need to privatize the roads and go that route, even though that itself is a legal interstice, right? Like I proved in that series.
Yep.
It's just kind of, again, I don't want to get too far off into that particular topic. Just suffice it to say, I see where Rayo's going with this, but I think there's a lot more to it than that. And maybe if he had used a little bit of a better example, then that would have been a little clearer for everybody. But again, the point is that yes, there's a difference between a legal interstice and Vonu. That's the key thing. These are two different things that at times do crossover, right? And I think Rayo was kind of pointing that out, that it's kind of this, the interstices are kind of this undesirable thing that Vonuans actually do have to deal with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we're kind of, sorry guys, we're kind of revisiting what Vonu is. This is important stuff. But I think an important question to ask here is why did Rayo mention legal interstices at all? I mean, obviously he wasn't a fan of them. He kind of just saw them as like a temporary kind of the state's here, and until better Vonu strategies are discovered, it's kind of something that you have to do to remain as invulnerable to coercion as humanly possible. Because I'll tell you what, if you're driving without a driver's license, without registration, you're definitely more vulnerable to coercion. You definitely are, and you're more likely to be pulled over.
Yeah, I think so. So I don't know, man. It's just, I think what's happened, and I'll use this more as a passing example, unless you really want to get into it, but really what happened to Alex Ansary up until he got that land, where he was living in his RV full time. That really kind of made me kind of sit back and really ponder some stuff pretty deeply. Like, was Alex like invulnerable to coercion whenever, the cops would go, knock, knock, knock on his RV at like 3 a.m, which happened to him at least a couple times over the course of that year and a half or so?
Yeah.
Now it is true that, Alex Ansary did do that kind of thing this decade in the 2010s, right? As opposed to when Rayo was doing van dwelling, which will be its own episode, he was in the 1960s and early 70s, right? So maybe some cultural attitudes in those decades are different from now. Maybe that has some relevance. I'm not exactly certain, but if we're going to take Alex Ansary as a more contemporary example, I'm not exactly thrilled with the fact that there might not actually be any Vonu for traveling on the roads such as they are today, unless we're going to go in the direction of road privatization, but then other factors have to come into it in order to make that happen.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's a tough one. And that kind of gets right into I forgot we had this quote in there. The final quote from Rayo's book is from page 26. Quote: "With our present capability, line C." Side note here. He's referring to a mean time to harassment chart in his book. Now, if you go to that PDF, you can actually look at that chart, but we're not going to get into that here because that's a whole nother episode. But quote: "With our present capability, line C, we really aren't able to enjoy a comfortable home for the year round and be Vonu. The price of living in a van is some submission to the bludge, maintaining a driver's license, paying attention to the legalities of parking in a particular area, etc. With the van, we are in large part enjoying liberty, legal interstices, not Vonu. And laws and their interpretations often change," end quote. So, we've kind of already addressed that. Pretty much every single facet of that. Anything else you want to mention there?
I would just say that what Rayo said back, in the 60s and 70s when he wrote that, I would say still holds true today. And my series on, the extra constitutional series does seem to further confirm that. Although, to be fair, I was writing about Texas. Rayo was, of course, up in the Siskiyou region, which I believe is Oregon or thereabouts.
Northern California and Oregon. And I want to mention this too, but I think it would have even been more relaxed in Rayo's days, because I remember, stories from my parents' age, when they were like in high school, like in the 80s, and they were, drinking and driving, they could get out and talk to the cops, and the cops would sometimes just say, "Give me the beer, just drive home." So like today, they're very, very, very stringent. So. And I mean, yeah, that might have been small town cops, but small town bludgies. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's something to consider too. Maybe the change in culture, change in the bludgy culture, so to speak, because I would say it's definitely ramped up. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, the police are militarized now, far more so than they were in previous decades. I mean, even the advocates of limited government now have started screaming about that, which I guess is a good development. But yeah, the fact of the matter is that, no matter how much oath keeping they try to promote, the fact is that the police might as well be the military. And if you look at foreign countries, especially European ones like Italy, where they have a military police harassing the citizenry, and they are literally called military police and have a military type power, but they can also like search and harass citizens, Italians and such, I would suggest that the allegedly civilian police forces here, municipal, county, state, etc., are in fact might as well be military police, just because of the flak jackets, the SWAT teams, and a lot of the other crud that they're doing, where they're just thuggish, just more generally, even if it's just one patrol cop in a squad car.
Yeah, definitely. So let's. I mean, we've kind of talked negatively about legal interstices, but I do think, as Rayo kind of did, they do play their role, especially if there are no Vonu solutions available. Now, I think the most important one, and this is good for the risk adverse folks, the ones that don't want to end up in prison. You're kind of actually obeying the law whenever you're practicing legal interstices. Now, whether that's as Rayo said, maintaining a driver's license is a legal interstice. So obviously, if you have that, you're not gonna get thrown in jail, I guess. But there are some other ones too, as we mentioned at the very beginning. Tax havens. Now that's a legal interstice. I mean, the state obviously doesn't like that. The IRS doesn't like that. Yeah, there's no civil disobedience and little to no risk of being arrested.
Well, yeah, and so I know there's lots of advocates within the alternative media who often proselytize about civil disobedience. But remember, civil disobedience is illegal activity by definition.
And it makes you more vulnerable to coercion.
Well, I know some of them would kind of argue the opposite, and I would more be along the lines to agree with you, because unfortunately a lot of those civilly disobedient activist protester types are usually tend to rely on a jury nullification defenses for when their cases go to court, ironically enough, but most of the time they can't even get a jury trial. Again, that's getting into a more due process issue. But yeah, the point is that if you're doing civil disobedience, and more particularly the brazen style of civil disobedience, like falling on your sword, or shall we say squatting at a certain refuge in Oregon, if you know what I mean, then yeah, it's just kind of like, I think you're just making yourselves more vulnerable when you didn't necessarily have to. Legal interstices, by contrast, is where you are obeying the law, but you are using it as a tool against the state. It's a very much in the spirit of guerrilla warfare, except instead of taking pot shots at enemy soldiers, instead you're using paperwork and legal language to arguably do something kind of similar, legally anyway.
It reminds me, a few nights ago I watched a video of Gavin Siam. There was a traffic stop, and he was going to go film the cops, and he was just sitting there making sure, this person was less invulnerable to coercion since there was a camera on him and the cops. And lo and behold, filming cops is supposedly legal. But yeah, cops came over to him and said that he was impeding upon an investigation. He had his 3 kids in the back seat, or 4 kids, however many little people he's popped out. But yeah, him, his wife, his 3 or 4 kids, they were all in there, and they threatened to take Gavin and his wife to prison, or to jail, and his kids to DCFS. So or whatever the child protection equivalent there is. But so yeah, I mean the noble goal of trying to ensure that someone's less vulnerable to coercion, while putting yourself in a similar position. Even I mean, so even some of these things are completely legal. But when you're dealing with bludgies, the law doesn't apply to them; it only applies to you.
Well, yeah, and remember, there's also kind of, and many constitutionalists will recognize this, but the notion of color of law, right? Where the police or just the bludgies, just more generally prosecutors, or should I say persecutors and such, those types of attorneys and all that, they will do things like act as if they are acting under a semblance of legal process, but they are in fact actually breaking the law, provably. So in a sense, it's almost like the opposite version of being of when they are acting extra constitutionally. It's almost the opposite version of that is what color of law is. And so when you're describing about how they're essentially harassing somebody for filming them, it's like, well, depending on what the interstices are in that particular jurisdiction, those police may very well be acting under color of law. But then again, depending where you are, the same exact action may in fact be more extra constitutional. But see, this is the problem with most activists, Shane, is that they actually do not read law like the founders did. They don't do it. And so when they claim that they are for liberty, that they claim to manifest freedom or whatever, I mean, my particular favorite one is when they say, liberty is my highest political value, and therefore I'm a libertarian, is kind of how they've sold it. And it's like, well, that's interesting because, Ronald Reagan professed to have liberty as his highest value, but I don't think anybody's calling him a libertarian anytime soon. And
hell no.
And you have also some other people claiming that their liberty is their highest political value and so forth, when in fact every action they take actually grows big government and so forth. You can kind of see the problem. And so when you're looking at liberty as defined by Rayo being a general exemption from coercion, should liberty necessarily be your highest value if indeed that liberty can only be exercised practically through legal interstices, one type of which would be something like a Bill of Rights?
Taking this to its logical conclusion, at least for Rayo, having a driver's license is living in liberty. That's bad. That's bad. If that's your highest political value, at least to Rayo, I think he would have said that you have controlled schizophrenia, which will be another future episode. But we this is supposed to be a section about benefits. So I guess let's kind of discuss those here real briefly, because I think we more kind of side with Rayo here on our biases are becoming interjected into the narrative, which is inevitable. But anyways, I mean, there are some side benefits. There really are. Now something I promote, and Kyle introduced me to this concept, but canceling the voter registration. You follow the laws on the books as they are. You're essentially revoking consent to be governed as much as the state will legally allow. This is a really big positive when it comes to legal interstices, especially the canceling the voter registration. You're no longer on the jury wheel for the federal government, so you can't be called into a federal, a federal district court to serve on a jury. Which if I've read about how hellish the local courthouses are, the county courthouses are. I can't even imagine walking into a federal courthouse like that. So that's definitely a benefit. Anything on that, Kyle?
No, I just say that I can't imagine walking to a federal courthouse either. I mean, that must be walking into like the gates of Mordor or something, like the overarch of Hades or something. I think the listeners kind of know where I'm getting at. It's not abandon all hope, ye who enter here. It's not exactly a happy place to go, and that goes double and triple if you're a defendant, right? If you're the one actually being persecuted. But yeah, I mean, that was something I kind of discovered really more by accident when I canceled my voter registration. I think it was, it's 2017, right? So 4 years ago now, actually. Yeah, and that's mainly because the federal government, at least when I contacted them and then I followed up on it in some of their other literature and such, yeah, they only look at the voter registration databases. They don't look at the driver license databases. But then for some strange reason, the Texas judiciary does look at both the voter registration and the driver's license databases, and I still have that, as we were joking, Shane, a moment ago about I enjoying my liberty of the driver's license and all that, which I still unfortunately have. I can still be called up for jury duty based on that reason alone.
And that's how it is here in Illinois, and that the handful of state. Well, I guess I looked through all 50 states, and they're. I think that I'll just kind of just briefly. Yeah, I think in most states they pull from multiple areas because a lot of some lower income folks, especially those that rely on public transportation and such, might not have driver's licenses. So yeah, they want to make sure they have a wide net to grab from. I'm gonna skip this next one because that leads into a really bad negative. But the next one, the gun show loophole. The gun show loophole. I mean, that's a pretty stable loophole, to be completely honest. I mean, how long have the leftists been trying to, or as I like to call them, the anti-gun pussies, been trying to they've been clamoring about that. Like, hey, the gun show loophole. Anyone can get an assault rifle. Still there.
Well, yeah, and look at things like Defense Distributed's Ghost Gunner, where you can 3D print firearms with, unserialized, or excuse me, that's actually the CNC mill. I'm sorry. Yeah, the CNC mill, using 80% unserialized AR rifles, right? And then you basically get the Ghost Gunner and you finish them up. And then, of course, before that, there was actually the actual 3D printed gun, which was the Single Shot Liberator. So, and so, that's another type of interstice involving firearms. But yeah, even if you were to buy the more traditional, typical firearms with serial numbers on them and all that, then yeah, there is such a thing as private sales. And, the gun show loophole is, a stable loophole as opposed to an unstable loophole.
Yeah, and we'll get into that here in a moment. We'll get into that here in a moment. I skipped that for a purpose. We'll close out this section with that because it'll be a potential benefit that leads into a very, very bad negative. So sorry to cut you off there. We have these out of order. But the next one, and this is one I'm kind of very interested in. But learning the legal interstices is a necessary prerequisite to conducting jurisdictional arbitrage. I.e., country shopping. Now, when Pete Cisco does his perpetual traveling, he's got to know the laws of the place he's going to. He's got to know how long he can stay. He's got to know what sort of visa or tourist slave paper, whatever it is. I don't know what all these countries call it. He's got to be very knowledgeable on where he can go with his current status. For expatriation, I mean, not a big fan of the guy, but Jeff Berwick, he had to know the laws of Acapulco before he, expatriated from Canada to there, right? And I mean, arguably, I don't know how much more freer Jeff Berwick is. He says he is. I don't know how free Mexico is considering drug cartels and such. But I'll just claim ignorance there. But yeah, perpetual traveling for Pete Cisco, it seems to be extremely freeing. So I guess that's one example of legal interstices being a potential way to increase your own personal freedom.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to have to be its own episode. But yeah, just saying in transitory passing here is that, when it comes to perpetual traveling, the interstices become rather much more important than not in a lot of ways. And unless the portion of it that is Vonu or would or could be Vonu would be the actual moving around, the mobility that Rayo really heavily emphasized, unless that itself is where the real invulnerability to coercion comes in, I'm not quite seeing how moving around internationally between ports of entry, that are basically the bottlenecks for these nation states, necessarily keep somebody, relatively free from coercion. Again, a little bit of a debatable point. We'll save it for that episode. But yeah, just keep in mind that if people who are using perpetual traveling, whether it's the 3-flag approach or 5-flag approach, they are having to rely on legal interstices. I mean, anybody ever heard of a passport? That's a legal interstice, by the way.
Yes, it is, and it's a necessary prerequisite if you are going to, go country shopping and such. But yeah, we'll definitely get more into that later on. Now, this is one that you brought up to me, Kyle, and I'm aware of it, obviously, but I'm not even going to try to articulate this. So, last wills and testaments.
If I remember correctly, this should be in the Texas Estate Code, so it's a state law where I'm at. But basically, the long and short of it is that in Texas, you can essentially more or less, or at least mostly avoid probate court if you handwrite your last will and testament basically on a piece of paper using an actual, pen and paper and all that, or pencil and paper. Or actually, no, pen would probably be better, right? More permanent, right? If you're 6 feet under, the court will actually need an original handwritten letter or document, as it were, that follows a certain legal prescription. And it's right there in the statutory code, the exact format they want you to use. And then, of course, they say, like, fill in your name here and, whatever else. And, that's kind of interesting in terms of property transferals that are, after death. Because remember, a probate court is largely focused on negotiating, whom should get what, how should the property, the estate, the totality of that deceased citizen's estate is divvied up and all that. But, if you can have an actual original record, not something photocopied, not something Photoshop or fraudulent, but actually in what they call the testator, that's the dead guy, the testator's own hand, then that can be acceptable. And just as a historical side note, the justification for this goes back to many cases, a series of case law here in Texas. One in particular was interesting. A farmer had an accident, and basically he was pinned either under or around his tractor, and he scrawled on the fender something, I think it was something to the effect of "everything to wife," and he died. So later, when they went to probate court at that time, considering how the laws were, all that one of the lawyers had to do was they apparently brought in the bumper as, that fender, as an exhibit, as physical evidence to the judge to show that, hey, this is, we shouldn't really even have to be here and, hold a trial or whatever, any court hearings. This is pretty clear. This should be satisfactory. And the judge decided to rule that, yes, indeed, everything to wife on offender was satisfactory enough to actually, legitimize the property transferal to the widow. And that was rather interesting. And so over time, that truly common law and then established basically that kind of legal interstice right here in Texas, to the point where the current version is, as long as you follow in the statutory code, I think it was the Texas Estates Code, exactly how, and maybe I should write an article about this at some point explaining it more in detail, but just suffice it for now, just, follow the form, then you should be able to avoid probate court, or at least a lot of it. And that's something not a lot of people know about.
Yeah, and it reminds me, and I'm almost done with it. I'm almost done with it again, so I'm not going to bring this up again, I'm sure. But yeah, like Parks and Rec, it was funny as hell when Ron didn't have or his essential his note was whatever man or animal defeats me gets all my shit, is essentially what it said. And I can't remember who it was that brought this up to him, but and for those who don't watch the show, Ron's I mean he's I guess you could call it like a political crusader, but it's one of the only times where a libertarian or even an anarchist kind of gets a fair shot in a TV show. But anyways, someone brought up Ron. Well, if you don't have a will, everything that you own will go to the government, and just the most horrified look on his face. I mean, he talks about how much gold he has buried around and how much money he's got saved up and all of this. And it just, so he went and got himself a will.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's definitely an interesting one, and it's not really one that there really aren't any negatives to it, to utilizing that. I mean, the negatives come when you don't do that, and maybe there in Indiana, probably not because it's a TV show, but maybe in some states, if you don't have a will, maybe it does go directly to the state. I don't know, or maybe there's probate in every state. I don't know. I'm not well researched on that, but anyways, now that we've gone down that little digression, Castilla County. So I guess just real briefly, Kyle, I know that you've talked about this a lot on radio shows, and also you've written long articles on it and such. But I guess a brief overview of what happened in Castilla County. I guess what the off-gridders were doing, and then that can segue right into the ramifications. So I guess start with the benefits, and then also kind of just lead that right into the ramifications.
Well, okay, so we were mentioning the gun show loophole a little bit ago. So, that would be a stable loophole, right? You can do your private sales, which are property transfers. The seller hands you the rifle, the ammunition, or whatever the hell else, accoutrements. You hand over the cash, or gold, or silver. Hell, maybe they will even take Bitcoin one of these years. Who knows?
I'm sure there are places where you can buy guns with Bitcoin. That's something I'll need to look into, huh?
Oh, that'd be interesting, right? Especially if both the buyer and the seller have like smartphones or something, you can do it like, in the middle of a gun show, right? Where usually they don't have a lot of computers, at least of the ones I've been to. But then I would also say there is such a thing as an unstable loophole. And when I wrote the article basically explaining what had happened in Castilla County in late 2015 regarding what I can only reasonably describe as nuisance abatement ordinances being enforced by the county government, the bludgies. What kind of set the stage for that was when there were a bunch of off-gridders and people living in RVs, or van dwellers, as Rayo himself practiced, again, another episode for another time. They were essentially trying to, there was this, this loophole about camping permits on your own land, because the county ordinances, basically the land use code essentially was saying that in order to live full-time on your own property that you pay property taxes on, and see, there's already kind of a problem there, right? But anyway, in order to live on the unimproved lot that you're paying the property taxes on, you have to have like a septic installed and like some other stuff, or at the very least some sort of structure. And then it depends, well, what's defined as a structure, and basically you need something, a foundation, all that. Can't be something movable, essentially. And so the interstice, the loophole that the off-gridders were exploiting was essentially, and people are going to fucking love this, was essentially renewing camping permits over and over and over and over and over again, because the camping permits were only for a set time period, something along the lines of, what was it, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, something along those lines. And so they were just renewing the camping permits over and over again. So the bureaucrats for the county government got wise to this, and they were realizing, wait a minute, these people who own, these unimproved lots in our county, as one of them actually said when he was interviewed by the press, in our county are not actually building any structures. They're just living in their RVs and just simply renewing the camping permits. Well, we got to close the loophole. And that's exactly what the hell they did. And there were people who quite literally got, or at least in one sense or another, got run off their own land. They had to move. They eventually ended up selling. One couple in particular did for certain. Even there was even one man who was a veteran, military veteran, who wasn't even in the valley portion of the San Luis Valley at the SLV, but he was actually up on a nearby mountaintop, and he got harassed because he too was trying to kind of encourage a sense of solidarity amongst the off-gridders there, and he was targeted by the government because they viewed him as being vulnerable. So that's kind of the long and short as far as Castilla County goes. Very interesting case study, would be worthy of its own podcast perhaps sometime, but regarding legal interstices, Castilla County is an example of what happens when you try to exploit an unstable loophole and then the bludgies move in to close it, as Rayo himself, I think, was one of the quotes you just read a little bit ago.
Yep.
I mean, Castilla County is exactly what happens when they move in to close it. And then the fallout was just that horribleness of people. I think there was also a different couple that went homeless, quite literally living under a bridge at one point, if I remember correctly. There was some really nasty stuff that happened. And they were just, we'll just keep renewing the camping permits and we'll be fine. Well, that's not exactly what happened.
Yep. So obviously, they found a way to exploit that legal interstice, and then the government closed in on it, and there were some very, very terrible ramifications. So again, to reiterate, I mean, these legal interstices can be beneficial to use, and especially like legal interstice of having a driver's license and registration and things, might actually help you stay. Help you avoid some of this coercion, but again, some of these things can detrimentally damage you. So I guess that there's also another aspect to look in here too, Kyle. And I've kind of gotten into this a little bit, but you're definitely the unofficial expert on this portion. But exploiting these loopholes obviously takes some legal research. You gotta read a lot of law. You gotta figure out which ones you can exploit. You gotta figure out which ones are stable and unstable. There's a lot of legal research that goes into this. So I think that's definitely a negative there too, don't you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of my work that's on my blog, and especially most recently the extra constitutional series. I mean, most of that is basically all legal research. I'm not actually talking about like trying to solve problems or war game certain things and basically focus on what some people would call activism. I was really just more trying to figure out how the system was put together, especially regarding a particular thing regarding, the right to travel infringements and so forth. And in order to do that, I had to locate bodies of law and then learn how to make sense of the legalese or legal English, which is different from plain English, which is what we're speaking now, that the lawyers use to try and, I guess you could say, engage in befuddlement of sorts, cause confusion in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, I mean, if people want to try and learn what legal interstices are available to them, I would say the first thing they need to do is learn how to do legal research. And thankfully, there are some somewhat user-friendly books on how to exactly go about doing that. Me personally, as a former homeschooler, I just kind of learned to do it kind of in some ways ad hoc. But even other people, some of my readers for my blog, would get in contact with me and say that I was doing a better job than even some of the people who had written books on legal research. And, I'm kind of hearing that from some of my readers. And so, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but I just kind of find it rather interesting that just as a common man, a non-lawyer, I'm trying not to be ignorant of the law. And in the attempt to do that, I have to basically gain this entire skill set in order to do so. And yes, part of that also involves the law dictionaries. Periodically I'll throw up a post on the blog and try to legally define a legal term of whatever kind. So it'll be like something legally defined. So like contracts legally defined or, whatever legally defined. And I won't just put up the definition according to one law dictionary and not even just two. I'll put up the legal definitions from 3 different legal dictionaries. I use Black's, Ballantyne's, and Bouvier's. And those particular editions are all from the 19th century because I'm trying to go as old as possible.
Yeah.
And that takes time and effort to do. And I understand that, there is something to the division of labor and all of that, but if somebody's going to shall I say, specialize as part of if they're going to be a content producer in the alternative media and they're going to specialize in doing legal research, at least in some sense, to some degree, you're going to have to invest in just, even if it's only in terms of time and effort, in learning how to do this kind of thing. And by the way, I've occasionally made mistakes in trying to make sense of this very confusing garbage that these disgusting bar attorneys have essentially thrown up and try to have the cops enforce against the rest of us. But I do try to correct for those as soon as I can once I realize something. But I mean, if anybody ever wondered why the limited government advocates often disagree with each other about things like the federal income tax, for instance, is because they're trying to make sense of legalese when in fact sometimes you can't do it. Some things are so befuddled and so confusing, you literally can't do it. And thus you kind of have to end up looking at other options, whatever those are, one of which would, of course, be Vonu.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And although I think I think one thing to mention here that's definitely important is, thanks to the advent of the internet, the opportunity cost of doing all these things is much lower than that of political crusading. And also, you consider pre-internet, people actually had to trudge on down to the law library and find all of these things. So they might have only been able to devote like a few hours of research on a Saturday, or actually no, they aren't even probably open on Saturdays. Like I had to find time to go in for a couple of hours and maybe check out books if you can do that, and then focus on that. But yeah, the internet's definitely enabling. I mean, I think it's definitely assisted you and in a lot of your legal research, and the little that I've done. I've never even utilized a law library. I've been to one, but I've never actually utilized one. So I think that does kind of make the use of legal interstices at least a little more possible.
Yes, it does, and yes, I do rely on using this wonderful internet to do most of my legal research. But there are some types of legal documents and such that are actually that have not been digitized. And so, for example, when I was just starting the Extra Constitutional series, I couldn't find any case law over the internet about driver licensure. So I had to trundle on down to law library and actually grab, the book. The law librarian was extremely helpful. They were actually conspicuously not busy. The place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Really?
Oh,
really?
There was nobody, dude, there was nobody there. The librarians were incredibly helpful. I think I've said it in the past before too. Always be extra nice to the law librarians, and especially if you're a defendant and you're actually in trouble, you need like access to certain things to like prepare a case. But even if
well, that's definitely true. The first time I actually went to look for something, and the second time I was there, and I just like wanted to like go and open a law book just to see what it felt like, because it's something I'd never done before. But yeah, both times I went, not a soul in there. That the law librarian position has to be like the easiest job ever. Like, 'cause I don't know. I just don't think a lot of people utilize it.
No, they don't. And so, you've had your experience with that. And, regarding what happened, at least when I was working on the Right to Travel series, librarian basically, I said, okay, I'm looking up these specific cases. Here are the citations. It's Southwestern Reporter and some other ones. And she just walked me all through the stacks because my specific references were scattered all over the place. And, she worked with me for like half an hour, dude. I got like free, in a sense, not quite legal assistance, but librarian assistance exclusively. Like I've never had that before. It was very different. I've never had that experience before. But yeah, she helped me grab stuff off. A couple times I had to grab a ladder, go up to like the upper level of the stacks. She had to climb. You'll see that in a lot of television movies with like library stacks or archives where they have to get like a ladder or something to get like the really books like far out of reach. No, that literally happened when I was there. So yeah, basically grabbing, books and all that. And then I was just, 20 minutes just scanning over and over and over again. And actually there was interesting, as a side note, they also had this machine there where I could email myself the scans.
Wow. That's nice. That's nice.
Or if you had a flash drive, you could plug a flash drive in and then just download the scans, PDF, the scans directly into it. And I did both.
Did they charge you for that?
No. They only
wow.
charge you. They only charge. Well, the particular one I went to, they only charge you if you actually make photocopies. And I was like, I'm not paying, whatever the going rate was. If I can just scan and this digitally and get it to myself or whatever, or keep it on me, either way, you can do either one or the other, or both, in terms of emailing versus putting on a flash drive. But I was like, dude, I just wanted to make this available to the public, over the internet and, in PDF format anyway. And they have this device, I don't want to call it the magic machine. And by the way, folks, this is probably one of the very few times I'm actually going to compliment the government on something, okay? Because the law library was run by the government and financed by taxpayer money. But yeah, they had this like wonder machine in there where I could basically just scan stuff and get it out, essentially. Which was I've never seen that before, ever. And so, if people need to get access to court cases and all that, again, it might be the law library we're at may very well be different, but definitely the one I went to, let's just say it was quite user friendly, and it was just amazing. Like all I had to do was just show up and ask, I need these court cases, and that was that. And so, yeah, I mean, at some point I would like to go back and probably will whenever I have to work on some other article where I need to get original research and the materials are not on the internet, but I got the citation information. But again, not to go on too long about that, regarding the legal interstices specifically, sometimes you'll need to do legal research, sometimes like from the ground up, because there's also other people who claim that they're researchers, and then they'll write books or they'll have interviews even on mainstream radio or whatever, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, just
and plus, I mean, in order to actually know a legal interstice exists, you've got to actually look at the law. Mm-hmm. Second, you have to like actually be able to understand the gibber, a lot of times gibberish that's in these in this legalese. So you've got to be able to do legal research. And yeah, I mean, we did kind of get bogged down in this a little bit, but I do think it's important because you're going to need to do legal research if you're going to utilize some of these legal interstices.
Yeah, and if you're going to actually use an actual legal remedy, like canceling your voter registration, or even that other thing I did, which was reclaiming unclaimed property, you need to understand the laws that enable you to do that legally, so that you're not accidentally either, ticking off a bureaucrat or otherwise maybe even doing some civil disobedience by mistake, because that's actually happened to some other people. Just to use one example of something I do not endorse, Peter Schiff was basically encouraging people, or excuse me. Erwin Schiff was actually encouraging people back in the day to use this so-called method of like the zero return regarding the federal income tax, and people got in trouble over it. So just because someone tells you that, oh, you can use this legal interstice and everything will be fine, sometimes you can find yourself with charges filed and with the cuffs slapped on and all of that, depending how bad it is.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why it's always important. Check out the laws first, the relevant laws for whatever possible interstice there may be, and verify for yourself that any particular legal remedy that you're thinking about actually using is legally, A-OK by the government itself. And that's just the nature of the beast. I don't know what else to say other than, do your own research and don't just believe these gurus who may sometimes actually mean well, but who are actually rather naive themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And legal research can take a lot of time. And if someone's purely focused on legal interstices, they could get so caught up in exploiting these loopholes that they never move on to Vonu. Which it's almost like I've talked to some of these political crusaders, like the anarchist politicians. As bad as that sounds, I've said it over and over again. But yeah, some of these anarchist politicians who say, I don't actually like. Fuck! This isn't gonna work. I'm just using it as as a soapbox to reach more people, and I've seen a couple of them actually slide back into supporting Trump, and it's. I don't know. They people say that they're not going to, this isn't their focus. This is something that they're doing, and then it does become what they're doing, and their previous in regards to the anarchist politicians, their previous direct action, or maybe even some Vonu, is just kind of gone because their focus has shifted into non-advantageous avenues. So.
Well, yeah, and I think what you kind of described really makes up if not the entirety, at least I think it would be fair to say the majority of the constitutionalist American patriot movement, right? Where they're all getting very, I think, overly focused on legalities, but not so much in the sense of legalities in a practical way, although some of them do, thankfully, at least try to be a little bit more practical about it. But
when they should be setting up committees of safety, and would committees of safety be considered a legal interstice?
Either. I think that's an open question at this point. There was actually an article that Gary Hunt wrote a while back, a couple years ago, which was, are committees of safety illegal? And I think the answer that he gave in that article is the closest thing to a real answer. But I think at this juncture, that's an open question.
Okay. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt, man.
No, it's fine. It's just that, I don't know, man. Some people can get really bogged down in nuance and minutia, and with some types of legal issues, that's more apparent than in others, right? So, when it comes to, well, actually, hell, I'll just kind of announce this probably for the first time publicly. I'm currently working on an explanatory article, basically explaining the federal income tax. So everything regarding the IRS and their lovely history and what they did to Congressman George Hansen, who many people have said he was tortured when his book came out, exposing their corruption and so forth. It's just that sometimes people can get so immersed in legalities and trying to think like a lawyer or how they think a lawyer might think. So it can also get quite speculative at times with no actual legal evidence like case law or statutes or even constitutions and bills of rights and such, that it starts getting into the realm of conspiracizing. Or what some people would derisively call conspiracy theory. And that's I think would be a warning I would kind of attach to this, that if you get yourself too immersed in legal interstices, but really it's more legal research, but it's legal research that doesn't go anywhere and you're not actually producing an interstice of sorts, Or worse, you're producing interstices that don't work, like Irwin Schiff's zero
or that don't exist at all. You just want to see legal interstices so bad, confirmation bias and all, that you're actually creating them out of thin air where there's no legal interstice, in existence.
Right, and also notice too, just one parallel example, just in passing here, the oxymoronic sovereign citizens when they file liens against, the bludgies. Do those liens, those quote unquote liens, do those actually work? Or look at, some of the fake judges like Bruce Doucette and others when they have the so-called common law grand juries issuing so-called, the indictments or whatever that don't go anywhere. And I think that you interviewed Randy England one time to get his kind of take on that. So this is a recurring problem is kind of what I'm getting at. So I think this is just, a lot of what you and I have kind of witnessed even in recent years, where people kind of may have meant well originally in terms of using legal interstices, but then they really kind of, abuse it. Let's just be honest and call it for what it is. They really abuse it and then people get in trouble over it. Or if they don't necessarily get in trouble with the government over a misuse of it, at the very least, you have, much like political crusading, increased opportunity costs. So the time and effort that could have gone into other things that would have actually increased one's freedom or one's invulnerability to coercion now is going towards reading and reading and reading and reading and reading and then filing paperwork and filing paperwork and filing paperwork. And you are no more free than you were today than you were, let's say, if you were doing this like 5 years ago, or pick a time frame.
Yeah.
Some people literally, Shane, spend their entire lives just obsessed. There's no kinder way to put it. I've seen this happen even to people I know. Become obsessed with this kind of thing to the point to, it's almost like a reductio ad absurdum is really what it is. It really does become absurd after a while. So when it comes to interstices, the best way I can figure it is just, it's a rear guard action, it's a fallback. It shouldn't be like the first line of defense. And unfortunately, the constitutionalists and other believers in a hypothetically limited government, just that it's like their first and only line of defense. And it's just kind of sad because when you look at me, I mean, look at the ideology of most, at least of the political prisoners, at least of the ones that, whether it's me or the ones Gary Hunt or even other people have written about. I mean, more often than not, you're looking at people who hold an ideology that, the government should respect the Constitution or something. And then it's like, okay. And then you decided to, hang your hat on that or otherwise place a little too much faith in that. And then you got in trouble. And, I don't want to blame the victim here, but I think it's important that when you start seeing a pattern and not coincidences, but a provable, at least a correlational pattern, if not a causative one, then maybe you should reevaluate your strategies and tactics. Just a thought.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess just my kind of couple closing thoughts here is, although legal interstices are not Vonu, they can be useful if there is no Vonu method available to solve some issue. We mentioned, having a driver's license and registration. Obviously, that's all personal choice. If you want to, openly, openly civilly disobey the government, that's on you. And I mean, I'm not gonna. Hey, more power to you. Whatever. But yeah, those are legal interstices that can save you a lot of trouble. On the other hand, canceling your voter registration, there's no risk at all to doing that. I mean, hell, I went into the local county registrar here, into the McLean County Government Center, the belly of the beast, so to speak, and did it. And I didn't get tossed in jail. They just did it, and everything was fine. Other ones like gun show loophole. With seemingly endless continuing regulations against guns. For sure. That's actually one of the stable loopholes that hasn't gone away, and it probably won't go away in the near future either. So another very, very good one. And then obviously the necessary legal interstices if you're going to conduct jurisdictional arbitrage or country shopping. So there are definitely some good ones there that can be utilized, but you shouldn't be relying upon them, because as Rayo said, and as we kind of explained this evening, utilizing legal interstices today is based off the interpretation of laws today, and they do change, as is what happened in Castilla County. So, and I guess one kind of final note here is that they might actually serve as an inspiration to actually develop further Vonu techniques. So we mentioned the interstice of protection against self-incrimination, which actually inspired role-playing police interrogations, if not security more generally. So even though legal interstices are not Vonu, I do think there are some benefits there. But again, we definitely discuss a lot of the negative things. So utilize them when you can. But please don't rely on them. Please don't rely on them. So, Kyle, any other closing thoughts, man?
I would just say this. Legal interstices would be one way to distinguish between gray and black markets. So, yeah, black markets would be your outright illegal activity, and your gray markets would either be legal activity, but it's not regulated by, the fourth branch of government, the administrative agencies, or there's just simply a lack of laws regarding a type of activity that hasn't been outlawed. So I think even for people who are agorists, the legal interstices revolving around certain types of activity can actually make a difference, especially if the certain types of activity are things like dumpster diving, which sometimes are gray market, and other times, as is the case right here within the city limits of Austin, Texas, actually black market. Fines up to the tune of $2,000 or thereabouts per offense, so-called. So,
or if you're an agorist, selling illegal things, and you're driving around with a driver's license and registration, that's kind of it's almost like falling on your sword, kind of. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Go back to what you were saying though.
Well, obviously, when we do the episode on the ethical enclaves, we'll get deeper into that. But just suffice it for the listeners to understand now. Even people who are black market entrepreneurs or who are on that path but not quite there all the way yet, the legal interstices are at least something you're going to be relying on, even if only in terms of your acquiescence. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. I mean, I know a lot of people promote Uber, for example, and if anything, I guess the legal interstices with something like Uber are kind of palpable, right? At least in some sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So anything else, or is that all you got to say, man?
I would just say this, when it comes to interstices, I would suggest that maybe some people look at some things that are provable and then verify, or at least claim to have be successful, and then actually look at the laws, do the legal research, and just double check, and make sure to look for citations too. If somebody says this remedy worked, and the justification for it is, for example, like canceling voter registration, Texas election code, whatever, and the specific numbers, then actually go look it up. And then
and please provide please provide transparency too, so others can utilize potential legal interstices that you may have found.
Right, because obviously those of us who actually do care about freedom or liberty, at least in some sense, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the oxymoronic sovereign citizens who didn't have any transparency, didn't provide any citations with anything, and even the few times when they did, they were completely misunderstanding what
and some of them even, just had nothing to do with what they were claiming it had to do with.
Right. So, I've already written my articles about the so-called sovereign citizens and their copious mistakes and such. But it's interesting though that they too were trying to use legal interstices against the government. What was unique about them was that they just screwed up very, very badly, and then they went further and became really obsessive. They developed this whole phony ideology that was based on their misunderstandings of what the government's own laws said. So I would say the sovereign citizens are more an example of what not to do. They're more of shall I say, a series of cautionary tales.
Yep. Indeed. Well, very, very good, Kyle. Very good. So thanks so much for tuning in, folks. Make sure to check out the website, VonuPodcast.com, and also consider leaving us a positive review on iTunes. You could be our first. So next week's episode will be titled Political Crusading, Bullshit Libertarianism, Sheep People, and Bullshitters. All terms used by Rayo in his book. It's longer, I know. It's a mouthful, but I find it absolutely hilarious, and I think I just kind of have to stick with that as a title. So if that changes, you'll know next week. So anyways, we'll talk to you soon. financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts, Shane and Kyle, as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast. And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle.
Ooh, switch it up a little bit there. I like that. We're certainly glad you decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org. The title of this episode is Political Crusading, Bullshit Libertarianism, Sheep People, and Bullshitters. And the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/5. I know, that's a mouthful. But those are all terms used by Rayo in his book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. And I find it absolutely hilarious. That said, go pick up your free copy of his book. Just visit vonupodcast.com and click on the second tab labeled Free Vonu Book. You can also catch the audiobook there as well. First off, if you haven't gone and checked out the aforementioned website, please do. There's a lot of valuable information there already, and more will be added in time. So, Kyle, how the hell are you, man?
Not too bad, I suppose, although some days are better than others. How about you?
Going good. Getting a little frustrated. Actually, it relates perfectly to this broadcast we're gonna have tonight. As I'm getting a little pissed off with this political crusading and advocacy for fewer Trump. So I think this is gonna work out just perfectly.
All hail His Majesty the Rug.
God Emperor Trump. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyways, that said, in this episode, we'll define the aforementioned terms, tell you what Rayo had to say about it, and we'll close out with a quite interesting history lesson. Okay, so political crusading and bullshit libertarianism. So to define that, any attempt at working inside of the system in order to change it from within. In other words, it is applied collectivism. I would also say that Rayo's derisive term of bullshit libertarianism is synonymous with our frustration when it comes to inconsistent libertarians, and is one reason I dropped that bullshit label completely. It's also, the partyarchy of the LP. Now, Kyle, I really don't think there's any need to define sheep people and bullshitters. What do you think?
I'll just assume the audience kind of knows what we're getting at. Basically, the mainstream public, plus people who think that they can affect change by changing laws just because, well, they get up in front of a camera or a microphone and say a lot of sweet nothings into the ears of their audiences, telling people what falls softly on their ears, in other words.
Yep, indeed. So there's going to be so much to talk about with just these quotes. So I'm just going to get right into what Rayo said with this first quote. So, objections of the political crusaders to self-liberation, mostly innuendos, ex-cathedra pronouncements, and misrepresentations, have been refuted by me, Spring Innovator, page 7 to 47, and others. But the Crusaders have consistently failed to refute or even acknowledge serious objections to any would-be libertarian political movement. But, while I reject political crusading as a strategy, this does not mean I shun active resistance as a tactic. The self-liberator has tactical advantages over a would-be insurrectionist of any brand. The political crusader who wants to take over or destroy a state seriously threatens the rulers and will bring strong countermeasures. Well, that actually kind of seems applicable here. But anyways, back to the quote. But the libertarian who is satisfied to coexist in protracted conflict with the state is merely an annoyance. The more astute ruler is aware, as is the libertarian, that most people are sheep, and will remain sheep, no matter how the libertarian lives. Of course, the statist would still rather squash the libertarian if this were easy. So, libertarian tactics must be such as to make counterattacks ineffective and prohibitively costly, end quote. So, Kyle, first thing that comes to mind here, and this is what's on my mind. So, just bear with me. But he mentions the political crusader wants to take over or destroy a state, seriously threatens the rulers, and will bring strong countermeasures. Well. I don't know. I think the countermeasures that the current American political system will face with what Trump's attempting to do is going to be actually counterintuitive. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think, going and begging those who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers is going to bring about any sort of notion of freedom or liberty, and certainly not an invulnerability to coercion. Relying on that strongman archetype to do all the heavy lifting for you is really just kind of silly. And I remember even years ago when some people were even attributing that to even the elder Ron Paul, interestingly enough. But of course, Ron Paul couldn't even get the GOP's nomination either in 2008 or 2012. But the second that Trump did, oh boy, now it's on. Now he made it to the general election. Like this means something, even though the truth is actually it's the Electoral College that elects the president, not the average American voter. But of course, no matter how many patriots and other people I told that to, it just kind of seemed to fall on deaf ears for the most part.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely true, and it's completely anti-Vonuan. It's completely anti-Vonuan when you consider, I mean, just to witness the amount of anarchists and libertarians, so-called libertarians rather, and so-called anarchists actually too, but just put their freedom like in the hands of like a Fuhrer Trump, with his wall and with his vitriol versus like Muslims and immigrants. I mean. Man, oh man, yeah, it's definitely anti-Vonuan as it's not a self-liberating position. It's completely it's a completely passive one. While waiting on others to in quotes create your freedom for you. So it's completely anti-Vonuan, and as I said, I think it's gonna be counterintuitive because yeah, anything Trump does, the first leftist that gets in there is going to, just put in all of the stuff that he supposedly tore away. But anyways, any other thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I think what you're getting at is basically it's a ping pong ball, right? That left-right controlled paradigm, which is about as phony as a $2 bill. And so notice that Obama handed over the candle or the flame of power, as it were, to Trump. He handed the baton to Trump. And much as George W. Bush handed the baton to Obama, and then before him it was Clinton, you see where this is going.
You mean the ping pong paddle?
Yeah, the ping pong paddle. Yeah, actually, that's better example than the baton. And notice too, and this is what I don't like about political crusading. It imposes opportunity cost to such an extent that people get all obsessive and focused on promoting, their latest strongman archetype instead of on real solutions. You mentioned about the border a moment ago. Well, what about privatizing the border, which I have written about before in detail about how to do that right here in Texas. That article's been out for years, but do the Trump people care about that? No. Or even if someone was more along the lines of more of a limited government persuasion. I mean, where are the committees of safety? Oh, wait, can't bother setting that up because Trump. You see the problem. The whole political crusading is itself a false solution, and most people really take me to task on, or they try to take me to task on that, even though I wrote an entire book basically saying how it's a false solution.
Yeah, definitely. And that first quote was from page 11 and written in 1969, so pre-Libertarian Party. This next one, quote, now that a collective movementism, also called bullshit libertarianism and political crusading, has been discredited as a libertarian strategy, it is appropriate to re-examine strategies which treat freedom as an individually achievable way of life and marketable commodity, end quote. That's from page 14, page 14, the year is 1970, so also pre-LP, and that's definitely goes right in line with actually I guess probably both of your books, the one on reformism and also the one on security culture, because security culture isn't going and begging others, it's taking the initiative yourself and making yourself more invulnerable to coercion. So what are your thoughts?
Well, obviously the collective movementism we'll broach in more deeply in a future episode. So what I'll mention just here in passing is that notice that Rayo is kind of mentioning about the individually achievable way of life and marketable commodity. Essentially, I guess one way of describing that in probably fewer words would be lifestyle changes. Because if you think about it, there are those elements of your life which are coercive, at least to one extent or another, but then there is those other parts of your life which are voluntary. And I think what Rayo, at least in some sense, was getting at is that if you look at what's voluntary in your own life and then you make certain lifestyle changes and different choices, that can increase your overall level of freedom. And unfortunately, I think some people are very, well, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, very cowardly and disregarding Rayo's advice and instead cowardly placing their faith in a strong man, whether it be Clinton or Bush Jr. or Obama, or as is currently the current tyrant in chief, Mr. Trump himself.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I know there's been, some vitriol towards what some anarchist libertarians would call purists, those who reject the political system altogether. And I don't think really, I mean, maybe, I think 1983 was, voluntarist.org, and when that website was created by, Carl Watner, Winnie McElroy, George H. Smith, and folks like that, where, that was kind of, the purist, I guess the purist sort of angle to it, and I think you've called it voluntarism is the real libertarianism. But I don't think people really know how far back this actually goes. And obviously 1983 is, pretty far back, but this is, we're talking in the 60s, 1960s now. And this has been a position held for quite a long time. And it's more of an individualist, and anarchists are supposed to, I guess, rather not, I shouldn't say that, because syndicalists obviously shouldn't be individualists. Well, they should be, but they aren't. But then now I'm tossing in my own my preferences there. But
well, they are very militant about their communes and trade unions. Let's be
true. But these supposedly individualist free market anarchists should they should know better. They really should know better, and they should see the issue with this collective movementism. As far as all of these political elections discussions on I don't know, man. I don't know. They really should know better. And also, to kind of conclude this point, I mean, yeah, Ray was talking about this in the 60s, so this isn't anything new at all. It really isn't.
Yeah, the more the old phrase, the more things change, or they stay the same.
Indeed. Anything else there?
No, let's keep on chugging.
Okay, so the next one, this is from page 11, the year 1969, still pre-libertarian party. Oh my gosh!
Fascinating how that works.
Quote, political crusaders try to categorize all non-crusaders as retreatists. The retreat concept is set forth by Harry Brown and Don and Barbara Stevens, means disaster insurance, preparations to survive an expected future politico-economic disaster without substantially altering one's pre-disaster lifestyle. This is not the same as self-liberation. A change in lifestyle is not predicated on coming catastrophe. While a retreater and self-liberator may use some of the same techniques, their attitudes and general approaches are different. I'm here concerned mainly with self-liberation, end quote. And this is kind of interesting, too, because when we first discussed Vonu on the Direct Action series, and obviously, like, we were talking about Ray and what he did, the first accusation that I kind of received, and it was actually from someone I really didn't expect it to come from, but Vonu's a retreatist strategy. Shouldn't we, try to build an Ancapistan? And I don't know. That was so even a fellow proprietarian anarchist kind of made that accusation, but I guess that could just be lack of just a complete ignorance on the subject, essentially. And maybe it was our fault. Maybe we didn't explain it well enough, and we probably, I mean, to be honest, I know I probably didn't, because I don't know. There's been a lot of developments since 7 months ago. So.
Well, there's also, but then even if that was the case, the default should not still be political crusading. I'm sorry, I don't think there's a way to get around that. I mean, look, if there's different strategies for achieving freedom, just more generally speaking, I guess you could say, like, there are the agorists, there are the politically crusading reformists, reformism being the political science term, same thing for political crusading, if they both mean the same thing. So you have like the agorist strategy, you have the politically crusading reformism strategy, and then you would have, Vonu, which is what this series is about. And maybe there's some others, but let's just look at those three. Well, I hate to say it, but anybody who tries to talk about the other two, Vonu and or agorism, usually get finger pointed a lot for promoting. I mean, even something like survivalism, which is even something many of the constitutionalists do. Those guys get finger pointed and demonized unjustly, I think, for all sorts of things. And the presumption is, no, you can't actually take responsibility for your own life, say the political crusaders. and actually do some lifestyle changes and try to seek freedom in your own way, and making different voluntary decisions regarding like whom you associate with or where you live or what kind of work you do and so forth. No. Don't try to actually try to achieve financially independent early retirement. Don't try to actually get in better physical fitness and health and such. No. You see, what you really need to do is go to a Donald Trump rally.
And see, that's the most frustrating part for me too, because this is something it's still ongoing as of like a few days ago, but it might have been from I don't remember who it was from exactly, but maybe it was it was definitely a Trump supporter. But this individual is saying how philosophy is nice and all, but there are people that have different beliefs than me, and they're trying to impose those upon me. So anything I can do, political or otherwise, to mitigate those, I'm going to do. Kind of what I kind of gather from that, and this is kind of the most frustrating part, is I understand that people have different ideologies and they see different strategies as efficacious, even though I think they're completely absurd, such as political crusading and all of the Trump pumping, as you like to call it. That's exactly why I think self-liberation is the most why Vonu, for example, is one of the most viable strategies. You don't have to change society as it is, as Rayo called it. There doesn't need to be a cultural revolution. This can be an internal revolution. I don't like the word revolution, but that's a lot better than cultural revolution. A radical change in lifestyle, such as Vonu, or as you kind of mentioned, FIRE, financially independent early retirement. So it's
a renaissance, really.
Yeah, definitely.
So, and see, this is kind of the other associated problems and all that is, and this is, and what I'm going to say is a lie, and then I'll explain what the truth is. The lie is that politically crusading is good, not because it's moral or ethical, but because it gets things done in the real world. Like what? I wrote an entire book debunking that myth and going literally technique by technique, and there's only about a dozen of them or so. There's actually not very many. That's the other sad part about it. The actual smorgasbord of political crusading techniques is actually rather limited, as opposed to direct action or other types of anti-political activity, where it's well in excess of, correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, well in excess of what, 90, 100, something like that? It's not even funny.
It's not even close. Not even in the same hemisphere galaxy.
Right. So that entire freedom umbrella of direct action that you and I basically kind of put together, and now in its third edition, was in many ways inspired by an opposition to political crusading, as Rayo would put it, because we're trying to find what else can be done to increase one's liberty or freedom and so forth, or as is the case here with Vonu, one's invulnerability to coercion. What are the methods available, even if it's just a directory or a list or something. And what you and I discovered and have made publicly available is that there are so many. The smorgasbord is by orders of magnitude, just sheer quantity, never mind quality, but just sheer quantity is not even close. And yet the political crusaders are so arrogant and so filled with hubris that they have, look, they ain't all that, okay? That's the truth. The truth is the reformists don't have it all figured out because they're actually wrong. Ask yourself this, everybody. When was the last time a reformist, whether it's a Hillary Clinton supporter, a Bernie Sanders supporter, or, since this is how the election turned out, a Donald Trump supporter, when was the last time any of them went on a political field trip, ever, to actually learn how government actually works practically in the real world? When was the last time they did that?
Yeah, and I think something else important to mention here is even the the free market anarchists sort of folks, the guys that have kind of clamored for Trump, is something you often hear from especially free market anarchists is how ANCOMs are so stupid they should be thrown out of helicopters. They've tried communism over and over and over again, hasn't worked. It's insanity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what's even funnier here too is that the political crusaders are projecting as well, because how I would even say that politics more generally, because communism or communism and socialism, they're political ideologies, right? So that's just more of a subset. So they're claiming that the subsets, these believers in the subset of political ideology as a whole, are insane for trying the strategy to over and over again. Yet these same folks who, previously, rejected politics, say, at least some of them, now, because this individual named Führer Trump is in the picture, all of a sudden politics becomes viable again. And all of the accusations they've made against, the communists and the socialists, as far as their insanity, they're kind of, doing that same thing now, while also doing the same thing to the communists and the socialists. Isn't that just beautiful?
Right, the hypocrisy. And obviously, the topic of controlled schizophrenia we'll get into in a later episode, but I think just in transitory passing here, I think what you're kind of getting at is that controlled schizophrenia very well might be the underlying motivation, real motivation for said advocacy of political crusading and such, right? When you have people who mindlessly and very irrationally, and my favorite part, impractically, ladies and gentlemen, impractically promote things like petitioning and voting and protesting and filming cops and suing the government and running for public office and all that, those list of about a dozen things or so I've written about before. It is a type of psychosis. I honestly, dude, I'll say this for the first time here. I think they're mentally ill, honestly, and it scares me because these people are basically giving further legitimacy to the state, which then uses its coercive, hard power to hurt the rest of us who actually are at least a little bit more rational.
And it also,
as far as the future of humanity goes,
it also further legitimizes, the efficacy of Vonu and things that Rayo said, because we mentioned, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, where we mentioned the nature versus nurture thing, and how environments, the environment that you're ingrained in, actually, it does have a major impact on, your decision making and your thinking. So it further legitimizes it makes me understand Rayo's action so much more. He was, he was submersed in this for a while. We read that article by Benjamin Bess, and Rayo's history has been kind of laid out elsewhere, where, Nathaniel Brain Institute, Ayn Rand, and some objectivist sort of stuff. And then he got kind of just so sick of this that, he said, what the hell's going on here? These people claim to want freedom, and now they're doing all these insane things. I'm just going to go live in a polyethylene tent in the woods. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't blame them, right? So look.
No, definitely not.
And so if all of these so-called activists who are so filled with hubris and act like the very elitist and even globalists that they claim to oppose think that they swishing their hips around, acting as if they're all that, like they're somebody, when the truth is that they're nobody, just like me and just like you. But at least if you're nobody, at least if you're somebody to me, but as long as you recognize that you're a nobody, then you're somebody to me.
Yeah.
That until they get that little prima donna narcissism off their shoulders, then they are my enemy. I'm sorry. There is no shades of gray. Let's all, sing kumbaya, hook our hands together and dance around type stuff.
There are different approaches to freedom, and all paths lead the same.
No, because they are actually legitimizing the very coercion I'm trying to become invulnerable against.
Exactly.
Look, I know that your run-of-the-mill status, and even just run-of-the-mill Americans, unfortunately, the sheeple, right, that was mentioned earlier, they very much, many of them have Stockholm Syndrome with the state. And I would suggest and explicitly state here that the political crusaders have the most severe cases of Stockholm Syndrome with the state. Again, look at the Trump rallies. Look where they were chanting, Trump, 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 and putting and thrusting their fists in the air like they're one or two hand maneuvers away from outstretching their hands with the palms down at a 45-degree angle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. And let me read this. This is the final quote we have here, and we don't actually have much for this outline because we aren't going to need it. But yeah, this last quote is so good because it ties in really well with kind of what I was saying, and also kind of your agreeance. And I don't blame Rayo for just saying fuck this, I'm done. But yeah, quote: "At times, Dr. G and I crave association with more people, not only for economic benefits such as pooling outside purchases and trips, but for interaction with different minds. But we have discovered that association with sheep people or bullshitters only makes us lonelier. Such association is like a drink of salt water to a thirsty man. We prefer just to be with the trees, flowers, birds, brooks, and the few people with whom we share values and goals, end quote. That's page 92, written in 1972. So that was actually after the creation of the anti-libertarian Party. But I mean, I sympathize with him too. I mean, I think one of the reasons one of the many reasons I despise high level indoctrination in college is I was surrounded by these people who, I mean, they were more than willing to they were actually not even more than willing. They were advocating government use violence against me. It's a really uncomfortable position to be in, which is why that now that I'm not going there, I think my stress level has dropped, and I think that has something to do with it. But also, I mean, just associating with folks in general. I mean, who the hell am I supposed to hang out with and befriend? Am I supposed to just say I don't think communists and free market anarchists can be friends, but that's just me. I don't want to either, unless I don't want to either. I just don't want to. So you're kind of left with your run of the mill conservatives. Who I mean, they have all of their issues, Kyle and the listeners. You guys know that. We don't need to go into that too much. So you're kind of left with the anti-libertarian Party, which I've tried that. I wouldn't associate with them for one meeting, and I never want to speak with any of those folks ever again. And Kyle, I'm sure you can kind of share. I'm sure you share similar sentiments. But so then you're kind of left with I mean, you've got your supposed anarchists who run for office or advocate for Donald Trump. And once you kind of weed out all of those folks where you say, I really don't want to associate with them, you're kind of left with very minimal options.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I think what we've noticed, and especially with this past election cycle, is quite a bunch of people whom perhaps I made the mistake, and I'll take this one on the chin, that I perhaps thought that, for example, a Stefan Molyneux or a Chris Cantwell or some other people who actually I thought they had principles. I thought they did stand for something, even if I didn't necessarily agree with them about certain things, maybe even the no government thing being possible point of disagreement, maybe. But even at this point, that doesn't even necessarily matter, because now there's a more fundamental issue with the fact that they're hypocrites and others like them, because now they're saying, oh, you need to go vote. You have to go vote. And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that what the status have been telling us for years? I mean, hell.
Yeah, and it's even radicalized even more. I guess I don't know if that's the right word, but anyways, we'll go with it. But it's even gotten worse, because it used to be like, I mean, yeah, vote for the Libertarian Party. That's all good. And now it's like, no, screw the Libertarian Party. Vote for these neocon warhawk conservatives, or no, not even conservatives, just like outright, fascists. Like it's truly astounding, but also very, very dangerous. And I don't think. I mean, obviously the leftists fear it, but for the wrong reasons. I mean, they've got some loose screws in their head, but and no philosophical grounding. But I mean, a lot of folks really don't understand how dangerous this is, and it's only getting worse. Administration after administration, new ruler after new ruler, or supposed ruler, and I don't know. I mean, it's not that outlook doesn't look good as far as politics, but for self-liberation, I definitely think it does.
Well, last thing I'll just say about this, I remember when Stefan Molyneux told people don't vote for Ron Paul, and that was back in 2008. And the reason, and just to summarize his video series, which was called Ron Paul at the time, the reason, and people should, and by the way, I would suggest to the listeners, they should watch Molyneux's Ron Paul series, because this shows you the hypocrisy at play, especially compared with where he is now. That the argument of that entire series, simply put, was you shouldn't vote for Ron Paul, not because Ron Paul is necessarily a terrible candidate, at least in one sense, even though he was a minarchist and for limited government, the Constitution, all of that, but because by voting for Ron Paul, you legitimize the state, and you shouldn't be doing that. Okay, that was the whole point of the Ron Paul series. Now, when you go to Molyneux now, it's all political crusading. 110% vote for Trump, vote for Trump, and now that Trump's the president, we need to support our president. All this collectivist language, you see the problem. And now it's like, well, gee whiz. I mean, at that point, I rather would have voted for Ron Paul. I mean, that's kind of the problem, dude, is that the humping the Trump has been so extreme, and I don't use that word lightly. It's been so extreme. I mean, the Trumpists are extremists, literally. they are so extreme in their advocacy for government, for tyranny, for, as I would see it, absolute despotism, as the founders themselves framed it or explained it. It's so extreme that I miss Ron Paul. I mean, I do. I mean, look, I've criticized Ron Paul in the past. I've written multiple articles relating to the real scandals revolving Ron Paul, like the ronpaul.com copyright scandal and some other things. But I got to say, Shane, with this utter hell that you and I and some other folks have been going through this past election cycle, I got to say, I miss Ron Paul. I really do. Because
things were a lot less insane, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness, I was almost downright reasonable. And now I don't necessarily feel bad about criticizing Ron Paul, but I'm just saying that this is a de-evolution. This is a de-evolution of the alternative media as well, and it's just sad to see. And I wish things didn't turn out this way. But I think there's also a larger question of, where is this alt-right going in terms of its political crusading? I mean, Trump was very mean towards Muslims. I mean, are Muslims now going to get deported, even if they were natively born? I mean, where exactly is this going in the end game? Hell, I was on the White House website, which I probably shouldn't have done for reasons of security culture, but I was on there just out of curiosity because they track and do the lock and latch thing, but that's more of a technical issue. Anyway, I was on there and they were like, we need to support our police. We need to support our military. Another issue thing is, we're going to make America, I guess, fascist again, I think. And by the way, as far as the slogan goes, as far as like politically crusading slogans, first of all, Trump actually plagiarized off of, I think was it Ronald Reagan or some conservative earlier political campaign?
Something like that, yeah.
He actually plagiarized it. Yeah, so there's your first problem. Is that we're not, and again, I'm not talking about copyright. Plagiarism is a form of fraud, even if we were living without government right now. It's still a form of fraud. Somebody else did Make America Great Again. The name's just, but it's on Wikipedia if you folks want to follow up on that. And the other thing, too, is just, if you were to come up with a better slogan, I mean, how about let's make America free again? How about that for a damn slogan? Make America free again. But oh no, can't do that. No, we have to support basically the reincarnation of Alexander goddamn Hamilton.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible in a really, really bad way. So I guess the next thing I kind of want to do, unless you have something else to say, I guess, in regards to those quotes and how and Rayo's kind of thoughts on political crusading, but I really want to get into, kind of laying out the history and maybe what was going through Rayo's mind when he was writing these articles. So do you have anything else on the previous discussion, or want to move forward?
I could literally talk about that type of stuff for hours, but for purposes of, but to keep this kind on the listeners' ears, let's keep going on here.
Okay. So as I made very, very clear, there was only one article, and it was that very last one, and that was in 1972. That's when they were when Rayo and Dr. Gatherer were kind of withdrawing in a sense. They're kind of working towards the disappearance that happened in 1974. So yeah, that was I mean, that was the only one that was after the founding of the LP. So I guess one thing I want to mention here is that obviously the discussions between self-liberators, libertarians, anarchists, et cetera, back in those days pretty much had to be done through publications and conferences. So I think that may have been Rayo's motivation for writing some of these very, very hostile and derisive these hostile articles and putting forth these derisive labels. I think he kind of got fed up with reading these publications about how we need a libertarian party because we've got to be involved with politics or we're not going to get our voices heard or whatever the arguments were. I'd love to get those publications and actually read to find out for sure, but obviously we don't have the luxury of that right now, do we, Kyle? But I'm guessing Rayo's frustration is much like ours right now, Kyle. I'm guessing once there was a discussion of a libertarian party, he kind of just not even went off the handle, but just said, screw this, I'm not going to be nice to these people anymore.
Yeah, and considering Trump becoming the alleged president of the United States, although I guess the electoral votes were not fraudulent, although I guess there's always a risk of that. I'm starting to feel a lot like Rayo at this point. And also one other thing too, it's one thing for there to be a partyarchy, ruled by party, which is what the LP is. What's happened this electoral cycle is noticeably different in that there's been an entire, I think it's fair to say, and perhaps you've noticed this too, an entire schism within the alternative media between various content producers, whether they're more well-known or more obscure. There's been a very sharp schism. And I think there was even that one video that Derek Bros did with at least two other content producers where, Bros was just trying to get to the bottom and figure out where this schism was coming from. And he was kind of covering that. And even because again, Derek Bros is very much against political crusading, always has been, as far as I understand it.
That's one reason I love him. Yeah, he's one of the very few that, actually remains consistent on that note.
Right. And he was getting concerned about it. And so being a good investigative journalist, he was trying to track down some of the other content producers who shall remain unnamed for other reasons.
Yep.
And was just trying to kind of make sense of it. And those two other individuals were showing their true colors, as far as I would like to put it. So that's kind of where we're at. It's, when people become hypocrites, and then when they are put on the spot and said, okay, your principles were this, now you're doing that, what gives? Then they make all sorts of excuses in order to make themselves look good because they don't want to either be ostracized or otherwise lose out their revenue potential, especially when you consider the Google AdSense money through YouTube and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I want to, and you've written and transcribed some things on this. Maybe maybe not, but I know you mentioned these two quotes. But so yeah, I think even further verification for as far as how right Rayo was in his kind of writings. He mentioned function determines form, means determine ends, and I think that was probably the major driver to his separation from those probably controlled schizos that were libertarians or anarchists at that time, and I think kind of if we kind of just look at. And I'll let you read these because this has kind of been stuff that you've discovered. But David Nolan, I think what he said in 1971 and also what he said on Lou Rockwell's show in 2008, I think it's very, very revealing. And I think Rayo just kind of saw that, from the get-go. As far as that this isn't going to lead to a good outcome. It's not going to lead to more freedom. It's going to lead to a lot of a lot of spinning the wheels, chasing their own tails, and unfortunately, this controlled schizophrenia is going to lead to even more absurd justifications, and even more radical ideas that are actually anti-freedom, such as like fear of Trump. But anyways, why don't you read those two quotes, or actually read the first one by Nolan, and we can discuss that if there's anything, and then we'll go on to that second one.
Right, and just for some background on this, just a little bit, you and I have gone on our respective, circuits of political field trips, and as part of those circuits, there were the reports on the anti-libertarian Libertarian Party, right? You wrote one, I've written one, and so forth. So just for the listeners to understand, this isn't like theoretical stuff purely. This is actually practical experience you and I have had in two different portions of the country regarding the same organization. And so when I was writing my own political field trip report, I did some background and discovered what David Nolan, the founder of the LP himself, said. And so let's look at that. So David Nolan in 1971 said, quote, "Now one may argue that politics is an immoral game, that political approaches are inherently coercive, that one cannot achieve pure ends by impure means, and so forth. But the fact nonetheless remains that we live in a society whose shape is largely determined by political processes. Our chances of achieving goals is not great. Many libertarians have recognized this fact, of course, and have expended hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of man-hours in political activity, reaped only a minuscule reward for our efforts," close quote. So I think you can kind of see that he was essentially saying that, we need to have our little own partyarchy of sorts. We shouldn't be trying to persuade, the Republicrats or the Demopublicans, if you know what I mean, from basically supporting, any sort of notion of laissez-faire anything, economic liberty of any kind, right? And so when you fast forward, I think something like 37 years or so, I think something on that, on that time frame.
Yeah, 37-year experiment, yeah.
Yeah, so if you fast forward 37 years, you have the same individual, the founder of the almighty LP in 2008, saying the following to Lou Rockwell, quote, "We have unfortunately created, or the party has created, a little class of mini bureaucrats who are more concerned with keeping their job and perpetuating the institution as an institution and raising money than they are with spreading the message. Now we're down to the level of people who are, I think, for the most part, well-intentioned, but when compared to those men," and in context, he was referring to Murray Rothbard earlier, "when compared to those men are several orders down the intellectual scale, and they're absorbed with minutia. Then they are concerned with fundraising, and they are afraid to say anything that might scare people, because that might keep people from voting for us. So it's become a very timid organization the last 6 or 8 years," close quote. Now notice that last part, the last 6 or 8 years. So he said that in 2008. Let's do a little math, ladies and gentlemen, shall we? 2008, he made that quote, he made that statement, public statement on the Lou Rockwell show. Lou Rockwell being, of course, a prominent ANCAP himself, part of the Ludwig von Mises Institute, or at least he used to be. I'm not quite certain. So in 2008, that's what David Nolan said. So 8 years ago would be 2000, or if you went 6 years, that would be what, 2002? I think I'm doing my math right. So between 2000 to 2002 was when this very timid little organization stuff started popping up, and then Nolan only mentioned it like over half a decade later, when it was safer to do so.
Yeah.
So the question is, like, with this 37-year experiment, where exactly has this partyarchy of the LP led us exactly? And here's a great question for anybody to ask themselves. How many elections, how many public offices have been won by individuals, by candidates running on an LP ticket? Just how many? It's a simple question. How many public offices, how many elections have been won by people running under the banner of the LP? And I think that answer will basically tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and it's not only, not advancing the cause of freedom, as, Rio kind of, I guess, was aware of, and also you and I, Kyle, we've been talking about this for at least a few years. Well,
I mean,
not only is it not advancing the cause of freedom, I think it's actually negatively impacting it, because I've said this before, but people are sick of politics. They're sick of the Republicans and Democrats. So what do you do? Well, yeah, give them another political party to go vote in. One that has had literally no success, and one that has maybe gotten like a handful or minuscule number of people into actual local offices or whatever. But it's so deceptive, and it further legitimizes the state, and it's also a cruel, deceptive trick. I mean, this is not something you do to a fellow human being. Jesus.
No, but they would have you believe that if you are politically concerned, let me put it that way, if you are politically concerned for your freedom, then of course you must engage in political crusading. You must use the reformist strategy that of course entails techniques like petitioning and voting and grassroots lobbying. I didn't mention that one yet. Grassroots lobbying. Chris Cantwell did his own experiment with that, and people can read my article on that and see exactly how that little experiment turned out in Concord, New Hampshire. Grassroots lobbying, people getting really obsessive about the news cycle because, now we have to learn about the 20 millionth awful thing the establishment did to infringe on our liberties this week. And of course, notice that with all of these different versions of political crusading and endlessly bickering with people, not a properly moderated debate where the listeners or viewers or whatever can actually hear both sides of an issue and then make up their own minds, but rather the endless bickering, bicker, and nothing is resolved. There are no answers. It's just revolving bickering, and then it's just people just taking sides with one of the bickerers, and what rhetoric falls softly on their own ears. And
it's almost,
and that all of this increases opportunity costs, which is what I think you were getting at.
Yeah, and it's almost like how cruel of a trick this is. I mean, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but it's almost like it's like oh, women, are you guys sick of getting beaten? Well, just marry a smaller guy and have him beat you instead. His punches won't hurt as hard and the bruises won't be as deep. That's kind of how I see it. Like it's such a cruel, deceptive trick. These people are. God, I don't know, man. I don't know.
And this is the nature of American authoritarianism as it is today. This is the reality of the situation that you and I, and even, let's say, hypothetically, Jim Bob down the street is dealing with. This, it is what it is. A is A. And so understanding that kind of is, I don't want to say making peace with it necessarily, because there's a connotation there I don't necessarily mean, but it's being objective. Let me put it that way. It's being objective about what is actually there. And then, of course, trying to kind of figure out, like, what do you want to do about it in one sense or another, right? I mean, the agorists have their particular strategy and of course, they're very anti-political, which is definitely a good sign. And they're kind of doing their approach, which definitely is a healthier option, right? And then, of course, there's Vonu, which is what this series is about. And of course, and who knows, maybe other people will come up with other forms of direct action of one kind or another. But suffice it to say, Shane, I think what really concerns me, and this concerned Rayo too, was how the default was assumed to be the reformist strategy, was assumed to be political crusading. And again, my first book, An Elusive Phantom of Hope, A Critique of Reformism, I think that was in 2015 when that came out, wasn't it? I think it was like,
yeah.
That's a while back a little bit. And, the whole point of that book was just going line by line, technique by technique. It's like, or hell, how about writing your Congress critter? How about that? Oh, yeah, we're going to write our Congress critter and tell them how to vote. And then because if we flood them with letters, then they'll vote the way we want them to. And thus we can preserve our liberty and all of this hyperbolic garbage. I mean, my goodness, even the minarchist patriots now, the constitutionalists, are now talking. I was listening to a podcast just last night about just a completely different topic, more concerned around science and more particularly more medical issues. And at one point, one of the guests was just kind of in a very blasé manner talking about, well, and hopefully our president will be able to protect us from whatever the military-industrial complex was doing this week. And all I could think of is, the guy actually said when he was on a particular radio program that he was very militaristic and he's going to beef up the military if he happens to win the election. You do understand that, right?
Yeah.
So you guys who are worried about like the eugenicist soft kill bioweapons, which is what the topic was, like, why would you think that, the Donald is going to lift a finger to stop the very people that you claim to be opposed to? Like it's like.
Oh God! Don't give him any ideas. God, he's already drone bombed somebody, at least a couple people, carrying on, that drone bombing legacy of Obama's. So that's already bad enough. But don't get like eugenics, bioweapon, drone. Come on, don't give him those ideas. God, but no, you're exactly right. I mean, it's and this is what's promoted on college campuses too. It's like, oh, you don't like the way things are going? Well, go vote. I mean, don't do anything don't take the initiative yourself and actually change your own life. Don't take the initiative and or even do something like what Cal Maloney is doing with Liberate RVA, even though it's in some ways it's not very Vonu, but either way there's no initiative to it other than taking initiative to go and scratch shit in a booth. That is what's promoted. If you want change, what you do is you go vote and you participate in politics, and that is just the default. Just as in college, moral relativism is the default position of ethics. Like it's so backwards. It's so backwards.
Notice too that any form of strategic withdrawal, which was actually the very practical basis behind voluntarism, which of course is what your ideology is, is routinely and systematically, and I would even go further and say diabolically, just vilified. Like, how dare you cancel your voter registration? How dare you pull your kids out of the public schools? How dare you not re-enlist in the military if you were already in it? Conscientious objection, even if that happens to be applicable. How dare you pull away from the system in any way, shape, or form? How dare you try to revoke your consent to be governed in any sense of that concept, if it is indeed a worthwhile concept? I mean, how dare you? Just for the listeners, here's a fun experiment you can do. Go to your politically crusading friends of any flavor. I don't care what their ideology, what their professed ideology is, but it's especially works really well on authoritarians, usually conservatives and progressives particularly, and just mention about canceling voter registration. Just that one thing. And just watch the reactions. I mean, it's like even mention it just even as a legal remedy. And especially if you listen to our previous episode on legal interstices, just mention canceling your voter registration and just watch the reactions.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
I wish I would be there for every single time that kind of thing would be mentioned, and just like, literally like microwave some popcorn, sit in a chair and just like lean back a little bit and just watch the fireworks with all the political crusaders just getting all excitable. And trying to vilify anybody promoting strategic withdrawal. I mean, it's so bad it's almost entertaining, is what I'm getting at.
That and the excuses too. When I guess when, I don't know, LUA started to get a little bigger and I started promoting canceling the voter registration to more folks, the main response they got was, well, if I cancel my voter registration, I'll be removed from the jury rolls. Like that can't happen. I'm going to say something here, Kyle, and I'd like your thoughts on it. Okay. Jury nullification is political crusading. What are they trying to do? They're trying to change the laws on the books. Mm-hmm. So
it's not a legal interstice, especially for the people who listen to our previous episode.
And it's awfully coercive too. But that's the story that's something for another time. But I mean, even jury nullification advocates, I mean, I would say they're political crusaders too. They're trying to they're whether it's changing the laws or changing the legal system. I mean, yeah, it's
of course, my favorite, although just as in transitory passing here, just for purposes of time, I find it humorous that the jury nullificationists, and I've actually debated one of them, or at least I tried to, when I was on another broadcast, was just when I mentioned that, hey, your jury nullification thing doesn't work, I have some concerns, and the prisons are not being emptied out if indeed this nullification thing was working, and I was just vilified. And it was kind of interesting too, like even if I was wrong, I shouldn't have been, I personally think I should have been vilified like that. I mean, wouldn't it make sense? Let me put it this way, let me play the other side for a second. Wouldn't it make more sense if some of the jury nullification people, and not just the guy that I was trying to debate, but even just other people, if they were like, hey, dude, look, I think you're misunderstanding some things. You see, here's what we want to do long-term with jury nullification. We want to empty out the prisons and like listing goals or something. But that didn't happen. It was just the closest thing he said was something along the lines of, I think James Babb said something about, we want to save a few asses, I think was the actual phrase he used. And he said that repeatedly too. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, that's it? And then, of course, I got accused of trying to abolish the state through jury nullification, which was a claim I never made. I just simply said, can we at least start emptying out the jails, because at least that's achievable? And then just completely, just like all the other debates I participated in, just a lot of times my opponents will just ignore everything I've said and just steamroll right over me and just mention stuff that they were all going to mention anyway. And in that sense, I kind of just analogously, I do feel kind of like Ron Paul on the floor of the Congress, right? It doesn't matter anything I say, when I've got the podium, as it were, when I've got the microphone and such, I just get rolled on right over. I mean, so in that sense, I can kind of sympathize with Dr. Paul in that way, but that is the reality of what it is. Anybody who talks about strategic withdrawal, you will find yourself being a pariah more often than not. And I'm sorry to say, I wish we lived in a world, honestly, I wish we lived on a continent that wasn't filled with people who treated others like that. I wish they were at least tolerant, minimally tolerant. Like you were mentioned, I think this was mentioned earlier, but like the multiple paths to liberty type of thing. Mm-hmm. I wish they acted that way, but they're actually very intolerant, and and I would say they're unjustifiably judgmental. It's one
their path to liberty is the only way. their path to freedom is the only way, and they're going to say the same thing about us too, Kyle. But you know what's great about Vonu is there's no dictates. There's no saying, okay, Vonu has to be done in this specific manner, or you're not doing Vonu. Vonu is simply about it becoming as invulnerable to coercion as you possibly can be, and depending upon your lifestyle, you can do what Rayo did. You can go live out in the middle of the woods in a polyethylene tent. Polyethylene tent, or you can, Vonu in the cities. You can, be a perpetual. There are a lot of things you can do, and that could be considered Vonu. And there's no arbitrary dictates from us saying, "Oh, you aren't a Vonuist because you chose this path," or "You aren't a Vonuist because you didn't do what we did." There's nothing like that. It's just as becoming as invulnerable to coercion as you possibly can be in your current life situation. And obviously, even in your current life situation, Vonu requires a lifestyle change. So there are going to be some drastic changes, but it doesn't have to be anything as radical as what Rayo did. But again, I mean, this isn't something like what they like to, what some of these folks like to do, like you have to vote, or you're against liberty, or some absurd notion like that.
Well, one of my favorites, and we'll get into this later when we do the collective movementism episode, but "you're hurting the movement." I've heard that many times, and so that'll be just a little teaser for that episode. But "you're hurting the movement," and it's like, dude, get the mote out of your own eye first before you start pointing fingers. I don't think I'm asking a lot here.
I definitely don't think you. Definitely don't think you are either. I'm looking through some of our conclusionary points. I think we kind of beat the hell out of these already. But I guess any other closing thoughts, man?
I would just say that, going into the future, when, if the listeners, end up watching, actual real debates or pseudo debates, or just, good old fashioned people bickering, in a public manner, in one form or another, really don't try. A lot of times there'll be a tactic that a lot of sophists will use when they're being disingenuous, and they'll try to distinguish out, oh, well, we're so different from each other. But really, sometimes it's better to focus on what their similarities are. And as was the case with one particular one fairly recently, and I think you know what I'm referring to, Shane, if one of them says, well, you got to vote for Trump because we have to worry about, the illegals crossing the border and or Muslims because something welfare state, therefore you must vote and be a political crusader. And then the other guy who, well, he was accused of being an anarchist dictator, come 2020, when he's going to run for the presidency, I guess is what he's going to try and do. It's kind of like, well, wait a minute. You guys claim to be so different from each other, but when it comes down to brass tacks, if you take just ideology and put it aside for a moment, in terms of the actual action, remember what Sam Conkin said in '85, guys, watch for the action. The action here is you have one guy saying political crusading, vote, 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 because, we have to defend yourselves from the welfare bums. And then you have the other guy saying, basically, I'm an anarchist dictator in or I want to be one come 2020 so I can provide for an orderly dissolution of the federal government.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, so aside from your rhetoric, some flowery, some rather, the point is that they want to become part of, and see, this is the problem when people try to become part of the state in some way, shape, or form, or they start making deals with the state too. Because that's where your special, remember, Ron Paul warned about this too, those special interest lobbyists, where they try to seek undue favors and all sorts of, and that's where actually the generation of a lot of graft, corruption, and pull comes from, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly when you have people who may have meant well at some point in their lives, but when push came to shove, and they started really realizing the realities of power and what even many political theorists have called realpolitik with a K. Look it up on Wikipedia. It's rather important. When they start butting their heads and start realizing just how nasty it can get with realpolitik, then a lot of times they'll begin basically sacrificing their principles and becoming hypocrites. I think there was even a phrase from a certain Netflix original series, Shane, where where the protagonist said something along the lines of the road to power is paved with hypocrisy.
Yep.
Excellent line from that series. But yeah, the road to power is paved with hypocrisy. And I think that is the long and short of political crusading, is that they may claim they're about liberty, they may claim they're about freedom, they claim they might care about the evolution of the human race, but at the end of the day, their desire, their lust for power turns them into authoritarians, the very same ones who are trying to make us buckle under their coercive reign.
Indeed. So I'll close it out with this, just real short. Political crusading is a bullshit strategy, and bullshit libertarianism isn't libertarianism. Thanks so much for joining us today, folks. We certainly hope you enjoyed it and found it valuable. I mean, this is probably going to be one of the very few, maybe the next one too, but it's going to be one of the few where something that really fires Kyle and I up is really this subject of political crusading. Because it's so frustrating. But yeah, we definitely hope you found it valuable, and we're one step closer to the actual action part of this, which we've kind of covered it in passing. But yeah, we haven't even gotten to the practice part of Rayo's book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom. So next week we'll discuss a phenomenon coined by Rayo called controlled schizophrenia. That's something we referred to a couple times tonight, and it's certainly something that is very likely afflicting these bullshit libertarians and political crusaders. So make sure to go check out the website, VonuPodcast.com, and please consider leaving us a positive review on iTunes if you enjoyed the show. Thanks again, and we'll talk to you next week.
VonuPodcast.com.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives, as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IME. The IME is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes, and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications, while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Because that's really the issue that we're dealing with these, ghost phones, ghost pads, whatever, is that there's no way that you can organize with other people and have these distributed tribes if you have a snitch in your pocket all the time. Mm-hmm. People are literally wearing wires all the time. They have a snitch in their pocket and they're trying to do clandestine things. That's never going to work. I'm focused on this project now because I really see how the unfettered flow of communication is what really has prompted this, shift in consciousness. And that if this can't continue this way and people can't communicate freely with each other, then all the distributed networks that have formed aren't going to be very effective, and they're not going to be able to do what they could do. If you can't communicate, especially when you're basically part of a dispersed tribe at this point, if you can't communicate without being monitored, it basically hamstrings anything going forward.
Step up your privacy and order a ghost phone today. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone. Again, libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone. And make sure to keep a lookout for more ghost pads, privacy tools, freedom boxes, and more. libertyunderattack.com is the website. Liberty Under Attack publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
Some thoughts on libertarian strategy, Part 3. What is freedom? A symptom, and perhaps one of the cause of psychoparalysis, is the vague and evasive meanings given to freedom. Some libertarians consider freedom to be loosely synonymous with opportunity, choice, or capability. This is popular among those who wish to pretend that they are maximizing freedom while they remain very much enslaved. Most residents of the Soviet Union are thus freer than a family pioneering on a remote island. Such a definition merely clouds. It is better to say opportunity when one means opportunity. Others equate freedom with social morality, the non-coercive behavior of others. They assert that freedom can only be bestowed by others, not achieved for oneself. That freedom cannot be achieved in defiance of threats, since the very act of defiance represents a departure from what one's behavior would otherwise be, and is thus unfree. This definition also serves as an alibi for servitude. What is a workable concept of freedom? I suggest freedom is invulnerability to coercion. Coercion being physical violence initiated by other volitional beings. This definition does not mention threat of coercion. Any psychopath can utter threats against the universe. Threats are taken seriously only when readily implementable, which comes back to vulnerability. Freedom is only one kind of invulnerability. Others include immunity, invulnerability to a species of harmful microorganisms, invulnerability to harmful weather. One who continues in a vulnerable lifestyle and then complains when he is plundered is somewhat like a West Indies resident who builds a flimsy house and then blames the next hurricane for demolishing it. Certainly, people are to blame when they inflict coercion, but merely blaming them does not bring liberty. The self-responsible person builds a home which can withstand likely storms, and develops a way of life not vulnerable to likely attempts at predation. No one claims that freedom is a summum bonum, note the highest good introduced by Cicero. To achieve freedom, one has to forego some opportunities and satisfactions while gaining others. How much freedom? As Leon Sky mentioned, freedom is not a monolithic entity. There are various degrees, but not all degrees are necessarily viable. For most people, I suspect that choice is between predominantly servile, vulnerable lifestyles and predominantly liberated, invulnerable lifestyles. If satisfaction could be plotted with respect to freedom for a large number of people, I think the graph would have a low peak of relative satisfaction around 5 to 10% freedom, a higher peak around 90 to 95% freedom, and a wide depression in between. The lower maximum is exemplified in contemporary society by many a successful middle American. He lives conventionally, but takes advantage of some of the easier, more obvious loopholes. He pays income taxes, but hires a tax accountant to maximize deductions. He registers for the draft, but goes to college in hope of being made a technician instead of a target. His mental state is one of controlled schizophrenia. He believes most of the statist myths in which he was indoctrinated, yet maintains a modicum of skepticism. He goes to church, or at least accepts their standard of morality, but is not above having a drink at a nude bar. He is largely rational in his work, but keeps his rationality compartmented. He does not, dares not, critically examine his life as a whole. Although self-maintained schizophrenia leads to unhealthy and unhappy complications, on the whole, the opportunistic serf may have it better than his more consistent, more gullible, less self-motivated brother who is drafted and becomes a target, and a paraplegic rotting in a VA hospital, struggling along in a low-paying, high-tax job with a load of installment debts. But the opportunistic serf is probably also more contented than the nonconformist, who tried to be free in some things while remained servile in overall living pattern. One who is half free and half serf dwells in a psychological no man's land. He knows too much and thinks too independently to play servile status games with conviction and success, yet remains too immersed in and influenced by that culture to achieve success, satisfaction on his own terms. This includes many, not all, bohemians, adventurers, black market entrepreneurs, religious cultural minorities, and radicals of all sorts. A half-and-half lifestyle tends to be unstable. Some go on to more complete liberation. Some drift back into, at first, outward conformity, then acceptance of servile norms. Some end in psychosis or early death. The higher maximum of satisfaction is attained by someone with a liberated, home-based plus some import-export with the servile society. For him, contact with the state is an occasional annoyance and danger, not a big part of his life. Thus he can avoid the psychological paralysis that afflicts so many nonconformists. Compared to the opportunistic serf, he may enjoy somewhat fewer conveniences at present, but is happier overall. On the other hand, he has more than someone living in the primitive isolation presently required for 100% freedom. Liberty or servitude or neurosis. Whether one will be happier as a free man or as a slave partly depends on the individual. But this choice is not open to most libertarians. Relative contentment in servitude is possible only for those who believe in it. Most libertarians are too independent and well-informed. For libertarians, the choice is between freedom and neurosis. What become of those libertarians of 5 years ago who gave up or never tried, achieving personal liberty? Of people I knew, one is now a Catholic. Another is a Mormon. Another committed himself to a mental hospital. Many are occupied with chronic ailments. Freedom for what? That is up to you, as Lee and Sky suggested. But in the immediate future, I think most liberationists will include freedom to pioneer in freedom, i.e., freedom to make a career of liberation. At present, there are no ways of self-liberation which are both easy and highly effective. Opt-out will become easier as more do it and develop techniques, but right now, effective liberation requires so much of one's time and resources that one who does it will probably make it his main career, eventually developing services for sale. Liberation is a many-splendored thing. There are various ways to do it, and a variety of physical and mental activities involved. Liberation draws on a wide range of skills and offers many satisfactions. To some, opting out evokes images of gathering berries in a far-off wilderness. Liberation does seem to be easier in uninhabited areas, at least as a do-it-yourself thing, which it necessarily is for the first pioneers. But it is also possible in large cities. Imagine, for example, an old expensive building, which appears to be only a private club, but which conceals an entranceway to apartments and workshops tunneled underneath. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated lifeways. From Libertarian Connection number 15, November 17th, 1970.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle.
That was a little drawn out. Anyways, we're certainly glad you decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org. This episode is entitled Controlled Schizophrenia, Freedom or Neurosis. And the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/6. While you're there, please consider perusing all of the content already available. There's articles, an FAQ, articles about Vonu, and much, much more. Again, that's vonupodcast.com, and Vonu is spelled V as in victory, O, and as in Nancy, U, vonupodcast.com. Before we dive into tonight's broadcast, I'd like to thank Travis for his hardware contribution. In a short week or so, Kyle will have his first ever external podcasting microphone. So for those of you who are kind of new to Kyle, thanks to the Vonu Podcast, Kyle, you've been a podcaster and videographer for what, like 5 years now?
Oh, gee, man. Let's see. I think it goes longer than that. We're going years and years back, like when Obama first got into office. If you go back to my oldest podcast, just on other series.
Yeah. So you started podcasting then, and you've had the same Mac.
Mm-hmm.
The same Mac, pre-Obama, and you've been using the internal microphone the entire time.
My MacBook is now officially older than the entire Obama administration, just to give people an idea of the scale of time. And it serves me well, good and faithful servant and all of that. But I mean, come on, people, it's 2017,
Yeah, so hundreds of podcasts done with that internal microphone, and that's going to be that's not going to happen anymore. Once that comes in. But yeah, thanks so much, Travis, for your contribution. I know Kyle, you definitely appreciate it. I mean, you actually gonna have a microphone to speak into.
I guess I get to be a grown-up podcaster now.
Very good, very good. But again, Travis, thanks so much for your contribution. It's definitely going to help out the quality of the audio that you'll hear in this podcast. I'm going to pick up the same one that Kyle picked up. It's I know Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends recommends like an Audio-Technica ATR 2100, and this one is like an identical one to that, only it costs half as much, and it comes with the power hookup, whether XLR or otherwise, and also a stand. So it's a good deal. It's a good microphone, and I think we're both going to do a little upgrading. But anyways, very good. Let's get into it. So Kyle, I think from now on, I'm just going to kind of refer to you as like the definition man, just because. So why don't you go ahead and define controlled schizophrenia for us?
Well, controlled schizophrenia would be the mental state of a citizen serf that practices doublethink. And one way that they really kind of do this is that they act in their own best interest, even though they still sort of believe in the official mainstream narratives and values of the servile society.
Indeed. So I guess let's just name some examples here, and this will get more concrete as we move forward. But I guess some examples would be Donald Trump supporters who voted for Ron Paul. I mean Ron Paul, I don't like him for a lot of reasons. He's a political crusader, but nonetheless, I mean going from Ron Paul to Donald Trump is a major leap. It's not even a leap. I don't know what the right word for that is, but I guess that's off onto another planet.
Well, yeah. I mean, how do you go from pro-free market, anti-war, anti-police state to pro-mercantilism, pro-war, and pro-police state in 4 short years? I mean, in what reality, in what element of the multiverse does that actually happen in? Well, apparently it happened here.
Yeah, and I think we'll begin to kind of understand why that's occurring. But I guess some other examples: Christopher Cantwell, Walter Block, and Stefan Molyneux. Now I used to, I guess, Cantwell and Stefan Molyneux. I used to listen to them. Cantwell, when he was his anti-SJW thing, which has kind of evolved into the throwing leftists out of helicopters, and the advocacy for Trump, obviously. Walter Block. I don't know. He's done a lot of great work on economics. Writing about privatizing everything. But then to go on and endorse Donald Trump, who's a mercantilist, he's very keen on on economics, so he knows the dangers of that. So I don't really know what's going on there. And then Molyneux, gosh, there were some fantastic videos he did back in the day. There's some fantastic videos, ones that are still shared, and it's like, oh, this is the old Molyneux. Like there has to be that distinction now, and that's due in large part to the to controlled schizophrenia.
Yep, old Molyneux versus new Molyneux. The new Molyneux who is humping the Trump is not the Molyneux who made classics like The Story of Your Enslavement and many, many others. And that's exactly what we're talking about tonight, the controlled schizophrenia, people basically betraying their principles and essentially becoming hypocrites.
Oh yeah. So I guess we'll just kind of name a few more examples. We're gonna name names here as we've already done, but Adam Kokesh. Definitely.
Don't you know Shokesh?
I do. Yes. Yeah. He didn't show up to the other pod. I was gonna interview him once, last May, and actually it was May of 2015. No, May of 2015 actually. God, so it's kind of hard to keep this stuff straight now. But May of 2015, I was gonna interview him, and he never showed up. So, but yeah, Adam Kokesh. You go from like this hardcore voluntarist writing, a subpar book called Freedom, and then announce you're running for presidency in 2020. That's and asking for $5 million on top of that. So like that's I don't know.
No, and look, just about his book. Like I wrote a book report on that on my blog, and it's so bad that when I eventually read, Derek Brose's and John Vibes' book on the conscious resistance, reflections on anarchy and spirituality, I said, this conscious resistance book, which has its own problems, is so much better. And I'm not very spiritual at all, but those guys are way better than Kokesh. Like it's not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah, and they aren't running for office in 2020 either, so that's definitely good. And then a couple other folks, Jeff Wood and James Weeks, both folks I've met at the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. Hung out with them quite a bit this past August, or I think it was August, I think it was, yeah. But hung out with them quite a bit. And yeah, they're good folks. I mean, whenever they're not talking about political crusading and like the local elections, I mean it's a good conversation. But I don't know, my eyes kind of glaze over and I start to think about other things whenever talking about getting people to vote for them and shit at an anarchist freedom festival. So that's a little bit of a disconnect there, don't you think, Kyle?
Yeah, anarchist politicians are political crusaders. Yeah, I mean, and also that not only that, think about that too, folks. The oxymoronic anarchist politicians, like the oxymoronic sovereign citizens and other oxymoronic, really contradictory things. And so that's kind of what we're kind of getting at tonight with pointing out controlled schizophrenia, are people who contradict themselves really blatantly.
Indeed. And I guess we'll go ahead and mention this one too, because I guess they did kind of get a little bit of a mention in Vonu's The Search for Personal Freedom, but limited government constitutionalists. And this has probably been, I don't know, other than, the anarcho-capitalist supporting Trump, this has been kind of the most disappointing. I don't know. I don't even know I can say that, but, I've had some colleagues that have been constitutionalists and, committees of safety are direct action, our form of direct action. And, it's just a difference in ideology and, we can get along where we used to be able to at least. But now that Trump is the one, issuing these executive orders, they're constitutional and they're just fine. But when Bush and Obama were doing them, no, they're unconstitutional. But now, since it's their guy doing it, since it's stuff that they see viable, it's just okay. And it's not it's no reason to stick to principles, stick to the ideology.
Well,
screw that. Why screw that?
I keep getting told, Shane, by various political crusaders that the people selected, his wannabe majesty, the shiny rug. And then I tell them, wait a minute, you know that the Electoral College selects the president as per the Constitution, right? You know that, right? I mean,
that's their document. They should.
But they don't. Yeah, like, okay, this is kind of sad. If I'm more knowledgeable about constitutional law than the American Patriot movement is, at least collectively, or at least portions thereof, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah,
Just a wee bit. But no, they're going to make America great again. You know what? I've got a better slogan. Let's make America free again. How about that? Let's make America free again. Hell, that's a slogan I might even consider getting behind.
Oh yeah, definitely. So like I said, let's make this more concrete and take a look at what Rayo had to say. Quote, as Leon Sky mentioned, freedom is not a monolithic entity. There are various degrees, but not all degrees are necessarily viable. For most people, I suspect, that choice is between predominantly servile, vulnerable lifestyles and predominantly liberated and vulnerable lifestyles. If satisfaction could be plotted with respect to freedom for a large number of people, I think that graph would have a low peak of relative satisfaction around 5% to 10% freedom, a higher peak around 90% to 95% freedom, and a wide depression in between. The lower maximum is exemplified in contemporary society by many a successful middle American. He lives conventionally, but takes advantage of some of the easier, more obvious loopholes. He pays income taxes, but hires a tax accountant to maximize deductions. He registers for the draft, but goes to college in hope of being made a technician instead of a target. His mental state is one of controlled schizophrenia. He believes most of the statist myths in which he was indoctrinated, yet maintains a modicum of skepticism. He goes to church, or at least accepts their standard morality, but is not above having a drink at a nude bar. He is largely rational in his work, but keeps his rationality compartmented. He does not, dares not, critically examine his life as a whole, end quote. And that's page 18 to 19. So, I mean, that's probably a better example of, controlled schizophrenia than you or I could have provided. And, just the way that he explains it, I really love that quote. That's something I posted even before, the Vonu Podcast. It's just so good because it describes so many people. It really does, and it kind of gives you the baseline for folks that may be controlled schizophrenics, but also, I mean, you can also apply that to the folks that we're kind of naming above, in some manner of speaking, at least.
Well, they want to have their cake and eat it too, don't they? They want to be the brave freedom fighters, but they also want to work with inside the system. They want to, change things for the better, hoping for the change and changing for the hope, right? All these interchangeable, really consumerist slogans, which I think is a little bit more of a deeper concept. But yeah, I mean, they want to have everything work in their favor, but not actually struggle or real work to get it. Look at me, I'm a YouTube celebrity because I point a webcam at my face and say, and that's going to change the world. In fact, real.
That too. I'm sorry, that too. But yeah, you consider, some folks that I know that are agorists, but they're still political crusaders. So agorists. So law, and then you look at all of the legal documents that, like when you're filing for a position, whether locally or federally, there's a lot of personally identifiable information that needs to be given out, and you're certainly making yourself far more vulnerable to coercion. You're just handing it over. So see that too, and this is a topic for another time, but just the blatant lack of security culture. Yeah. So there is that too. But let me read this next quote. So, quote, although self-maintained schizophrenia leads to unhealthy and unhappy complications, on the whole, the opportunistic serf may have it better than his more consistent, more gullible, less self-motivated brother who is drafted and becomes a target, and a paraplegic rotting in a VA hospital, struggling along in a low-paying, high-tax job with a load of installment debts, end quote. Now, Kyle, that's something that I've often said about most individuals in the state of servile society. I mean, Ray was mentioning the self-maintained schizophrenia. I mean, it's unhealthy and it's unhappy. I mean, even if you don't want to consciously, or even if some individuals don't want to consciously, examine all of their life and realize that some aspects are very, very contradictory with others. I mean, something I've said, and I think. Well, I don't think I know that. Well, freedom requires personal responsibility, right? And that's just way too much to handle for a lot of folks. Being a slave is just so much easier, rather than taking control of all of the spheres of their life, and pushing all those in a direction towards personal freedom or Vonuism. I don't know. I don't know. Being a slave is just so much easier. It really is. And when you advocate for freedom and you say agorism is great, when you say like, oh, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, I'm doing something. I don't know. You kind of have that facade of being like a freedom seeker, but the rest of your life kind of shows otherwise.
Well, yeah, a lot of people just want to go along to get along. So, I mean, even with things like when people make a lot of claims that we live in a capitalist economy, but of course there's this, really nasty, socialist bureaucracy and such. Or we have secured private property rights, but then we're forced to pay taxes for all of these, public utilities of the roads and the various different electrical grids and, whatever the hell. And I mean, public lands, there's that too, which the Patriots are really big about because they're socialists, if actually anybody was being intellectually honest. So yeah, I mean, it's like, we want freedom and we're waving the flag and we want to restore constitutional government, but we want our public lands. I'm sorry, did nobody see a problem with that? Because that's what the Citizens for Constitutional Freedom C4CF guys were doing up at the refuge we're squatting at. Was that, well, actually, it's even worse than that, right? Because the original reason was, not to get too deeply into this example, but the original reason is we want to release the Hammond political prisoners. We want them released. And then it was, well, now we're going to go squat at the birdcage because now we're shifting the focus onto this completely other different goal that has nothing to do with the Hammonds, or at least a very tenuous connection to the Hammonds, and instead is now about public lands. Oh, there's a bait and switch, but don't get upset at us. I mean, hell, we're just doing an Occupy Wall Street thing, right? I mean, remember Occupy Wall Street? Their whole thing was, we're gonna squat at a park and demand Congress do something about Wall Street because the bailouts, which was the same thing that the Tea Partiers were upset about back in 2009 and 2010.
Yeah.
We're not socialists. We're totally not socialists, even though we have our little drum circles and we dance around in a circle. And then, of course, years later, the guys at the refuge were hauling their guns around and praying, which a lot of people don't really know about, even though there's footage of that. So there's all these contradictions and hypocrisy, which is simply what I'm pointing out here.
Yeah, definitely controlled schizophrenia to put it briefly. But I'm going to read this. We've got a couple more quotes here. Quote, but the opportunistic serf is probably also more contented than the nonconformist who tried to be free in some things while remain servile in overall living pattern. One who is half free and half serf dwells in a psychological no man's land. He knows too much and thinks too independently to play servile status games with conviction and success, yet remains too immersed in and influenced by that culture to achieve success, satisfaction on his own terms. This includes many, not all, bohemians, adventurers, black market entrepreneurs, religious cultural minorities, and radicals of all sorts. A half-and-half lifestyle tends to be unstable. Some go on to more complete liberation, some drift back into, at first, outward conformity, then acceptance of servile norms. Some end in psychosis or early death, end quote. Now, this kind of reminds me of, the anarcho-capitalists before Trump. Some were focused on, direct action related solutions and never really went far with it. I mean, some people advocated for Bitcoin and a decentralized economy and some other things. Some folks RV living and things like that. But when Trump came around, they completely abandoned their principles and rejoined the state of servile society. Advocating for obviously the advocation for Trump, and then also posting articles, Republican Hangout, every time Trump does something, praising him. And how great he is, and this choice was fantastic. This executive order, this dictatorial motion was just so great. So the abandoning of principles and then just the rejoining of the servile society, even though on the outward they do call themselves anarcho-capitalists, but the actions speak louder than words, right, Kyle?
Well, yeah. I mean, look at the anarcho-transhumanists, right? That we covered on that earlier episode. It's just like, you can call yourself an anarchist. You can claim that you want to live without rulers, but then when you're speaking out of the other side of your damn mouth, that quite frankly, you want government to fund your little eugenics project or cybernetic stuff, which, oh, by the way, is actually done under the auspices of the military-industrial complex, like Raytheon and DynCorp and Halliburton and all those people. that cartel, if you will, which of course is very fascist and mercantilist and protectionist and all of that, which is completely anti-free market, then yeah, you folks can call yourselves whatever ideological label you want. You're not that much different from the counterfeit anarchists who actually, according to the latest new stuff coming out of the news cycle, Shane, some of the counterfeit anarchists in Portland, Oregon, have actually been blocking traffic and depriving people of their freedom of movement to just get around. So it's just kind of like, I mean, whether it's actions like that or it's more verbal, like I'm an anarchist and I like Trump, which was Chris Cantwell's thing now that he's apparently abandoned all his principles.
Anarcho-Trumpism, God.
No, what it really is white genocide, the lie of white genocide, which itself is contradictory because if anybody ever bothered to look at any set of statistics, even if you were to ironically look at the U.S. Census Bureau statistics, just in terms of demographics, which, yes, would take on a racial or ethnic angle of it too, like the so-called Caucasian people are not dying out. They are still a healthy majority. I'm sorry. The so-called white people are definitely going to be a healthy majority on this portion of the North American continent for quite some time to come, even according to the federal government's own statisticians at the Census Bureau. So the lie of white genocide, the lie of the Islamic invasion or the Sharia law takeover or whatever label it's going by this week, it's all being fed to us by the neoconservatives mainly. And I find it rather interesting, Shane, that a lot of people who claimed to be part of a liberty movement, to be part of whatever label you want to give it, the patriot movement, this movement, that movement, the truth movement, not all of them to be certain, but many of them who are usually content producers in the alternative media, there's been a real schism. Even Derek Brose chronicled this during the election cycle last year, where this is occurring. So yeah, the controlled schizophrenia is alive and well, and I've lost people because of this crap. Literally, the ostracism has been quite educational for one reason or another. So, folks, please keep in mind, this isn't just something that Rayo noticed like in his time period in the '60s. This is a reality I am living now.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is, and as I've kind of mentioned about the anarcho-capitalists too. I mean, government, the state, their greatest tool is dividing and conquering, divide and conquer, just simply put. And you understand, you look at all of the separations happening within whatever, like whether it's anarcho-capitalist, whether it's constitutionalist, whatever, and we're like with folks like myself and you, Kyle, which I mean we're like you're Vonu and I'm an anarchist. And I said, what? I'm not like advocating for a political ruler is a contradiction. That's not something that I'm going to do. It's not something I'm ever going to do. And then I get labeled a purist, and they say, well, pragmatically, this is the best route.
Direct action is more broadly, even more so than broader than Vonu. Direct action is what's practical.
Well, yeah, but like it's so the controlled schizophrenia is. It's causing a lot of problems, and it's not just something. And this, and what we're kind of reading from Rayo tonight. This was before the formation of the Libertarian Party. Yeah. So this isn't. So what he was witnessing then, and this was more broadly, I would say like, just collective movementism or just individuals that he knew personally that he kind of associated with them, and then they just kind of returned to the servile society. I think in once he mentioned that one ended up in a psych ward, like this something happened. Like he noticed this, then he wrote about it, and then I've gone back and read the article that we played in the beginning of this episode a couple of times, and oh my God, it's so accurate. It's so accurate.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but if you look at the so-called alt-right, okay, I mean, like who are these people? Literally. I mean, the best that I can figure is that they're essentially the cheerleading squad for El Presidente, the tyrant-in-chief, aren't they? So anybody who's part of this alt-right, anybody who abandoned their principles and joined the alt-right, essentially is just, they're freaky, man. And actually, you know what? If anybody's actually going to be worse than the current despot in the White House, it's probably going to be the alt-right, because I know people, or maybe I should say, I used to know people, some individuals pretty well, as they slid into the alt-right. And it's been freaky for me, man. It's not been a very comfortable experience. There's very much been a bifurcation in the alternative media, a schism that even Derek Bros noticed, like I mentioned a moment ago, where, I mean, this is happening. This is real. And Rayo, what's rather remarkable about Rayo's observation in his time period was he was noticing something similar. So,
and I think I would be right in saying that. I mean, obviously, like with progressivism, things get or regressivism actually, things get progressively worse. So you kind of look at even the law, even the amount of laws and things. Then I mean, the Libertarian Party wasn't formed, so that wasn't a part of it. Things weren't as bad then, but he noticed it back in his day. I'm sure, like, especially like when you read his book and you read some of his articles that are up on the Vonu website, you can kind of understand like why this sort of shit frustrated him, and why it frustrates Kyle and I too, and probably if you're listening to this podcast, it's probably annoying as hell for you too. So I mean, it's definitely not something new, and I guess the point here is that things weren't even as bad as they are now. It probably wasn't that obvious back when he was writing those articles, because hell, it's still not obvious to a lot of folks today. I mean, a lot of people don't even know. I mean, a lot of folks probably don't even realize that they kind of slid back into like the servile society. It probably is something just like one day the light flicked and there they are advocating for Trump or something. I don't know.
Well, they slid back, and then they became political crusaders. They became, as the political science term is, reformism. They became reformists and all that, where they want to work inside of the system in order to change it from within. And as you well know, and I'll say this for the benefit of the audience, my entire first book, which you can read for free or listen to the audiobook Shane and I made a while back, but, An Elusive Phantom of Hope, A Critique of Reformism, I go through literally like every single type of major or any technique that's used by political crusaders, and I basically explain, going line by line pretty much, why they are very impractical. So it kind of begs the question, why do you have all these people who claim that they're anti-establishment or even anti-statist or even anarchist, and then claiming throughout the Bush years and even the Obama years, and then all of a sudden, because of this reality TV star, I mean, come on! This is your this is the Mussolini equivalent. I mean, at least Mussolini had some chutzpah. I mean, this Joker doesn't even inspire even like begrudging respect. He's worthy of contempt and scorn. That's why I think over these next several years, I'm going to get even more creative with my insults, just like I did with Bush, just like I did with Obama. And I think that's a healthy attitude. Maybe some of you in the audience may want to think of your own insults, because, I mean, think about even the term, the President of the United States of America. Sounds like you're referring to God Almighty. Seriously. So no, don't have any shred of respect. And oh, by the way, this isn't about the presidency specifically. Any of these jokers, congressmen, senators, legislators of all kinds, judges, federal agents, the Leos, the bludgies, which Rayo called them. We need to have our own words. People call like the blue coats, cops and so forth. But I think we need more words and more terms to really have a really truly American scorn for government. Because seriously, if individuals on this portion of the North American continent are going to like exercise their freedom in any way, I think our language has to show it at some point. And thankfully, people are fed up with government police, which I think is a starting point, but I don't think it should end there. I think we need to kind of build on that. And so, yeah, I mean, these people do not respect these people do not earn your respect of yourself or anyone else. They have not earned your respect. And that's something else interesting too. Government expects trust but earns suspicion, whereas the agora, the free market, if you will, earns trust and expects suspicion, especially from people you don't know, which is why security culture is important. But yeah, regarding controlled schizophrenia, man, this is what happens when you have a betrayal of principle of any kind. Even if your principles may not be 100% rational, and you know who you are, or you know who you, depending on your ideologies, what values you claim to hold, public lands, at least be internally consistent, right? At least try to be, make the effort. But unfortunately, there are certain individuals not making the effort, aren't they, Shane?
Yeah. And that's why I really despise, like, some folks that I know personally, and then also just, I guess, more widely, the scorn for philosophy. Like, well, that's just worthless. I mean, that's not anything practical.
Oh, I've heard philosophizing.
Now,
you kids shouldn't be philosophizing. We need to be practical. Okay, let's go worship Trump.
Yeah, but I really do think, and this is the first, like, this is season 1 of this series, which, we're going to do seasons now, by the way, just to keep them separate, but, like, this is season 1, we're laying the philosophical groundwork and, kind of explaining what Rayo kind of thought about these things, and, obviously we'll kind of, expand upon that some later on, but, you've got to have a firm philosophical foundation. I mean, it's a requirement. I mean, it really is a requirement, or else any aspiring ruler. I mean, some of the libertarians I know abandoned whatever endeavors they were going down to go vote for Bernie Sanders. Then you have Donald Trump. I mean, whoever the aspiring political ruler is, whatever political crusading it is. I mean, if you have firm philosophical principles to start with, you're going to see right through this. So you're going to see right through this shit. Of
course, and the other reason for some degree of philosophizing and so forth, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like Rayo's concept as we've been covering over in these past couple podcasts and so forth to kind of kick off this series. It's also like when pressure is brought to bear and you're being tyrannized, whether directly or indirectly, you have like a moral backbone. You have a spine, which a lot of people just don't have, because you apply any like, let's say any government agent applies the slightest amount of pressure and people squeal and, oh, you don't have a search warrant, but you're acting all tough. Oh yes, please come into my home and like flip open the door for the drug raid or whatever. I mean, even something like asking for like a legal interstice, like a search warrant. Most people don't do that kind of stuff because they don't have a backbone. So that's the other reason too for some degree of philosophizing and having principles and values and such, is so that it's to give you it's a kind of something to I don't want to say fall back on, but it's a motivating factor. So as we'll get into in later podcasts, when you're like living in the van full time, or you're doing the van nomadism, or you're doing other things, if for whatever reason you have like a down day, or there's pressure being brought to bear on from an external entity or whatever, you have something you kind of fall back on and kind of remotivate yourself and recharge your batteries that, look, you're doing the right thing, or reminding yourself why you're doing something. Because a lot of people forget as time goes on. They get so mired and so focused on what they're doing that they miss the forest for the trees. They lose sight of the bigger picture. And so, yes, by laying this foundation and also explaining, also what I think Rayo is doing here too, is explaining why things are the way they are. The reason for the political crusading, I think, Shane, and feel free to disagree with me if you have a different interpretation on this, I think a lot of the reason for the political crusading is because of the controlled schizophrenia. Because people are being hypocritical and inconsistent and betraying whatever values they claim to have. Therefore, they're going to always slide back into going to the voting booth and petitioning and protesting and filing lawsuits
I think it goes further than that, though, because freedom, as Rayo demonstrated himself, and as he wrote about, in Vonu, the Search for Personal Freedom, it requires a lifestyle change. It really does. You can't still be living in the state of surveillance society, ingrained in that culture, with all of the negative things that we've already covered so far, and still, remain freedom-minded and principled. And a lot of people just don't. They don't have the efforts. I mean, they're in a good job. They're making good money, and they're just gonna conform so they can make that money, support a family, whatever. I understand those sorts of things, but at the same time, those who really truly desire freedom, It requires a lifestyle change. I mean, look at all the stuff that Rayo did, all the stuff that he wrote about, and you know, going from as Benjamin Best wrote in his article about you know, meeting Rayo and going on Vonu Week. I mean, yeah, Rayo started out, you know, at the Nathaniel Branden Institute and other places like that out there in California, where there was, you know, kind of an objectivist libertarian-esque culture, and yeah, he gave all that up and then went and just, you know, did van nomadism. I mean, it's really, really hard. I mean, practically it's hard. But at the same time, when you're ingrained in this culture, in this status culture, it's really, really hard to, you know, go all the way. It's really hard to stay consistent. It's really hard to really, you know.
Because it's at odd with our values, right? And even,
yes.
and even going broader than even just Vonu, let me just mention this, just I'll kind of put things in perspective. Even if you look at, for example, the Freedom Umbrella of Direct Action, which you and I co-authored, or, you know, that entire direct action series that lasted, what was it, like half a year or more than half a year?
Almost 7 months, yeah.
Yeah, like 7 months. Okay, like most of that stuff, that content, hell, I was even a guest a couple times, but you know, most of that content is all lifestyle changes. Everything that you and I discovered, that list of like 100+ things that just is multiple times just, you know, at least has a potential for better efficacy and is certainly more numerous than all the methods of political crusading. The majority of that stuff is all lifestyle changes, and that is kind of suggestive of something else, isn't it? What I think it might be suggestive of is that when people will talk about politics, they have this very narrow view that it just involves, you know, these Federal Election Commission FEC debates that you see on TV, and then of course voting on election day. And that's not really politics. Politics, and especially power politics or real politic, as the Russians, commies called it, is all about backroom deals and lobbyists and writing bills for legislators who don't read the bills that the lobbyists wrote and then pass it. And then like all the evil stuff that happens in court, which actually is more important than anything with the legislative branch, and many, many other things that deal with the realities of power being exercised instead of what some, you know, egghead intelligentsia wrote in a textbook this semester. Okay. So that's just kind of it. I mean, when it comes to the game of politics, there's a lot more going on. And people should also ask themselves this question, especially people who really kind of look at the news cycle particularly. Is there more to politics than pure spectacle? I don't know about you, man, but, you know, I look at the Trumpster. I'm seeing quite a bit of a spectacle. I don't know about you.
It's all spectacle. It's all clickbait headlines. It's all pretty much. I mean, pretty much from both sides. Within this left-right paradigm, it's pretty much all spectacle. It's all spectacle. I don't see anything really of substance. Obviously, I mean, I just really don't. Yeah, it's all spectacle. But let me get to this last quote, and I think we'll have even more to discuss. Quote: "The higher maximum of satisfaction is attained by someone with a liberated home base, plus some import-export with the servile society. For him, contact with the state is an occasional annoyance and danger, not a big part of his life. Thus, he can avoid the psychological paralysis that afflicts so many nonconformists. Compared to the opportunistic serf, he may enjoy somewhat fewer conveniences at present, but is happier overall. On the other hand, he has more than someone living in the primitive isolation presently required for 100% freedom." End quote. So what Ray's, and we'll definitely spend some time on import-export here in the next month or so. But what he's saying is, like I was saying with the ingrained, like being ingrained in the culture. Whenever I mean, someone's going to college, someone's going to a job where they've seen it on in the break room. This really statist atmosphere that it just seems impossible to escape. This definitely could lead to some psychological paralysis. But Vonuans, on the other hand, with import export. I mean, they kind of get their supplies. They do the trading once a month or however infrequently that you can. And when you go there, back to the statist society, I would assume everything is just so foreign, and it's just an annoyance. I feel like it's for me it would be like it would have been much like doing all this this podcasting and stuff, and then going to college and being surrounded by that atmosphere. It's an annoyance, and it's extremely frustrating. It can have an impact on your psychological state. I can say that firsthand. But yeah, staying out of the state of society as much as possible, and just doing so with import-export, I think leads to far better outcomes than just being stuck. Than just being stuck. And as with controlled schizophrenia, I think we're definitely seeing the effects of that.
Yeah, exactly. And sorry, something you said sparked something else I want to mention too, because this particular episode of ours is really kind of focusing on the importance of integrity, because when you don't have integrity, you become a hypocrite, or as Rayo called it, a controlled schizophrenic. Admittedly, as a blogger, there are times when I'm dealing with open source intelligence, at some point I have to deal with the news cycle. And in my first book, An Elusive Phantom of Hope, I basically kind of posited the question about, should you avoid the news cycle? The reason I'm bringing up here is this. Even if you don't vote and you don't petition and you're not really a political crusader, but you might still debate with people, not like a proper moderated debate with rules like we've done before, right, Shane?
Yeah.
But bickering with people on Fascist Book, or the idiot tube comment section of one kind or another. That happens quite a bit. So bickering with people and trying to persuade them that your perspective is the right one, which should very well may be, but doesn't really matter if it is or not, right? The point is the time and effort, the opportunity costs that are involved with that kind of thing. And same thing with the news cycle. I mean, just for the purpose of full disclosure, I mean, when I was much younger, I used to be a news junkie. Like, I didn't really believe in the system anyway, but I wanted to know what was going on so I could learn how to protect myself from it, was how I kind of rationalized it to myself. So even back then, I guess you could say I was thinking in terms of invulnerability to coercion, but I didn't know about Rayo, and I wasn't quite thinking of it like that explicitly. But I was thinking about, well, if I know what's going on in the news, I can somehow hide or protect myself inexplicably some way. So it's a little bit faith-based, a little too much, kind of irrational. Because I would notice that it was a time sink, and I would read and read and read. I would read Bloomberg and the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Washington Times and the New York Post, and on and on, and the different news wires like Reuters and AP, and so on and on and on and on and on. And that was back then. Never mind now, where there's so many more options and so forth. And what I kind of learned is that Rolf Dobelli was right. You know, if you are going to even expose yourself to that, even if you are dealing like I do with open source intelligence, you need to have filters. And the reason I say all of that is to say this. If you find yourself so immersed in the news cycle where you don't have any filters of any kind, you start becoming, and I hate to say this, Shane, but I got to say this for purposes of integrity, considering this episode is all about that. I start acting like a controlled schizophrenic on occasion. So I've noticed it with me. So I'm not some saint, ladies and gentlemen. I know my weak spots. And I'm saying it here for purpose of full disclosure. My weak spot is the news cycle. Always has been, always will be. But I think it's important that, like I said in my first book, to at least point it out. Like, again, even the article title was, Should You Avoid the News Cycle? And for a lot of people, I think they should. For me, the most part, I deal with it only once in a blue moon when I do a couple reports of one kind or another with another colleague of mine and so forth. But other than that, like, I don't touch it. And even before I started working,
it's like a bad drug, right? It's like being addicted to some drug in the past, and like every once in a while you go back to it.
Right, and you know, obviously there's at least something resembling a benefit. At least I like to think so in terms of like open source intelligence. But quite frankly, man, there's a reason why like other content producers in the alternative media know me for my book reports, because I think, at least for me, and I would suggest for other people, that's a lot healthier. And I know for me, it's largely prevented me from becoming a full-on controlled schizophrenic, like what's happened to some people you and I have known.
Yeah, definitely, and well said. I kind of noticed that. I kind of lay out my line of thinking, and then you just say it a lot better, which is why I'm not doing this by myself. But I guess to kind of my little comment here is, so how do you avoid becoming a controlled schizophrenic? Well, if you're Kyle, you avoid the news cycle as much as possible. But first off, take freedom to its logical conclusion, and put it in your own hands, not in not in some way in Washington in the District of Criminals, and then practice Vonu. Practice Vonu. I know, like I know some people might take that as like, well, you're telling us what to do. Well, no. Vonu is just a lot of you probably already exercising some aspects of Vonu right now. Kyle, what's the term for trying to become invulnerable to coercion? It's on the definitions list. But just work towards making that universal in your life. And once you do that, I mean, I think you're going to be a lot. If you aren't already, I think you'll be a lot like Rayo, and just kind of reject this pretty quickly if you don't already. So
yes, if somebody is venuer today than they were yesterday, where they have comparatively more invulnerability to coercion, they are venuer. Then yes, that's kind of the idea here. And by the way, one more note about the news cycle, something too a buddy of mine had mentioned to me years ago. If you have filters placed on, and by that what I mean is that you have better sources of information that's like, I don't want to say real news, but let's just say more academic, at least in some sense, but you have like other people you trust who are willing to be in the news cycle like full time for whatever reason, then they can't tell you everything that they've seen, but they'll only tell you the important stuff. And so that's one way kind of filters can work, so that hopefully the real information at least has a better chance to getting back to you. But then again, not everybody needs to deal with open source intelligence anyway. And then, of course, it also depends what the subject matter is. I mean, for example, if we're talking about like more off-grid homesteading type stuff, then arguably we don't need to be as careful about being worried about getting, or at least in my case, getting dragged back in, not necessarily political crusading, but at least worrying. That's the key thing here. Worrying about what the political crusaders are going to do that's going to end up hurting me, this week in the news cycle. Like, look, there's so many evils in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you are many years and decades my senior, okay? I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. What I'm simply saying is there's a better way to do things, and lifestyle changes really are the best type of way to make yourself invulnerable to coercion.
Indeed. I definitely agree. So I guess we'll kind of start to wrap this up here, and I'm not sure if you've come across this, Kyle, but obviously for the past almost like a year and a half, my focus has been purely solutions and direct action more specifically, and I was really surprised by this because so many folks that I know, like, they say like, well, obviously I want freedom. That's kind of a given, right? And then you present to them something like some direct action, and you kind of like lay out a path that they could pursue, which is canceling voter registration, going on political field trips, whatever other strategic withdrawal they could do, and then you toss them the freedom umbrella of direct action and say, "Go have fun, kid." And just to kind of see some of the responses to that, where they'll say, well, well, I'm going to vote because, I don't want that person to get in. But this stuff, it's good, but is it really going to bring about more freedom? Politics is what's here today, and I think that's what we need to utilize, and at least to give us more time to find out solutions. So I've come across a lot of people knocking direct action. And I think that honestly is because of controlled schizophrenia. They aren't willing to, take the freedom into their own hands and take it to its logical conclusion. I really think that has a lot to do with it.
Yes, it is. And notice the reaction. They make all the excuses. So, like, none of those people that you've mentioned, even some of whom I think I know who you're talking about, so I won't say the names to protect the guilty, of course, but I think some of them have actually read my book, at least one or two of them, and they're not rebutting anything I've ever said.
Or they at least listen to the long ass broadcast we did on this subject. Yeah.
Right. So the point is that they're not being intellectually honest even with themselves. Never mind you or anybody else. And that's kind of the problem, right? They're being controlled schizophrenics. And I mean, at that point, the only other question really worth asking, as far as I can see, is, are they even aware of it or not? And unfortunately, I don't know if there's even a way to answer that question. I don't know how you would even begin measuring that. But the point is that I think it is objectively observable that when you see people acting like hypocrites and then they go on their political crusades. Oh my, why, people have asked me over the years, Shane, why isn't America better already? Why haven't our republics been restored yet? This coming from the constitutionalist patriots. Questions like that. And, every single time I've had to tell them, you know what, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Well, you know what? All these years later, I have a better answer, a more accurate answer, maybe not a total and complete answer, but a better one. It's controlled schizophrenia and political crusading. That's why. Rayo was right, completely. That's it.
Yeah. We're going to need people, I mean, in Vonu, the ethical enclaves and such. I mean, we're going to need people that we can trust that's aren't controlled schizophrenics. So, I mean, yeah, it'd be wise and obviously better for your personal freedom and also your psychological state to not fall prey to that sort of thing. It would definitely be a good thing. I think you'd be a lot happier. And as Rayo kind of mentioned when he was laying out some of the side effects that come from part freedom and part slave. I mean, I think just getting rid of the controlled schizophrenia aspect altogether and focusing on your own personal freedom will lead you down a much better path, financially, mentally, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and at least for some other people, because it wasn't just me. If you're really affected by the news cycle and the only reason you're thinking about voting or protesting or petitioning or filing lawsuits or grassroots lobbying or pick a method of political crusading, if the only reason you're even halfway considering doing those things seriously is because you're worried about the latest item in the news cycle, then get away from the news. Do it for like a week or a month, hell, even a year if you can manage it, and then see how you feel. And oh, by the way, during that time period, be sure to check out like our other material on either direct action or Vonu specifically, so you can do things in your own life while you're away from the news cycle. And then when you do decide to get back to the news cycle, try and evaluate whether your life is better, now as opposed to before. And I think that would be a great homework assignment in a sense for people listening, that if you have an affliction with Fascist Book or Idiot Tube, or some of the other so-called social media sites where you're looking at the content, even if it's not news specifically, but it's making you anxious, take a sabbatical and do some of this other stuff that kind of, we've suggested and all that, and then come back to it and then see if your anxiety comes back. And if you are getting a lot of anxiety and all that, then maybe, that's another way of probably heading off controlled schizophrenia, Shane, is getting some mental clarity and perspective.
Yeah, and ensuring that your thoughts are consistent with your actions, and I would say, I mean, I do this myself. I have to do this myself, and Kyle, I'm sure you do too. But if I'm wrong, you can obviously correct me. But I mean, obviously, I think I think about it a lot. Like when I'm going to do something, I always consider the ramifications. The ethics, the personal harm that may come to me, et cetera, et cetera. Not to say that I'm having I'm thinking about doing bad things, but just trying to keep my thoughts consistent with my action, so as to try to prevent any potential controlled schizophrenia, or just betraying my principles, because none of those are good things. They definitely are not good things.
No, they're not. And so I think what's kind of important for people just to keep in mind is that if you act with integrity and say what you mean what you say what you mean, right? Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk, and many other adages in the English language and such, is that if you just act with integrity, you can pretty much bypass controlled schizophrenia completely, or at least mostly, and I would say by extension political crusading, because I think there's an interesting cause and effect here, right? If you were to ask the question, what causes political crusading, I think now I would tell you, I think it's controlled schizophrenia is at the root of it. I really do. No sane or rational person would ever be a political crusader for anybody. I honestly believe that now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. But I guess any other closing thoughts before I wrap this up?
I would just say this. One way of vetting people when you're first getting to know them and such is to kind of gently nudge them into conversations where they kind of say things to you that kind of reveal their thought processes and such. one thing you'll definitely look out for, say if you're having coffee with somebody or a beer, even if you're on a first date, right, is really just to kind of gently steer the conversation around to certain topics. And it doesn't have to be, quote, political, but just any sort of topics. And really where you have some knowledge about like what's actually like true and consistent about it. It could be anything really. And if they start kind of being shifty or especially contradictory, they start contradicting themselves, then there's something else going on. And it may not necessarily be controlled schizophrenia, but I mean, that's what I would kind of suggest in parting thought here is just talk to people. And if you can do a little bit of Socratic questioning, maybe not too much, because some people are put off by that I've come across whenever I've met locally here in Austin. But maybe a little bit of Socratic questioning here, maybe a little other techniques here and there, when you're just talking to people, can actually reveal whether or not they're hypocritical and therefore controlled schizophrenic.
Very good, very good. So I'll leave you with a concluding quote from Rayo. Quote, "Whether one will be happier as a free man or as a slave partly depends upon the individual. But this choice is not open to most libertarians. Relative contentment in servitude is possible only for those who believe in it. Most libertarians are too independent and well-informed. For libertarians, the choice is between freedom and neurosis. What became of those libertarians of 5 years ago who gave up, or never tried, achieving personal liberty? Of people I knew, one is now a Catholic, another is a Mormon, another committed himself to a mental hospital. Many are occupied with chronic ailments." End quote. Individuals have free will, which means that the choice is up to you. What's it going to be? Freedom or neurosis? Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you next week.
Do you think I'm a hypocrite? Well, you should. I wouldn't disagree with you. The road to power is paved with hypocrisy and casualties. Never regret.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Shane.
What you heard there in the introduction was a quote by Frank Underwood, the protagonist from the Netflix original show House of Cards. We're certainly glad you decided to join us today. The Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIP-COT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone, except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org. This episode is entitled Collective Movementism, the God from the Machine, and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/7. make sure to go to check out the website again. That's vonupodcast.com if you haven't already done so. Vonu is spelled V as in Victor, O as in Oscar, N as in November, U as in uniform, vonupodcast.com. Hell, while you're there, go ahead and sign up for email updates so you never miss a post. It's right there on the sidebar. Also, make sure to like us on Fascist Book and Twitter. Fascist Book more so if you're looking for supplementary commentary throughout the week. Facebook.com/Vonu Podcast. So Shane, it's a pleasure to be back with you. How are things going on your end?
Oh hell, man, can't complain at all. Things have been good, and it's always fun to record these podcasts with you. It's actually something positive that comes from it. So.
Well, since you're now the Mr. Definition Man this time, I suppose you and I should start out by defining some terms.
I think that would be a wise thing to do. So collective movementism, first off. Essentially, it's just an aggregate set of behaviors and actions aimed towards large-scale socio-political change and the furtherance of specific goals. So, examples, I mean, the anarcho-capitalist movement would be, collective movementism. The environmentalists would be one as well. The alt-right, the labor movements, those socialists who, right to work stuff and things of that nature. The anti-war movement, as good as it's been in the past, it's still collective movementism. And more recently probably, especially with the Malheur Wildlife Refuge occupation back last year in January, the public lands movement, which unfortunately that's actually a thing. Bickering about public land versus or public property versus private property when public land is a contradiction. But that said, go ahead, Kyle.
What about the various identity politics movements? Because I think there's some people who like women's rights and gay rights and Latino rights and somebody else's rights and rights. I mean, aren't those movements too?
Oh yeah, for sure. And also there was one of the last podcasts I did for the other one I do is the National Anarchist Movement. Like they actually, this is one of the very few anarchic schools of thought where they actually like the National Anarchist Movement. So it's actually it's actually a movement, and obviously there's some identity stuff in there too. But that's a discussion for another time, and not really something we need to go into here on the Vonu Podcast.
But hold on, just a follow up to that. Would that be like an example of a movement within a movement?
I guess that's a good way to put it, yeah, actually, because the anarchist movement is one thing, and then national anarchist movement combining some of the nationalist is kind of it's not accurate to what they're against nationalism, but so yeah, that would be a movement within a movement, especially with identity politics stuff too.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, is there any other terms that need to be defined for this go around?
I think when we get more into this, especially when we kind of hear what Rayo had to say about anarcho-capitalism and limited government libertarians or limited government constitutionalists, one thing that will come up is utopias. And the definition is not that interesting, but the etymology is. So I'll define it first. It's an imagined place or state of things in which everything is perfect. There's no conflict, as Mises kind of discussed in Human Action, the evenly rotating economy where there's no profits and no debts essentially. That kind of be a utopia. Now the etymology is interesting though. It literally means nowhere, and it was coined by a gentleman named Thomas More. So the etymology, nowhere. So I think that's a really good start to when we get into what Rayo had to say.
Well, let's get into what Rayo had to say. So I think it would be fair to point out that in short, Rayo had some issues with the kind of clumsy sounding limited government libertarians, really the minarchists, and the so-called anarcho-capitalists or ANCAPs, as they both require a cultural revolution. Boy, there's a term. Maybe that should be defined too, which necessarily entails collective movementism. So let's go ahead and see what Rayo had to say. Quote, both limited government libertarians, LG, and anarcho-capitalists, AC, believe in the Deus Ex Machina. This means God from the machine, translated into English, which will keep their idealized open market capitalism pure. For LG, the Deus Ex Machina is a constitutional government which has powerful military police forces to discourage foreign and domestic aggressors, yet which somehow abstains from harassing the peaceful. For the AC, the Deus Ex Machina consists of various protection agencies and insurance companies which remain peacefully competitive and cooperative on the whole, rather than fighting each other, forcing people to do business with them, staking out territories, and becoming states. Both hypothetical systems are contrary to historical experience, close quote. So, Shane, last time I checked, I think you were a voluntarist still. I think Rayo's kind of having a problem with that. Do you think he's off base there so far?
No, I will say, like when I was just when I was just kind of coming to anarchism, and I found circles on fascist book, it did appear to me that the anarcho-capitalism or voluntarism was it was on a positive trajectory, and I mean maybe more people are coming to it. I mean that very well may be the case, but still I think his critiques are valid. I mean, yeah, I do still consider myself an anarcho-capitalist. I think that if there were to be some cultural revolution towards freedom. Obviously, I don't want. I think going back to the Constitution, limited government is not the wisest idea. So if people were going to actually choose freedom, which you can consider, you got to rely on these naive voters, and then also the folks on the left that are like protesting Trump now with all of their irrationalities. So I think that automatically raises a concern. I think it goes along with what Rayo was saying, but. I don't know. He actually explains anarcho-capitalism pretty well. The protection agencies and insurance companies. I mean, that is kind of what has been theorized. Since Rayo. That's something that's discussed a lot, but obviously none of that has been put into action. Which is definitely a problem. It's definitely a problem considering keeping actions consistent with or thoughts consistent with action. But there are obviously some other issues too, even with the monopoly that the state claims on those judicial services and things. So I think his critiques so far are, I think they're fair. He's not coming at it from like I brought up a moment ago, the national anarchists, where they just hate capitalism, and it's all pejoratives. It's all without defining the terms. But I think Rayo's approach is actually fair. And consider this was back in the 60s. So this was probably when anarcho-capitalism was at its infancy. I mean, Murray Rothbard's body of work wasn't all available yet like it is today. And then also, I mean, Mises was around, but he was an anarcho-capitalist. So I think that kind of also has something to do with it as well.
All right, well, let's get to this next paragraph of quote, and let's kind of evaluate where Rayo's coming from here. All right, quote: achieving freedom and preserving freedom are really the same thing. States can be thought of as bad protection agencies or whatever, but most LG and AC, the minarchists and the ANCAPs, try to separate the problem of achieving utopia from that of preserving utopia once achieved. Few LG are seriously running for legislatures other than for publicity or testing the constitutionality of laws. Even fewer AC are attempting to organize protection agencies capable of defying existing states. Even fewer AC are attempting to organize protection agencies capable of defying existing states. Instead, to achieve their utopias, both LG and AC invoke another higher order Deus Ex Machina, a cultural revolution, a fundamental change in the world views, ethical values, political attitudes of most people. Certainly, popular attitudes can and do change, and can and do affect political systems, but LG and AC err in thinking of popular attitudes as something independent of and antecedent to a political economic system. A person's worldviews depend in large part on the opportunities and problems he perceives for himself, so long as he feels subject to the state and powerless to change it. He will rationalize that the state is really necessary, if not good, and will reject out-of-hand arguments to the contrary, close quote. Now that's very interesting. So let's maybe kind of unpack this a little bit. So Rayo actually does give us a definition for the Cultural Revolution. Now, let me ask you this first. Do you think the Cultural Revolution, as defined by Rayo in the quote that I just read, do you think that's fair to work off of?
I would say yeah. I would say yeah. I think that's definitely a good starting point. It's very, very clear.
Okay, then if that's indeed the case, I think what he's mainly saying in this quote is that what's more important than the ideological differences and goals of the minarchists and the ANCAPs is actually their similarities. Do you think that's also kind of fair for him to drive at?
Well, yeah. Leaving ideology aside, I mean, yeah, they both require a cultural revolution. I mean, both are vehemently trying to convince others that their position is the right one. And then also too, I think something to consider is anarcho-capitalism. Is premised off of the free market. I mean, not necessarily. And I think another kind of point to Rayo here is that he even back then he maybe not in this sort of way I'm going to explain it, but he acknowledged this that just imagine trying like convincing like socialists to adopt capitalism, even the ones that are just the most vehemently against it. If that like obviously there are the exceptions where they came from the left and now that they're free market anarchists, but that's the exception, not the rule. Generally, these people have such a vitriol against capitalism and free markets, and such a love and reliance on the state that to convince them to convince them through by way of a cultural revolution is honestly naive thinking. It really is, and that's coming from an anarcho-capitalist. So just keep that in mind.
I think that's pretty profound what you said there. Let me just ask you a follow-up then. Do you think, just for a purpose of compare and contrasting, do you think something like agorism would require a cultural revolution, or just the counter-economic activity alone would be sufficient to actually achieve would be able to achieve like the agorist revolution in bringing about Ancapistan, for example?
And see, I think agorism is a little different here because some folks probably see, as agorism as, just rational self-interest, trying to keep as much money as they possibly can. And then also, going down, lines of production and also just entrepreneurial ventures that, make them better off, as well as, maybe it's just, kind of civilly disobeying the state. I guess as a whole, though, like as an ideology, like what Konkin kind of laid out, I wouldn't even say it would. It's a good question. Because I could answer. I could see it both ways. But in regards to this, a cultural revolution, I really don't think it would require such a thing as that, where you have to change someone's mind completely. Because once you kind of introduce someone to, I guess a state-free economy, the counter economy, and they start to see how much better off they can be, it doesn't really require, getting into it doesn't require an ideological change. They can still be statists and still do what they do, but, act on their own self-interest. So there is that, but the long-term goal of agorism, a cultural revolution, no, I would say it wouldn't be a cultural revolution because the underground economy is, it's not an economy made up of like the majority of people, or critical mass, as a lot of these, a lot of these cultural revolutionists will kind of tout. Rather, it's more of a small scale revolution, rather than a wide cultural one, if that makes sense.
It's rather fascinating. When I did my book report on Neither Bullets Nor Ballots, I didn't really get the impression, which basically Neither Bullets Nor Ballots might as well be the de facto manifesto for voluntarism, as far as I understand it. And I think that came along later after Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom was written and published and such.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The impression I get from the voluntarists and Neither Bullets Nor Ballots specifically is that a cultural revolution was not required necessarily to effect strategic withdrawal, but that a cultural revolution would be necessary in order to bring about Ancapistan. So, I mean, do you think that's a fair assessment, or do you kind of see things a little bit differently?
I would say that's fair. I mean, voluntarism is especially from the content at voluntarist.org. It was kind of I guess spearheaded by folks like George H. Smith, Carl Watner, and Winnie McElroy, and folks like that. I mean, it's basically premised off of strategic withdrawal. Getting the people out of state that you can and not participating in politics. That's pretty much the short and sweet of it as far as I understand it. I don't think really a cultural revolution needs to happen there. But with anarcho-capitalism, I think it kind of does. It's obviously based off of presenting arguments of why the free market is good and why you should adopt the free market and why you should disregard socialism and why we should work towards creating the society based off of the ethics of private property. And I'm not saying those are bad things. I'm definitely not. I'm an anarcho-capitalist and a proprietarian anarchist. So I mean. Oh, that's kind of redundant, but I mean, getting to that end goal of Ancapistan, it really is a utopia, because it depends upon the Cultural Revolution, or I guess the only other possibility is something, and we'll get into this more in season 2, but something like a sovereign free port or something like where the state still exists, but anarcho-capitalists can do their trading, at least relatively free from coercion.
Yeah, the reason why I'm bringing up voluntarism here is because Rayo is criticizing the ANCAPs quite a bit. And I think it's important to illustrate that I think what the criticism really is not just the Cultural Revolution, but it's also kind of the question of how to get from here to there. Like, how do you bring about Ancapistan? And I think that's really more what he's criticizing is the transition methodology, or shall I say the lack of one, right? I mean, he's basically saying, well, you can't transition from statism to Ancapistan vis-a-vis a cultural revolution. And I think
and he also mentioned too that he said, let's see, but most LG and AC try to separate the problem of achieving utopia from that of preserving utopia once achieved, end quote. And I think that's also another criticism, getting there. But once you get there, how do you preserve it, and how does it not devolve into another state? I know there's been a lot of not when Rayo was alive, but since then there has been quite a bit of literature on that, as far as theorizing how it could possibly work. But I don't know. I still think Rayo's critiques are valid, and I think they're ones that anarcho-capitalists try to refute, and also try to I don't know, set up some of them DROs and things. That's just me.
Well, I mean, definitely in an earlier episode of the Vonu podcast, it was mentioned that even if we were living in Ancapistan, we would still need Vonu, mainly because of the private criminal element, whether it's organized crime or just, muggers, burglars, rapists, and such, right? I mean, the criminal element you'll always have with you. So yeah, I think in terms of this particular quote of Rayo, this paragraph or so, where he's really kind of criticizing both the minarchists and the ANCAPs. I mean, the minarchists kind of make sense.
Of course, yeah.
The ANCAPs was also rather interesting because it was a two-pronged thing, and then pointing out the similarity there. And I think the other similarity too is it's the way that they're going about doing it. I mean, even when he was criticizing the minarchists, he was saying that they're not really getting into office, right? The anti-libertarian Libertarian Party is not actually getting people into the Congress, for example, or even into the respective several state legislatures and so forth, right? Or even county sheriff, because those guys are largely elected. At least they definitely are here in Texas. So, the LP, they're not doing it. How many of those guys also, except for, of course, some of the fellas up in New Hampshire and specifically in the Keene area, aside from certain localized pockets, how many self-identified libertarians who favor limited government for whatever reason, how many of them are testing the constitutionality of laws, especially vis-a-vis a combination of civil disobedience combined with jury nullification?
Yeah.
How many of those guys? Yeah, you see, so the point is that the Cultural Revolution is not happening.
That and also too, I want to point this out because I mean I am an anarcho-capitalist as I've said, and some of the people I know, some of the people here listening to this podcast are as well. Now I want to point this out that Rayo here is criticizing the action, I guess rather lack of action in regards to pushing forth these stated goals. But he's not criticizing like the non-aggression principle. He mentions the case for rational non-coercion. It's something along those lines. It's one of the chapters in the book. So like the non-aggression principle, yeah, he adopts that, or he adopted that, or if he's still alive, he may still adopt it. But so he adopts that, and he also voluntary interaction. Like, I mean, hell, like free from coercion. I mean, if there's coercion, it's not voluntary. Like that's something that Vonu is premised off of. So he's not rejecting anarcho-capitalism from some, I guess, some nefarious way. He's simply criticizing the action it would take to get there, and then also how it's preserved once it's achieved. So I want to point that out. This isn't one of those socialist communistic disagreements with anarcho-capitalism, or one that Noam Chomsky would put and say, well, anarchism is actually should be on the left. Like this stuff, this is the bastardized version of it. No, this isn't something like that. This is like an intellectually honest critique, and one premised off of action.
Before I get on to the next quote, let me ask you this then. Do you think it would be fair to say perhaps that the lack of a strategic transition in order to achieve one's goals, whether it's the hypothetically limited government or Ancapistan, and especially vis-a-vis a cultural revolution, that maybe even the cultural revolution itself might be indicative of controlled schizophrenia, like we covered in the previous podcast?
I guess just real briefly. Obviously, a lot of the focus, and I have a lot of people on Fascist Book, in groups and friends and all of that stuff, and it's focused on the philosophy portion for the most part. But what I think could be valuable, and there have actually been a few other folks who have kind of said similar things to me, and this is something I've kind of held for a while. So it's good to see that. But rather than like convincing people of the efficacy of voluntary interaction and free markets, rather something like ethical enclaves or agorism, where they can actually try it themselves and see the benefits firsthand, if they are so inclined to even try that. But I mean, it's really, especially when people are brainwashed. I mean, the definition of brainwashing, the inability to like actually hear other opinions. It's going to be really hard to convert a lot of those folks. So I think whether they see you, like if they see you doing it and they say, wow, you're actually a lot more wealthy. What the hell are you doing, Shane? And it's like, I'm just, ethical enclaves agorism, whatever the answer may be, and then they can actually try it themselves and test it out and see if it's efficacious for them as well. So I think rather than, the philosophy, and the non-aggression principle is great. I like the non-aggression principle, but I actually haven't really talked about it that much in a while. But I think more so trying to just, rather than the whole philosophy thing, I mean, anyone can do Vonu. Anyone can, practice agorism and, trade in the black and gray markets. I think them seeing the efficacy of it could help them to, get rid of those collectivist spooks in their head a lot faster than, you telling them all about the non-aggression principle and why they're socialists and communists, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. I mean, sometimes people don't really respond well to what they would subjectively perceive as proselytizing. But yeah, let me just add this onto that before we get to the next quote. I would just say this. I would say, notice also how the minarchists, can talk a good game about restoring constitutional government, but even when some of their most prominent figureheads and intelligentsia and just people in general tell them, like, hey, you need to go set up local committees of safety already. Stop with this even they'll tell their own people, stop with the political crusading. And this was even before Trump. Stop the political crusading, stop voting, stop this mainstream stuff, and go set up a committee of safety already. What have the Patriots done since the Harney County Committee of Safety was established back in December of 2015?
It's a good point. One sentence. So there was one new committee of safety set up in Harney County, and since then it's been essentially all about Trump. So there you have it.
Yes. So the point is that the likely controlled schizophrenia of the minarchists with their committees of safety, and yes, even the ANCAPs with the dispute resolution organizations, or DROs, as the old Molyneux would put it, and other people as well. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't find a COS or a DRO anywhere. And seriously, I would love it if there were alternatives to the state that were these organizations or businesses or whatever that could actually be some, if it's not fully privatized, at least in that direction, but it just ain't happening. And that's just a cold, hard reality. It is February of 2017. It doesn't take 3 years to set up a committee of safety, and it doesn't take 5 years or more to set up a DRO or even a private defense agency. So, that's kind of the other thing. Say what you mean what you say, be consistent. And so let's get on to this next quote about cultural revolutions. Quote, long-range cultural revolution activities are not, of course, to be deprecated merely because they will not bring freedom in our lifetime. When making career decisions, the individual is, of course, primarily concerned not with the benefits that a cultural revolution will bring to everyone sometime in the dim and distant future, but with the benefits he will personally gain as a result of his work. Are there ways to bring about a cultural revolution much more quickly than that has been thought possible, say within a decade or two? Close quote. Well, that's rather interesting because I think within a decade or two, would have been around, 1990 or so? So, yeah. No, definitely not. Just look what happened with the so-called ANCAP movement in less than a couple of years. Individuals can't even remain principled when it comes to the most powerful position in this so-called excuse of a country.
Yeah. Yeah, so the resounding answer here is no. But let me. I kind of thought of something while you were reading that. Obviously with the more freedom-based strategies such as anarcho-capitalism and limited government, for example. It's other than bring people to the philosophy, which that happens with both of those sometimes, but. I don't know. Could one make the argument that the left has been effective in actually in a cultural revolution because you consider the overtaking of of intelligentsia, and then you look at the majority of people in the United States as far as their voting habits and things. Have they been successful in a cultural revolution? I'm kind of just spitballing here, but
if there was such a thing as a cultural revolution, then yeah, I would agree with you that welfare statists have largely been pretty successful, right? You hear from the so-called right, really the totalitarian right, conservative fascists, basically. You keep hearing from them all the damn time about, the leftist mainstream media with its movies and television shows and music industry and, pick a form of media, basically, that they have changed the values of our proud American, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, that's rather interesting.
But it wasn't a cultural revolution, in the sense that Ray would define it, because it wasn't discussing something like, Kyle, you're right, Vonuism is probably the best strategy, you've convinced me. It was more subversive. It was more subversive than that, through the public schools and things. So I don't think that can be considered a cultural revolution, actually, even by Rayo's definition.
No, exactly.
Simply because it's deceptive, it's subversive, and there's not rational thought going into it. Where that actually you've won me with your arguments. I'm on your side. It wasn't really anything like that. That's just kind of the default position, right?
Well, yeah, and even look at something like identity politics, which is all based on collectivism of different stripes, different flavors, and different definitions and collective aggregates of people based on superficial characteristics. I'm sorry, somebody's ethnic makeup, somebody's gender, somebody's sexuality, somebody's pick a demographic characteristic, these are incredibly superficial because what actually matters is individuality. I'm sorry, I said this before in older articles of mine, but I think it bears repeating again. Society does not exist. Literally, it doesn't. If we're talking strictly existentiality, it doesn't exist. You hear people talk about society all the damn time, right, Shane? Society.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm society.
We can't be a society that doesn't let anyone come here that doesn't want to. Yeah, it's really stuff like
society,
that.
We have to take your guns, right? There's society. We need the Federal Reserve System, depreciating the dollar. We have to. It's like every claim of tyrannical impositions upon people's lives is always done or commonly done in the name of society or the common good or pick an excuse. or it's the law, or my personal favorite, I'm just following orders. Yeah, that's to you military men, you soldiers, to you specifically. But yeah, I mean, it's rather interesting, isn't it? So you have this society, and who is society? Where is society? Can I call society up on the phone? What is society? It's just this big monster going, douche, douche, I am society. I mean, it doesn't exist. It's a collectivist spook in one's head. I think you said earlier, to use that phrase used earlier. It is a collective spook. And really, at best, society is really nothing more than a convenient linguistic descriptor for a collective aggregate of individual units.
It's simply just a great buzzword to get all of the collectivists on board with something. That's essentially like it's been very useful too to them, to the state. It's been very, very useful.
Yeah, I mean, like, we, the Russian communists, must protect ourselves from the evil capitalist pigs, and we, the German National Socialists, must protect ourselves from the odd combination of gypsies, homosexuals, and Catholics and other people. I mean, this has been used by tyrants constantly, by the states somewhat more specifically. It's just collectives don't exist. Okay, there is no such thing as Americans, literally. Yes, you have about 300 million some odd souls on this portion of the North American continent from this latitude and longitude to that latitude and longitude. But if we're talking about reality and what literally physically exists, that's true, but there is no such thing as America. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. Hell,
it's like what the sociologists would call, gender and race. It seems like a social construct.
It is a social construct. I will agree with them about that, at least to that degree. And hell, even Frederick Bastiat, Mr. Limited Government himself, Mr. Frenchman back in the day, even Frederick Bastiat defined the state as that great fiction by which everyone tries to live at the expense of everyone else. So Mr. Limited Government Bastiat is saying that the state is a great fiction. Okay, so whether you're talking the notion of a nation or a nation state or government or the state or whatever, these are just fictions. And it just pains me, Shane, where people start playing these identity politics games even before the social justice warrior thing really kicked off back in probably about 2013 or so, and just has remained really in the news cycle ever since with its political correctness. I mean, there was some of that beforehand, of course. I think there was a term that you used in the past. I think it was like cultural Marxism or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in one sense, it's not anything new, but it really gained a lot of steam during Obama's second term. And now with Trump, it's almost like Trump's alt-right is a neo-reactionary, fascist type, reaction to that kind of identity politics. But of course, the way in which they did it is with their own identity politics of stupid lies like white genocide. I mean, think about that too. I mean, hell, there was, when I had an interview, a podcast live streaming interview with, actually, I can say this here, with Maggie Rose, I was sitting there like waiting between commercial breaks, and Revolution Radio, they were basically playing these ads I was listening to when we were starting the second hour. And I was hearing about one of these ads for these other shows basically saying, we're going to tell the truth about this thing and this other thing and that other thing and white genocide, and then like something else which sounded vaguely credible. And all I'm thinking is, wow, they're like treating this white genocide thing like it's real. And it's like, how are you guys? So here's what I'm getting at. How are you guys in the alt-right any different from the social justice warriors you claim to oppose? Both of you are playing identity politics. You're just using different characteristics and upholding different characteristics of black versus white, of men against women, of even the old versus the young. Hell, I mean, the only thing we're running at this point, actually, they already did the whole Muslim versus Christian thing with the Muslim invasion doom porn scenario. That's not true, that I've written about before. And so notice that the use of identity politics to really prevent any sort of unified resistance against the state by the people.
Yep, that's a good point. That's definitely...
So instead of having... So just to finish my thought up here about this element of it, notice that instead of having any sort of real collective movement where we might be able to do something like abolish the state, instead of something like that, now you have this multiplicity, this anti-free market really of collective movementisms that are all, at each other's throats in this great democratic republic of ours, really democracy, in this great democracy of ours, where they're at each other's throats because they're trying to vie for power from the state, aren't they? I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah, it's just whether it's the minarchists, limited government constitutionalists, the anti-libertarian party, the anarcho-capitalists. I mean, it just seems like everything is kind of fracturing, and I guess maybe that's good for decentralization. But when you look at the reasons why these fractures are happening, it's not a good thing. It's not something like more decentralized service. It's not something to be happy about. It's just you're witnessing controlled schizophrenia at work. You're witnessing the failures of collective movementism, and why Rayo, I think, was correct when he kind of said that, like, this can't happen. I mean, it's just not rational. I mean, it's just not possible.
No, it's not. And also, you notice the use of the pronouns constantly, especially those plural pronouns. We, us, ours.
Yeah, even the National Anarchists did that all throughout their goddamn manifestos. So the National Anarchist movement, let me toss that in there because that's actually relevant here. It's a movement, and they're throughout the entire manifesto. We, us, ours. I mean, that was the entire thing.
Yeah, and so notice, like, there is no such thing as like an individualist movement.
Thank you. That's exactly what's on my mind. So yes, there's no such thing as an individualist movement. Thank you.
So yeah, so as even when I was reluctantly a minarchist, I was always very mindful of my own individuality and kind of more broader, somewhat vague concept of individualism and individualist. And I've always been that way, and I will go that way to my grave. So I'm very, very sensitive to collectives, whether they're the so-called voluntary collectives of the syndicalists, whether it's the collectivism that's coercive by the state or whatever else. I've been very, very sensitive about that all my life, even though I have changed ideologically in certain types of libertarian shades from one kind or another. But I was always very sensitive about my individuality. So like these past several years, when I've been really kind of working pretty intensely with a variety of like the Patriots, they are incredibly collectivistic. And so in some ways, it was almost kind of painful to me to work with many of them, which is why eventually I only ended up working, at least up until recently, with really only a handful of them, because they were the only ones I could stomach. And in turn,
well, yeah, the collectivist thing is kind of a necessity. I mean, it's all about America. It's all about Americans. Like that's
Patriot. It's even called the Patriot Movement. I mean, literally. I mean, that's what it's called. And so, yeah, whenever I, hopefully soon, when I finish up that history of the Patriot Movement, I've been very slowly writing over the past several months or so, in between other things, and I finish that, I think that history of the Patriot Movement will be kind of I don't want to say a microcosm of the macrocosm, but will be a type of case study that actually reinforces the more fundamental thing that Rayo's bringing up here about the failures of collective movementism, on the big picture, the big picture, if you will. Because I mean, hell, even look at like the preamble to the federal Constitution. We the people, blah blah blah. So right there, the first three words are automatically problematic, aren't they?
Yep.
We the people do ordain and establish the Constitution, provide domestic tranquility, and do a bunch of other bull crap that never actually ended up happening about securing the blessings of liberty and such. So we the people did this stupid constitutional thing, which might have been a good experiment, for its time, considering classical liberalism and everything that involved. But quite frankly, it did say we the people in it. So
yeah,
who, I mean, hell, we the people, but who are we? Well, if you listen to, what was his name? Justice Taney, I think it was, whoever wrote the decision in Dred Scott v. Sanford, which, oh, by the way, has been universally considered the worst U.S. Supreme Court decision ever for anybody of a more legalistic bent. I mean, the judge basically said it's Caucasian natively born people. So not natively born people of other stripes and flavors in terms of their skin color, quite literally, No, it's only the people of a broad European ancestry that happen to be born on this portion of the North American continent. They're the only ones who count as we the people. He literally said that. It's not my opinion. That's what it said in Drescott v. Sanford.
Yeah.
So, and that's why, and as a side note for people of a legalistic bent who like to play legal interstices, see previous podcast, earlier podcast on legal interstices. Yeah, that's kind of problematic, and that's why, that's why Scott didn't have standing to sue Sanford, because, well, let's just say his skin color was a little darker than they liked. But yeah, we the people, but who are we? And this is why I don't like collective movementism, is because they do crap like this, where they say we, us, ours, but it's like violating the first tenet of any philosophy whatsoever. Define your terms, young man. Define your terms. And I don't know who's we. We the people. Well, who's we? Us. Wait, did I join up with something? Who's in us? Ours.
Yeah. Yeah, as Michael Dean says, and he caught me on this once when I was on the Fiends with him. But I said we once, and like I think I think about what I say and make sure, like, I slipped up. It was like 1 a.m. and I was tired, and I slipped up and said we, and he said, who's we? Do you have a mouse in your pocket? So like, even like that's the stuff I really do think that something positive could really be, not using like this collectivist language. I know, like, I slip up. I would say that's it's really, really easy to do. But I think being conscious about individualism and how only individuals exist and the society doesn't exist, and as Kyle kind of said over the past half hour or so, it's all about individuals. And I think and I think even in the last podcast you mentioned something about our language has to reflect that. And I think that needs to be something similar here.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of the idea here. Sorry, you said something interesting. That sparked a thought in me. I want to kind of get this on the record. It's rather interesting that cultural revolutions, as Rayo has defined it here, seem to kind of take on lives of their own, don't they? Where it's all about giving people a false hope. And it really becomes self-perpetuating after a while, doesn't it? Like
it's almost, sorry, you just brought up something in my head too. So it's almost like what I've said about the anti-libertarian party. So people are like, these individuals are so disgruntled with politics. Like I'm so sick of the Republicans and the Democrats. And the Libertarian Party comes in with they come in on their cape and they say, well, there's a third way. You can join the Libertarian Party. Right, we've never had any success whatsoever. We've only gotten maybe 2% of the votes ever, and that's being awfully generous, and we hardly ever get people into office. Come join the Libertarian Party. Here's what we stand for. And they go to the Libertarian Party and they're like, oh, this sounds a lot better than what I was, it sounds a lot better. And then they waste a whole lot of their time and all of that. But collective movementism is kind of the same thing, regardless of what it is. I'll even say this about anarcho-capitalism. It might be kind of contentious, but they cancel their voter registration. This individual in question cancels their voter registration, and they say, okay, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Now let's build Ancapistan. So whether it's obviously people have different goals, and obviously when I first came to anarchism and anarcho-capitalism, I was naive. I thought we're on our way there. Look at all these people that I'm meeting on Fascist Book, and we're getting there. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I know it is. And it may not be nefarious. It may not be anything like that, but advocating for any collective movementism and bring people into that without giving people options, in the meantime, ways to find individual freedom, because that's what really matters, right? That's also deceptive. It's obviously not nefarious like the anti-libertarian Party. It's obviously not nefarious like that, but it's just something to consider. And obviously with both of the podcasts that I do, including the TVP, the objective is to create more Vonuans here, and the other one is to create more practitioners of direct action. But when you bring someone into an ideology or a new school of thought, at least give them something to do, something to create more individual freedom. If not, and you rescue them, so to speak, from this authoritarian hellhole whether it's the anti-libertarian LP or the left or the right, and you bring them into this ideology that's all philosophical with no action. I think that's also very, very bad.
Yeah, and that is kind of the cultural revolution too, where it's all philosophical, and even if it's 100% accurate and true and all that, if you don't give people something to do, and by giving people something to do, what I mean, just to be more precise, is you make suggestions, you make recommendations for things that they can do to improve their own lives. And it's been funny, the reactions I've gotten, even from, I remember the one, not really a debate, really the informal yelling match on that other broadcast a while back, with me and James Babb, who pretty much is a wannabe politician, and he was accusing me of issuing orders when I was just making.
I got accused of the same thing when I posted the Freedom Umbrella of Direct Action onto onto a post in Moto Peace Liberty Fest. You're issuing. It seems like you're issuing orders. No. Issuing orders? No, I'd order you to do one thing. I said, check out Direct Action, like worth like hundreds of options. So, yeah, issuing orders. That's. It goes back to the last broadcast where you kind of get that pushback when it comes to actual solutions.
Yes, and that's kind of like when those critics basically say you're issuing orders, that's just a baseless accusation. Like, unless you really are issuing orders and in context, but that's not what happened. We're making recommendations, we're making suggestions.
You know who's issuing orders though? Vote for me, your freedom-loving politician.
Right.
That's not the same though. No, it's not, because voting's voluntary, and so is direct action. But fuck, I can't keep this shit straight in my head anymore. It's just so nonsensical.
But it's controlled schizophrenia, like we mentioned in the last podcast, right? So, and actually that's a good point you brought up. So with this collective movementism, we can totally do the political crusading, and that's not issuing orders when, you're protesting, go down to that street and yell a bunch and wave a sign, and then go to the other street, wave a look like a hooligan and use your bullhorn and make yourself look like an ass, and maybe even block traffic occasionally. That's not issuing orders at all, even though it totally is. But it's totally not issuing orders according to the controlled schizophrenics and collectivist movementism people. Anybody promotes direct action, you are the worst Augusto Pinochet followers ever. I mean, it's completely nonsensical and Orwellian to the extreme, Shane.
Oh, man.
They accuse you of what they themselves do. That is exactly what's been my experience and even your experience with the controlled schizophrenics and political crusaders who push collective movementism.
And see, and I think here's what the crux of it is. So if it's in line with collective movementism, if it's something that that we can do, then it's okay. But if you try to break away from collective movementism and try to do things like, if you try to promote lifestyle changes, individual lifestyle changes, or things like that, it's automatically just disregarded or kind of looked down upon, because you aren't part of this movement, and therefore we don't care what you advocate for or what you say or anything like that, because it goes against our restoring constitutional government. It goes against limited government libertarians more generally, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's the separation. You must be part of this group, or else we don't care about you.
Yeah, or not even don't even just leave it there. It's a little bit more than that, right? It's kind of implying you're a bad person, even for suggesting to people that there's more to life than just this movement or whatever. And so that's the thing. I mean, there is no individualist movement. I don't even think there's an anarchist movement, or even probably most scandalously at all, there is no such thing as a liberty movement either. Because I've heard that all over the years. Oh, I'm a liberty activist. What the hell does that mean? Seriously, people, ask yourselves. You've heard this from guys like Taryn Lupo and the other guys out of New Hampshire and guys just all over the place. It's a liberty movement, and I'm a liberty activist. Your local neighborhood friendly liberty activist is part of the liberty movement. Like, all these catchphrases, none of it's ever being defined. So they're violating philosophy, basic tenet of philosophy right there. Define your terms. And even when we can get something approaching an operational or working definition, it's this ephemeral fluff. It really is the collective spooks in one's head, isn't it, Shane?
Yeah, and the last example I'll provide is this was probably a year ago, and I like trolling the Libertarian Party, and I like the Libertarian Party here, and I like trolling the McLean County Clerk, but this isn't related to the McLean County Clerk. But I posted the Freedom Umbrella of Direct Action onto one of the McLean County Libertarian Party posts, and I know who posted it. I'm not gonna expose the guilty here, but. And I kind of left a comment too, like reject political crusading. That's not a way to freedom. Rather, why don't you try direct action? I posted the Freedom Umbrella, the FUTA, and this individual said something along the lines of, some of those things seems good. Some of those things seem good, but if you want to like exit society, but if you want to remain a part of society and like like live in a city, politics is definitely important. And it was just like so dismissive, and like this guy, like he's one of the older gentlemen. He's such an asshole. I can't stand him. But that's personal. That's my personal opinion. But like just the response that I got from him. Oh, it was frustrating. It was super frustrating. But I think we should probably begin to close this out.
Well, as we begin to kind of close out here, I think there's a couple things I'd like to mention. So, there have been accusations about individuals hurting the movement. I'm sure you've heard that term before.
Oh, yeah.
Whether that be offering constructive criticism in good faith, as I have done throughout the years, or speaking out against the Libertarian Party, which you've done. But the truth of the matter is that there's no such thing as an individualist movement, an anarchist movement, or even a liberty movement. I mean, freedom and liberty, or as Rayo had put it, the complete absence of coercion or the general exemptions to coercion, they're intensely personal elements of one's very humanity. And so subjecting them to the whims of others is not approaching those who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers from a position of strength, to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
So when you look at like these various socio-political movements of various flavors, I think it's very important to really appreciate and understand the truth. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is honestly what I think is the truth, or at least getting very, very close to it, is that socio-political movements rarely achieve their stated goals, because more often than not, as they grow, as there are, an increased number of self-identified adherents, and more people are claiming to adopt their professed values, the actual adhesion to said values actually becomes diluted over time, which is actually the whole source of the derisive phrase cultural bowel movement, because it becomes so self-contradictory and, dare shall I say it again, like filled with a bunch of controlled schizophrenics. That's why any of these socio-political movements never really achieve their stated goals. Actually, that's the other thing.
That's a good point, but there has to be some sort of broadening of principles or broadening of goals, because in order to get more people to join, you have to be attracted to more folks. And I think that's exactly what's happened with the Libertarian Party. Not saying it was good from the start, but if you just look at the words of the founder, what the hell is his name? Founder of the LP, from that speech that he gave when he started the LP to when he was on when he was on Lou Rockwell's show. I think that's very 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 telling.
The LP, is filled with a class of mini bureaucrats who are just interested in perpetuating the institution as an institution and so forth, just to loosely paraphrase.
Yes.
So you're onto something there. That party-archy, as Sam Conkin put it, and so forth. So yeah.
And then it becomes. I mean, obviously, I think honestly that these people start out these movements with well-intentioned. But as it grows, and as you said, the goals become diluted. They become more expansive, and then beyond that, I mean, I think there's also an incentive, a monetary incentive here too. Whenever people are joining the organization, they realize that there can be membership fees and all of that, and the people who are in the bureaucratic positions, you can make quite a bit of money off of it, and not actually pursue as they would have. Without the way it was set up. So I think there's also a financial incentive there too that comes down the line when the cash cow is discovered, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a lot like the state with its perpetual warfare, isn't it? Where it's just perpetuating itself endlessly, just existing for its own sake. So the movement will never be over. It's not supposed to achieve its goals. The Patriots are not supposed to restore limited government. The ANCAPs are not supposed to achieve or get to Ancapistan. The gay people are not supposed to be respected, or the women's rights people, or the blacks, or pick somebody out of identity politics. None of them are actually supposed to achieve any of their goals. That's the point.
Because the NAACP couldn't, like, they'd have no reason to exist if there wasn't, that sort of conflict between races. So, this for these movements to exist, that problem has to remain. And obviously, as conditions get better, as the race relations have gotten, then rather than going after like the major ones, like whatever they may be, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. They just have to be like minuscule ones, like for the gay one, he refused to bake me a cake, I'm gonna go cry. Then it kind of ends with like these very, very minuscule things, because it still has to be a perceived problem. It has to be a perceived problem.
Yeah, next thing you know, you have fake grievances like I've written about before and such. So if anyone was being really honest, the truth is that there is no unity, there is no solidarity, and there never will be. The best really any of us can hope for are to have collaborative, productive, fulfilling relationships with other truly like-minded individuals. And that, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because everything I've done to free myself, I've either done alone or I've done with other individuals through fluid peer-to-peer relationships, such as you, Shane. And that's, why I've said that organizations don't matter, but relationships do. And you don't need a collective movement to have good relationships. I'm sorry, it's just, but collective movements do need organizations, don't they? You just mentioned the ACLU a minute ago.
Yeah. So I guess what I don't want this to kind of portray is all people are bad or anything like that. Vonu is society. I mean, that there's going to be ethical enclaves, people trading. Having those positive, trusting relationships is good. But it's the formal organizations that Kyle and I are kind of speaking to here. Obviously individual relationships are important. Kyle and I's, going back almost 2 years next month. It wasn't. There's been no formal organization. It's simply just been favor trading initially, and then actually collaborating on a bunch of stuff. And it's been a lot of stuff. So I think that that sort of thing will certainly exist in a Vonuan society, but it would be based like an individualist basis, not some massive organization or even a small organization at that. Now, as far as there could be those some mutual aid sort of things, but it wouldn't resemble anything like what we've discussed so far on this podcast.
Right, and one of my great discoveries that I do think is definitely supports what Rayo was kind of getting at is that I've discovered there is such a thing as a disingenuous activist, and there is such a thing as fake grievances. And so when you look at collective movementism, I think the evidence, whether from back in the 1960s or nowish, I think is being pretty consistent for the most part, that a lot of people will fill themselves up with a lot of arrogance and hubris that they're an activist, they're changing the world. Look at me, I'm yelling like an idiot through a bullhorn. I mean, that's where the level, not to get spiritual here, but that's where the level of consciousness is, generally speaking, at least from what I can observe. And so, yeah, certain exceptions here and there and people I can work with and such, but that's, from what I can tell, that's not the norm. The norm is to do stupid crap in Portland, Oregon, for example, just being one place where where the protesters, the activists are blocking traffic and causing a ruckus and not actually changing things for the better, whether they be well-intentioned or no. It's just not happening, but they're part of a movement because they don't like the president. Or, the Trumpster, as it were, and that's kind of where it's at. They have a movement of being against Trump. I mean, that's not standing for anything. At best, that's just being against something. But you don't even need a movement for that. I mean, look, there are certain things I personally don't like. I don't need to get into a gaggle of other idiots who similarly don't like that other thing I like. And it can be something petty like, a movie or pick something, and we don't need to pick it outside the movie theater saying that we are the movement that doesn't like this particular movie and therefore we're somebody. I'm being facetious here, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit more accurate than not. I'll leave you folks up to judge that. So here are the takeaways. There is no such thing as a movement, period. I don't care about the subject matter or what they claim to profess. There is no such thing as a movement, period. So therefore, there is no possibility of hurting the movement. You can't hurt said movement that doesn't exist. Okay, that would be like saying you're torturing a unicorn. The movement is the unicorn. So it's kind of evocative of the state itself being equally fictional, equally, of course, because we all have to be equal. It's evocative of the state being injured, especially where there's no injured party to be found. I mean, that's the whole basis.
Victimless crimes.
Exactly, that's the whole basis of that. So it's all about these fictions. So you have the fictional collective movement with the equally fictional government, and it's fiction, 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 fiction. I mean, very little of this has anything to do with reality, at least up until we're talking about use of force issues and things get real, right?
And just to reiterate this, Vonu is a strategy focused on reality. Yes. This is why these things have to be pointed out.
Right. And so another takeaway here is that, and this bears repeating, collective movements rarely achieve their goals because as more people join up, the more diluted the message becomes. And I guess another takeaway would be is that once you realize there's fake grievances and disingenuous activists, not all to be sure, there are useful idiots, then I don't think anybody of a rational or sound mind would really want to join up with these movements. And as we start to close out here, Shane, I would like to take just a few minutes and run through argumentation ethics, because I mean, this is the perfect opportunity to really just kill collectivism dead.
Please do.
If there's anything I despise and hate more than the state, it's collectivism of all flavors, because they don't exist and they are nothing. They are the nothing of the nothing, if there is such a thing. Okay, so here's Argumentation Ethics 101. All right, so this entire podcast and also all of our other ones, right? Right now I'm currently talking, and then in a moment you'll talk and say something. You'll just talk.
Of course.
Okay, so my statements are my statements, your statements are your statements. Each of whatever we're saying, it doesn't really matter the content particularly. We're self-responsible for the statements we make. They are ours and such. So even in the very act of communication, which is what we're doing here in TVP, even in the act of communication, we are expressing property rights. We are expressing self-ownership. And last time I checked, Shane, how many people are involved with TVP, or at least when we make these episodes?
Well, just you and just me and you.
Wait, where's the wait, can I find the collective? Oh wait, that's right. A collective is not making this series, you and I are. So
yeah, we are, but that's actually an accurate we. We, Kyle and I, yes, we're making this podcast.
Right. So the point is that the statements that I make and the statements that you make are attributable to me and you respectively and so forth. Therefore, because we're expressing property rights absolutely and completely. And so, and it's all individually based, right? My statements are my statements, your statements are your statements. And so that's a very, very quick argumentation ethics overview. But I think what I'm trying to say here is that argumentation ethics, which is a logical proof of the libertarian or private property ethic, really also, I think it also does another thing too. I don't know if Hans Hermann Hoppe really thought of this or not. Maybe he did. I think it also proves individualism and debunks collectivism, like forever, because it's provable in the moment. Not some distant past like in other places or even on this continent, and not in some hypothetical future scenario wonderland with like sci-fi technology or whatever, but today, right now, here in this time and place, with you and me and Jim Bob down the street and our listeners, of course, the listeners who happen to listen to TV. Right. In the moment, today, this moment you folks are hearing this as well. This is all individually done through self-ownership and as expressing self-ownership this moment, now, today, and forever. This is it. this is the reality of what we've been kind of pushing this entire time. And so anybody who's promoting collectivism, I think they are dialogically stopped, quite frankly.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. The Libertarian Party doesn't speak. The environmentalist groups don't speak. I can't argue with the Libertarian Party logo. I just can't do it. Or whatever it is, I just can't argue with it. I can argue with individuals that associate themselves with the Libertarian Party, but I can't argue with this collective fiction known as I can't argue with all of them at once. I can't argue with this entity that's all of them combined. It just doesn't make any sense, and no one with a rational. Maybe some Marxists might agree. Might actually think they can argue with them, but they believe in a lot of ridiculous things anyway, so they aren't really a focus of this conversation. But I definitely think you're right. Okay. I think it can be applied to collectivism as well.
One example I want to add to that before we close out here. I've been arguing with people in the Patriots, the Constitutionalists, for years. I've never actually argued with the Patriot movement, that's the collective, but I have argued with individual constitutionalists in private conversations at length. So even demonstratively in those specific moments, I think collectivism is kind of spoiled. And so some of our conversations over the years were kind of getting a little awkward at times about the Patriot community as how they see themselves and all. It's wait a minute, I'm talking to you specifically. You are talking to me specifically. What is this collective? But of course, I didn't want to ruffle their feathers too much because I honestly didn't think they were ready for that. Maybe I should have made an issue of it before. I don't know. But I guess we all learn from our mistakes, I suppose. At least excuse me. I learned from my mistakes. Let me put it that way. So
it's kind of funny too. I mean, we both kind of screwed up in the collectivism. It's as I said before. It's easy. It's easy to do. It's really easy to do. For the first 18, 19 years of my life, it was all collectivist shit. So I've gotten a lot better, Kyle. I hardly ever hear you do anything like that. So you're obviously good at it too. But God, it's a hard heroin to quit.
Yeah, yes, and it's a bad habit. And obviously, you and I and Jim Bob and whomever else can kind of chide each other. The point is that I personally think that if you apply argumentation ethics even to individuals who are arguing with each other, I think it actually supports individualism and a priori demonstrates it in the moment. And really kind of debunks, because collectives, again, I can't argue with society can't argue with me. Hell, even different societies, the blacks and the whites, the Syrians can't argue with the Iranians or the Americans or the French or all of these collective labels, right? There's no way for these people to argue with each other in collectives, right? Only individuals that have these labels attached to them, these collective labels attached to them, can actually individually argue with each other, right? So if I argue with that particular Frenchman, okay, then something real is actually happening there. But unless that's actually happening, all these other ways of describing it are basically ephemeral fluff, really. So as we'll end out here with a quote by Rayo. So any talk about continent-sized free societies of whatever kind, brought about by whatever means, is strictly utopian. Remember, I think that means nothing, right? Such talk may be a pleasant diversion and may help convert the few who have libertarian potential. But in the real world, liberty will be limited for a long time to come to self-liberated individuals and perhaps libertarian mini-cultures and free ports. But this is not the grounds for pessimism or defeatism. One can forget about the herd and become free once he exorcises the collectivist spooks from his head, close quote. So the question for all of you is this: can you exorcise the collectivist spooks from your head? Again, to repeat the question, can you, the listening audience, exorcise the collectivist spooks from your head? The website is VonuPodcast.com. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you next week.
VonuPodcast.com.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast. And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion, or as close as you can be at least. I'm Shane and...
I'm Kyle, baby.
You always seem to step that up, although I guess that's good, right? You know, differences and all.
Keep it fresh. Keep it fresh.
You never know what you're going to get. But we're certainly glad you decided to join us today, and we hope you've had a great week. But that said, Kyle, why don't you go ahead and bipcot this thing for us?
The Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org.
Good job. You sound good, too. We'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, this episode is entitled Libertarians and Coercivists, and the show notes can be found at VonuPodcast.com/8. There you can find the article we'll read and comment on if you're interested in following along. But first, I want to thank you for the terrific support since the launch of TVP. Some individuals are truly looking for solutions, and they have found a home here. That, and we are the only two folks discussing this potential freedom strategy, at least consistently. There's literally no competition, at least as of yet. We'd also like to take a moment to thank Travis again for his hardware donation. It will be the first time it is used in this podcast. That said, good evening, Kyle. How are things going?
Well, yeah, I too would like to thank Travis for his Bitcoin donation, which made the technical capabilities here possible with the new microphone. So again, hats off to Travis.
Indeed, indeed. So on top of what I've already mentioned just now, you've already been interviewed on the subject of Vonu once, and I will be joining Philip Frey, the host of the Valiant Growth podcast, here soon for an extended interview. He typically his interviews are a little shorter. And I kind of mentioned that to him, and he said, "I'm not against doing an extended interview." And I was like, "Okay, it's cool. I have a couple hours," and he's gonna give me 4 hours if I need it. So, so if you want a little bit more of a condensed version, that might be something that you're interested in. We'll play that sometime here for TVP as well. So yeah, Kyle, the interest in Vonu is definitely there. You know, as we kind of figured it would be.
Well, yeah, I think people are really trying to look for any sort of real strategies that can help them achieve liberty in their lifetime, so to speak. And considering the concomitant series of failures, whether it be political crusading or reformism more precisely, or much of a lot of other things that have come and gone, I think people are really willing to try something different. Or, as is the case with Vonu specifically, something that was done before, but unfortunately didn't gain a lot of traction at the time. And in a lot of ways, we're trying to kind of bring it back.
Indeed we are. Indeed we are. So, lastly, make sure to go grab your free copy of Rayo's book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. Again, Kyle and I took the liberty of digitizing it in both PDF and audiobook formats. So, if you're more of a visual person, go download the PDF. And if you're someone that wants to listen on your commute to and from work or whatever, the audiobook is there for you. And it's free. Again, it's free. So you don't have to pay us anything. Just go download it. Go listen to it. It's all good. It's all good. Just visit VonuPodcast.com and click on the second tab, Free Vonu Book. It's pretty self-explanatory. You literally can't miss it. So tonight we'll be discussing an article by Rayo titled Libertarians and Coercivists. It was originally published in the third issue of the Eleutherian Forum on January 16th, 1967. So, as usual, we're hopping back in the time machine to see what he had to say on these very important, ongoing issues. You ready to get started, Kyle?
Yep, let's get her done.
Quote, "A libertarian is a person who holds for whatever reason that no one has the right to use coercion, initiate the use of physical force, or threat thereof. Most libertarians hold that one may use physical force in self-defense and or retaliation against coercion, distinguishing between coercion and non-initiated force appropriate to a situation. The opposite of a libertarian is a coercivist, a generic term for persons who inflict or advocate coercion. Two main subcategories of coercivists are felons who personally coerce others, and statists who seek organized coercion by a state. So let's kind of stop there. Pretty self-explanatory. He's kind of laying out the very, very brief foundation in his very, very quick, succinct way. But anyways, quote, most conventional political categories are simply different varieties of statism. Quote, rival gangs of looters who fight over who has the right to coerce and for what purposes coercion may be used. These include 1. Socialists who advocate government ownership of major industries, fascists who advocate government regulation and taxation of private business. 3. Conservatives who advocate government regulation in accordance with tradition. 4. Liberals, not to be confused with classical liberals, who advocate economic equalization through coercion. States' rights activists who prefer coercion by small states at a local level. One world advocates who prefer coercive control of the entire earth by a single government. Nationalists who advocate coercion which increases the power of a particular state. And lastly, racists who advocate coercive subjugation of certain races. And I'll stop there. I'll end that quote there for a second. But I really like that he, made the distinction between liberals and classical liberals, because this is something that frustrates me. People that, would probably, consider themselves classical liberals, kind of bastardizing the name that they kind of, that's kind of was the foundation of what they kind of believe in, right?
Yeah, and I've described myself in the past publicly as, a liberal, the real kind. And of course, I was referring to the classical one, which actually cared about the evolution of human liberty and at least had, if maybe not an exclusive devotion to the free market, at least a unique appreciation for it and such. And in a lot of ways, it traces back to, you could either go to John Locke, who was the founder of classical liberalism, especially in Second Treatise of Government, or even to the levelers in the 16th century in England. Because they were pretty much kind of pushing something very similar.
Indeed. But yeah, I just want to mention the fact that I really appreciate the fact that that he actually made the distinction, because a lot of people don't do that today. It's
libtards.
Yeah,
I mean that's what the alt-right's been doing lately. They just, anybody who disagrees with the alt-right, which is basically just his wannabe Majesty the Shiny Ruggs' cheerleading section for the president, of course. Anybody who disagrees with the alt-right is now a libtard. And of course, that's a portmanteau of liberal retard, which has nothing to do with liberalism and has everything to do with people who advocate for the welfare state.
Yeah. So I guess to kind of wrap that up, specificity is important, and I definitely like that he was very specific there, which that's kind of how Rayo was. He made sure to define all of his terms beforehand. But, quote, these categories are by no means mutually exclusive. Thus, the American government might be described as predominantly fascist, liberal, nationalist. So I'll stop there. That's an interesting way that he put that. I don't know. Like, what would you call it if you had to describe it? Because I think fascist, liberal, nationalist is a little wordy.
Yes, it is. I think maybe what he was trying to say is that it's authoritarian, right? Because if you look at, even from his list, if you look at, well, the socialists really are the same as the libtards who are not liberals. I mean, that's the same side. And then, of course, the fascists are the same as the conservatives. I mean,
and I would even say, the nationalists and the racists. I mean, that kind of, not all nationalists are racist, but if you look at kind of like the alt-right like the clamoring for nationalism, it's definitely there, in some areas.
Well, yeah, I think that's just kind of obvious. And even some like YouTube comments that have gone public lately would have like some commenters saying on various videos regarding, the Portland protests and all that, something along the lines of, well, a nation is a race is a nation. So so there's even people trying to equivocate the two now. And those guys are pretty much part of the alt. Yeah, this is kind of more recent news, but yeah, I mean, that's part of the alt-right too. And so it's just kind of, I kind of, it's all the collectivism. It's the collective movementism just one more time is really what all that is. And it's now just expressing itself in these, different ways that Rayo is just trying to make sense of. But also something else I want to point out too. Notice too the states' rights advocates and then the one world advocates.
Yeah.
Now, this is rather interesting. So arguably the people who would essentially be the constitutionalists, the limited government people, I thought a lot of them were in favor of states' rights, weren't they? The 10th Amendment?
Well, yeah, they used to be, yeah.
I'm talking about before Trump.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, 10th Amendment, 10th Amendment, 10th Amendment, yeah.
Yeah, so would that mean that those states' rights advocates are actually authoritarians and therefore a rival gangs of looters? I don't know. I mean, there's a more of the typology which Ray will get into, but just you have this one portion of it, this one particular list about the rival gangs of looters. I mean, Rayo's already finger pointing the states' rights advocates. So all the people.
Well, yeah, it's essentially. I mean, it's essentially more benevolent rather than just the outright violent like the socialists and fascists tend to be. So yeah, I mean, it's just it's a more cuddly version, which is why I think he kind of included it because I would say it is kind of on the spectrum.
Yeah, it is. And also a lot of the people who are cheering things like state nullification, Dr. Tom Woods, people cheering on state nullification, people cheering on, the constitutional sheriff thing. Oh, Sheriff Mack and all those people, right? Versions on a theme, the Oath Breakers and others, like all of those guys. I mean, aren't those alike? Again, it's kind of like a limited government thing one more time, but they also say states' rights at the same time. And yeah, the way that Rayo defined it here about where they prefer coercion by small states at a local level, I don't know about you, man. I think he nailed it.
Oh, yeah.
But it also kind of casts aspersions on the minarchists, at least to some degree, because they usually do tend to be really big on like the 10th Amendment issues and so forth.
Well, yeah, and I mean, yeah, and even in previous broadcasts, we've discussed his viewpoints, and it was the collective movementism one. He had some concerns with both limited government libertarians, which would be the minarchists, and also anarcho-capitalists, but that's not really relevant here yet. So yeah, I mean, he kind of already is very, very skeptical of them to begin with. So I'm not surprised at all that he tossed that in there, in that group of rival gangs or rival looters.
Yeah, and also on the One World Advocates one, so that's coercive control of the entire Earth by a single government. It's interesting, for anyone who bothered to read Hans Hermann Hoppe's Democracy, the God That Failed, one of the major arguments that Hoppe basically postulated as part of his overall thesis in that book was essentially that people who promote democracy, and because of how he was applying the Austrian school's notion of time preference to democracy itself as a form of government, that essentially it does, the way that he kind of reasoned it out was essentially is that anyone who basically pushes for democracy basically wants a centralized government, the inevitable result of which would be a new world order.
Yeah,
a global
the logical inclusion. Yeah. I can see where he's going with that. I haven't read that book, but it's definitely an interesting inclusion
statement.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a little bit uncomfortable. So while he does list here socialists, fascists, conservatives, let's just call them the anti-liberal liberals, states' rights people, the one world, the nationalists, and the racists. It's an interesting list he's got there about the rival gangs of looters, but I'm just simply suggesting to the listeners that maybe there's an implication there, at least regarding some of them that are a little bit uncomfortable. So even if you're outside the left-right paradigm, which would be that socialist, fascist, conservatives, and then, anti-liberal libtards, if you will, welfare statists, that still, I mean, there's the nationalist. I don't know about you, man, but every single American patriot I've ever talked to is a nationalist.
It's kind of a requirement, right? America first.
Yeah, flag waving much. And my favorite part is, hell, you wrote that series on
the Flag trilogy, yeah.
The Flag trilogy, yeah, and how you discovered that many people, the Patriots included, although not limited to them, are actually accidentally committing civil disobedience because they're outright violating Title IV flag code, depending on how they display the flag in certain ways versus others. And jail time was involved too, so it's a criminal matter, not a civil matter, which would just be a fine.
If it was enforced, obviously. But yeah, I definitely know what you mean.
Yeah, not to get too much on that other topic, but even just like with nationalists. So Rayo here was saying that nationalists advocate coercion, which increases the power of a particular state. Well, if the limited government people are nationalists, and I'm saying before Trump, if pre-Trump the limited government people were nationalists, that's kind of problematic, just right from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So in terms of people making decisions about whom they're going to associate and whatnot, that's something that I think the listeners should really kind of reflect on and decide for themselves whether they think Rayo is off base or not.
Yeah, definitely. So let's, and the limited government folks will come back into this here in just a moment, but, quote, most states make a determined effort to indoctrinate their subjects, and especially children, to support the present state policies, whatever these may be, through direct and indirect control of education, information, and entertainment media. So until very recently, almost all persons have been coercivists and differed with their rulers when they differed at all, only on petty details. This has been the case not only in communist Russia and China, but in America as well. The American government has been a pioneer in socialized education and mass propaganda, end quote. Now, I want to mention this here, and just not to get too much into this, but, back in 1967, that was probably a pretty radical thing to say, don't you think? Like, especially, I mean, the homeschooling movement, I guess you could say, wasn't really, that popular until, like the 1990s, I would say, because the Leaper case in Texas and where, like, it really gained traction.
Yeah, and not only that.
I think Rayo's statement was a little, probably pretty radical for his time, and obviously, even for, 15, 20 years after that.
Yeah, and not only that, but just as a side note about the homeschoolers, the pioneers of homeschoolers would be people like my mom during the 1980s with my siblings when the cops were banging down the door, and they were and mom and my siblings were basically kind of huddled in the base. I haven't mentioned this ever publicly. Might as well do it now. They were huddled in the basement. They were religious people. I'm not. But they were religious people, and they were praying when the agents of the state, the bludgies, were basically trying to more or less knock down the door. Thankfully, nobody went to jail that day. Yeah, I haven't talked about that publicly. Might as well mention it here since, she's 6 feet under. May she rest in peace. I'm just simply saying that you brought up about the time issue, the historical issue about Rayo saying that back then in the 60s. And it's like, yeah, and my mom was a homeschooling pioneer in the 80s. So, yes, that kind of accentuates Rayo being really far ahead of its time, even more so than my mom. So just saying. Yes, you're right.
Indeed. But let's get back. Well, I guess just to make one more comment on that. I mean, it just shows you, which, I mean, both of us are already aware, and probably listeners are too. But how much the state despises like homeschooling and alternative education, because that's where it all starts. That's where all the indoctrination and the state worship begins. So yeah, it's definitely crucial to their goals of creating citizens. Is what they do in public schools. But back to the article. Quote, the best-known divergent bodies of opinion in America, the radical right and the radical left, are unfortunately not very radical. The right-left polarization has reflected not so much a genuine desire for liberty, at least on the part of the leaders, as class special interests. While many persons on both the right and the left claim to want freedom, their advocacy is only partial and inconsistent. Thus, the radical left tends to oppose censorship and conscription, but endorses coercively financed welfare programs. Similarly, the radical right opposes Medicare and income taxes, but demands tougher laws against pornography. Libertarian opinion, however, takes the best of both left and right and goes far beyond to a consistent advocacy of freedom, the total separation of state from all voluntary activities. Since only the libertarian is genuinely radical, only the libertarian truly seeks liberty, only the libertarian can provide a durable and effective opposition to the welfare warfare state, end quote. So I just want to, I want to get your thoughts on this, because he was pointing out the fact that, the radical left and the radical right aren't radical at all. I don't know. Do you think this kind of has any, any impact on what we're seeing today, or like any bearing on it?
The more things change, the more they stay the same. And I think what Rayo is describing is, in some ways, not so much his own time period, although that's what he had knowledge of. I think, yet again, he's describing our time period now, today. Because the left-right paradigm does not change. The left-right paradigm is, as he described it, it is accurate with what I know. And so all those details he just mentioned is basically completely consistent. Indeed, and that kind of also shows you, in some ways, not to get spiritual on anybody here, but it kind of shows you really how prophetic Rayo's observations were about the state back in the 1960s, because of how accurately applicable it is even today in the 2010s.
Oh yeah, I think you're certainly correct. And then he kind of mentions, libertarianism, and this was back in 1967 when he kind of, was using the term libertarian. Keep in mind that it does not mean what it meant, or it did not mean what it means now. I wrote an article of why I won't call myself libertarian anymore. Back when he was using that term, it actually kind of, meant something. It hadn't been bastardized and verbicided yet. But yeah, he's definitely right about, libertarianism insofar as, only the libertarian truly seeks liberty. The left and the right, they want their form of authoritarian control.
Well, yeah, I mean that is the left and the right. The left and the right are really the two wings on the same bird of prey that is the state, right? There's a really wonderful bumper sticker that says something to the effect of, it's not the left versus the right, it's you versus the state. And that's at the end of the day what this is really about. This is basically about when you have the socialists and the fascists basically trying to vie for control of the Ring of Mordor, such as the White House, like they did this past electoral cycle, that's all that was happening. Freedom is never on the agenda of the political crusaders, as was mentioned in that episode that you and I have already done on that. It's the political crusaders really are authoritarians at the end of the day. And, it's not just the collective movementism that kind of fuels that. I would say it's also kind of underlying that is also the controlled schizophrenia. And, of course, the listeners should refer to those relevant episodes for more details on those particular things. And so basically what Rayo is mentioning here about the left and the right, he's describing authoritarianism. He is literally describing totalitarianism that perhaps many of you listeners have learned about when you were in the public indoctrination camps. But the part that you were lied to, see, you guys were told a half-truth. The part that you were lied to about was basically the notion that, the authoritarians and the totalitarians, that only happens to foreigners over there. It can't happen here on this particular portion of the North American continent from this latitude and longitude to that latitude and longitude because manifest destiny, because the city on the hill, because of all of this American exceptionalism, these myths that were woven out of whole cloth by politicians who drew lines on a map and then called it borders, having nothing to do with the borders of your own home, but then they lie to everybody and say, well, see, here's our national borders. This is inexplicably equivalent to the white picket fences many of you have on the border, on the actual real borders of your homes and your yards and such. I mean, that's how kooky it's gotten. I don't want to get too much into private lands versus public lands, but I think a lot of people have been lied to about a lot of things. The left and the right don't exist. It's a fiction. They're authoritarians. And then, of course, the opposite of that, sometimes they call themselves anti-authoritarians or libertarians or some other label. But that's more of an accurate dichotomy, where you have people basically pushing coercion and statism and such, and then you have the rest of us trying to basically do any form of pushback. That's something resembling more of a real dichotomy, where it really is you and me and Jim Bob down the street versus the state.
Oh yeah, you're definitely correct. But I want to move forward and get to, because this is where things get kind of interesting, is where he kind of fleshes out the various types of libertarians. But quote, libertarians can be subcategorized according to methods advocated for achieving and or preserving liberty. Libertarians include limited government advocates who seek a non-coercive central government financed by voluntary means and having as its principal functions national defense and appellate judiciary. Such a government is hypothetically achieved by ideological education, culminating in legal transformation of the existing government. Autarky is hypothetically achieved as individuals discover ways to opt out. More and more persons cease supporting and sanctioning the state, and it gradually atrophies. Most autarkists differ from competitive government advocates below in opposing retaliatory force and or in opposing the delegation of self-defense. And most autarkists differ from communitarians below in advocating market trade between individuals. Competitive government advocates who envision private police companies which competitively offer defense services to customers. Such protection agencies might hypothetically begin in relatively chaotic areas where no state is able to maintain order, gradually growing and expanding their services to residents of states offering protection against the state. Communitarians, who seek voluntary collectivism in small, usually agrarian communities or cooperatives. Trade or barter being predominantly between communities. Many communitarians base their ideas on fundamental religious beliefs. Examples of existing and economically quite successful voluntary communist communities are the Hutterite Bruderovs. Existing communes exploit legal interstices within the state. Most communitarians, like autarkists, believe the state will wither away as more and more persons opt out by forming cooperatives. Decentralists, who advocate partitionment of large states into many smaller states, culminating in a world of thousands of independent city-states. The decentralists would have relatively little concern regarding the form of government of any particular mini-state, counting on direct and indirect competition to keep most of them rather free most of the time, and on personal mobility to assure his freedom. Iron curtains being impossible for many states. Many decentralists expect a catastrophic economic collapse to so severely weaken the central governments of large states, such as America and Russia, to permit regions and political subdivisions to establish autonomy. Anarchists, who advocate destruction of coercive states through retaliatory force against the rulers. In the hypothetical anarchic society which follows, criminals are discouraged and the growth of new states is discouraged by intensive personal cultivation of self-defense. Not all historical anarchists have been libertarians. A libertarian anarchist might advocate rioting, but only against the state and state-held property. He would not intentionally seize or destroy non-coercively acquired property. Most other libertarians oppose rioting for tactical reasons. The Watts riots were not anarchy. Both the rioters and the police were coercivists. End quote. So I think we've got a lot to talk about here, Kyle. So I think we'll just kind of go, bullet point by bullet point or subcategory by subcategory and just kind of, talk about this. So as limited government advocates, seek a non-coercive central government financed by voluntary means. You think that's accurate?
No, of course not. What he's trying to describe, and by the way, folks, this is going to be one of those few times we're going to, disagree with Rayo to greater or lesser extents, but it's with the understanding that he was writing this like in the 60s and 70s or thereabouts. So, I'm going to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, quite a bit, considering, of course, all of his positive contributions and such. But yeah, regarding this, no, his description was wrong here. I think what he was trying to describe were the objectivists, who, to be perfectly fair, did openly say at many times before they compromised their principles and became neoconservatives, they were very much, and even, the goddess of the market, Miss Rand herself, said that, yeah, well, the taxation isn't really taxation like how libertarians usually conceive of it. It's really just more like a membership fee type thing because it's voluntary. Therefore, taxation is not exactly that because it's not really taxation at that point. It was kind of how the objectivists viewed it.
And keep in mind also that in that article we read by Benjamin Best, I think it was in TVP number 1, he was at the Nathaniel Brain Institute. He associated with quite a few objectivists early on. So it's not surprising that that's kind of how he saw limited government.
Right. Now, to refer back to the rival gangs of looters list, because I think this is relevant to the limited government advocates and really why they are not libertarians, even if you use a really broad definition of libertarian, is because, well, the constitutionalists, I think, are really where the Maginot line is. So let's try and figure this out, okay? So the constitutionalists are states' rights advocates, generally speaking. I don't think anybody's going to contest that. They are states' rights advocates. So there's your first problem. Your second problem is that the constitutionalists are nationalists. I don't think anybody's going to contest that either. So now that's 2 of the rival gangs of looters. Now, some people have been arguing the racist thing is kind of, I don't know, there's the alt-right, I think, would probably be like the dividing line. So so to be fair, maybe they weren't before, but like there definitely are now if they support Trump and all of that, which isn't even so much about race. It's more about supporting mercantilism. So, I mean, there's kind of that. And then, of course, if you, again, to go back to Hoppe, if Hoppe is indeed correct that democracy or really limited government was what he was really criticizing, if limited government taken to its logical extent is not, as was mentioned, which we'll get to in more detail, is not some sort of decentralist thing like Rayo is describing here in this article, but it's really globalism. The logical end of democracy is globalism, then that would mean the constitutionalists, the limited government advocates, would actually be in favor of like a one world government, logically speaking, even though they explicitly deny it. And so this is why I don't like nationalism in particular, is because nationalism is globalism. there's this false dichotomy that's been made within the alternative media by various people who I will not name here because I don't want to give free advertising. But essentially, they make this dichotomy that, well, if you're outside the left-right paradigm, then you should be a nationalist and stand with us American patriots to defend America from the globalists. And yeah, and it's like, well, wait a minute.
Oh, come on.
Well, that's the line that we've been fed. And at one point, I gave it a little too much credence, even though I was kind of reluctant. And now that I have a better understanding of economics and I'm less economically illiterate than I was even 2 years ago, because I read books and stuff, and as well as talk to, certain economists whenever I can get a chance, that, nationalism leads you to globalism. So, unless one of the constitutionalists really wants to rebut that, I don't know, man. I think Rayo was trying to be kind here to the limited government advocates. But in the decades since, even before Trump, in the decades since, how can you be a nationalist? How can you be a states' rights advocate? But then like limited government is still this nice, soft, cuddly thing. It doesn't make any sense. And that's before we even get into the socialism of like specific types of things, like the constitutionalists advocating for public roads, but then screaming about how the cops shouldn't be pulling them over, or screaming about public lands, but then also equally screaming about how the federal government should transfer ownership of this piece of land to that other government. I mean, it's controlled schizophrenia. So people should really...
And then also, Benjamin Tucker's foreign monopolies, which are inherent in the Constitution, which, that's
I wrote about it, yeah.
Yes, that's another negative aspect. But I think our audience here at TVP is quite astute when it comes to the problems with limited government. So let's go ahead and move forward here. So autarkists, who desire to be left alone by the government, but otherwise do not especially care about it. So I don't know. I mean, and we'll get to this later on. But yeah, Rayo was not an anarchist by his own definition of anarchism. So as we kind of mentioned in Anarchic Vonu, that Vonu isn't anarchic, but it kind of overlaps in a lot of ways. It's not anarchic because Rayo was not an anarchist. But I don't know. From his definition of autarky, I think that would be kind of what Rayo is, because he's fine with coexisting. He was fine coexisting with the state. He didn't want to take it over or destroy it. He just wanted to just go live out in his polyethylene tent and and just live free. What do you think?
I think that's accurate. Although I think the autarkist thing, so-called, is really a reference to Robert Lefebvre, I think. And I don't particularly care for that position, mainly because, one, I'm not a pacifist. Pacifism was actually, unless someone wants to correct me on this, pacifism was actually very important to the autarkists. So they're kind of following like the Quaker tradition as far as that goes. And the other,
and Rayo would differ from that too. So yeah.
So maybe he's not an autarkist, to be perfectly fair, although he's close to that. Let me put it that way. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that's important to the autarkists is that, yeah, I guess you could say it would be accurate to say they did want to be like left alone by the government. But then again, how many of Robert Lefebvre's people went on to basically betray their principles and go become political crusaders again? So, either you have the courage of your convictions or you don't. I don't know, dude. I've read some of the autarkist literature over the years, and this is actually the first time I'm talking publicly about it or whatever. And I am
it's a night of firsts.
It is a night of firsts, yes. I am not a big fan of autarkism, so-called. I am not a big fan of Robert Lefebvre. I think he was basically, I think he was a dumbass. I really disrespect, honestly. I disrespect Robert Lefebvre. I do. I know, and look, I know a lot of the older libertarians of various flavors really like the guy, and maybe he had his contributions. I think Robert Lefebvre is worthless, to be quite frank. Hell, I would be kinder towards Tom Woods in his state nullification crud than I would be to Robert Lefebvre if I were to pick the lesser of two evils over here. So no, I mean, like, yes, Rayo is correct for pointing it out, but are they worth anything? To me, no. But the audience is smart enough to try and, kind of figure this out, at least in some sense. I just figured they might as well hear my version of it.
Yeah, and honestly, I wasn't familiar. I'm still not really familiar with autarchism. Thanks for enlightening me on that as well as I'm sure some of the listeners too. So yeah, I have nothing to add there. I think you raised some
I don't know, man.
things.
Maybe the national anarchism thing, which I know you covered on the LUA series. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's better than autarchism, or maybe they're kind of similar, where it's kind of like it's an interesting thought experiment, but they're both kind of garbage for different reasons. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a little speculative there, but in terms of compare and contrasting. But yeah, what I do know about autarchism, it's very limp-wristed. It's very weak-kneed. It's not. They're not solving problems. I don't even think they even get into lifestyle change issues like how Rayo does. It's just a lot of pacifism and laying about. I don't know. I've got more respect for potheads, to be quite frankly. I mean, I don't want to rip on them too hard here, but it's just like I don't like Robert Lefebvre. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Yeah. Very good. Let's move forward to this next one here. So, competitive government I'm going to read this entire thing because we got to discuss this. Quote, competitive government advocates who envision private police companies which competitively offer defense services to customers. Such protection agencies might hypothetically begin in relatively chaotic areas where no state is able to maintain order, gradually growing and expanding their services to residents of states offering protection against the state. And we're going to go ahead and cover the anarchist thing here too, because these are so closely related. I think we need to do these at once. And then moving down moving down 2 bullet points to the third one. Quote, anarchists who advocate destruction of coercive states through retaliatory force against the rulers. So obviously he mentions, the libertarian anarchists might advocate rioting, but only against the state and state-held property. He wouldn't, violate property rights. Most other libertarians oppose rioting for tactical reasons, et cetera, et cetera. So, again, Rayo was not an anarchist. He had, I think, a flawed outlook on anarchism. But I'll kind of let that slide here simply because, I mean, it seems like he kind of has the same. He kind of had the same understanding of anarchism that Ayn Rand and Ludwig von Mises did.
Yeah.
And I mean at that, like, they had more of an excuse because like when they were like writing and talking about it back in like the earlier 1900s, that they had a little more excuse. So Rayo isn't going to come out clean on this one, but because there was like Rothbard was around. I'm pretty sure, publishing, like, writing articles and stuff, and I mean, there was some some proprietarian anarchists around. Maybe not as many as there are today, but there was still some work around, and he was in a lot of those libertarian publications. I mean, Konkin mentioned him for Christ's sake. So, I mean, so there obviously little leeway there, but again, maybe he just wasn't interested in it. Maybe he obviously didn't understand it. But I think his description of competitive government advocates, private police companies which competitively offer defense services to customers, I think, well, what he's describing there is anarcho-capitalism, private defense organizations, or private defense associations. I think that's I think he's kind of mixing these two up, because the competitive government advocates, that'd be a polyarchy, right? That'd be kind of what you used to be.
That's correct. And yes, I for those who may not have listened to the LUA series or whatever, the direct action series in particular, yes, I used to be a polyarchist. I used to believe that you could have a free market in governance, and then I sat down one day and kind of really thought about it and realized I was being a dummy. And hey, I have to grow up and learn sometime, right? And so that's what I was before I decided to become a Vonuist, which is what I am today. Yeah, I mean, the main problem is, and this is really what the Virginia School of Economics really shows, that for people who aren't familiar, that's like the public choice theory, if you will. What's valuable about the Virginia School, the public choice theory, is that their whole orientation, as far as I understand it, is that if you apply free market principles to the government, you basically end up with the tyranny we're facing today. Right. So if the Austrian school basically tells you, here's how the free market functions just as it is, like, naturally, organically and such, the Virginia school economists will tell you, well, if you basically take those free market principles that presumably you learn from the Austrians and you try to run government the same way, it basically will be the despotism that we're suffering through right now. So in essence, the Virginia School of Economics, whether they intended to or not, and I don't think they did, because a lot of them are minarchists, actually. Essentially, the Virginia School of Economics public choice theory debunks polyarchy and debunks the whole competitive government thing. So that's kind of rather important. Therefore, when you start looking at, not to go too broadly on this, but when you start looking at things like sovereign free ports, which Rayo is at least hopeful of, it's kind of getting into a little bit of an odd area there, isn't it? It's like, well, it's one thing if it's going to be kind of like an independent autonomous zone, like a permanent autonomous zone, right? Like a PAZ, but like, what if it becomes a government? And where exactly are those dividing lines?
Yeah.
But to be perfectly fair, I think Rayo here was not talking about sovereign free ports or permanent autonomous zones when he's describing competitive government advocates and what they want. I think what he was describing were basically microstates. So I think that certain examples, just to make this concrete for the listeners, I think would include things like Liechtenstein. What was the name of the country that they tried starting in Eastern Europe a few years ago and it didn't go quite well?
Yeah.
Lieberland. Wasn't it Lieberland?
Lieberland, yes, that's it.
Okay, there was Lieberland. Yeah, Lieberland was not a sovereign free port. It's not a permanent autonomous zone. At best, it was supposed to be a microstate. And they even wrote up a constitution. And see, that's the other thing, too. Like, if you have like a sovereign free port, I don't think there would necessarily be like monopoly laws. And maybe that's kind of a distinction between like a PAZ, a permanent autonomous zone, and a microstate, or let's say a government, a competitive government that, of course, the polyarchists would like. So I think there is a difference here between a very, very small, like geographically small monopoly with laws and constitutions and statutes and courts and such, monopoly courts, versus just an independent autonomous area. For example, consider, for a more fictional example, consider, for those of you who like science fiction, like L. Neil Smith's The Probability Broach. The North American Confederacy was essentially one big, huge, permanent autonomous zone, pretty much of the North American continent. Okay, there really was no government. The closest thing they had a government was an occasional ad hoc Congress that they put together. Occasionally in like Denver was technically the capital of the Confederacy. But it wasn't really like a confederacy, like an actual government, because there were no laws. And all of the voting for the ad hoc Congress, not to go too deeply in this, but just to kind of debunk polyarchy a little bit more, using this fictional example in this novel, the ad hoc Congress in that novel, all the voting was done, the constituencies and all that was done at large. So the constituencies weren't even, geographically dependent. So the people who were that fictional North American Confederacy, like technically they had a government, but it was really this ad hoc Congress that met in a dilapidated barn that had to be reinforced with basically something like plexiglass. But like if you go out into the rest of the Confederacy, everything is really high tech and shiny and modern for their standard of living and so forth. So the competitive government advocates, the polyarchists, I think mean well. And if anybody was being really honest, Shane, I honestly do think, and going through my own ideological changes over the past few years and such, honestly, I think polyarchy is last-ditch minarchism.
It's not completely giving up the idea of government, but it's like, okay, fine, like
it's going most of the way. I would say it's going if this is going to be shades of gray, I think polyarchy goes most of the way because it gets really, really close, but it doesn't quite, I don't want to say fall off the edge, but it doesn't quite go as far as it needs to, but it gets close. And it really also gets people really thinking about the consent of the governed. Is that a contradictory concept? Either way, depending how you answer that question. And then, of course, if you do answer the question as yes, there is such a thing as consent of the governed, then what's the threshold of consent? And especially once you start applying it even in the like analogously in terms of like criminal activity, like, did somebody consent to taxation because they handed over their wallet while they had a gun to their head? Then the threshold of consent also becomes very important because even the polyarchists would recognize that everything's based on that. And then, of course, if the consent is not given, then freedom of movement between the different, governments or the microstates, if you will, becomes very, very, very important. Because then otherwise, if you're trapped in some place, then there isn't even a pretense at a social contract because you're not acquiescing. And that would also be consistent with classical liberalism as well. Because remember, they rely on tacit consent or acquiescence, as John Locke called it, to have the government even be legitimate. But of course, that raises another question. if you are a dissident, if you are explicitly disagreeing with the legitimacy of what calls itself the state or the government or whatever, and you're saying, hey, I don't consent to any of this, then is that sufficient for demonstrating that you have refused consent? Or for those people who did give consent before, but now they've changed their minds because the government's become despotic more notably than it was before, revoking consent or rescinding consent too, because the government broached the contract being usually some form of constitutional law. I don't want to get too deeply into this, but the polyarchists mean well, and I used to be one of them. But yeah, the problem is you cannot run government like it's a business. You can't run government like it's has anything in common. The state is not the market. And I think that is the critical mistake that polyarchists make, is that they assume that you can somehow magically turn the state into the market or similar to the market if you just geographically make it small enough. It doesn't work in the real world.
Yeah, I think you covered that one quite sufficiently. You discussed competitive government advocates. But yeah, I just want to reiterate the fact that what he's describing with private police companies is actually anarcho-capitalism. But again, that just leads back to his not understanding of capital, or his non-understanding of capitalism.
Yeah, and anarchists. Yeah, and anarchists. Whether you love them or hate them, folks, not all of them are, shall I say, revolutionaries, which I think is what Rayo was trying to describe them as.
Yeah, that's a problem. So obviously we've talked a lot about the various anarchic schools of thought, and some of them are worlds apart as far as what they put in their manifestos and what they advocate for and all of that. He kind of clumps all anarchists into it seems like it's kind of two different realms. So you have it's more of the syndicalist variety, which obviously doesn't use my name, and then you have the libertarian anarchist, so to speak. So this would be more like pretty much anything, but I mean, let's just say the agorist anarcho-capitalists, maybe the mutualists, whatever. We'll just toss them in here just for the sake of this discussion, and then maybe and then Black Flag, I think he's kind of describing those folks here, or he's kind of identifying those folks, but he's still not right about that, because there's a world of difference between a lot of these anarchic schools of thought. So that's definitely an issue there. He kind of just tosses them into two camps, whether they want to destroy the state by rioting and destroying private property, or those who may riot but only destroy state-held property, and or oppose rioting for tactical reasons. So I think he's definitely off base there. There's no way around it. There's literally no way around it.
Hey, you and I have never said Rayo was perfect. We just really like the guy because he had a lot of unique observations, historically for his time, and I would also say even universally too, at least with certain things. But yeah, on this one, I think he really did not understand what the hell he was talking about, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned the fact that we actually disagree with him on this one, but yeah, Ray's definitely a very intelligent man. He offered a lot to the outlook of freedom and strategies to reach that. But we're still in season 1. Season 1 and season 2 will be analyzing Rayo's work, so we're going to talk a lot about Rayo in season 1 and season 2. There's just no way around it. For example, you can't talk about. You can't talk about the car without talking about Henry Ford. You have to kind of start there, right, Kyle? You can't just jump forward and say, okay, now we have electric cars, and it's well, hold on, let's back up a second. Where the hell did this come from? You can't just jump straight in past the founders' ideas, so to speak.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, that's why we're kind of going through this. I guess you could call it more philosophical material, because we're trying to kind of bring back Vonu, because it's been several decades at least. Rayo disappeared in 1974, as was mentioned in the inaugural.
Probably 47 years. We'll just say 1970s on. You're probably about 40 years.
Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of having to start, go from the ground floor, much like how the Agorists have done with their strategy over the past several years, where they had to start from the ground floor and kind of introduce Sam Konkin and kind of explain certain things, and then eventually working their way up to Agorist class theory and so forth. We're kind of doing the same thing here. That's why we're covering this article.
That was a better comparison. Yeah, I don't know why I went to the cars with Henry Ford, but yeah, that's a better. Agorism's better. Yes, yeah. You start with Konkin. So yeah, that's kind of where we're going with this. So, and I think the next one here, Kyle, is communitarians. I mean, other than just to say that, communism doesn't work, it can't solve the economic calculation problem. It's bad all around. I don't really think there's a whole lot else to say on this one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The communitarians, I think Rayo was trying to describe at least some. I would say actually probably most accurately would probably be the syndicalists, actually, because remember, the syndicalists have always said they wanted their radical trade unions and like living, which I guess they would probably also be living on top of each other, kind of like in an almost like militant type situation. I think you and I actually mentioned this on a previous episode before too. Where it would be very much, they'd be around each other 24/7 and so forth, because it was supposed to be very, very tight knit and closed in that sense, because they would be running the factory, worker self-management, as the syndicalists like to tell us over and over again, who also usually tend to be European, which is interesting. But yeah, I think the communitarians are really just the syndicalists, because that's voluntary collectivism too.
Yeah, definitely. And he does mention the fact that most communitarians, like autarkists, believe the state will wither away. So yeah, he's talking about the syndicalists. He's not talking about, communists. Like, well, he's not saying like if they just kind of opt out for now and then wait until they can revolt, then they can take over the state. Yeah, I think he's describing syndicalists here. But okay, the next one, decentralists, which we've already kind of covered, without kind of using the name. Well, actually, no, you have kind of used the name. But the decentralists, quote, who advocate partitionment of large states into many smaller states, culminating in a world of thousands of independent city-states. So I don't know. We might have hammered that one home already, but do you have any additional thoughts there?
I would just say this. This is kind of problematic, at least with the typology he tried to put here, because with the decentralists, you could say that, yeah, they are polyarchists, the competitive government advocates, as Rayo called it. But let me be a little bit worse here. Why wouldn't the states' rights advocates not be decentralists, too? So as you can see, I almost kind of got the feeling that there's, I hate to say this about Rayo, but I'm not going to ignore it. I almost get the feeling like this article was like still in its draft form and he needed a proofreader at least, or at least somebody who kind of understood where he was coming from, but that like,
or I mean, maybe, he talked about, making money from, Vonu Life and stuff. Maybe he was like reaching a deadline and he had to, just put something out there. I mean, I don't, there are a lot of possibilities, but yeah, this is one of, especially with his descriptions on some of these subcategories, I think he, there's some explanation there. It's not as good as a lot of his work.
I see where he was going with it in terms of the thesis, but the examples he's trying to illustrate here, unfortunately, the list of who counts as the different types of libertarians and then who counts as the different types of coercivists, they start blending all together, and that's not even...
and the fact that so libertarians can be subcategorized. So these are the subcategories of anarchism. So or libertarianism rather. Limited government advocates, which we've already talked about, not libertarians. Autarkists, you've raised your concerns with them, probably not libertarians as far as classified by you. Competitive government advocates, again, we talked about that. The syndicalists, as he calls them, the communitarians, are libertarians. Decentralists, again, we talked about that. And then his complete miscategorization and classification of anarchists and kind of tossing them all into the same little boiling pot. So... yeah, I don't I don't know. This is especially when he was discussing the rival gangs of looters, I think he was fine on that one, right? But when he starts breaking up libertarians into subcategories, I think it's not good. It's not good.
No. And you know what? Actually, now that we're kind of doing this, it's kind of giving me an idea. Maybe at some point I should, I don't know, maybe rewrite this for him in a sense. Maybe like libertarians and coercivists redux, maybe perhaps.
Yes. Yeah. I think it'd be wise. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're kind of going through this with a fine-tooth comb. And again, I'm not taking anything away from Rayo. I can't stress that enough. But at the same time, like, I don't view him as a guru or anything like that. The man was fallible, much like how I'm fallible, and many of you are fallible and such, and that's okay.
I'm not, though. I'm
not. Yeah, you know everything, right?
I'm a perfect little snowflake.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I see the thesis. I see where he was going. I do see the value in it, but the examples are just a little bit right and correct here and there. I think probably the most accurate he got was right at the beginning. Actually, no, I can't say that even about the felons, even. Because remember, he said statists and felons. I think he was right about statists. But then when he described felons, it's like, well, yeah, but I don't know about the 60s, but I definitely know in my time period, there are perfectly innocent people who are convicted felons that have never, personally coerced anybody.
Yeah, political prisoners much.
Yeah, I mean, it's you see the problem.
Yeah. So I mean, honestly, guys, like we didn't prepare for this one much. It was pretty much gonna be read the article and whatever comes up, and didn't actually plan for it to be like this is gonna be the one where we disagreed. But I think when we talked about it, it was really only the anarchist one. But now that we're kind of doing this, I mean, yeah, it's a little more harsh than even we thought it would be. But yeah, when we're kind of talking about this, yeah, it's there are definitely some issues with this. But again, I think there's some very good points, especially outside of the categorizations, of course, and things that were pretty astute for his time.
Yeah, I believe so. So maybe I should put that on my list of things to write. Perhaps maybe a bridge between season 1 and season 2 is kind of doing a redux on libertarians and coercivists. And
so chalk another episode up on the schedule to delay us from getting to season 2 even more. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
Wait, it could also be a special episode or something. I don't know. We can discuss that privately, perhaps. But yeah, the point though is that, I mean, guys, obviously, I'm a Vonuist. I mean, like, this is my thing, but I'm sorry. I think this is one thing that Rayo got kind of wrong. And I that's why I said I'm getting the kind of feeling that, yes, I'm talking about my feelings, right? I'm getting the feeling.
How do you feel, Kyle?
How do I feel? Actually, I feel fine, but I'm thinking that perhaps what you were kind of speculating a moment ago is probably accurate. Maybe he was trying to rush and meet a deadline. Maybe he didn't proofread it or had someone help him proofread or whatever as closely as they should have. And then realizing like, hey, man, maybe if you kind of were to move some things around, this could actually make a lot more sense. Again, I see where he was going, but I think he kind of screwed up, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and the examples are particularly bad or inaccurate. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. So for those who are going to call Vonu a cult, you're listening to the people who started the Vonu podcast and spend a few hours a week doing this show, and yeah, there's a lot of disagreements, at least with this one. This isn't so I think that kind of I think that kind of solves that issue right now. So we've kind of headed that off before it even comes up. So good deal. So let's go ahead and move forward here, and then we'll have plenty to talk about from these last few paragraphs, and hell, I might even stop again. We'll see. Quote, many libertarians favor multiple approaches to liberation. Since a durable, completely free society has not existed on Earth, there is no proof that any of the hypothesized libertarian societies can be established and endure. However, the existing states, especially the larger nations, are so utterly immoral and rampantly destructive that fear of unforeseen consequences could hardly deter one from seeking freedom. States have been by far the biggest thieves and most brutal murderers throughout history. Beside the murder of millions of Jews by the Nazi state, the murder of millions of kulaks by the Russian state, and the murder of millions of innocent residents of Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, without even the excuse of military expediency, by the American state, the most depraved of private felons pale in significance. Most of the economic, technological progress has been the result of free enterprise. Notable private inventions include the steam engine, the cotton gin, the electric generator, telephone, internal combustion engine, airplane radio, and antibiotics. The history of states is a chronicle of death and destruction. Their most notable inventions have been the cross, the rack, the guillotine, the gas chamber, and the atomic bomb. Every major coercive state has used the threat of foreign states, and actually, let me back up here. This, I think, is the most profound and the most relevant. People still don't understand this. They really don't. Even when I was a constitutionalist and a conspiracist, I mean, I was even aware of this at like age 19. It's really not that complicated. I don't see how it is that complicated. But quote, every major coercive state has used the threat of foreign states to distract the attention of subjects from its own violence. That is a statist con game as old as recorded history. Thus, the American rulers try to justify domestic totalitarianism as a defense against communist totalitarianism, even as they aid communist governments in the enslavement of their own people, and even as the communist states, in turn, exhort their subjects with fear of American imperialism. But when, as in the present case, states are merely quarreling over who shall rule the slaves, it is seldom worthwhile to aid or abet either side. Rather, one should regard both as mortal enemies and develop means of personal defense, end quote. So Kyle, I mean, obviously, some parts there in the middle was, as we kind of discussed, are very bad and wrong in a lot of ways. But I think he ends out this article with a bang.
Yes,
I really do.
Yes, he does. And in that last paragraph, particularly, he's describing controlled opposition. And at least in some sense, I think he's also probably describing the Hegelian dialectic, right? Problem, reaction, solution, as a certain British man would put it. So yeah, I mean, notice that too. So if you look at like our current time period, especially in the let's say in the period of Trump, political people who politically crusaded for him and all that. That's kind of interesting, right? We have to defend ourselves against who's the enemy image now? Is it the Muslims now?
Well, it's those 7 Muslim states that he apparently signed an executive order against.
Oh, the travel ban, yeah.
It was the Russians. No, it isn't the Russians. Now it's Muslims again. And I have no idea who the enemy is this week. I have no damn idea.
Yeah, they keep changing it, right? Oh yeah, because Oceania is at war with East Asia. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia, except of course what happened with the other month was that Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia. You see, the second part of that from 1984 is the clue where they say about it, Oceania has always been at war with whomever they're claiming. And see, the second sentence is actually a clue that something has changed. And unfortunately, with a lot of people basically really not being cognizant of their own history, in some ways, we don't even have that second sentence anymore. Unfortunately, because people have been so Orwellianized. Is that a word? Maybe
that's that's a good word. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that should be coined here on this episode, right? They've been so Orwellianized that it's see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. They have the not to get spiritual too much, but they basically have the consciousness of an amoeba, like the persistent notion of now. I mean, even more so than like a chicken with its head cut off. Not to mix metaphors. but yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's no sense of the past, there's no sense of the future, there is just the now, and not in like some sort of like spiritually uplifting notion of like meditation or something, but more in the sense of, I don't even want to say.
You're exactly sorry to butt in here, but you're exactly right. This is something that even when I was a conspiracist, was a 19-year-old dumbass that later became a sovereign citizen for a period of time. But anyway, like that was something that I even noticed. Oh man, yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. But yeah, unfortunately, other people really didn't see that. I mean, I watched. This was like when ISIS apparently got big, and they were ISIS, and they were IS, and then they were whatever else they called them.
ISIL. There was ISIL.
Yeah, there's ISIL. And so there are all those names. Then there's obviously the short-term memory, and this is why when when the media reports on something, like there's something so atrocious they have to report on it. What they this is something I've noticed. What they do is they kind of release things like once a week they kind of release something new, and then people just don't connect the dots, like all of those together. People forget what they heard last week. I mean, it's just it's short-term memory. It's all about now. You're exactly right. If it wasn't, I mean, help, most people can't even remember what they ate for breakfast, for Christ's sake. So I mean. It is all about right now. It is. Well,
and the kind of worst part too is that in private conversation, I don't want to get too much onto this other topic, but try to relate it back to that last paragraph in Rayo's article here that we're talking about this episode on. Even some people that I'm probably not going to be associating with much for much longer because they know I don't like Trump because of course, the political crusading episode that just came out, right? It's very interesting that even people who were in favor of limited government now have joined the alt-right and saying how wonderful Trump, our dear leader, is and such. It's very interesting because many of them were Tea Partiers back in 2009 and 2010 when it was popular to be against Barack H. Obama, as they like to call him a lot because they like to stress the H part, which of course stands for Hussein, because they wanted to stress that he may or may not, but who knows? Where's the birth certificate, right? That he was maybe a foreigner because he's Barack Hussein Obama, Barack H. Obama. He is not my president, many of the Tea Partiers said. And when I told some of those people relatively recently that he, meaning Trump, he is not my president, oh my goodness, did the fireworks go off. So haven't we changed our tune quite a little bit? And that kind of is kind of not good because, it's not like they didn't know. It's not like they haven't been exposed to, well, people like me, for instance, where kind of explaining about how controlled opposition works or the Hegelian dialectic or many of these other different control mechanisms. Hell, I had even occasionally talk about false flags every once in a while when I thought it was relevant. But apparently all of that, dare shall I say, education via private conversations over the past couple of years apparently was, well, a lot of it was in vain. Not totally in vain, but with some of them, it's apparently been in vain because Trump can do no wrong. The king can do no wrong because he's going to protect us from Muslims. Or wait, is it Arabic peoples?
Insert boogeyman here.
Yeah, and if it, well, I mean, they can't, and see, that's the other problem too, is that a lot of people can't even differentiate between Muslims, which is a worldwide religion with many adherents who are actually Africans, not Middle Eastern, between Muslims and then people who are just more broadly, you know, Arabic or Middle Eastern, or basically that part, that region of the world. I mean, that's kind of the level of literal. I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, you talk about a typical.
It's exactly like you have I guess maybe the Black Lives Matter, or maybe like the self-hating white people saying like, well, all whites are bad, or you know, like whatever it is, and they don't realize that there are a lot of different types of whites. Like there are Europeans, there are, you know, like there are a lot of different types of white people. It's not just, you know, like there's not just like one solid you know, kind of cultural ethnic background, just because their skin color is the same.
Right, but that doesn't matter.
It's kind of missing the point.
Right, and it doesn't matter to the neocons and the other political crusaders. People should really go listen to that episode. They haven't yet already. Doesn't matter to the other political crusaders, you know, what the enemy image of the week is, because just like, you know, just with the people who have been Orwellianized, I'm going to use that term more often now. But the people who have been Orwellianized, they have their 2 minutes hate. Remember that too? The 2 minutes hate. Oh, look, there's Emmanuel Goldstein. Let's yell at the telescreens because Emmanuel Goldstein's there. Hell, I remember when the equivalent of Emmanuel Goldstein was Osama bin Laden. But now that he's officially dead, according to the official story, let's not get into that separate topic. But the point is that now there's the new 2 minutes hate with the new enemy image because it will never die. It'll always be something with the state. With the coercivists, they'll always put out this fake enemy image. I mean, they're fake news.
They have to.
Right.
They really have to.
Because otherwise the state cannot basically give off this impression that somehow it's serving some sort of useful function to us. Because sometimes they'll make the public goods argument about public utilities and public roads and public, whatever the hell. But then other times it's more of like a national security type argument, isn't it? We have to protect you from the boogeymen outside the borders that we're building walls on to probably actually more keep you in than anything else. Like you're on this tax plantation. But of course, you know, if, you know, to paraphrase one guy, to see the farm is to leave it. And I think in a lot of ways, that's what Rayo was really kind of promoting with Vonu, the Vonu strategy is that, yeah, once you see the farm, you leave it. You see that servile society. I mean, that's really the reason to kind of, you know, that's the importance of import-export, like was mentioned in that earlier, that other episode too. Or I think we'll get to that, right?
Yeah, that'll be next week. That'll be next week. Yeah.
Right. That's a little bit of preview. Yeah, the servile society, right? Because the servile society basically is promoting all these enemy myths and all that to justify the state, to justify institutionalized coercion. And so all these little coercivists basically go to the state and try to use it as their own personal billy club to basically attack their perceived opponents, which tend to be other coercivists, the rival gangs of looters. I mean, that's kind of how this little game works. I mean, that's a broad overview. But yeah, I see what Rayo was kind of getting at here in terms of pointing out the hypocrisy of the system itself. And he's right, too, about the technological angle of it in the second to last paragraph about, like, look at the inventions of the market versus the inventions of the state. And that kind of tells you a lot, just without even getting to any sort of philosophical stuff, just those pure examples. You can't really deny that. I don't think the free market came up with, you know, Harrier jets or drone or you know, drones that, you know, the UAVs that bomb a Pakistan.
It was the public-private partnership, you know, the fascists and the military-industrial complex, I would say, but yeah.
Right. And by the way, anything that is actually genuinely created by the free market, the state tries to grab that stuff too and twist it to their own ends. Like, I mean, yeah, well, you have telephones. Well, then next thing you know, you have dragnet wiretapping by the NSA. You have, not to get into certain elements of this, but let's just say like GMOs, for instance, genetically modified organisms. Well, like it or hate it, the problem is that once that kind of stuff's been copyrighted, and then you have going into all those intellectual property issues and all of that kind of stuff, which actually is the monopoly that, it's the ripoff that dare not speaks its name. That's what copyright is. But unfortunately, it is constitutional. Yeah, that's kind of interesting too. So if you invent something and then you get a trademark or a patent or a copyright on it, and then, that almost kind of it makes innovation impossible. And that's itself a further infringement against or imposition against the free market and interference.
And the state will oftentimes, buy the patent and the trademarks from these, these private entrepreneurs. So, there is that where they have the exclusive right to use them and no one else can.
Right.
But I think we should start to conclude, because I want to say this before I forget it. Just like kind of just this brief overview. So he starts off by defining his terms, which he's usually really good at. So I think that's important to point out. Then the issues come with his list of the rival gangs of looters. I don't think it's too bad. I mean, there might be some quibbling here and there, but I mean, yeah, it's not too bad. But what gets worse is the fact that some of these terms he uses for rival gangs of looters could also double as the people he calls libertarians. But before that point, he makes a really astute observation about public schooling back in the 60s. Which a lot of people probably didn't. Hell, when was the Department of Education created? I think it was the 1970s, wasn't it? So it might have even been before the creation of the Department of Education. But anyways, so he makes that pretty astute observation. Some good dialogue on the radical right and the radical left, and then things turn to kind of garbage, to put it nicely. Which we've already covered. I won't go into that, but yeah, again, and this is something I kind of noticed, Kyle, is the fact that like the states' rights people could be decentralists. Let's see, the communitarians are definitely the more of the socialist variety. I mean the overlaps between the lists are not
yeah, and who knows, maybe he thought he was drawing a distinction between some types versus other types, but honestly, man, I just to sound like Sam
he didn't go, like, if he was trying to do that, and maybe he was, he didn't go enough into it. I mean, there need to be more said.
Yeah, and so at the risk of sounding like Sam Conkin, I just don't see it. So I will agree with you that I think Rayo took an article that really needed some more work, and it was really more in its draft form. And the conclusion, the concluding paragraphs were definitely fantastic on their own merits.
Yeah.
But the actual examples being used, and even the thing with the felons, it's like, yeah, I mean, victimless crimes much? Like, come on, man. I'm sure, I'm trying to remember when
all he had to do was just like in that felons section, felons who personally coerce others, not counting victimless crimes. Like that would have just kind of like cleared that right up, or not.
Yeah.
Like something like there. It really wouldn't have taken much to make this obviously it would still have some issues, but it wouldn't take a whole lot to really kind of take this from like if we're gonna use like mention public education, like we're gonna go on the grading scale, going from like a D to like a C+. Like it really wouldn't have taken much.
No, and that's why I said I really get the feeling that libertarians and coercivists was an article really in its draft form that I think was probably just rushed to publication. To be perfect, I mean, that honestly, ladies and gentlemen, that's the impression I'm getting. And so, yeah,
well, and also keep in mind that he was in at 67. Yeah, I think he was in his polyethylene A10 or polypropylene A10s at this time, typing on a typewriter. So there are a lot of factors that come into play. Obviously, this doesn't negate anything anything else that he's done. But this is we're kind of I guess, could it be like a rhetorical analysis of his article? I don't know. But anyways, we're presenting you with one of the very outside of his book, and one or two other places. I mean, it's pretty much all that's all that's available of his work. So yeah, just thought we present that to you guys, and you guys can obviously make your own decisions. But there are obviously some really, really good parts of this too. But any closing thoughts, Kyle?
Yeah, I would just say this, is that I think, being skeptical and trying to be fair about it too. I know some people use the term judgmental and a negative connotation. I don't know, man. I make judgments all the time. But I'd like to think that I try to give people a fair shake before I, reach a conclusion about something. And yeah, I've made all sorts of judgments about Vonu in terms of, it's really good salient points and how accurately, it describes, at least the situation I'm going through right now, right? Statism, right? Same as you, same as Jim Bob down the street and the listeners, of course.
I want to meet this infamous Jim Bob.
Yeah, well, well, I don't know. Jim Bob is the everyman. He's nobody, but if you're nobody too, then you're somebody to him, or however the phrase goes. But yeah, again, first person, second person, third person, right? Anywho, I would just say this. I think this would actually be more of a cautionary tale. Actually, I think that's what I want to leave the listeners with. This article of his is really more of a cautionary tale. And I think there was a reason maybe John Fisher didn't put it in the Vonu book. Actually, I was also kind of thinking that too. Like, why isn't this in section 1? And maybe John Fisher looked at it and realized, I think Rayo kind of screwed up here. So that's maybe why it was left out of the Vonu book, which itself was just an anthology of Rayo's articles, because it's not exactly as good. The Libertarians and Coercivist article is not exactly as good as anything else in the Vonu book.
Not even.
So close. I think John Fisher actually, if I'm trying to think like how he would as an editor, I think John Fisher as the editor of the Vonu book, I think made a very wise choice in leaving this out. Because that last part of it's good, but then the rest of it's just kind of like needed some more work. And again, to be fair, you're right for mentioning Rayo is like typing on a typewriter, like out in the woods or something. So. And this was also pre-internet, right? So it's not like he could just hop on Wikipedia like I do a lot, probably too much. He couldn't just hop on Wikipedia and do some fact checking, or not even necessarily fact checking, but checking out.
Yeah, and also keep in mind too. This is I guess it was published in January 16th, 1967. So it probably took a month, probably a month to get in there. So I mean, he was using his polyethylene A10. I don't remember if it's polyethylene or polypropylene A10. It's close enough. You guys get it. But consider also there may have been some external factors such as being cold as hell out there in in the Siskiyou region, the Southern Oregon, Northern California. It probably got pretty cold. So that's kind of a dumb external factor. But anyways, there's a lot of things to think about. We don't know. We can't necessarily call him up on it on the telephone and say, "Hey, bro, why'd you publish this article? You shouldn't have." There's no way to do that.
Right. So, considering the technology he had available at the time and the access to information he had at the time, and that he was really just kind of birthing a lot of this stuff just from conversations he had with people or whatever, like books, like actual physical books. I'm not talking about an ebook. I mean, like physical books you could actually touch, right? The technology at the time. That I can't really fault him too much because he couldn't, like I said, he couldn't just go on Wikipedia and double check, say, the article on polyarchy or the article on like some of these different category and like double check. Like there was no way to do any sort of open source intelligence sharing, which Wikipedia does facilitate, despite people making accusations against the website for biases, or the moderators anyway. There's no way to have any to facilitate an easier open source intelligence sharing. Like the best he could do is like what? Maybe go to the library, the public library. Oh, there's another public one, right? You could probably go to the public library.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd catch Rayo in a public library.
I hope not. You might catch, although not to be totally annoying, but technically you could catch Claire Wolfe there, at least back in the day. But yeah, because she was kind of like begrudgingly liking the public libraries because it saved her money. But yeah, whether it be like an actual private bookstore or it's a public library, either version, you actually have to like travel there and then get the books out. And if it's private, you have to pay for it. It's not the same thing as hopping on the internet, go type, into the URL, and whether it's Wikipedia or a different website and fact checking, although there's also a lot of misinformation and disinformation too. So you'd still have to be careful and still be skeptical, but it's not like Rayo could do that back in the day. So the access to information he had is dramatically limited than what you and I have access to now. So in terms of like critiquing this particular article of his that didn't even make it into the Vonu book, yeah, we can I mean, you and I can disagree with Rayo about this, but at the same time, like, I'm having a hard time, like, I don't feel angry about it. Like with a lot of other people I criticize.
Whenever it comes to people, like trying to bastardize like the ideology I adhere to, I get really pissed off about that. But for this one, Rayo's a little different. And obviously he was he's definitely a different sort of fellow, and he was actually out there doing things. So if he mischaracterizes or gets something wrong about the ideology that I adhere to, so be it. I mean, we've already ran through the critiques.
Water off the duck's back.
I think you're right.
Water off the duck's back is what I'm really getting at.
Very good, very good. So any other closing thoughts?
No, that was it. Just water off the duck's back.
Water off a duck's back. Maybe I'll name the episode. No, but anyways, very good. So thanks so much for tuning into the Vonu Podcast. Find us at VonuPodcast.com. As Kyle mentioned, next week we'll be discussing what Rayo called import-export, as well as the state of servile society, both extremely important aspects of Vonu. I did want to mention, though, tomorrow I will come into possession of 2 of John Fisher's books, the editor of Vonu. One of them's titled Uninhabited Ocean Islands, which I'm really looking forward to reading. It's got some good stuff. It's a 5-star review, 5-star reviewed on Amazon. And then another one of his books, The Last Frontiers on Earth: Strange Places Where You Can Live Free. Obviously, old books, probably some stuff to actually probably all of it not applicable to today. But anyways, I'm gonna read them and we'll discuss them on future episodes if they are useful. So, in the meantime, have a terrific week and best of luck in your journey in becoming a Vonuan. We'll talk to you later.
VonuPodcast.com.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL. Rayo was right. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated life ways. Undoubtedly, numerous folks are truly seeking a way out of the servile society, but they don't see any options outside of political crusading or apathy. Many are being emotionally and physically broken down by the 9-to-5 grind, the daily pressures of the servile society, and the recognition of how truly unfree they really are. That being the case, our task as Vonuans now becomes self-liberation and marketing in that order. Reason being, if we are ever going to see an alternative economy, sovereign free port, a new libertarian country, or whatever other grandiose strategy comes into fruition, we need to first break people free from the servile society and into a lifestyle change of their choosing. Additionally, if we are ever going to see the abolition of the state, we must do our damnedest to eliminate the market demand for it. A great way to do that is by showing individuals that there are other options, and to help them in the process as much as possible. Some entrepreneurs may even be able to monetize such a venture in the form of consulting, or the development of tools or services to ease the transition from the first realm to the second realm. Rayo's first book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, was initially published in 1983. 35 plus years later, many of these strategies are just as practical now as they were then, if not more so thanks to the evolution of technology. Yet, some recommendations he and others posited are extremely outdated, destined to fail in the modern day. Vonu is based upon reality, not legality, and therefore, it will develop according to the external factors of the present time. Freedom is not free. It takes time, effort, money, an extreme amount of dedication, and a willingness to make sacrifices. It requires the willingness and ability to create, develop, and to problem solve, as we are the self-liberators of the 21st century, pioneering the path forward to a freer future. It is not for everybody, and neither is Vonu. There's no better way to end this book than with these wise, timeless words from our friend and posthumous mentor, Rayo. Quote, "A Vonuan to me is not just someone living in a particular manner. Lifestyles may change. A lifestyle which was Vonu 100 years ago may not be Vonu today. Some lifestyles Vonu today were not possible 100 years ago and may not be Vonu 50 years from now. A Vonuan is someone who places a high value on relative invulnerability to coercion, someone for whom freedom is worth a fair amount, though not infinite, of effort, inconvenience, discomfort. To a Vonuan, Vonu is not just a means to other ends, nor is it an ultimate end. Like most qualities of life and life itself, it is both. A Vonuan will choose whatever way of living offers personal sovereignty, and will change lifestyle again and again, if necessary." End quote. Your free future is closer than you think. This was an excerpt from my book, Vonu: A Strategy for Self-Liberation, available in the Self-Liberation Bundle. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle to snag every book we offer at a huge discount. Currently 18 books. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle is where to go to pick that up. And to view our full catalog, please visit libertyunderattack.com. LUA Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom. Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. That is, at least when we get to the action portion. Nonetheless, I'm Shane and...
Kyle.
You're strange. Very strange. Although I guess the variety is maybe entertaining for the listeners. I don't know.
Variety is the spice of life.
Very good. Well, we're certainly glad you decided to join us today, and we hope you've had a great week. And Kyle, why don't you go ahead and bipcot this thing for us?
Since governments are the primary coercers upon individuals, the Vonu Podcast is covered by a bipcot no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org.
Well done. Well done. But yeah, added that little beginning part to the license to make it unique to Vonu and all of that with invulnerability to coercion and all that good stuff. But very good. This episode is entitled "A Primer on the Servile Society," and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/9. So let's get right into this. And since you're in the, I guess you can call it the hot seat this week, you're Mr. Definition Man. So let's go ahead and define some terms first. We'll define servile society, import-export, and one-directional isolationism. So, Kyle, what is the servile society?
I guess you could say that a servile society could be defined as one that does not respect self-ownership or individual liberty, but rather heralds the supremacy of government and authority. So, in other words, it upholds the collective as superior to the individual. If you think about it, every aspect of the servile society is oriented towards unmitigated subservience towards those, shall we say, malfunctioning individuals who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers. So regardless of the specific flavor of authoritarianism, I think it would be fair to say that a key recurring theme of the servile society is that blind obedience to the state is considered to be a virtue.
Very good. Yeah, that's... what about import-export?
Well, I guess the short, concise, and sweetly put way of putting it is that import-export is a way of concisely explaining how Vonuans, defined, of course, as those who have an invulnerability to coercion, relate to the servile society. So to maybe explain this a little bit more, the import part of it would be that they are importing knowledge and goods, perhaps other things as well, into their Vonuums, the place or situation of an invulnerability to coercion, like their shelters of one kind or another.
Home bases, yeah.
Mm-hmm, sure. And that itself is kind of its own topic, right? But they're importing goods and knowledge and perhaps some other things, and they export their labor as well as, whenever they get around to it, products back out to the servile society, especially if they have like a home-based business or something to that effect. So import-export is the idea of importing goods and knowledge and exporting labor and products.
Yes, and we'll get more into this in a moment, but I think it is worth mentioning here that the reason Rayo kind of formulated this was because it's very, very hard, especially early on. It might even be impossible to as he kind of did, move out in the woods and living under a polyethylene A tent. I mean, it's very, very hard to be completely self-sufficient out there. So importing and exporting with the servile society is kind of necessary. In regards to Vonu. So, what about one-directional isolationism?
So, one-directional isolationism, I guess you could say, is how import-export actually works. So, one-directional isolation of import-export is used to maintain access to the servile society's, shall I say, open but not free trading centers, yet simultaneously denying them access to a Vonuan's home through, again, importing goods and knowledge while exporting labor or products back out to the servile society. So if you think about like the old English common law adage of a man's home is his castle, that's kind of a very simple way of understanding one-directional isolationism. So to also kind of use a parallel example regarding legal interstices, people are familiar with search warrants and stuff. That's kind of like a legal interstice in a manner of speaking. Again, see previous episode on that. Again, with one-directional isolationism as part of Vonu, which is about practicality, not legality, the idea of import-export is how do you actually maintain that one-directional isolationism to keep out coercers of one flavor or another? Maybe one particular way of doing that in terms of hardening your home would be maybe having a security setup or some other things. But at least in terms of import-export, it's a way of conceptualizing how Vonuans can be Vonuans and have integrity in doing so while still maintaining trade with the servile society and yet not compromise on their principles.
Indeed, and well said. So, Wayne, as we do in every single podcast, it's important to look at what Rayo actually said about the concepts that we're presenting here in the Vonu Podcast. So, we'll start with this one. Quote, "An optimally liberated lifestyle must involve a sort of one-directional isolation. The liberator maintains his access to their open but not free trading centers while denying them access to his home. This requires a skillful blend of concealment and deception, plus perhaps elements of mobility and deterrence. A free man obtains information, techniques, key equipment, and supplies out of the servile society, exporting labor or products in return. And during import-export activities, he practices deception, perhaps carries a driver's license, genuine or faked, perhaps pays some sales taxes he cannot conveniently avoid. But the free man's home base is physically concealed. There he spends most of his time. There he may sleep, imbibe, love, design, build trade with fellow freemen, and raise children in relative safety from the savages of state. A free man's home must be a figurative castle," end quote. And that's from October 7th, or that article is written in October 7th of 1970, in page 15 of Rayo's book. So I guess let's provide some examples on what a home base would look like. So I think a home base, and obviously we'll get more into as we provide some examples of more I guess productive home bases versus ones that are more for like relaxation. So comfortable living versus like industry and things of that nature. But Kyle, I think Aurora and Alongside Night could serve as one example. So if you haven't watched the movie, I'd recommend you go do it. It's free on YouTube. But you'll notice they have early warning systems. I remember one time in the movie when they were vulnerable to coercion, and what did they do? Well, they had an early warning system that alerted all of the occupants and the traders in the market that it's about time to jump ship, as is said. And they had their secure home bases too. I mean, that's where they lived. So they were secure. They had a system to get them out of there safely. And they did have light to heavy industry. I mean, it's essentially like if you envision a shopping mall, that's kind of the kind of what it was. So it wasn't 500 by 500 square foot tiny house. This was like a pretty massive structure. So this would be more like light and heavy industry in Rayo's Mean Time to Harassment Spectrum, which we'll discuss next week. So just kind of table that for now. But Kyle, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a example taken straight out of libertarian fiction, and Aurora in Alongside Night was pretty much, it was carried accurately, from the actual novel that, of course, I wrote a book report on, obviously, as these things go. So yes, when there was an event, not to spoil the plot too much, but just to describe the context of this scene so that the listeners can really understand what was going on in case they haven't read the book or watched the movie Alongside Night by J. Neil Schulman. It's just simply this. The statists found the underground market, or a underground market, this particular one being codenamed Aurora, that was trading in all sorts of stuff that, let's just say, it's just a little bit black market. Obviously,
nuclear weapons and shit. Yeah.
Oh, and there was cannabis, and there was all sorts of things. Yeah, I mean, we're talking like multiple life sentences, if not a death sentence, if anybody was caught and convicted. Okay, let me put it that way. And I don't think juries are going to nullify anytime soon. But yeah, you look at Aurora, and it was kind of like, well, an underground shopping mall in a manner of speaking. And there was also it was a pretty interesting complex. Like there was there were dining areas. They had their own like anarcho bank type thing, I think it was called. Their own currency exchanges. They had kind of almost like a YMCA type complex with like gyms and saunas and swimming pools. Actually, one of the gym areas was kind of segregated off because there was actually an orgy actually going on in one of them. Not everybody was participating, of course. And there was the kind of like the hotel section, which is where people were like sleeping and then of course doing other things that of course men and women naturally do when they're alone with each other. Just keep this PG-13 any more so than it already is. So yeah, like with Aurora, that's kind of a very interesting example of like a larger Vonuum of sorts, because even the construction of Aurora was very much done pretty discreetly with multiple contractors, and this was described by one of the members of the Agorist revolutionary cadre, the libertarian, propertarian anarchist people basically conducting counter-economic trade and such. So yeah, Aurora was actually a very interesting, albeit fictional, example of that kind of thing, where they did really have a one-directional isolationism with the servile society.
Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did. Let's move forward to another excerpt from Rayo's book. Quote, "The higher maximum of satisfaction is attained by someone with a liberated home base plus some import-export with the servile society. For him, contact with the state is an occasional annoyance and danger, not a big part of his life. Thus, he can avoid the psychological paralysis that afflicts so many nonconformists. Compared to the opportunistic serf, he may enjoy somewhat fewer conveniences at present, but is happier overall. On the other hand, he has more than someone living in a primitive isolation required for 100% freedom." End quote. And that's written, same article, actually, no, not same article, November 17th, 1970, page 18 of that book. So any thoughts on that one? I mean, it kind of, I think one note that kind of comes to mind, and this, we talked about this in our controlled schizophrenia episode, but, constant, being immersed in, the state of servile society, as he said, psychological paralysis. So yeah, the importance of the status, of import-export is not only, being able to survive, if you kind of emulate Rayo and go live out in the woods, or whatever, it's not only, just the physical survival part, but it's also the psychological as well.
Yes, it is. And also consider the various collective movementists, collective movementism, see previous episode. Consider also the political crusaders, again, see previous episode on that topic. Those guys have their own psychological paralysis, don't they? It's not just the controlled schizophrenics, right?
True. Yeah.
So
definitely.
Yeah, it is a little bit more widespread, and much like I said in at least one of those episodes, my own personal former conflicts. I like to think I have it under control now, but with the news cycle, because I've admitted before that I'm a former news junkie. So that being a news junkie was my own personal form of having a psychological paralysis. So when Rayo mentioned this in 1970, and then I read his book, not too long ago, I think it was last year or thereabouts. Yeah, man, like, he was really on point. I know a lot of our episodes were constantly saying, man, Rayo was really right about things. I think we've only disagreed with him a few times thus far. But yeah, right here, psychological paralysis that afflicts so many nonconformists. He nailed it on this one. I mean, it's like freaky accurate, but in a good way.
Yeah, it's it definitely is accurate. We've got quite a few to get through, so I'm going to go ahead and get to this next one. Quote, "Freedom is not a monolithic entity. There are various degrees. But not all degrees are necessarily viable. For most people, I suspect that choices between predominantly servile, vulnerable lifestyles and predominantly liberated and vulnerable lifestyles." End quote. That same article, November 17th, 1970, page 19. So I'll go ahead and, because this, let's see, there's one other one I think here that's closely related to that one. Okay, maybe not. But any thoughts on that one?
Yes, I think that's kind of an interesting dichotomy that I think the listener should take to heart and then consider whether they think Rayo was accurate about that or not. I personally think he was accurate about the predominantly servile or vulnerable lifestyles versus predominantly liberated or invulnerable lifestyles. I think the dichotomy is a real one. And it does explain quite a bit. In fact, there was also another quote, I'll loosely paraphrase because I'm doing this off the top of my head, where Rayo made a comparison about, can you really sympathize with somebody who built their house on like loose soil or sand, I think was what he said, on loose sand, as opposed to someone who built his house on a firm foundation of rock or something to that effect. And yeah, so what he was kind of getting at is that people voluntarily make lifestyle choices in such a manner that actually does affect the likelihood of whether they're going to be coerced or not, later. And that is something, see, that's kind of getting at the root of, how do I put this? Okay, I won't say this nicely then. How personally responsible is someone for the tyranny that they experience, whether from the state or from private criminals or whomever? Because a lot of what you do, especially early on in your life, sets the stage or, increases or decreases the likelihood for whether you're going to, find yourself in the bad part of town, proverbially speaking.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I mean, I agree with you and also him that I think it is that dichotomy is actually accurate, because I mean, yeah, you can be free or you can be a slave. You can't be a free slave. You can't be a slave that is free, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this one, I'm not a big fan of dichotomies. I know you aren't either, Kyle. But with this, I think this one is very, very accurate. You cannot be free slave.
Right. And for any of the listeners who may disagree with me on this point, my email address is kyle@vonupodcast.com.
Yes, it is. And mine, Shane at VonuPodcast.com. Very good, very good. So moving forward, quote, we believe primitivism would mean less Vonu in the long run. Primitive societies run afoul of bludgeoning sooner or later. Consistent avoidance of something requires some knowledge of it. And there are too many capabilities, things we wish to develop, which require equipment, materials, and knowledge out of the other society. Technology our society doesn't have yet, but personal travel isn't necessary for import-export. All that is needed for now is a way to get parcels and messages in and out, interfaces with the freighting and communication services of that society, end quote. And that was March 1972, page 81. But I think he's exactly right again, because you consider the black market entrepreneurs, as Rayo would call them, like ethical enclaves, or Samuel Konkin, agorism. Just consider, if agorism or agorism generally, or just individuals that practice agorism were, let's just say, primitivists. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are a great tool to the black and gray markets, and without that technology, I mean, they would still have to use Federal Reserve notes, barter, and things of that nature. So what Ray was kind of arguing here is that the technology is a good thing. Technology can help you become more closer to Vonuism, becoming invulnerable to coercion. So the import export of that is, I mean, yeah, to develop Vonu further, the technology can be a great help. And yeah, I mean, if you're living out there in a polyethylene A tent, with your food storage, and as Rayo with his typewriter, I mean, it's going to be really hard to come up with these really intricate technologies like Bitcoin, or some of these altcoins, or encryption, et cetera, et cetera. So that there's still a necessity for the servile society, as far as developing Vonu, and surviving.
Right. And just because the transhumanists want to, surgically implant brain chips between the hemispheres of their, brains, doesn't therefore mean technology as a whole is some sort of insidious, entity or whatever, right? I mean, technology is a double-edged sword, isn't it? It can be used for good or it can be used for evil. Technology itself is neutral. In many ways, not to get too praxeological on everybody, and oh, by the way, I have been reading Ludwig von Mises' Human Action, okay? So for some reason, this is on the top of my head, of course. But, money is neutral. It's just a tool. You can use it to either uplift people, or you can use it to basically, like the state does, basically squish them down into dust and, use it for coercive purposes, right?
Yeah, you can use a hammer to build a house, or you can use a hammer to bash someone's skull in. I mean, the hammer, there's nothing good or bad about the hammer. It's just a tool.
Right. And so I think one major problem you keep seeing over and over again, at least I do, is that the crypto-anarchists in particular really get a bad rap when they shouldn't. Really. I mean, I think it's just kind of obvious. And although I have my own, very limited critiques, topic for another time, regarding issues of like security audits for free and open source software, that in itself is just something that can be remedied, right? And that's something I've kind of written on before in some of my other articles and such. So, but if you look at the crypto-anarchists in general, I think there's a lot more positive than negative on the whole, because their whole thing is basically use technology, and more specifically use digital technology to basically liberate the individual from the shackles of the state, and especially the surveillance state in particular. So I don't see why anybody really has that much of a problem with the crypto-anarchists, but they do. Whether it's a crypto-anarchist like Cody Wilson, or even people who weren't necessarily crypto-anarchists, but just like more hacktivist types like the late Aaron Swartz, who of course pioneered the whole notion of open access, which is what many of us bloggers and podcasters kind of rely on. So when you folks...
That's what the BitCot license that you guys heard at the beginning of the show is based off of. It's essentially Creative Commons, only, taken, applied to the state too.
Yeah, and so, for example, when you folks, go to VonuPodcast.com and you can look at the articles that are there, which are sourced with hyperlinks, and you can, grab these podcasts and whatever else, all of that is open access. There's no paywall, and you can thank men, not boys or children, but you can thank adult men like the late Aaron Swartz, who would have been about 30 or so had he survived and not committed suicide due to federal persecution, because he was being coerced by government, of course. It was him and others like him that pioneered a lot of this technology that now a lot of us take for granted. I don't, because I know how important and significant it is, because I study this stuff and I, learn things and such, and I encourage the audience to do that as well on their own time. So, man, I don't know, technology being a bad thing? Who said? Really, honestly. Unless they're doing like forced microchipping or something, which would of course be done by government, the state, in terms of like forced microchipping, unless it's something like that or something along those lines, I don't see technology being a bad thing, but technology in that case wouldn't be bad. Would be used for bad purposes.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, and Ray also recognized the importance of technology. I mean, there were some parts in his book. I mean, he kind of predicted the occurrence of cryptocurrencies. He mentioned underground banks, with credits. I mean, a lot of people argue that cryptocurrencies aren't actually money; it's just data being exchanged, which was kind of what Ray was referring to in his book, which is mind blowing. And the 3D printing too. I mean, it's obviously not now. It's still got to be developed. I mean, the technology it's expensive when it comes out, and then it gets cheaper and more widely used. But 3D printing could be a great tool. But the primitivists, those folks who you go live in the middle of the woods and have no contact with the state of servile society, are going to be a little outmatched. If they aren't already. So technology is definitely important, and that doesn't mean not to say it can't be developed in your Vonu home base. Not to say it can't, but I mean, when you consider like the ingenuity of hundreds of millions of individuals in this geographical location, more commonly known as the United States, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of technology that you would not have access to, and technology that could very much so increase your pursuance of Vonu.
Yeah, and I would just kind of, on this point, because obviously this might be more appropriate for season 2, but just consider this as a parting thought regarding the technology question. Would it be accurate to say that technological innovation in the collective, or shall I say the long-term aggregate, that technological innovation more often than not actually benefits the individual more so than not?
I would say generally, yeah. But I think we'll probably cross that bridge, season 2 or season 3. But that's definitely an interesting question, and one that I recommend the listeners kind of think about and consider until we get to that point. Yeah, definitely a good question, something good to bring up. So this next quote here, quote, "In one sense, such a free man cannot be completely free since his import-export is restricted. Neither would be a resident of a utopian free country who traded with someone in Russia or America. Import-export is easier for extraterritorial freemen than for residents of another country, since controlling millions of square miles of interior is vastly more difficult than thousands of linear miles of border. In either case, with growth, import-export becomes relatively smaller and more in the hands of specialists at border crossings. The liberated home freeman, unlike the conventionally living libertarian, can segregate import-export from the rest of his life, essentially for development of durable, growing, joyous, free mini-cultures," end quote. And again, that one's from October 7th, 1970, page 15. So, Kyle, that kind of gets into the realm of, country shopping. But here he is essentially highlighting how import-export can make you, more Vonuer than not, which is kind of what we've been hammering home so far just kind of at the beginning of this podcast. But yeah, country shopping could be very, very beneficial. I know we talked about, making your money in, say, America and, spending in the Bahamas. Because if you're spending in the Bahamas, I mean, if you're spending your money there, I mean, less likely to coerce you. And I mean, since you didn't make it there, you don't have to, pay income tax on it or anything of that nature. So what are your thoughts on this one, Kyle?
I would just simply say that, yes, if you have a more developed import-export, I think it would be, more, in a utilitarian sense, it would be a lot more easily usable, over time once it gets better developed and all that. And again, when we get to season 2 and we get into self-seeking, okay?
Sailboats.
That's part of it. But when we get into self-seeking, even if we're not country shopping, which is the international stuff mainly, even if we're sticking to this portion of the North American continent, from this latitude and longitude to that latitude and longitude, because that's what actually exists in reality, not America, which is just a political concept, sovereignty and all that. Suffice it to say, man, yeah, I mean, whether it's the self-seeking version of like the local congregations or maybe even intentional community or one of those other things we'll cover in season 2, I think it's rather interesting that even here, it would seem to be the case that, yeah, if there was like a growing concentration of Vonuans or other types of libertarians or what have you, that, yeah, import-export would be easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
Actually, division of labor. Sorry, not to get praxeological again. Division of labor, wouldn't it? Right? Specialization of labor too.
And I know Rayo talked about towards the end of the book later on in his development of Vonu, he did mention he's like, I've got quite a bit of money to spend, and there's things that I'd like to buy, and there are things I'd like to trade for, services. But unfortunately, that's just not here yet. So yeah, I mean, having more folks who are Vonuans where you can trade goods and services with. Oh yeah, that can definitely assist you. For example, like if you're going on the sailboat route, and you have a nice little mini culture, Vonu mini culture, and you need repairs on your sailboat, you can go to a fellow Vonuan. You don't have to go to like some statist outlet who's going to require you to pay taxes and such. So there's a lot of positives that come from having others to work with.
Yes, absolutely. And so I think that's just kind of something to kind of keep in mind, everybody, is that the import-export, at least for the immediate foreseeable future, is going to be somewhat limited in the sense that there's going to be a greater dependency on the servile society in the immediate future rather than later, where presumably if there was a growing number of Vonuans and especially more concentrated, shall we say, enclaves, okay, where then there can be a division of labor and labor specialization where some Vonuans would specialize in import-export, leaving other Vonuans available to do other things, right? Not to get too into economics here, but for those of you familiar with Ricardo's law of comparative advantage, like real free trade, for those of you familiar with the law of comparative advantage, that's exactly what I'm getting at here. I'm just applying comparative advantage not to these ridiculous, redundant, outdated, coercive nation states, so-called countries. I'm talking about the law of comparative advantages as applied to individual human beings trying to become invulnerable to coercion, okay? That's what I'm kind of getting at. So for now, for the immediate foreseeable future, import-export in a lot of ways is a way of trying to maintain survivability despite the servile society, despite the state.
And I'll mention one other thing here, and we've been talking about the Vonus many cultures, but like let's just say, I mean, that doesn't unfortunately individuals, at least where you choose to Vonu, like let's say there's just not any other individuals like you, that's okay, because one thing Rayo kind of experienced is once you obviously, like early on you make more trips to the state of servile society, and then once you get better and you get better food storage and things of that nature, depending on what route you go, I'm just kind of speaking about Rayo's path right now. You can make less and less trips to the servile society. So let's say you make one big trip a year, and you have everything you need for the rest of the year. And the rest of that time, you're just maintaining your home base and doing whatever the hell you want to do. So it doesn't require the people necessarily, but just improving upon your import exports can definitely increase your invulnerability to coercion. And also, I mean, just your overall happiness too, which is more of a subjective term, and I don't want to kind of tie that in here too. But I know for me, if I could not go into cities more often, I know it would definitely improve my standard of living.
Yeah, let me just add on a personal anecdote before we keep going on here. Every single time the wife and I go to the grocery store here in town, right here in Austin, for me personally, and maybe other people will disagree with me about this, it's depressing as all hell. And it's not that things are getting worse. It's not like they've installed naked body scanners at the grocery store or something. Okay.
That would be bad.
Okay, and I'm not saying, and I know the conspiracists would friggin' love stuff like that because it would give them, fodder for the news cycle or whatever. I'm just simply saying stuff like that isn't a reality, at least not yet. It's just, I guess I kind of feel like Rayo might.
It's the culture.
To sound like Rayo, because he mentioned this in part 2 of his section 2 of his book. It's just my tolerance for their servile society is getting less and less. I am quite literally growing more intolerant of the servile society the longer I live. And so even being physically around them, like in the environs, let me just paint a quick picture before we continue. Like even being in the aisles with that horrible lighting and the gosh gall darn awful music. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. It's, I've been in, this is going to sound awful and all the free market people are going to hate me for saying this. I have literally been in government buildings with better surroundings. Okay, a better atmosphere that was calmer, okay, and less frenetic and less, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's an issue of aesthetics. I don't know. Or maybe it's the particular grocery store chain. I don't know. We've actually tried some different ones, and to be fair, thankfully there is a free market in food production, so we actually do kind of move around a bit. And I would say some are better than others. It's just, I don't know, man. I think it's an issue more of like social norms, at least to some extent. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I know maybe some people would say, "Hey, get out of Austin. It's a blue area." Some people have literally said that to me, by the way, as if the politically crusading color of the week or whatever is what matters. It's like, okay, and I could also be in friggin' Portland, Oregon too, or I could be in like I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that maybe it's these urban areas, or at least some of them might be I mean, if you really think about coercion, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't really coercive areas, if we're going to divide them up geographically, isn't like a lot of coercion like happening in the cities?
Yes, it is. And that I want to read this. We'll silent out for a moment because we're going to come back to it right after this quote but by Rayo, because it fits in perfectly. So just stand by for one moment here, Kyle. Quote, "More and more people are rejecting the attitudes and roles of the servile society. While only a small minority of the whole population, they number in the tens of thousands. Some attempt to turn back the clock by moving to farms or small towns, but rural dwellers are conspicuously unfree. So those who really want freedom will search in other directions," end quote. Now it's from September 1972, page 92. And to answer your question, the majority of people, they live in cities. And I've mentioned, in other podcasts and things, maybe in this one too. I don't recall off the top of my head. But I guess my next step after I kind of continue forward in the frugality and financially independent early retirement path, what I want to do is move down to, we own some property in Southern Illinois, and it's probably I don't know, 15. There's a small town about 5 minutes away, but it's like a town of 50 people. No police force, obviously. Unfortunately, they're a bunch of rednecks on welfare, which is not good, and a lot of Hillary Clinton signs around there. Not that really makes a big difference, but just an observation. I want to move out there. And unfortunately, there would be property titling and all, which would be unvonu, according to Rayo. But yeah, as you kind of said, Kyle, considering where physically most people live, and where the bludgies hang out, those police extortionists, moving to a rural area automatically makes you more invulnerable to coercion. Lower crime rates, again, less bludgies, no bludgies out there where I want to move to. But yeah, we'll broach those other issues in season 2 and 3. But I don't know, man. Even with the property titling, I mean, in the 25 years, I've been going down there for almost 25. But my parents have owned property down there for 25 years. There's never been a cop. Never. Ever. So I think automatically moving out of the cities makes you more invulnerable to coercion. What do you think?
I think that there is a general tendency towards that way. I mean, maybe there are exceptions to that. And again, if you like to send what you might think are the exceptions to that, my email is kyle@vonupodcast.com. But seriously, man, I just, I know that Rayo says here the one sentence about, but rural dwellers are conspicuously unfree. And all I'm thinking is, based on what, man? I don't know. I'm not 100% on this, but I'm leaning towards Rayo might be wrong about that one specific observation. Because I don't know, dude. I mean, there are off-grid homesteaders right now. You know, people who don't, have sewage, people who aren't plugged into the electrical grid, people who don't have cable. The issue of internet is interesting. I don't want to get too in the weeds here. Some people have internet, some people don't. And usually they have to either bum off either the Wi-Fi or they have to use satellite internet and pay for that. But generally speaking, there are off-grid homesteaders right now. And the interesting question is, would something, for example, like off-grid homesteading make you more or less vulnerable to coercion? And for whatever reason, Rayo's kind of making an assumption. And to be fair, okay, he's talking about like in the 60s and 70s, okay? And I'm talking more about off-grid homesteading now in the 2010s, okay? So there is a time difference. There's a technological difference, okay, and that's I don't want to nail Rayo to a cross here just for the listeners. I just want to keep in mind here.
Especially not on that like one minor point. Yeah.
Yes,
go ahead.
but I would say now in the 2010s, I don't know, man. The off-grid homesteaders have their own challenges because of the kind of thing that they're trying to pursue. But in terms of like vulnerability to coercion, I'm leaning more towards they're more likely than not to be invulnerable, as opposed to, again, I mean, in terms of like in terms of like population density, I don't know. Would you rather be a country mouse or a city rat?
And you make a good point there, because like obviously whatever lifestyle choice you decide to make, if you decide to pursue Vonu, they're all going to come with their own set of challenges. Living in a city, you're gonna deal with the psychological aspect. You're going to deal with more government, more government agents. And if you live off grid, you're gonna have to figure out. I mean, if one of your passive income streams is like a blog with advertising. You're gonna have to find a way to get internet. You're gonna have to find a way for power and all of that stuff. They all just come with different sets of challenges. Now I will say this, and this is an anecdotal example, but going down there to our property, and for the past almost 25 years of my life, I mean, obviously the first like 5 years don't really count, but we'll just go with it. I have noticed, Kyle, that the I guess the country folk that I've known for forever, they tend to be more happy. They tend to be they tend to be a lot more friendlier, because they don't deal with the assholes that unfortunately I deal with on a daily basis. They don't get people out there often. So when we go down there, we'll all be next week. They're just happy as all hell to see us, and they're just the nicest folks. And you don't really get that a lot in the, obviously there are exceptions. This isn't a hard rule, but generally, I mean, people that I meet on public aren't generally friendly. So I think that that's more of the psychological aspect too. But I think that there definitely are some benefits, even if Rayo, he does point out some issues, with purchasing private property and stuff. But I do think generally, moving out to a rural area is definitely a beneficial thing, and it definitely makes you more invulnerable to coercion, at least in some regards. But anything else on that, Kyle?
I would just simply say this: when it comes to the servile society, most of the inhabitants of said servile society, as a matter of fact, according to the CIA World Fact Book, it's something like 85% of the total American population is urbanized. So most of the inhabitants of said servile society, I guess you could say mainstream America, are city rats. Okay, that's very important when we're trying to make decisions about, trying to increase invulnerability. Okay, so even now, obviously, when we get into season 2, and there's going to be the issue about doing Vonu in the cities, which is something I'm looking forward to in particular. because I think it can be at least an alternative to off-grid homesteading, or perhaps even parallel to it. Maybe some people could bounce back and forth between the two, right? I mean, the dichotomy between city rat and country mouse, there's also the third option of why not do both. We'll get to that in season 2. I just think it's rather interesting that when you consider the servile society's inhabitants and the coercion that they can inflict upon you, remember, it's not just about the bludgies, okay? You also have to consider snitches, informants, provocateurs, like the provocateurs in Portland, Oregon, just the other month, where they were blocking traffic.
Violators of property rights.
Yeah, they were blocking traffic, literally, and it was, and in terms of legality for people who care about that, it was actually illegal for them to do so. And the bludgies didn't even come along until like hours and hours and hours later to clear the roads and such, so that people could like get home from work, because this was going on for hours and hours and hours. I mean, that's how friggin' lawless they are. Okay, so the coercion doesn't always come from the state. The coercion can also come in the form of organized crime syndicates, or as the case was here, disingenuous activists blocking traffic.
Yeah, and let me bring this back to import-export real quick, and kind of just make one note in regards to rural living. Obviously, depending upon how far away you are from a city, you might not be able to find a 9-to-5 job, or you may have to travel quite significant significantly more distance to get to those. It'll kind of at least for my my projected path, I'll have to become a lot more self-sufficient. And I think that's a good thing. But again, the import-export aspect may be a little more difficult the further further away you are from a city. But again, the more Vonu you become, the less you'll have to interact, and the less you'll have to import and export. So I guess, Kyle, anything else before we move on to this final quote, which you kind of already paraphrased a little bit, but I'll read it anyways. Just for the sake of the listeners.
I would just say this. When it comes to the servile society, it does include the state, but it's not limited to it. So you have the state, and then including that, but going beyond that into more the realm of like culture, is the servile society. And Vonuans are specifically against the servile society. So in terms of import-export, that is a way of trying to provide for survivability of us who want to be invulnerable to coercion, or shall I say, pursuing Vonuans, in the process of achieving an invulnerability to coercion. Import-export allows us to pursue Vonuans in a way to where we maintain our integrity. Sorry, I don't mean to do we, right? We did the collective movementism episode, right? Where I and others like me are basically trying to preserve whatever integrity each one of me, us, damn it. See, plural pronouns can be really kind of annoying.
Whip.
whip, right? Okay.
It's understandable. I mean, I notice it, but I think we've already done that.
Okay,
yeah.
so the import-export is basically a way for us to maintain our integrity while still surviving despite the servile society. So if there's any one takeaway from this particular episode, is that import-export has a very utilitarian function while also being philosophically consistent, because we're not bowing before the servile society. We're specifically against it, but until we have better infrastructure and the Vonuums grow larger to the extent where we have things like an Aurora or things similar to that, but it's real world, not just something from libertarian fiction. Until that time, import-export is going to be quite important, and it's not going to be as well developed as, well, I personally would like it to be.
Indeed. So let me read this final quote real quick. So, one who continues in a vulnerable lifestyle and then complains when he is plundered is somewhat like a West Indies resident who builds a flimsy house and then blames the next hurricane for demolishing it. Certainly, people are to blame when they inflict coercion, but merely blaming them does not bring liberty. The self-responsible person builds a home which can withstand likely storms and develops a way of life not vulnerable to likely attempts at predation, end quote. And again, that's from his November 17th, 1970 article, page 17. And this does represent this servile society. I mean, obviously, we kind of mentioned the collective movementism thing and the political crusading. there are plenty of people complaining about, the lack of freedom, right? But are they really doing anything to, increase their own personal freedom? Obviously, the political crusaders go political crusading. The collective movementism folks kind of do the same thing, or they don't, and they just fail for other reasons. But these individuals are willfully choosing to be more vulnerable. Now, no one's forcing them to stay in the cities. No one's forcing them to run for office. At least not yet. Wouldn't that be weird?
Oh God, please no.
But yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice. And as we've kind of been saying, that throughout the first 9 episodes of this podcast, I mean, that lifestyle choices are very important, and they can determine whether you will live free as a Vonuan, or whether you'll live as a slave in the surveillance society. Now, I don't like putting it that way, but I mean, it's just cold hard truth. It just is, unless you're going to Vonuan cities, which that one may sound a little confusing. If you read the book, you'll kind of understand where Rayo's coming from. But Vonuan cities may seem like an odd concept, but we'll definitely develop that further. But anything on that quote, Kyle?
Yeah, I would just say this. When you look at those individuals who make up the servile society, they really are good Germans. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, good Americans. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I actually did mean it. They are good Germans. And people really should feel insulted when they hear that, especially coming from me. Because there is a historical connotation about what a good German was. People who actually supported the friggin' National Socialists, who were socialists.
The ones that sent the individuals into gas chambers and such, yeah.
Or whatever else. I mean, I know some people have their own issues as to what actually happened or didn't happen. I will just say this. The National Socialists, who were socialists, because people keep forgetting about that, which is why I emphasize it. The National Socialists terrorized men like Ludwig von Mises. Okay?
Yep.
They murdered people, murders, democide that's not contested. Okay? So when people praise the system as it is, the Anglo-American Empire would be one way of describing it. Other people call it the New World Order. Pick a phrase. We're pretty much describing roughly the same thing. They are basically good Americans, which is basically the modern version of being a good German. And you people are good Germans, and I have nothing in common with you because you worship the servile society, you praise the state, and you basically are heralding quite literally the extinction of the human species such as it is.
And just to add one clarification, Kyle's not talking to you, the listeners of the Vonu Podcast. He's talking generally.
Sorry, I should have made that disclaimer.
I know quite a few of you that listen, and yeah, you guys aren't doing that. So just add a point of clarification, a little bit of monologuing or however you would put it. But yeah, he's not talking about you specifically. He's just talking.
Although I will add this as a secondary disclaimer, or at least a notice of sorts, for those of you good listeners and such who are at least giving us the time of day, if not also agreeing with us at least to some extent. I would suggest that you probably should look around at people that you're associating with and try to, gauge as best as you can using your own judgment, whether they are good Americans, the modern good Germans, and basically just try to evaluate, are they really good Americans? And then, hopefully you'll maybe find some, I don't know, what's the opposite? I mean, what would we be? Maybe bad Americans? I don't know.
Well, hey, if that's what it is, I'm proud to be a bad American.
Yeah, you're a terrible American, Shane, and that's the nicest compliment I'll ever give you.
Indeed. But yeah, essentially what Ray was trying to get across there is that people choose these lifestyles, and they can't when they decide to live in a city and advocate for the state and a bunch of other terrible things. They can't complain whenever the state actually comes and gets them. I mean, you don't like, for example, maybe it's a bad one, but you can tell me if it is, Kyle. But starting a legal business and then complaining when the government comes for tax dollars, I guess it might be one example. I mean, you can't really complain about that, right?
No, because they went and they submitted before authority, right? And I understand that they're being coerced by laws and such, but I wrote a separate article on this. People can look at it if they really want to, but the notion of carefully calculated submission. And the very short version of that is that if you do decide to obey the laws, and not just the laws generally, but like a specific one, okay? the key part is not so much the submission, it's the carefully calculated part, in that you choose to obey a specific law because you have, well, carefully calculated that it is in your own best interest to do so at this time. Maybe later you'll disobey it. I don't know. I mean, that's on you, okay?
And that goes right along with what Rayo discussed, especially with, the legal interstices of the van nomadism. But yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And so that's kind of something interesting a lot of people really don't think about. So without getting into legal interstices too much, what I'll just simply say here regarding the servile society is that, generally speaking, yes, in early 21st century America with a K, quite a lot of one's personal life, even professional life to some degree, right, is voluntary by and large. Even despite the federal government and the several state governments and so forth, generally speaking, a lot of your life is voluntary, right? We are not exactly like the kulaks or Soviet citizens, although there are actually way too many accurate comparisons, to be perfectly frank with you. But
yeah, like you and I could leave America if we wanted to. Like we could
love it or leave it.
At this point, we could. Now, if that wall gets built and immigration continues to be built up, I mean, it might be a little more difficult. But anyways, yeah, go ahead. That's a subject for another time.
Ludwig von Mises left Austria when the National Socialists were welcomed in by the good Austrians, who were exactly like the good Germans of their time. And Mises was like, holy crap, I'm trying to talk about free markets and money and trade and like living in peace and prosperity. Holy crap, I gotta get out of here.
They'll put my head on a pike.
Yeah, it was probably a good thing he did leave, because he was not like a gorilla, and it's probably better that he did choose to leave so that he can go and write books and stuff like Human Action, which came out after the war. Okay? Ayn Rand left the Soviet Union. Okay, when she came here to America all by herself. And Mises and Rand, their first language was not English. She spoke Russian. I believe he spoke probably German, right, being an Austrian. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. So when all of these disgusting political crusaders of one flavor or another tell us to love it or leave it, I have a better idea. Why don't they leave? And yeah, I know them's fighting words. I know that. That's not the point. The point is that they're good Americans, the modern good Germans, who revel in the servile society and are trying to coerce me and my fellow peaceful men to basically lick the boot and kiss the ring. And I say no. Enough. It's time to have our own second realm of our own infrastructure and our own culture, preferably a culture of liberty, or Vonu, if you will. And push that forward, because quite frankly, Shane, nobody is coercing anybody to watch the Oscars. Nobody's coercing anybody to watch a stupid football game. People make choices when they engage in so-called cultural activities like that, don't they?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. Yeah, and just speaking for like the for the NFL specifically, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of statism there. And obviously, you consider the stadiums that get a lot of taxpayer money, and then the other government money, so that they promote the worship of the state. So yeah, it's you're definitely
stand
things
for
like
the
that
national anthem.
Yep.
Oh, say, can you put us in prison? We are political prisoners. Okay. So excuse my bad singing, but okay, I'm kind of going off the cuff here. But seriously, I mean, it's just like, look, guys, I was a Boy Scout. Okay, I've been there, I've done that. I have quite literally worn the uniform and earned my way up through the ranks. Okay, without getting too much in my own personal life, I've been there, I've done that. It's not a pretty picture at all. There is a reason I have a specific disgust of conservatives. I don't like progressives either, because they're good Americans too. But let me put it this way. The progressives will impoverish you and put you in the poorhouse and make you homeless and unemployed and such. But the conservatives will just enslave you, incarcerate you, and even kill your ass. And so if we're being honest here about coercion and trying to become invulnerable to said coercion, which is what Vonu is all about, I think it's also it's time to get pretty honest here about the servile society and how really dangerous it is to be surrounded by literally hundreds of millions of people on this continent who if under the right circumstances, would be willing to snitch on you without batting an eyelash. So there was a reason why Rayo kept mentioning about you need to vet people, you need to have something resembling a security culture, and you need to be, and you basically need to, how else did he put it, Shane? I'm trying to remember, like, give up these dreams of like worldwide utopian free societies and get with each other and our little Vonuans and Vonuist mini cultures, to loosely paraphrase it. There was a reason Rayo was getting on that, because I think he understood much of what I just explained to y'all.
Yeah, and I guess I'll add one more anecdotal example, and then we'll kind of begin to close out here. But I was in higher level indoctrination, or as in the state of Servile Society, they call that college, but I don't. But yeah, higher level indoctrination. Yeah, I went there until just December of 2016, and I'll tell you what, being around psychopathic socialists who want to further the extortion of my property, of my labor, and the fruits of it. And I'll tell you what, it was very, very tough. I think the only way I made it through, at least as far as I did, until I thankfully stopped, was largely my Adventures in Illinois Higher Education series that I wrote on that. It kind of helped keep my sanity. It really did. And also, reading Human Action, Kyle, there in class definitely helped as well. But yeah, it's there's something to say about limiting, even if it's not to the point of Vonu, so to speak. But as we've kind of talked about before, cutting ties to the state is good, and then cutting ties to the servile society is good too. So if like for me, one of those ties was higher level indoctrination, and I stopped that, and I've a lot happier. Well, a lot less stress. Now I do have a 9-to-5 job, but politics is not discussed there. So it's a world of difference. There are no vote for Hitler, vote for Stalin, vote for Gary Johnson. There's nothing like that. So there's something to be said about cutting those ties to the servile society, as you very well could, and I would say probably should do in regards to the state.
Hold on, let me actually just point out something you just highlighted. You're already doing import-export, aren't you? Just with how you exactly. So actually, let's as we begin to close out here, let's actually use what you just said as a perfect example. You're not talking about politics at work, but you are exporting your labor. So then you can then take those paychecks or what have you, and then import goods and knowledge and whatever else you need to pay your bills and whatever else, savings of capital and so forth, and whatever else you're doing in your personal life that will not go into here publicly. Okay, so you're doing import-export right now.
I am, yes, but I don't want to use like a 9-to-5 job as an example for Vonu, because then pretty much anybody could be doing import-export. And yeah, from the definition, they very well could be, but not there's not that that philosophical or ideological
and hey, there's also those taxes.
That's kind of putting it too simply. It's almost akin to calling everyone who buys something from a garage sale an agorist. So I know what you mean. But I will just to point that out for the listeners. I just say that that's everyone would be a Vonu. Everyone, well, maybe not a Vonu specifically, but everyone would be participating in import-export if that was kind of the baseline. But yes, you are correct. But I think that's a little oversimplification. If you just as my thoughts.
And it's definitely not exactly the context of which Rayo is offering it, right? Because of course, to use the 9-to-5 as an example, right? There's all sorts of taxes and regulations, what the agorists would call white market, right, as opposed to gray market. There's all of that. So yes, your criticism actually is well founded, because you're basically pointing out that describing a 9-to-5 is just over broke. That's how I think about jobs, folks. That a 9-to-5 just over broke is basically the same as exporting labor. It's like, arguably, but then you also have to consider, the taxes, federal income tax, social security taxes, this tax, that tax, all of the regulations, never mind, the lack of privacy at work, which I know a lot of people are concerned about, workplace surveillance and a couple other things related to that. Whenever you fill out job applications and you have job interviews, let's go through your entire history ever since you were in diapers. Sometimes it feels that invasive and so forth. So yes, you know what, Shane? I will take your criticism on the chin. You're actually right.
as an example, another example of import export, I don't think it was bad, but I want to just make that point very clear that not the baseline. But yeah, let's begin to close out here. So it's not so much as opposing the state, but the broader issue is avoiding the servile society. As I kind of just mentioned, limiting my time in the servile society. I spend a lot of time at home. When I'm not at work, I'm here at home, working after I get off work, right? Because that's life in the alternative media. I'm either doing that or, going down to our property and saying, I don't do a whole lot because I try to limit my interaction with the servile state of society. Yeah, sure. Obviously, the invulnerability coercion aspect is like the point of the show, but it's also, I don't like being there. So yeah, avoiding the servile society, and it's also, getting away from bullshitters and sheep people, as Rayo called them in his book. There's a massive cultural difference. Now, like Kyle and I, when we have discussions, we don't. Small talk may consist of a very small fraction of the conversation, but generally, we're talking shop, 95% of the time. When you go out to the servile society, if you go out around election time, you're talking about politics and who they're going to, who they hope will be their next slave master. It's a massive cultural difference. What's discussed, what you want to discuss, if you are, a Vonuan or, even just, a proprietarian anarchist or something like that. A lot of those conversations probably won't interest you at all. I know they don't really interest me much either. So
you're mentioning time preference.
Yes, I guess so. Any thoughts on that one?
No, just that you're mentioning time preference for all of the Austro-libertarian fans in the crowd. Just saying that.
Indeed. So, and Kyle, you kind of mentioned earlier on about you don't like the atmosphere of grocery stores, but you've got I guess you have an issue with consumerism, and I do too to some extent. I am practicing frugality now, but consumerism would be crucial to the servile society, wouldn't it?
Yes, and remember, consumerism is actually anti-free market because it's all about tricking people to engage in conspicuous consumption, or as Tyler Durden from Fight Club put it, another fictional thing, of course, basically it's about tricking people into working jobs they hate, into buying shit they don't need in order to impress people they don't like. Okay, it's a con game. In other words, it's a form of fraud, but it's one that people kind of voluntarily I say that with gritted teeth. It's true, but I don't like saying it, but it's true that people voluntarily allow themselves to be tricked because it appeals to their base desires about, ooh, shiny new car, ooh, there's someone, someone who's presumably attractive of the opposite sex. Sorry, folks, most people are heterosexual. Someone who's attractive of the opposite sex with a makeup or bulging muscles, if that's your thing or whatever. Or the big house with a 30-year mortgage attached to it and all of that kind of stuff. Whatever is promoting that kind of blind consumerism and here's the part where the fiscal conservatives in the crowd should really care about, it's all about putting people in debt. Okay? And so you can't really claim to value even the notion of freedom and absence of coercion. You can't even really claim to value freedom of any kind if you're basically kind of saying, well, consumerism is like this version of market activity, when in fact it's not. It's all about tricking people into making foolish purchasing decisions so that they'll be put into debt to banks who, oh, by the way, are all part of the Federal Reserve System. Anyway, come on, people, wake up.
Yeah, 2 points. I don't know how many. First one, I don't know how many fiscal conservatives are going to be listening to the Vonu Podcast. Hopefully, there's some out there. If you are, just let us know. I'd like to know more about our audience. But and then second, Kyle. Consumerism would kind of be. I guess obviously it's adaptable to your lifestyle. But I would say that consumerism is anti-Vonu, especially when you consider the debt aspect.
Oh yeah.
Now, like if let's say you're Vonuing in cities, which we'll get to later on, and you have actually we'll talk about it a little bit in the next episode. One kind of example of this. Now, if you're Vonuing in a city and you are an industrial park and you have like an underground hidden apartment or something, and you have a lot of really nice stuff there, Okay, like I would, like if that's your thing, and you like spending money on that sort of stuff. I would, that would, I'd say that would still be Vonu, but I'd find it hard to believe that if you're doing like the tiny house thing, or if you're doing van nomadism, or what Rayo did in a polyethylene A10, everything was pretty much stored in your pickup truck. Whenever you're relocating it, I'd have a hard time believing that you could pack all that shit up and move quickly, because mobility was very important to Rayo, as far as being invulnerable to coercion. So obviously that the points you brought up, Kyle, I think are fair and valid, but also just relating this strictly to Vonu, I think there's also that issue there. And I just don't think consumerism is really possible, except for that one example I mentioned about Vonuing in cities.
Right, and interesting you mentioned the mobility. Yeah, it's a little hard, ladies and gentlemen, to have any sort of real mobility if all or nearly all of your earthly possessions basically are so numerous and vast that they fill up every nook and cranny of a McMansion. Okay, so as much as I personally don't exactly care for the so-called minimalists, I will say this. I think the minimalists were right in the sense of paring your possessions down to the extent because, and this is something they don't say, is actually it helps you be more mobile. And so in a kind of roundabout way, the minimalists actually work, to be perfectly fair, we're actually correct in saying that, maybe you should consider having less possessions rather than more. Now, obviously, they get a little mystical for my tastes, and some other directions which tend to be more a little bit to the left there, right? Just a little bit. But I would say, yeah, you were mentioning mobility. Yeah, it's a little hard to be mobile, with a van or a truck or much of anything else, if basically you're basically essentially hoarding. I hate to use that term. I can't think of how else to put it, but essentially hoarding all of this junk, all of this stuff that you're not even using regularly, but you're just stuffing because, as some of the minimalists also correctly say, you don't have meaningful relationships with other human beings. So instead you've chosen voluntarily to basically a lot of times go into debt in order to have these pseudo non-relationships with these friggin' cheap Chinese crap. I'm sorry. It's about time a few people have had a stern talking to. And for those of you, listeners of ours, if you happen to know somebody who's got really nasty credit card debt because they just buy, send them a copy of this episode because they need to hear this.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I think one kind of final point to mention here is this is about import-export. Now, I would say, kind of, thinking about this now, most stuff you would purchase from the servile society would be out of necessity. Now I imagine, if Rayo could come across, I don't know, let's just say an alternative, a parallel universe, and he could have come across, a laptop or something. I think he might have, splurged at that opportunity or something. A lot of it's out of necessity, and then also, just tools that, could potentially, help further develop Vonu. So it's not the consumerist notion of just want. It's not crucial. It's not crucial at all. It's just spending money for the sake of spending money. I think there could be a little bit of splurging, like for Rayo again, if he could have bought a laptop, or what was the evolution after a typewriter. Actually, that wouldn't be very Vonu, because those big ass computers that they used to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess
not
that
very
maybe
mobile at the very least.
Maybe that's a bad example. But again, if there's a tool that could further develop Vonu, I think for me personally, I'd probably invest in that if I had the money. I think Rayo would have too. But it's I guess it's not premised around want. It's premised around necessity and what can further develop Vonu. For just in my personal opinion.
Well, yes. And so really all I'm saying is that when it comes to one's, private property and your own personal possessions and so forth, just be very, not to get spiritual on anybody, but be very mindful and conscientious about what property you do own. Because if you do decide to engage in venuance, one thing that you're going to have to make a decision on, and many of you will probably go this way, is that you'll want to be more mobile than not. And if you do choose to go mobile, especially in the form of country shopping, although not limited to that, right? Because there's also van nomadism, is that if you do choose to be more mobile, you can't have that many things. I'm sorry. The minimalists were right about that. You cannot move around easily if you have literally thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of stuff to your name. So there is a reason for certain technologies that have been developed to help facilitate individual selling off of people's, garage sales like digitally online and such. So there's a reason why a lot of that was developed, was because people were trying to pare down so they could be more mobile for one reason or another. And a lot of times it was so that they could have better, more freedom, or as for our purposes, better Vonu.
Indeed, indeed. So I guess just one other thing, as we've said many times, I mean, the choice is up to you. No one's, forcing you to live in the cities. No one's forcing you to, remain vulnerable to coercion. Obviously, there's some of that's out of your control, like especially legal interstices and things. But as we kind of said, generally, I mean, the choice is up to you. If you want more freedom, if you want more freedom, if you want to become more invulnerable to coercion, the choice is yours. I mean, there are options out there. And obviously, it's still me. I mean, this is Rayo developed this for 15 or so years and wrote about it, and he continued after that, I would presume. We don't know for sure, but I mean, this is something that can be further developed. And I mean, the choice is yours. The choice is yours.
Right. And one thing also I'd like to add too, if people want to kind of conceptualize the servile society in the form of an equation, I think it would probably be best to consider it this way. And obviously, this is obviously tying into the 3 previous episodes we've done. Political crusading plus controlled schizophrenia plus collective movementism equals the servile society.
Yes, and you guys probably figure out why we laid out the episodes in this way, huh?
There was a reason, folks. There was a reason, from A to B to C to D and so forth, right? So, the servile society is the enemy of Vonuans. I mean, that's just straight up what it is. And you know what? I wish life wasn't like this. I wish our fellow humans weren't so easily willing to coerce their fellow man. I can wish all I want, but wishing doesn't make it so. This is the world as it is. A is A. And so the only question then at that point is, how do you deal with it? And hence Vonu and, of course, TVP.
Indeed, and well said. Well said. So that's all we have for you. The website is VonuPodcast.com. That's spelled V as in Victory, O, N as in Nancy, U, VonuPodcast.com. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you next week.
VonuPodcast.com.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto-anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. Or as close as you can be, at least. I'm Shane, and...
I'm Kyle.
Ooh, the deep voice. Are you trying to get sexy on us?
I was trying to say, I'm Batman, but I was trying to say, I'm Kyle. I don't know, did that work?
Well, it didn't necessarily work, but if that was the if that was the goal that you were aiming for, then then I would say there's a good example we'll go into here momentarily in this
So
podcast.
just to be clear, I'm Batman. I'm Kyle.
So Kyle is not Batman, guys, if you're unaware. But anyways, we're certainly glad you decided to join us today, and we hope things have been good on your end, and that the coercion has not commenced upon you at all. That would be very, very negative. So Kyle, why don't you go ahead and bipcot this thing for us?
Since governments are the primary coercers upon individuals, the Vonu Podcast is covered by a BIPCOD no government license. Reuse and modification is permitted to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. You can learn more at bipcot.org.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your service, sir.
Whatever. That's fine.
So this episode is entitled Mean Time to Harassment, Gauging Your Success at Vonu. And the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/10. For this one, you will definitely want to visit the show notes so that you can open up the graph we'll be discussing here tonight. We will try to do our best in presenting the information audibly, but sooner or later, you must look at the graph, or else the concept of mean time to harassment is just not going to make any sense. So yeah, we say you must, because not because we're authoritarians, but if you want to understand the concept, you need to go there and at least check out the graph, so you can understand what the hell we're talking about. So, as always, Kyle, Mr. Definition Man. Actually, not always. One time I did it, and maybe next week I'll do it for me. But anyways, let's go into some definitions. So, what is mean time to harassment?
It's the strength of Vonu, and it's expressed usually in terms of years. So, mean time to harassment, MTH for short, is typically used to gauge what I guess you could call the profitable viability of concealing a venuum being a place or situation of invulnerability to coercion, of concealing a venuum relative to one's competency at vonumi, the art of being skilled in basically the invulnerability to coercion. So to say that again, MTH is typically used to gauge the profitable viability of concealing a venuum relative to one's competency at vonumi. So if you were to kind of put this in maybe slightly different language, all MTH is gauging the efficacy of the Vonu strategy itself. So, so yeah, much like with other forms of direct action or on LUA's direct action series where questions of efficacy came up regarding various different tactics, techniques, methods, and strategies of one flavor or another, well, Vonu has its own gauge of efficacy. It's MTH.
It is, and I think this further adds credibility to Vonu because, a lot of these. I mean, you did your first book on why reformism doesn't work, essentially. Political crusading, and people are continuing to use failed strategies, even though the efficacy is nil or none. These strategies do not work, but people continue using them. But Rayo, back in the 60s or 70s, when he was formulating this strategy. It's very, very comprehensive, as we said before, and this is another, more proof of that. He kind of, headed off anything that Kyle might have done in the future, as far as disproving the efficacy of various strategies. So there's so he kind of laid out a way to gauge your efficacy of Vonu.
Yes, exactly, and so I think that's something to kind of really consider in terms of people's seriousness is that if they want to encourage people to do something, there's got to be a way of measuring. I hate to say measuring progress, but let's just say measuring efficacy. Does this? Okay, I'm going to get praxeological on everybody. Okay, human action is purposeful behavior. All right, so acting men utilize means in order to achieve ends. Okay. So that's for everybody who's more of a rationalist. Now, for everyone else who's more of an empiricist, now the question is, okay, since we have acting men in the world trying to achieve goals by using means, how effective have certain means been at achieving certain goals relative to others, and especially relative to others, or even on its own merits? And so all MTH is doing is just measuring the efficacy of Vonu based on its own principles and precepts and so forth. So just to repeat the definition again, because maybe not everybody got that the first time, because MTH is so incredibly important. One more time. Mean time to harassment is the strength of Vonu, usually expressed in years. It's typically used to gauge the profitable viability of concealing a venuum, the place or situation of an invulnerability to coercion, relative to one's competency at Vonumi, the art of achieving an invulnerability to coercion. Okay, everybody get that? The profitable one more time. The profitable viability of concealing a venuum relative to one's competency at Vonumi. Okay? That's the definition of mean time and harassment. If you understand this, then the rest of the episode you can it'll start making sense as we go through the details.
Yes, and as you mentioned, it's extremely crucial to Vonu. This was what closed out section 1, if I remember correctly. No, I think it was the last or second to last chapter in part 1. Incredibly important. It kind of laid out it kind of gave it provided the gauging of efficacy for the part 2. So yeah, if you understand that, then you're going to be well off for the rest of this podcast. So let's actually look at what Rayo said. Quote, occasionally, especially when some project isn't going too well, I ask myself, can GNI achieve Vonu for Vonu to be attractive on more than an experimental basis? Or have we reached a point of diminishing returns beyond which a vast effort will yield only a small improvement? To conceptualize this better, I made the following graph. The vertical axis represents Vonu, expressed in terms of mean time to harassment, MTH. Each vertical unit is approximately a 10 times increase in MTH. The horizontal axis represents amount of activity, also difficulty of concealment. End quote. May 1973 was when this article was written, page 25. So let me just kind of, read those axes again. So the vertical axis represents Vonu, expressed in terms of mean time to harassment. Each vertical unit is approximately a 10 times increase in MTH. The horizontal axis represents amount of activity, also difficulty of concealment. So, I mean, that kind of, I think actually, Kyle, I'll just go ahead and read the second one too, because that'll also, provide some further audible clarification on what the hell this graph consists of. So, quote, the diagonal lines represent lines of capability 1 order of magnitude 10 times apart. 6 years ago in 1967, when I was becoming seriously interested in Vonu, but had little experience, my competence was roughly represented by line A. 3 years ago, after experience with living in a van, competence had increased to line B. Today, our competence level is approximated by C. Thus, at present, we can choose among the following: a small tent, adequate for summer only, in a remote place with 100 years MTH, a larger tent and more equipment and supplies in a place with year-round access, and a 10-year MTH. The larger tent is also more visible. End quote. So May, that was same one, May 1973, page 27. So, Kyle, anything there? Actually, I'm looking at this now, and
Okay. Something I kind of want to stress to everybody. I know it was said a moment ago. I'm going to say it again. If, for you listeners, if you don't have the graph pulled up, do it. Otherwise, your only other option, especially for those of you who are commuting, is you're going to have to somehow visually look at this. So before you get in your car or your motorcycles or whatever the hell else you used to get to work or whatever, at least glance at the chart if you can't exactly look at it while you listen to this episode, because this entire episode is based on one chart. Okay, so you have vertical lines, you have horizontal lines, you have diagonal lines, and then of course there's also the curve of profitable viability. It depends which side of the curve you're on, because one side of the curve is where the viability is profitable, and then there's the other side of the curve where there is not any sort of viable profitability. So there's a graph. It's not particularly complex, but there are some elements going on: vertical lines, horizontal lines, diagonal lines, and then a curve. And you need to actually, if you're not going to stare at it while you're listening to us, you at least need to visualize it if you've got a good, strong memory or whatever. But obviously, me personally, I like to have the book open while I'm, trying to understand things, especially for the first time. So that being said, Rayo was being rather quite serious here in terms of trying to measure the efficacy of his own strategy, wasn't he, Shane?
Yeah, even more so than we really were in the direct action series. I mean, we didn't come up with any charts or graphs or visual aids or anything like that. So yeah, he was very, very serious. He drew up a damn graph. So yeah, get that open, and yeah, we're gonna repeat some stuff in this one because it's important for the folks who aren't looking at this. We're going to be nice to them, since
of course
we're going to be nice to them, and also for you folks that do have it open, a little reiteration is always almost always a good thing, especially here in this context. So let me read this next one, and that'll provide some further clarification here. Quote, within the shaded area, Vonu is not likely worthwhile, i.e. total cost of being Vonu will usually exceed the total benefits. The boundary between the viable and non-viable situation slopes downwards to the left, at least under present conditions. This is because 1. The lower levels of activity require much less equipment, and thus a higher probability of confiscation is acceptable. Number 2. The lower levels of activity are less suspicious and thus unlikely to lead to serious loss, even if discovered. End quote. And we'll go on to this next one here, which is it occurs a page later. With our present capability, line C, we really aren't able to enjoy a comfortable home the year round and be Vonu. So long as we have sea-level capability, we can trade off between increasing Vonu and increasing activity. But increasing both requires more capability. Sea-level Vonu is attractive, except in a disaster survival situation, only to experimenters in Vonu, pioneers, who are interested in Vonu for its own sake. Our present capability at Vonu has limited usefulness. Most people prefer a comfortable home that is relatively non-Vonu to Spartan survival with relative Vonu. A minimum level of D-level capability is necessary for Vonu to be attractive to many people other than experimenters. E-level is probably minimum for development of much of an alternative economy worthy of the name, end quote. So he's laying out these different levels of Vonu, and don't worry, we're going to get into that. So if it's kind of going over your head, even if you have the graph open, just it's still kind of, I mean, we'll get to this later on, but there's actually a screw up whenever the article is written. But we'll get more into that. We're trying to figure these things out as we're kind of going along. So if this doesn't make sense to you yet, don't worry. Just don't worry. Anything on that, Kyle, or just kind of get through these last two paragraphs and we can chat.
Yeah, let's get through the last two paragraphs because, of course, I think it's good to kind of lay out what Rayo said, and then we'll need to kind of go through and really kind of break this down because this entire episode is based not only on the concept of MTH, but also Rayo's chart. So, yeah, let's just keep going with this right now.
Cool. Okay. Quote. My present expectations are that GNI can possess to level D primarily by refining present techniques, living mostly above ground and importing most supplies. Progressing beyond D will probably require fully underground shelters and new access techniques. During the past 6 years, we made plenty of mistakes which slowed us down. There was no one we knew of to teach us, so there was much trial and error. Today, we could probably guide an inexperienced but highly motivated person, which I was 6 years ago, to our present level in a year or less. End quote. The next one, a page later, quote, Vonuists disagree about whether one should first see greater activity or greater MTH. Some believe that the neophyte should first try to build a large and profitable but non-Vonu conventional business, then attempt to Vonu it. Evidence is inconclusive, but I believe the opposite approach is much more promising. Become Vonu at a relatively low level of activity, then attempt to increase activity while maintaining or increasing Vonu. Points. The more people involved and the more interactions with that society, the more difficult any change of lifestyle. A non-Vonu enterprise is apt to have little in common with a Vonu enterprise. Experience gained during the former will probably not be particularly helpful when doing the latter. End quote. So yeah, essentially what Ray was saying there in that last paragraph is some people have argued that, it's good to, start a business and become rich, before Vonu, and then, actually turn that business, into Vonu as well. Now, in regards to financially independent early retirement, if you start a massive business and you do well and you can sell that, you'll probably be Vonu a lot faster than some other folks. But, maintaining a non-Vonu business, in your Vonu, it's probably not a good idea. And that's kind of what Ray was emphasizing there. But yeah,
it's kind of like it's kind of like the equivalent of trying to use security culture techniques after you've already given up some elements of your privacy. It's kind of like, there really is a notion of, too little, too late. There really is the notion of, putting the cart before the horse, at least to some extent. It's just kind of like, no, if you're going to go for invulnerability, you have to do it kind of like at the beginning. Okay. It's kind of, and security culture works very similarly, right? If you're going to care about your right to privacy when it comes to certain things, some of the most important stuff you'll do is actually right at the beginning. And, I've had to learn the hard way, when it comes to certain privacy techniques. I've done some stuff right and I've done some stuff incorrectly. And I've had to pay not always in money, but in other ways for incorrectly using some privacy techniques, mainly due to incompetence at the time and so forth. So with regards to Vonu, yeah, if you don't do certain things, more or less correctly, or at least along that spectrum of correctness in the sense of actually doing it consistently, in the spirit of the thing of trying to pursue an invulnerability to coercion, it's going to bite you. So trying to somehow turn a non-Vonu conventional, or as the agorists would call it, a white market business into either a gray or even black market business is really just kind of silly. I mean, that doesn't even make any damn sense.
Yeah, and then also there too, like let's say you're an entrepreneur with a small business. I mean, you build up your client base, and they're going to be of the status survival society. It's not going to do much good to relocate that to a Vonu business anyways, because you can't advertise. You can't put an advertisement on the radio, or anything like that. So you're going to lose that clientele once you go Vonu. So
Right.
at least most of them. So yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Right. And not to go on too long about this, but just to kind of round out the point, if you're a small business owner and you quote unquote employ other people in your white market business, and you do things like withholding, for federal income tax purposes, and you collect the socialist insecurity taxes, and you bow down and get whatever licenses and whatever else because of all the regulations, whether by OSHA or, pick a government entity of the federal government or the several state governments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. By the time you've done all that stuff, you've already chosen carefully calculated submission. And that's on a good day, because a lot of people don't even do the carefully calculated part. They just submit blindly. But of those of you who conscientiously chose that for whatever reason, you can't undo it after the fact. The only way to really kind of move forward, and at least in some sense, would be kind of start over again. Much Shane, you said it a moment ago, sell off that business and then do a different one. Be an entrepreneur for once, right? Sell off that business.
Be an entrepreneur again if you have your own business now. Yeah, if you did it once, you might be able to do it again. Only this time, this will be a Vonu business, not one designed for the state of survival society. So essentially, what Ray was getting at here was rather than taking that, as we kind of said, taking that business from Vonu to non-Vonu, start at a low level of activity. Utilize the import export that we discussed in the last episode, and then once you get better. And you become more proficient, then you can start making those decisions as far as how much activity you can do while still maintaining or increasing Vonu. So that's kind of what Ray was getting at here. But I want to get into explaining MTH more, because this is interesting as all hell to me, and I'm sure it is for you too. So on this chart there are let's see, 7 types of structures. My math skills are null and void. I went to government schools, guys.
Yeah, they're on the horizontal part of the graph.
Yes. So there's summer survival, all-weather survival, comfortable home, small workshop or laboratory, small manufacturing, light industry, heavy industry. So next we'll kind of give you some examples of the years, which this would be on the on the vertical axes, as far as the time of Vonu, the degree of Vonu and MTH, as per the chart. So 1 year MTH, A level summer, and this is the letter A, like A level, B level, C level, D level. A level summer survival and B level all weather survival. 10 year MTH, C level all weather survival, D level comfortable home, E level small workshop laboratory, and F level small manufacturing. 100 year MTH, G level small manufacturing, and H level light industry. So Kyle, what he was getting at here, I think, and I guess this is more of a question. So was he getting at the more intense? I guess it is the more activity. So the more activity that will be there. And this is the part I kind of get confused at. So the more activity, obviously, small manufacturing and light industry will be more activity, but that's more years. Is that saying it would take longer to make that viable? Is that kind of what he's getting across there?
With more activity, you have lower MTH. Okay, so that's why, for example, let's take a really, really simple example, okay? Like with the summer survival. All right, so the reason why the MTH, even with a lower diagonal line of competency, why you would have, let's say, okay, let's take something really, really simple. So if you have sea-level competency at Vonu, and you're only doing summer survival, that's why you have 100 years MTH, as opposed to all-weather survival. Again, still sea-level competencies. I'm trying to keep this simple. Even with sea-level competency and you're doing all-weather survival, but it's your MTH has now been reduced down to 10 years. So notice, even with that very simple example, you've increased your activity from summer survival to all-weather survival. Your competency has stayed the same in my example of just sea level, but your MTH has been just chopped up by another, been reduced by a factor of 10, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So that makes sense. So if your competency level is higher, and yeah, again, like if you're doing sea level, summer survival, your proficiency is better, and therefore you have, I think you kind of mentioned, longer time to like being discovered. So for that one, like 100 years would be the MTH for that one. So yeah, that does make sense. So if you're
when you increase,
yeah.
so when you increase activity, but let's say your competency stays the same, you increase your activity, your MTH goes down. It actually is an inverse relationship. So the only way to really develop much of anything is, of course, you have to increase competency. So if you have A-level competency, you need to get to B-level to C-level to D-level, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so the only way that you can really increase your activity, increasing the scope of your Vonuum, is by increasing your competency, and thus your MTH will actually be halfway decent, and therefore you stay in that area of profitable viability. And those examples you read just a little bit ago about, like, for example, 1 year MTH, A-level summer survival, and B-level all-weather survival, those were different examples of the minimum profitable viability of concealing a Vonuum relative to one's competency at Vonu. Okay, so those are the minimums. So for those people who were never, let's say, much like I said in the last episode and even in other episodes, like I was a Boy Scout, right? So for those of you people who were never Boy Scouts or even Girl Scouts, right? We were promoting equality, right? Side joke. Okay, so for those of you who are never like any experience in the outdoors, right? Even if you were just like garden variety backpackers or something, right? And other outdoor activities, canoeing and so forth. If you've never had any actual real practical experience, your competency is going to be a lot lower. And I would also say similarly, if you don't have very good security culture as another skill set, your competency is also going to be a lot lower too. And whatever other set of skills you need to have, I would even say entrepreneurial skills of one kind or another. Well, if you're not very good at that, well, then your competency is also going to be a lot lower, especially when it comes to import-export. Okay, that's just a reality of the situation. So if you want to increase your MTH and increase your activity, the only solution, according to the notion of mean time to harassment, which is what this episode is about, the only way to do it is to increase your competency. Period. End of story. That's really what Rayo was kind of getting at here. And then he was just trying to more kind of gauge the kind of sliding spectrum of how to conceive of these things.
Indeed. And yeah, I'll be honest with the listeners. I know Kyle, when I mentioned your screw up once, I mentioned probably a couple times in this episode. But yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around MTH, honestly. So obviously, maybe I'm not the guy to inform me on this. But anyways, Kyle wrote that article on it, and he understands it better than I do. But anyways, I mean, again, we're kind of trying to bring this back out out of the coffin and and promote this action again. So we're going to screw up sometimes, especially with MTH for a lot of this stuff. I mean, for a lot of season 1. It's pretty simple, but when we start getting into the action portion, I would expect some more mistakes because we're trying to. A lot of this is just it's just kind of a deduction, right, Kyle? Kind of what Rayo said, and then kind of extrapolating beyond that. So just want to kind of toss that in there, and so do not feel bad if at this point you don't understand MTH much. We're not even done this episode though, so I guess it might be too early to say that. But anyways, let's get into let's provide some examples of levels of competency here. Okay, so A level would be like wilderness survival. Okay, B level, bugging out. And Kyle, you know more about that than I do. If people don't know what bugging out is, what would that be?
Well, actually, hold on. Let's mention wilderness survival first, because the two are actually kind of related. So wilderness survival, and it's not just the prepper types, but also, well, the Boy Scouts and just outdoorsy people, even combat veterans, right, will have wilderness survival training. This is basically where you're just out in, let's say, rural areas or actual wilderness. Not much difference between the two in some sense. And you don't have logistical lines of support, right? There's no gas stations, there's no restaurants, there's no grocery stores, there's no electrical grid really to speak of, there's no plumbing. So going to the bathroom and all that, just to keep this family friendly to some degree. Okay, you get the point. So, and not only that, but this is about as raw as it gets. So that also means no tents either, ladies and gentlemen. No tents. You're probably not going to have a backpack. More likely than not. You might at most have a fanny pack, and that's on a good day. But generally presume you're pretty much going to have the clothes in your back and whatever you could fit in your pockets. And now you get to live outside. Okay, it's also known as being homeless.
And just to kind of add something in here, why this would be A level. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be because there's less to discover. If you have a tent, that's easier to see, and without the proper competency. Then yeah, your MTH should be low, and probably kind of laying out kind of the example that you did, probably be in the area of non-viability. So if it's just you, the clothes on your back, and whatever you can scrounge in your pockets, that's pretty much what you have. So you can be very mobile and at least still have some positive degree of mean time to harassment.
Yeah, and let me actually extrapolate this out a little bit more, make this a little bit more concrete. So for the prepper type people, you'll know what I'm going to say right now. It's basically just your EDC. Okay, it's your first line gear, and maybe second line gear like a vest or a fanny pack, but that's really pushing. A lot of people are not going to be wearing that a lot of time, so that's why I said it's pretty much going to be your pockets.
And that would be everyday carry for those who don't know the acronym.
Yes, you're pretty much going to be, it's pretty much EDC and not really much else. I mean, it could be debatable on second line gear like a fanny pack or a vest or something, but you're not going to be having a bag, okay? There's no backpack involved. You talk about minimalism. Some people like minimalism a lot. This is really minimalist, okay? In literally the extreme. We're talking about like people who get lost in the woods kind of thing and they don't have a backpack, okay? Or whatever else. And another example of this, maybe not wilderness part of the survival, but like people who are homeless people actually would have A-level competency if you think about it, because they're actually doing it. Now, obviously, a lot of people choose not to do that, or there's other issues which we need not go into here. But in terms of just conceptualizing this in a concrete way, homeless people would have A-level competency, okay?
Fair enough, yeah.
Now, to bugging out, generally speaking, you're going to have, again, to use the prepper language or whatever, generally speaking, you're going to have at least second line gear, and you're definitely, or at least you should have your third line gear. Third line, of course, being your backpack, your bug out bag, and so forth. 72-hour kit, or actually better than a 72-hour kit, you're going to have something that's going to sustain you for at least a week and a half, preferably 2 weeks if you can haul like 50 pounds on your back without buckling under, okay? Because you have good physical fitness, because that's just a reality of the situation, okay? If you can't live outside for 2 weeks, ideally, then yeah, you're kind of doing it wrong, at least in some sense. Some people have certain preferences. Some people want to have larger backpacks. They don't have to like forage as much. Other people want to go more ultralight, so-called, and they want to rely more on foraging. That's arguably a personal choice, but without getting too much into the more prepper kind of material, I'll just simply say this. B-level competency in terms of MTH is more along the lines of bugging out. So you may have a tent. Some people prefer rain flies with the so-called footprints. Other people prefer ponchos. Other people prefer stringing up, canvas cloths with like a what's it called? Like a frame. Some people call it a frame tent. It's not really a tent. It's just a tarp. Okay, like a tarp with grommets in it, with like rope and all that you like string to trees or whatever. Some people, you can actually freestand it with hiking sticks, actually. Again, I don't want to get too technical about that. I just want to provide some concrete examples really quickly here. But yeah, bugging out, that's pretty much B-level competency. So you have some degree of gear, but you're not going to have a friggin' car, okay? No, that ain't B-level. No cars. No cars, no gas, no nothing. As far as that stuff goes, you pretty much have yourself, you have your clothes, you have your pockets, you have you should have second line gear, and then definitely more likely than not third line gear. So basically, B-level competency is you're basically pretty much a backpacker with a gun. Okay, and that's pretty much it.
Very good, very good. And sea level would be something like van dwelling. And the reason this is sea level, and this is something that Rayo discussed, it takes a higher competency. It just does. You're going to be in a vehicle, and you're probably going to travel on public roads, and therefore you're going to have to be better at concealment and deception. So as you can kind of see from kind of this kind of going from wilderness survival to bugging out to van dwelling, the more comfortable you become is whenever your competency increases. Would you say that's correct, Kyle?
Yes, and also something else I kind of want to point out here. Arguably, legal interstices start becoming at least begrudgingly relevant with sea level, right? With the van dwelling, the van nomadism, as Rayo himself called it, right? So when you have like, if you're basically homeless or wilderness survival, and or you're bugging out, do you really need a driver's license for that? Do you really need? I mean, some people like cell phones or radios, but technically that's not a legal interstice, is it? Let me put it this way: do you really need a passport for bugging out? I mean, unless you're going to bug out in the sense of country shopping, but then shouldn't you have done that a lot earlier, though, before? Anyway, the point being, though, is that when you get to sea level, legal interstices start becoming an element you at least need to consider. Maybe not necessarily use. That's getting kind of in the issue of like, whether should you do the carefully calculated submission and so forth. The point is that that's where it starts becoming relevant. Other than that, sea level would be, yes, you now have a car or a van or a truck, basically a device with an internal combustion engine, a chassis, and 4 wheels that may or may not have a roof. I mean, some people like convertibles for whatever reason. I don't know if people would really want to like live in a convertible, but I don't know. Maybe some people would be along those lines. And the point is that, yeah, now you're involving things like now the issue of like the right to travel infringements also become kind of relevant to some degree. The tax money, gasoline taxes, that becomes relevant. Wasn't relevant when you were bugging out and being homeless. But now it's relevant with sea level, at least to some extent, unless you can figure a workaround around that. So again, not to belabor the point here, it's just simply that with sea level, things get really complicated real quickly, and we're not even talking about having a home yet. This is just like having a friggin' car.
Yes. And I'll just kind of posit that, these are examples of each level, and obviously this can be developed. And when Rayo provided some of these examples in his book, that was in the 60s and 70s. So maybe as per technology, it's possible. I mean, we haven't even explored the season 2 and season 3 yet. So sure, there could be some possibilities that we haven't thought of yet, or that we just haven't gone into, where A level and B level and C level could be more comfortable than they were when Rayo was around. So I don't want to scare some of these things. Wilderness survival and bugging out may be unattractive to some folks, but that shouldn't scare you or deter you away from Vonu. These are just examples that we kind of put down to kind of give you an idea of the various levels that are involved in meantime to harassment. So anything there, Kyle, or should we move forward to D, E, and F?
I would just say this. For people who may want to learn more about being more mobile, in a sense, also to consider this. Maybe some degree of country shopping might be considered some degree of sea level, arguably. Again, we'll deal with country shopping, in season 2, but that's kind of interesting, right? So there, again, notice with these first 3 levels, it's all mobility based. If you noticed, by the way. You're all mobile constantly. You're on, like, homeless people don't stay in the same place, right? the very notion of bugging out is inherently mobile, and van nomadism is, well, still pretty mobile, right?
And that, yes, and mobility was very, very important to Rayo. And when you move all the time, no one can really. It's a lot harder to pin you down than some of these higher levels where there may be you may live in the same place for a few weeks or a month or whatever. So before you actually build a stationary home or a tent or whatever you decide to call a home. You got to have that competency first, and then you can start, increasing activity, which would be, setting up a temporary house, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So, if people want to kind of learn more about some of these things, they might need to wait for some episodes, or maybe see if they can, read Rayo's book at least to get your feet wet before we make said episodes. But yeah, this is there again, much like Rayo said, Vonu is not an all or nothing thing. There is a spectrum here.
And it is yours for the making. So we're kind of laying out a foundation here, and then once you kind of get understanding and you start to become more adept in the strategy of Vonu, hell, well, make it yourself, and then let us know how it goes. So we definitely appreciate that. So D level, essentially that of the tiny house aficionados. So Kyle, I guess the best way to put this is, you have a small house, things that are smaller are easier to conceal than larger ones. So it's a lot easier to hide a log cabin in the woods versus a house or a house or an apartment in Chicago, right? So yeah. I think that just kind of goes without saying. But I guess I don't have much else on D level. It's kind of your first step to building a stationary home or living stationary for, I guess, for the start of your Vonu journey, so to speak.
Not necessarily. Because remember, some of the tiny homes can actually fit on trailers, and
True.
some of the tiny.
Okay. Yes.
You're half right.
Let me pause at this real quick though, because I saw, and this was a really, really badass invention. There was a tiny home that you could fit on a trailer, and still had the amenities, like you could still hook up Wi-Fi to it and things. So you could just park anywhere in the middle of the woods. Wherever the hell you wanted your home to be, and it had a couch, a bed, the amenities that most of us probably have become accustomed to. It's just a lot smaller environment.
Yes, and so when it comes to D level, which would approximate that of the tiny house people and so forth, it is true that now you're seriously getting into more. Shelters that are more like structures, more typical structures of one kind or another. But still, it's a spectrum, ladies and gentlemen, because some of the tiny houses, do have firm foundations that are rooted in the soil, much like a typical building, like a stereotypical log cabin, like Shane just said. But they're the ones that fit on the trailers. So even then, mobility is kind of maybe it's there, maybe it's not. Also consider one other thing too. Even if you make a tiny home that is rooted to the soil and it's got a foundation, it's basically, just think stereotypical log cabin, okay? What rule, wait for it, what law says that you are only allotted one of these? Why not have a network of them if you can afford to do so? There's some food for thought.
Yeah, definitely. Anything else on that, or should we go to E level? This is where things get real interesting, in my opinion.
I'd say this: if you people don't want to, fall into the consumerist trap of 30-year mortgages and all that, but you still want to have something resembling like what you would think of as a stereotypical home, but like an affordable one, consider a tiny house, or 2 or 3.
Oh yeah, exactly. So E level. Now, Kyle, you wrote a fictional little story, an Agorist anecdote, a little while ago, and E level would be like a small workshop, your character Rebecca and her hidden bedchamber within the nondescript garage located amongst the rest of that industrial park. So I want you to tell the listeners just a little about that, real briefly.
Sure, and yeah, I know it was a work of fiction, but actually I did base it off a real life thing that I actually saw with my own eyes and such. Okay, and I don't want to reveal who it was or what happened. Although maybe it's worth mentioning at a later time when we get into the sailboat issue, because there actually is a connection there, by the way. But regarding this specifically, yeah, there was basically a guy I knew who has since gone really off the radar, not just off grid, but like I can't get in contact with him kind of thing. And he prepared me ahead of time. And basically, long story short, he was a car mechanic. He lived at a car, basically he was a very independent entrepreneur, let's put it that way, okay? And he would refurbish cars, and that's kind of how he made his living. Well, he had this kind of nondescript garage and all that, but because let's just say there were certain apartment corporations and trade unions that didn't exactly like a certain record of his too much, because they don't like, if you don't pass certain checks and background checks of one kind or another, because, well, let's just say you got caught with a little black market activity and leave it at that, okay? They won't approve the lease contracts. So what do you do for shelter? Well, he thought, well, why don't I just live at work? He owned the place already. He didn't have to bow or scrape before anybody. He got a stupid background check to get a friggin' apartment. So his solution basically was, why not just, convert a small portion of that garage into basically a livable working area? So Rayo's notion of like the hidden bed chamber, which is what he called it, is literally what this unnamed fella that I knew actually did. So this is not theoretical. This is not some pie in the sky thing. And, the only thing I regretted, Shane, is that with the relatively short time I had with him, I wish I would have asked him more details on it, but going strictly so I could tell people in more detail all these years later. But what I can definitely tell you for certain is that there was a cordoned off section of the garage where it didn't quite look like a shipping container, but it was kind of similar, arguably. It was kind of like a segregated, like office type area, but it had plumbing. It had electricity. He converted one of the rooms to like a bedroom. It wasn't very big. It's probably a little bit larger than a tiny house, because this garage was kind of on the larger side, okay? Because he had 7 to 10 cars in there, okay? And in different stages of, disassembly, right? Different clients he had. But how do I say this? It kind of was like a typical apartment in a lot of ways. So he was essentially trying to recreate an apartment within this garage, but it was more like a hidden bed chamber. And so when I wrote that fictional story, the protagonist basically kind of had that type of thing, which is how she was able to Vonu in the cities.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, yes, it's a fictional example I gave, but it was actually based on a real world thing that I actually saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears and so forth. And I knew the guy, but he's a very, very private man, always was, probably always will be. And so that's why I'm not mentioning his name here. But yeah, he actually did this kind of thing. And my only regret is I didn't ask him more details about that, although we did talk about a lot of other things. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, folks. When it comes to Vonu or agorism or a lot of this other stuff we talk about, it's not just pie in the sky theoretical fluff, as some people would derisively call it. A lot of this is real world practical, and much of it is efficacious things that I've either lived through or known people who have done this stuff.
Indeed. Well said.
Yeah,
well said.
It's real. But a lot of people are stuck within the servile society with their 30-year mortgages and their 9-to-5 just over brokes and everything else, and all the stuff related to that. And so, yes, I'm trying to present, and Shane is here too, trying to present these different ways of being with, trying to encourage you to have lifestyle changes so you can be invulnerable to coercion. And frankly, this is an interesting way, especially for those of you who are convicted felons. And I mean the nonviolent ones, like you guys are basically like former political prisoners, okay? If for whatever reason you can't get an apartment or whatever, or a mortgage or even for those of you who aren't convicted felons, this is another option too to get you off the streets.
Indeed, yeah, and it's certainly an interesting idea, and not everyone can is capable, and not. I mean, some people have become acclimated to certain lifestyles. The amenities that some of us have gotten used to. So, Vonuing in cities like what the guy did, That's another real option for the folks who are like, oh, so if I'm gonna like become a Vonu and I have to go live in the woods, oh shit, this doesn't sound like it's for me. Well, again, it's on a spectrum, and Vonu is yours for the making, and there is such a thing as Vonu in cities, which again we'll get into in a later episode. But let's get on to F level here, because this is where things get interesting. Well, even more interesting. They haven't been yet. But so it's similar to the E level, the hidden bed chamber, but it's larger. So I'll provide a short quote by Rayo here. Quote, construct hidden soundproofed apartments and workshops beneath or within an owned building, ostensibly used for other purposes. Since such chambers could be blast, fire, and fallout resistant, this approach offers some protection against the nuclear attack, as well as day-to-day predation, end quote. Now, just as far as that last one, the nuclear attack, he was kind of consider the time period. He was a little worried about that. I think around the time of the Cold War, right? I think it was.
Yes, it was. And but also consider, just as a slight note, and kind of going back to, of course, what Vonu is defined as, and distinguishing that out from survivalism or being a retreatist and all that. You can kind of see here that Rayo is kind of backsliding a little bit, just a wee bit. But hey, look, I mean, the guy was a friggin' pioneer doing stuff ahead of his time. If he's going to backslide every once in a while, there's other portions in the book too where he's worried about nuclear incineration, for example, which is why he was considering, like, regarding import-export activities, maybe you should, like, quote-unquote commute to work and live in the van while your loved and be in the cities for like a week or whatever while your loved ones are out in the woods. So at least they don't get risk, nuclear incineration was what I think he kind of phrased it as. So that is something else, folks. Just a little bit of a side note. You'll notice throughout the book, Rayo was concerned about nuclear attacks by foreign powers, and probably the Soviet Union more likely than not, and all that. So,
but I wouldn't call that. I wouldn't necessarily call that backsliding into the survivalism thing, though, because I mean, Vonu is a lifestyle change, and that's just another thing he's preparing against.
Right.
So I wouldn't necessarily call it backsliding. I would just consider, I mean, now we look at it as as a kind of an irrational fear because there hasn't been a nuclear war yet, right? But he couldn't foresee the future. I mean, the way he foresaw the future, it was a possibility. And I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility today, but I mean, I don't think it's very possible or wise. Those who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers have to, they have to have the tax cattle and to, kill off that many at once. It's probably not a wise idea, but anyways. So there's what Rayo had to say about F level. So let's make this a little more concrete here. So like a non-Vonu nightclub warehouse structure with an underground apartments, factories, etc. Now I want to provide an example here. A pop culture example. So I'm sure some of you have seen the show Breaking Bad, and obviously whenever they start cooking for Gus. The guy who had the chicken restaurant, the fast food chicken restaurant, as a front for his illegal drug business. Yeah, that could be. That's definitely Vonu. Have a front to launder the money and all that good stuff. But yeah, if you recall, whenever they started cooking for him, there was a large warehouse. It was a laundromat. I mean, washers, dryers, a lot of employees. It was a pretty massive operation. And whenever some washer and dryers I pushed I pushed a button or something, and they like lifted up, and it revealed a hidden area with the best meth cooking station ever. That's relative. I've never seen a meth cooking station, but it's a really intricate design, and that was hidden within that warehouse. And whenever the DEA agents came there and they looked, they were following up on leads, they couldn't find anything because I mean. How are they going to find a button like that? I mean, they're going to look for what's in plain sight. So that was a very, very good F level operation there. Now obviously with your Vonu F level infrastructure, you can do what you want to, but that's just one example from pop culture that you guys might be familiar with and can kind of point to that as an example of what Rayo's kind of discussing here.
Yeah, I think that's more than fair. Or to go for the folks who are more, comic book geeks or cartoon aficionados, how about the friggin' Batcave? Batman, the Batcave. Okay. I think that would probably be fair to say it's probably more akin to F level. I mean, you think about the friggin' Batcave. That place was invulnerable to coercion well, of course, except, occasionally every once in a while there'd be like somebody from the Rogues Gallery who would figure out, aha, I go in through this access port and I can be in the Batcave. And sometimes they'd remember even though he was Bruce Wayne, and other times they wouldn't. And then they were like, but if they did figure out he was Bruce Wayne, then they would get conked on the head and then forget that Bruce Wayne was Batman and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Okay. But the point is that it was that except for those occasionally intrusions by a lot of the villains, or at least some of them, the Batcave was pretty invulnerable to coercion for the most part. I mean, it's pretty impressive what Bruce Wayne did with the place. So I would say that, yeah, the Batcave would also be another fictional example of something kind of along the lines of like an F-level Venuum.
Yes, and again, I mean, these are fictional examples, and they're pretty large scale. I mean, a huge millions and millions of dollars worth of meth being sold that was cooked in that location, and then the Batcave, another comic book fictional example. But I mean, these are very these are pretty intricate ones. Now just industrial warehouse, and you can find an entrepreneur who won't ask questions or whatever. I mean, there are a lot of ways to go about this. But I mean, underground warehouses, factories, as departments, or just a place for you to live. I mean, there are a lot of possibilities, and these are obviously intricate examples, but they're supposed to solidify something concrete for you to point at and say, okay, that's F level. So let's move forward to G level now. I guess the best thing that I guess we could come up with for this is like a syndicalist radical trade union factory. If they could find a way to hide everything. I don't know about this one, but I mean, kind of grasping at straws here. But I guess do you want to kind of speak to that?
Yeah, I can take a swing at what would probably be G level or something approaching, I guess, light industry, perhaps. Mainly, I would say mainly this for the listeners to at least kind of conceptualize this far out. I think there were either really large-scale bunkers or types of factories that the Soviets would hide in like deep ravines. And that's like the closest thing I can really think to like a Vonu quasi-syndicalist, radical trade union factory type thing. It's kind of like what Soviets actually did. And so forth. And so whether it be a bunker or whether it's a factory hidden in a ravine or versions or themes thereof, I don't know. I would also say this just as an alternate idea, or maybe I shouldn't say this publicly, but what the hell? If people could like figure out like how to, how the syndicalists are kind of like more militant types who kind of like want to live on top of each other with their voluntary collectivism and so forth. And it's very militant. It's not like a more of a mutualist situation where they each have their own, shelters or whatever, but then they come together to the commons, if you will, the agora to do their trading, and then they go back home and whatever, but they're like living on top of each other 24/7. Well, I think this example was used. I think I heard you mention this, I think in an earlier episode somewhere, but like the notion of, well, living on a submarine. So if you have a bunch of people living in a submarine and preferably like submerged, I guess maybe that would count as G level.
Ooh, that's yeah. If it's like a decent size, submarine, and I mean, I don't know, I don't necessarily know how this would work, but you've got like if you like surface, and then like you just like release some boats to go import export. Yeah, that's actually not a bad example at all, as long as it was large enough to be light industry or something along that lines.
Yeah. I think that's actually a very interesting way that you put it about how import-export work as well. So, and obviously the submarine would be more mobile than, say, the factory hidden in the ravines or a bunker, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, man, yeah.
So, hey, if the syndicalists were serious about, well, their syndicalism, they could even practice Vonu too if they were really serious. But come on, how many syndicalists have friggin' submarines?
And how many of them are serious?
No, they would rather block traffic at the friggin' Portland, Oregon with their stupid black bloc nonsense. Oops.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a discussion for another time. But yeah, that's an interesting idea too. Still out in the water, but and you're underneath it in a dry atmosphere. Huh. Interesting. So let's move on to H level here. So we mentioned this in the last episode. So we won't go into as much depth here, but Aurora and Alongside Night. this would be, a heavy industry, heavy industry. I mean, it was like a mall. That was a mall volume. Like, it was very, very, very secure. The early warning systems, and they definitely had an invulnerability to coercion while trading and living. So in other words, they had their secure home bases. Now, again, as we kind of mentioned, you'd have to get that capability first before you increase your activity to that level. But that would be an example of H level. So what are your thoughts, Kyle?
Yes, I think that's definitely one way of putting it. I don't know. It's just kind of like, sorry, I don't mean to sound like a party pooper here. H level is so far out. Like, I mean, this is presuming that that folks can even, not even so much conceptualize, but make happen, G level, F level, even to some degree E level, right? Because, okay, if we talk about tiny houses, everyone knows what a freaking tiny house is, okay? For anybody who's actually been, consuming alternative media for any real length of time.
Or even mainstream media, to be completely honest.
Sure. Okay, generally speaking, just about anybody now in the year of our Lord 2017 knows what a friggin' tiny house is, okay? But then once you start going from E level up, now we're getting into structures that are quite
intricate,
elaborate.
Large, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's this, it's not even so much the mobility issue, although there's that too. It's more just the sheer, yeah, you're right, the sheer size of it. Like, I mean, it's really kind of getting up there that it's even hard to even conceptualize or even think about, much less actually put it together. Now, having said that, thankfully, if we go to fiction, we can actually find examples that we can at least sink our teeth into. And so, yes, I would say probably more likely than not, something like Aurora would be an example of an H level Vonuum.
What about Galt's Gulch?
Yeah, because of the gosh, hold on, I'm gonna have to try and remember this. It's been a while since I've looked at the Atlas Shrugged. The shielding, the high tech inexplicable shield John Galt had. Yeah, I mean that's deception, isn't it? Right?
And, concealment too. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, Galt's Gulch would absolutely be, and remember, Galt's Gulch was privately, in that fictional novel, it was owned by Midas Mulligan, right? So the entire thing was private property. But yeah, that place was so huge with multiple buildings. It stretched over so many acres and so forth, somewhere in Colorado, I think it was. That, yeah, it might as well be H level, because that's, I mean, let me put it this. Okay, let me make this a little bit more concrete. You know how people talk about private cities?
Uh-huh.
Private cities with its own private roads, with its private sidewalks, and private. Okay, you want to talk about a real H level? It's a friggin' private city. That's what the hell it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
I can agree with that.
Well, because if you look at G level, and we're talking, just compare and contrast here, at G level, if we're talking something ranging from factories to submarines to things that are kind of large, but they're not like huge and sprawlingly expansive, but it's still kind of somewhat contained in a sense, then G level with something like a factory or a submarine, things more on that scale, that's one thing. But then once you get to H level, hell, we're talking private cities at that point, aren't we?
Yeah.
And again, to go back to Aurora might as well have been an underground private city, by the way, for those of you who actually understand that particular example.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And I think you made a good point. That's it's kind of hard to conceptualize because nothing really like that has come into fruition. I mean, even when Rayo kind of started with like the Free Isles project, I mean that would be considered H level too if it would have come into fruition. But again, we probably wouldn't have wanted if that would have come into fruition. So I don't know. I guess it's definitely very hard to conceptualize, and I think that it's good to bring that to attention as far as like laying out mean time to harassment. But obviously, I think the focus should be levels A through F. But that's just my subjective opinion, and kind of also looking at what's I guess looking at it pragmatically too, although not like the political crusading pragmatists as they call themselves. Yeah, I think those are the most pragmatic ones, and I don't think they'd be too complex either. They aren't something intricate like Aurora or like Galt's Gulch. They're just it's a lot easier to, kind of consider like, okay, so if I was going to do this, what steps would I take, and what are some things to consider? You can actually kind of figure out, okay, so if I was going to, do if I was going to do E level, all right, so I can look into a building that I could purchase or whatever. Okay, so the bed chamber, how would I conceal that? Okay, what would I need? All right. How would I deal with import export? Okay, interesting. And you can kind of methodically methodically kind of walk through these things. Whereas with with even like G and H level, maybe even F2, but F could be conceptualized. But like G and H level, it's just so hard to. Okay, so I want to set up a private city. How do I do that?
Yeah, exactly. And
kind of hard.
And so, yeah, and I know I've kind of been accused of trying to become the master of low expectations, but perhaps that accusation might be coming true as time goes on. I don't know for certain. I'll leave that up to the judgment of other people who can maintain at least a little bit of objectivity. I would just say this: I'd be happy if people could even like get good at A level. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not joking. People have especially these friggin' city rats, man, have a really hard time with the notion of sleeping out underneath the stars. Like not bad weather, but like decent weather where it's not too cold, not too hot, okay? But like sleeping out under the stars. Okay? I'm not saying go be homeless. What I'm saying is like go camping without a tent. Like start, with something like friggin' achievable that doesn't take a lot of money and doesn't take a lot of time. It doesn't put you at risk.
And then also too, like I think you're right. A level would be great because you know what, Vonu fosters other Vonu. So once someone becomes comfortable with A level, I mean there's only really one way to go. I mean obviously they're going to want to become. I mean, not speaking for other people, I'll say for me, like if I could achieve A level, how far can I take this damn thing? Let's see. Let's find out.
Right.
I try to become more proficient, and I try to increase my activity, in accordance with maintaining Vonu and hopefully even increasing it. So I think an achievable goal, A level. Let's go with A level, and then hell, I mean that's Vonu fosters other Vonu.
Yeah, and like look, for a lot of people, I think I would agree with Rayo on this. Pretty much once they get to D level, you're going to see a lot of people start adopting it really quickly because the first 3 levels, let's be honest, are really going to be only attracted to people who are more of, and I mean this in a good sense, but more of like a gypsy mentality because they are so highly mobile.
That's for the pioneers, those who want freedom so bad. They want to find the freedom so bad that they will do almost anything. They're for the really hardcore folks.
Yeah, and I would agree with Rayo that somebody actually has to work their way up to D level before it starts, seeming, like halfway plausible even to other people, like in the sense of like role modeling and such. And for a lot of, and let me also be honest about something else. If quite a few people achieved D level, even if they worked their way up from A to B to C and so forth, I think a lot of people honestly would just stop at D level, to be perfectly frank with you. Just because like, okay, I now have my tiny house. I'm done. I'm going to go do other things with my life. And honestly, I think a lot of people would just be that way. Now, me personally, I would die a very happy man if I could thoroughly master, I think it would probably be E level to the extent where I could probably, to the extent where